From the start, that guy was a bizarre destiny stuck to our group. Fen 3.0. He was the strongest mage in the server, the one no one dared to challenge. But by befriending every race, he threw the world's order into chaos. Thus, people mistook him for the Demon King and sent 4 saintesses to slay him. Unexpectedly, he shamelessly asked them who wanted to bathe with him, leaving all speechless. After the massacre, only Quan Wang stood tall among the ruins. Yet the mage's frail body got slapped out of existence by Quan Wang. Seemed like the end, but the author twisted the plot and refused to let him rest. Soon he regressed to the past, waking in another body buff with six-pack abs. With top-tier mage intellect, he became both brain and brawn combined. Thus he was praised as the most perfect human in all history. At this point, the narration stopped rambling and got straight to business. So, without further ado, we officially dive into the story. Now, in the capital Fenheim of the Antares Empire, the dark sky foretold disaster. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded in the middle of the square. Then a giant monster's foot slammed down, flinging everyone nearby. The beast roared and rampaged through the city, crushing everything like mud. Soldiers panicked, 2 air divisions wiped out, tens of thousands dead or injured. The commander swore to destroy the Demon King, declaring the light of justice would prevail. At the same time, in the abyssal hall of Gaia Palace, darkness thickened. Hero Alex von Herord, vowing to end the evil before the throne. All drew their swords, pointing their steel at the Demon King on the black throne. But he sneered, saying this empire was the true light, not the darkness they imagined. Then Quan Wang Tailong clenched his fist, believing killing him would shatter all demonic power. Yet deep down, the Demon King bitterly wondered why the oppressed were called evil. He coldly asked if they had truly destroyed the 4 heavenly kings. Company Russ arrogantly replied yes, those filthy creatures weren't worth touching blades with. The Demon King erupted, shouting they were his loyal orc warriors. He insisted they were rough but righteous, protectors of the weak who never betrayed. Talong laughed arrogantly, saying his goblins had been wiped out completely. Hearing that, the Demon King fell silent, recalling those gentle goblins who just wanted peace. Then Saintess Iplan clasped her hands, declaring the last demon worshipper of the dark god was revealed. But Antares sighed helplessly, wondering when the god Apos of the Lan tribe was branded dark, while humans claimed to be light. At that moment, Holy Light Mage Jadic Light proudly bragged he had sent another fallen soul to the ancestors. Hearing that, Antares remembered Yu, his old friend, and rage boiled within. He roared, "You killed her too. Want to die that badly?" shaking the air itself. Talong barked back that had exposed his demonic nature, while Antares trembled with fury. Choking up, he said Yu wasn't evil, just sunburned because humans burned down her forest. In response, the heroes raised their swords, swearing vengeance for their fallen comrades. Antares screamed in despair, "And who will avenge my losses, huh?" Hero shouted back that without dark power, the monsters would never have fallen or rebelled. With no way out, Antares clenched his fists, rage burning through his body. He bitterly thought that to humans, any creature living freely was branded a demon. At that moment, Antares' voice echoed cold and fierce through the grand hall. He declared, "If you want a Demon King, then it'll become him for real." Instantly, he summoned every ounce of hidden magical energy within. He raised his head and proclaimed, "My name is Jifan Hart, remember it well." Then calmly continued, "Once just an ordinary mage who stumbled upon extraordinary power." In his memories, humans never treated other races as equals, always seeing you as a pretty servant. Orcs were enslaved for labor, elves butchered for noble medicine. They lived as slaves without resistance until he discovered their lost civilization. From then on, he befriended them, learned, and listened to their stories. He shared cultures and found that amid differences lay a shared longing for freedom. Through this, he learned spiritual magic from Yu and the elves, unlocking 10 circles and summoning ultimate power. Antares remembered those who changed his worldview and swore never to let them be chained again. But humans launched endless holy wars, destroying homes and forcing him to abandon everything. With each counterattack, his territory grew, unintentionally forming the empire called Antares. Then battle cries roared across the field, tearing through the tense air. Antares spoke solemnly, saying he never hated humans, only wanted all races to live happily alike. Yet the inevitable came, though Antares people saw their land as paradise itself. But humans claimed they were bewitched, saying the Demon King's magic had enslaved their souls. Furious, Antares rose and vowed to abolish all laws allowing interracial slaughter. Immediately, Hero shouted and raised his weapon for a strike. A magic artifact dropped from his hand, flashing a fierce blue light. Antares smirked, mocking that this so-called hero was just good at posing with a sword. He thought to himself, decent skills, but 2 weak ones survived till the final chapter. Now only Quan Wang Tilong remained, famed for his monstrous physical power. Beating the other heroes was easy, but facing Tilong was another story. Soon Tilong roared and charged, his eyes blazing red with fury. Antares shivered slightly, admitting the man's strength was terrifying. He knew defeating this one was nearly impossible. The impact boomed, shaking the palace and turning walls to dust. Antares rose, body glowing bright, shouting, "Antares, rise!" He looked up, sweat dripping, breath ragged in the heat of battle. Quan Wang Tilong roared and dashed like a lightning arrow. Antares didn't hesitate, instantly summoning all his magical might. Tilong hissed, "We will win," while Demon King Jifan laughed dryly. The clash sent Antares flying, cracking the ground like heaven's wrath. He knelt, coughing blood, and mocked, "That all. I blocked it with one hand." But inside he knew his spine was broken, breath fading, unable to last much longer. Tilong advanced, fist glowing, roaring he would personally punish this demon. Exhausted, Antares dropped his sword and rasped, "Alright, you win." Long smirked proudly, believing everyone was finally freed from evil's grasp. Antares stayed silent, eyes dimming without a word. A thought flashed, give up. No, there's still one last thing to do. He muttered, freedom. You mean living as slaves again? Madness surged as Antares unleashed the ancient time creation magic of divine power. Long shouted in panic. What are you doing, you insane demon king? Antares roared, temporal reversal chant. It'll undo everything. In that instant, he thought, even if it fails, what's left to lose? Quan Wang lunged, roaring, stop it, Jifen! Antares summoned his final energy, a white light bursting as he screamed, I can't die yet! Long gritted his teeth, muscles trembling, ready to strike the final blow. But Antares was resolute, he couldn't fall, not here, not now. Their fists collided with thunderous force, shattering space itself. Their energies intertwined, clashing violently to the extreme. A circle of light formed, swirling as if devouring everything. Blinding white engulfed all, then silence swallowed the void. Next came birdsong under a serene blue sky. In a small house, sunlight slipped through the window, serene and calm. The curtain swayed softly, warmth filling the air like a dream. Antares opened his eyes, stunned to still be alive, chuckling. Did that spell really work? He looked around, confused. Where am I? Time travel. This place looks strange. Then he wondered, how old am I now? His puzzled face almost comical. Before him stood an old house, worn yet full of human warmth. He stepped on the wooden floor, the creak echoed clearly. Seeing a muscular six-pack in the mirror, he nearly cried. Whose body is this? He immediately asked himself, whose person have I possessed? Looking closer at the calloused hands and bulging muscles, he yelled, what's with these biceps? I'm a mage! He muttered bitterly, sure I used to charm ladies, but this body's a lost cause. Studying his reflection, he groaned, what's with this goofy face? Where's my divine aura? Suddenly, he realized the temporal reversal spell hadn't failed, it placed his soul in another body. The mirror revealed thick brows and stubborn eyes, oddly familiar yet unbelievable. He thought, if this body grows a bit more, won't I look like a brawler with a beard? Then a name flashed in his mind, Martial King Buku Long. At that moment, a voice outside called Long, making him jump. A burly man entered, sunlight glinting off a body carved from steel. He asked in a deep voice, what are you doing in there? Why aren't you training yet? Then smiled kindly, beautiful day, surely it'll be a great one. Long, or rather Antares in his body trembled, stammering, you are who? The man frowned, what's with that look? Don't tell me you forgot me, son. Long stuttered, sweating. The man laughed, ha! Don't tell me you're pulling that amnesia trick again, it doesn't work anymore. Then he grabbed Long's head and casually dragged him outside. To the training yard! He barked as Long screamed, wait, training what? Antares suddenly realized this man was Long's legendary master, the continent's strongest fighter. A sharp whistle sounded, the name Martial King Jarastamproda echoed with awe. Long struggled desperately, yelling, hey, old man, listen to me first! But the master covered his mouth and said calmly, quiet, you've talked enough today. Antares' struggles were useless. He picked up a bamboo staff and said coldly, all right, training begins now. Long's face went pale, sensing doom, lips trembling in fear. The staff slammed into his stomach with a thwack, making him cry before he could think. Tears and spit flew as Antares screamed inwardly, what the hell is happening to me? The master stayed calm, swinging the bamboo again with zero mercy. Antares groaned, it's over, this life's probably ending right here. The master paused, frowning, his hands feel softer than usual, strange. He mused, if he's really lost his memory, then he must train even harder. My dojo spares no slackers. Finally, he concluded lightly, well, business as usual then, and swung again without hesitation. He sighed, these hits don't even faze him, truly a monster. He laughed heartily, a few smacks and you'll feel stronger already, while Long sobbed miserably for help. The master asked sternly, do you know why humans use weapons? Because they're weak! Long thought, how could wisdom sound so dumb? He roared, excuses are the shame of cowards! Warriors trained to surpass themselves! Leaving Antares speechless at such ridiculous logic. He snapped the bamboo in half, shouting, humans too beaten harder, forged stronger like steel. Long nearly lost his mind. Thinking, steal my ass! Then he pointed straight at him, I chose you because you have no limits! You can become true steel! Making Long's spine crawl. He softened, not everyone grows through training, only refined iron becomes steel, understand. Then grinned, and I've found you, Long, and struck a blow so hard the ground trembled. He added, think of the sea calm yet deep within you. Long froze, thinking, what nonsense! He tried thinking of the sea, but instead imagined pretty girls, blushing bright red. The master turned away, that's enough for today, go rest. Long collapsed, wheezing, I'm still alive. He hugged his aching body, silently grateful this physique's durability had saved him. In his head, he sighed, maybe I should just let go and end this nightmare. Then he noticed floating leaves and flowers. Oh, is this actual healing medicine? Before him was a herbal bath worth a fortune. Long sank in, feeling royal luxury. He asked, why the medicinal bath, master? After forging steel, you must cool it. Clear, came the firm reply. Long pondered, if one trained to near death then healed by alchemy and magic, the body would evolve surprisingly, it made sense. He recalled fighting the real Long, and now understood how the man became so indestructible. Antares fell silent, right, this is his past. Then he wondered, so what happened to me during this period? He questioned, if my soul is here, does my younger self also exist somewhere? Thinking carefully, he formed two separate hypotheses in his mind. First theory, the future Jifan heart inside Long's body coexists with the young Gifan heart in this timeline. Second theory, the young Jifan heart's body actually holds the soul of Martial King Long. That means the two souls swap places, intertwining across timelines. At that moment, the master brought out a giant plate of meat to eat. Training needs fuel, making Talong devour like a starving beast. After the meal, the master stretched and said, let's walk off the food, then led Talong straight up a blazing volcano. At the peak, he asked, tired yet, or shall we train like this morning? Talong panicked, yelling, no, I'm fine, master! He bent under a boulder, groaning, dear heavens, when will this brutal training ever end? That night, Talong collapsed on the bed, crying, so I've really been reborn as him. He hugged his knees in the corner, worrying if this would mess up the timeline. He recalled the rule: two identical souls cannot coexist. If they overlap, one will vanish. He smirked, if Talong's in my body, he won't get far, it's too weak. Then doubted, unless he finds a mentor or invents his own training method. At night, Talong peeked around. First, I need to escape this training prison. Seeing no one, he tiptoed out, heart pounding wildly. Even if it kills me, I'm escaping tonight, he vowed and dashed off. But outside, the master sat waiting on a rock, smiling. My disciple, where are you going? Talong froze, cursing inside. Did this old monster grow out of the ground? The master chuckled. That's the 9th attempt, one more to hit 10. Antares, panicking inside Talong's body, shouted, I'm not your disciple, I'm Overpowered Mage! The master nodded thoughtfully. Oh, a new backstory today? Sounds fun. He laughed loudly. Last time you said you came from another world and met dragons and gods. Now you're a mage. Always switching tails? Then he nodded approvingly. More convincing this time, well done. Now, back to bed. He grabbed Talong by the head and dragged him home as the boy kicked and swore silently. Damn it! I lost today, but tomorrow I'll escape. Antares gritted his teeth. Yes, failed today, but I won't stay trapped forever. The master laughed. Don't bother. I used to be like you, escaping by sea didn't work either. He declared proudly. 30 years, over 100 runaways, none succeeded. In the martial king of relentless pursuit. Talong slumped, bitterly thinking, even if I escape, he'd chase me to the world's end. Finally, he sighed. Guess I'll just finish training properly and leave in peace. And so his life in that loving prison continued daily, tied to a post, battered through character-building strikes. After 2 years of grueling training, the master smiled. Well done, you finally did it. He added, you've awakened your true power, your aura now exists. Antares, in Talong's body, was stunned. Even sword saints awakened later, yet here he was under 20. The master just laughed with me, that's normal. He held up an iron nail, explaining that pushing survival instincts to the limit made willpower and life force ignite, birthing aura. So, can I finally learn real martial arts now, master? Maybe go down the mountain? Talong asked hopefully. The master grinned slyly. Train with me, of course, leaving him frozen in silent despair. Talong slumped, hope doused like a bucket of cold water to the face. Thus passed another 3 years of endless, brutal training. In the southern Vasily kingdom, atop Mount Lychee, Talong stood beneath a waterfall, body forged like steel. The wind howled, its echo like thunder foretelling calamity. Talong's body gleamed as the power in his blood began to surge. His hands glowed gold, veins tightening like iron wires. He roared and punched, sending the stream exploding upward. His figure shot forward like lightning, wind screaming behind him. As he rushed, he thought, so my limit's only tier 3. I must break through further. That power-resonant calamity focused on one point, bursting the air apart. Master once said the highest tier was 9. One punch to slay a god, even Gigrat only reached 7. He said reaching tier 4 was the minimum to descend the mountain, probably off drinking again right now. Antares chuckled wryly. The old me would have escaped by now for sure. He gathered air into his palms, condensing it into an invisible sphere. With a snap, the air bullet shot toward a nearby tree. It pierced clean through, leaving a massive hole behind. He scratched his head, sighing, strong body, 0 mana, how am I supposed to mage like this? Just then, the air around him began to ripple strangely. A cold, eerie energy filled the area, nothing human about it. The ground quivered as a green hand burst from below. A giant creature emerged. Talong recognized it as an Orose. Orose growled, if you pretend not to see me, I won't kill you. Antares within Talong's body calmly assessed, judging by size, maybe 3 or 4 years old. The creature panted, clearly fleeing battle. Humans, stay quiet and I'll spare you. Talong sensed no malice, only fear, and asked, is someone chasing you? Orose's eyes widened. You understand me? Just picked it up by chance, Talong replied. Orose bowed, fortunate to meet you. Yes, I'm being hunted. Talong said softly, I can help, but you must trust me first. Orose's gaze warmed. If you speak our tongue, you're my brother, but helping me brings great peril. Talong thought, those words magnetic. He truly has the blood of the brave. At once, he felt a surge of power flood his body, strange yet intoxicating. When it stabilized, he formed a vortex spell, saying it would cloak Orose from danger. Suddenly, Orose asked if he was a mage. Talong replied casually, why wouldn't I be? Then he looked down, realizing his body was visibly transforming. Next, Orose approached and sincerely thanked him for his kindness. But Talong jolted, irritated at being interrupted mid-thought. At that moment, several men appeared, angrily asking if he'd seen an orc pass by, offering gold for truth. But seconds later, they admitted the gold was a lie to trick answers out. Talong calmly said he hadn't seen anything, leaving them baffled and skeptical. Then they bent down to inspect the footprints, suspecting they belonged to an orc, and began searching the area. At that moment, Talong cursed his weak magic. It couldn't erase tracks, so he stepped forward, saying this was his territory. Ironically, they mocked him as insane, scoffing that 10 men needn't fear one kid. They barked at him to move, praising his build but calling him just a clueless child. Hearing that, Talong inhaled deeply, remembering his master's teaching to be kind to the weak, even with destructive power in hand. So he gripped his weapon and said firmly, I'll use this only to restrain, not to kill. His clan specialized in martial strikes, but using weapons trained willpower to making the soldiers laugh at what they thought was childish bravado. But then Tilong clenched his teeth, eyes sharp as lightning before a storm. In a blur, a few strikes sent them flying before they could react. The remaining soldiers shouted and charged, terrified yet desperate to surround him. But the training staff he wielded paralyzed with each hit, leaving them sprawled helpless. Just then, one attacker slashed from behind, making him spin in surprise. Yet the blade bent upon contact, and the man screamed in terror. Tilong twirled, sweeping hard, amazed that his body now felt as unyielding as steel. No matter how fiercely he fought, he held back, ensuring none were killed. So all suffered broken bones at most, none dead just as he promised. Finally, Tilong finished the fight with a few decisive blows, ending it before any counterattack. The soldiers trembled, cursing in fear, demanding his name, but Tilong just smirked, mocking that they could even hold their swords. He added that it wouldn't be fair if one got hit and not the rest, then knocked down the last man. When silence fell, he ordered them to leave. They staggered off, mumbling thanks through their fear. At last, his staff snapped in half. Tilong sighed, both amused and wistful, realizing he was slowly living his clan's ideals. Soon after, Oroz emerged, voice trembling with emotion, offering heartfelt thanks. He bowed, vowing never to forget this kindness and to repay it someday. Tilong smiled lightly, having a warrior like you bow to me is honor enough. Oroz, moved, asked to take him as advisor and pledged his sword in service. The narrator explained that in OLC culture, an advisor held supreme honor, respected as a knight's true master. When asked his name, he answered briefly, "Call me G." Then he paused, thinking deeply for a moment. After that, he changed tone, saying clearly, "My name is Gifan Hart Watantez," which Oroz etched firmly in memory. Next, Tilong asked where Oroz would go among humans. He replied he'd rather wander free than live enslaved. So Tilong pointed south beyond the Larva Mountains, a 2-week journey on foot. There lies the wasteland your kin call the Land of Hope, where the Lansheng clan hides. Oroz bowed in gratitude, then turned away, saying his own path awaited. As they parted, Tilong called after him, asking his true name. He turned and declared proudly he was son of Carolota, hair of latex. "My name is Tai," he said, leaving Tilong stunned, speechless. As his silhouette vanished, Tilong realized that was Tethiu. The name once thundered across the continent. One of the 4 heavenly kings, chief of the Lansheng tribe, and future legendary leader of the Oros race. Tetlong wondered if he had met Tethai in a past life, then realized fate had taken a different turn. He chuckled, marveling at how destiny drags everyone into its whirlpool. Then he smiled, eyes gazing distantly toward the horizon. Nowadays, everyone praises that name with deep admiration. At was hailed as one of the greatest leaders of that era. Together with 3 others in Antaz, they were the 4 heavenly kings, symbols of indomitable spirit. Time flew. Half a year had passed since the fateful meeting with Tethi. During training, his master threw a mighty punch, light bursting across the dojo. Tetlong staggered, yelping from the blow, while the master laughed, praising his shield's peak form. The master recalled 6 years ago when he insisted he was G-Fench even after being beaten silly. He added it's been 10 years since their first lesson, though stronger now, something remained unchanged. Then he glanced down, joking about Tetlong's height, prompting a fierce retort that he was nearly 2 meters tall. The master sneered, saying past martial king's disciples were all over 2 meters, yet he was still tiny. He paused, inhaling deeply as if to begin another lecture. He asked seriously if Tetlong practiced the breathing method right. Tetlong muttered it might just be body type. In truth, he feared growing abnormally tall. The master laughed, saying skill mattered more than size. Then, standing atop a rock, the master ordered him to focus and begin. His eyes flared with intensity. Instantly, he leapt high, his figure shooting upward like an arrow. Suddenly, the air trembled, a thunderous boom echoing through the valley. Tetlong poured all energy into his fist, unleashing a 4th-layer sonic burst. In a blink, the ground quaked, water splashing white like boiling foam. Rocks shattered, dust swirled, and the master laughed heartily as Tetlong celebrated mastering the 4th layer of Calamity Echo. The master said it was time to face the outside world. Tetlong bowed proudly in acceptance. He declared, "G-Fan Hat, from now on, live by your will, good or evil, just be true to yourself." Then he smiled, saying it was the reward for years of hardship. Tetlong bowed again, pride mixed with sorrow at parting ways. The master slowly recounted how 60 years ago, the 3rd martial king left him 3 teachings. First, wealth may be gathered, but never by betraying righteousness. When Protate once asked, "Didn't you say evil is fine too?" the Grandmaster replied, "If you must be a villain, be one with dignity." Protate was stunned. The 2nd teaching was to stand with the oppressed, that is true honor. The Grandmaster explained weakness isn't the same as oppression, one must know who truly needs protection. And the 3rd was the sect's most sacred commandment. By all means, never let the martial art of Tianpam physique vanish. You must find a disciple and pass it on. Tetlong declared firmly, "Yes, I will remember." The master continued, "Talent is rare, but if fate offers one, never let it slip," then tossed him a travel bag. He opened it to find clothes and 30 glittering silver coins. Tetlong grimaced, whining that his master was stingy despite seeming rich. The master laughed, blaming inflation for the higher mountain exit fee. He added that a small gift awaited at the Tilat range, findable through this map. He opened the map, studied the route, and felt a strange thrill inside. Tetlong packed up, tightened his bag, and prepared to descend the mountain. Standing at the gate, he looked back, wondering if he was truly ready. Just then, light flared and wind swirled around him. The moment of departure had come. Tetlong grew emotional, shouting as if seeing his mother's figure within the light. From afar, his master's voice echoed, "Do not look back, move forward, for the path ahead is yours." He proclaimed, "You are the heir to the greatest martial way in this world." Tetlong nodded, then dashed down the mountain, heart torn between fear and excitement. He finally stopped before a grand house where his new journey would begin. At that moment, Changlang urgently warned of danger but insisted on speaking the truth even before a noble. A man in a red cloak approached, asking, "What's got you so tense, Changlang?" Changlang calmly replied, "I demand payment for all the food you and your knights have consumed." The noble scoffed, tossing a single gold coin, thinking these peasants were bold. The village chief's hands trembled as he took it, eyes filled with quiet anger. He murmured, "Sir, I fear this is far from enough," which drew mocking laughter. The noble roared, "You think I don't know market prices, you ignorant fool." He ordered his soldiers and punched the chief in the face with scornful ease. The villagers erupted after losing homes and food, now even their dignity was stolen. Then another man appeared, asking what's happening. "Swat calmly replied, "Nothing, your highness Ste Fen." The prince glanced coldly at the scene, saying, "People like that are truly pathetic." He added, "They've forgotten their place, so they deserve no pity." The scene shifted to a lavish room where two lay amidst silk and candlelight. Ji-Fan whispered, "Why do you always want to touch me?" She laughed, "Because I love how it feels." She added, "Your body's firm and cold like a sharpened blade." He sighed, "I used to be like that, but now the mirror shows a twisted, rough shell." Still, Tetlong felt confident, at least he was taller and stronger than before. He looked out, thinking of Gigi, now 17, about 70 in human years. The Krom sky was white with snow in southern Anseli. Lonely Chatton's slave market awaited her sale. He hesitated, wondering if he should storm the auction and take her back by force. But he dismissed the thought recklessness would ruin his power, recovery money would work better. Even with soaring slave prices, he was determined, trusting his martial might to shift fate. He recalled past life rumors of ancient ruins near Chatan's lands, said to guard a power's secret. At that moment, Prince STF asked, "Toad, still can't locate that ruin." Toad bowed, "Please give me more time, your highness." Toad, the archaeologist from Zelphia Tower, was fully absorbed in tracing the ruins' coordinates. The prince pointed at the map, asking, "Is it here?" Teo replied, "Yes, the Shanghai region." That was the burial site of the legendary swordsman Atheon. They both gazed toward the towering peak. Meanwhile, Tetlong had left Krom for 3 days, heading north past the Hatan range, feeling his body's astonishing strength. As he walked, he recalled using secret arts to recover memories of meeting Toad from Zelphia Tower, who once spoke of that ancient ruin. Remembering, Tetlong laughed. He had visited that place in a past life, snatched the treasure Teod missed, and sold it for over 2,000 gold. Now each step retraced old memories along a familiar path descending into the abyss. He muttered, "Langjili, yes, I remember every inch of this place." At the same time, a group murmured fearfully about the ban forbidding approach to the Valley of Death. One said, "But they're forcing us to find a guide. Refuse, and well pay with our lives. The chief's wrath is no joke." The reed-haired man cursed, "Damn those noble pigs," only to be tugged back by a friend whispering, "Quiet, or we're dead." Then one stood with a bow, saying, "Ill go." Tetlong smiled, "I know that mountain better than anyone, let me." The wife burst into tears, clutching her child. Tetlong sighed, knowing no one else could bear this task. Suddenly a voice from the door said, "I can go instead," startling Tetlong. He raised his bow, growling, "Who are you?" The stranger calmly replied, "Just happened to overhear," drawing suspicion from all. When questioned, Tetlong stepped in, saying he knew the terrain well, had entered many times, and always returned safely. The villagers doubted him, none had ever survived there, but Tetlong insisted, "If I say it, he'll do it," thinking they'd never realize he'd just saved them. The Valley of Death, ancient ruin of the Ba era, was swallowed by time and shrouded in legend. 50 years ago, a young swordsman named Jalot came here. At 45 he awakened the light blade, famed across Anseli. But arrogance led him to enter the valley with a comrade. Both perished, and his demon sword Atheon vanished. That cursed sword was the Atheon clan's heirloom. For half a century they'd searched, and now Prince Ste Fen led the quest himself. From afar, Tetlong noted the young man might be Jalot's descendant. The advancing party moved slowly yet radiated knightly pride. He frowned at the elf slaves, forced to smile through contempt, a heavy ache filling his chest. He noticed only one cleric among them, Ceylon, a young and perhaps too green for real healing magic. Moreover, being a noble son made others doubt his competence even more. Tetlong considered greeting Toad, his old acquaintance, but stayed silent, seeing him chatting intently with a girl. The air between them felt strange. Their eyes met, blazing as if the world held only them. At that moment, Tetlong froze. A spark in his mind whispered, could he be the one? He shook it off. Impossible. Toad's too kind to be AdWords, but then a cold voice behind him said, "A wise choice, traveler," sending chills down his spine. Tetlong forced a smile. "You picking me as a guide isn't ideal. I'm just standing in for the villagers." AdWords replied, "Precisely because they fear you're needed." Tetlong replied, "Of course they're scared," but AdWords countered, "What's there to fear when marching beside the kingdom's brave knights?" He thought, these so-called knights are just puffed-up cowards in shiny armor. Then suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A deep roar echoed through the forest, raising everyone's hackles. Fur and dust whirled in the air, the stench of blood spreading fast. A massive beast lunged out from the shadows. Soon dozens more with glowing red eyes charged in a sudden ambush, forcing the team to regroup. They all drew weapons at once, clashing fiercely with the monsters. LCIA shouted, "Filthy beasts, dare attack those blessed by the gods!" Prince Ste Fen commanded, "Knights of Atheon, advance!" A mage cast a fireball, light bursting amid chants for divine courage. Tet Long stood back, observing, thinking the prince was stronger than expected. His buffs weren't bad. Still, with the experience of a 10-ring mage from a past life, he found them weak. One punch could wipe them out. He sighed, deciding his own power didn't need showing here. Suddenly, a swarm of Yurosi descended from the mountainside. Another group glided above, wings slicing the air. The soldiers trembled, some even screamed in panic. One beast lunged forward. Tet Long punched it square in the face. The blow sent it flying, feathers scattering like rain. That punch was his doing, though no one noticed. They were too busy fighting. He thought, if Toad's story was true, the guide probably died right here. The monster's roars shook the very earth. Prince Sta, fan leader and Atheon here, remained calm while commanding. A cry for help rang out, "Save me!" and the prince dashed in heroically. Tet Long paused, thinking, Hez not bad, but he ignores everyone else. He concluded, yeah, that kind of selfishness explains why the last guide died miserably. LCIA yelled, "It's too dangerous, hide behind the tree!" Tet Long noted she at least had a conscience. The monsters kept swarming, their clashes thunderous. Tet Long felt no fear, even wing strikes barely hurt. Suddenly, a feather stabbed straight into his eye. He yelled, "Ah, my eye!" Then he laughed. Years of training and I still haven't run out of tears. Impressive. The prince ordered, "Check casualties. Are the mage and cleric safe?" Egward replied, "All fine, your highness." Tet Long cut in, "And us, nobody cares?" The prince just laughed, "My Atheon knights are strong, don't worry." Then he shouted, "Celebrate! Enjoy this victory!" Tet Long saw a chance to approach Toad, stepped forward gratefully. "Thanks to you, I survived." Toad smirked, no big deal." Tet Long asked, "You're from Zelphia Tower, right? I know someone there." Toady looked up, eyes glinting. "Someone? Who?" Tet Long said, "A friend named Gifon Hartet. Do you know him?" Toad chuckled, "Gifon Hartet? Hard to believe that tiny kid knows a giant like you." Smiling kindly, Teed added, "His sweet and kind-hearted," making Tet Long blush, stammering, "Do I compliment him like that?" Toad tilted his head. "Why ask?" Tet Long replied, "Just wanted to know if he's doing okay lately." Toad nodded, "Nothing's wrong, he's still diligently studying magic." Tet Long asked, "Nothing strange these past years?" Toad pondered, "Strange? Not really." He even clicked his tongue. "Just remember his high nose and gem-like sparkling eyes." Tet Long thought, typical of Master Jerat, always noticing bodies, just in another way. He forced a smile. Heavens, should I punch him? Then asked, "Has his personality changed?" Toad shrugged, didn't notice, don't care what he thinks or does. When the battle calmed, the cleric approached. "Are you hurt?" Tet Long replied, "I'm fine, tend to those OLC folks instead." They all said, "We're fine, we can handle it," but the cleric gently insisted, "Stand still, let me check." A soldier interrupted, "Father, those creatures lick their wounds and heal, why waste your magic?" Tet Long watched the cleric, realizing he meant well yet still viewed other races as pets. Human arrogance ran deep, equality would be a long road. Orosi bowed, voice trembling in thanks. The prince barked, "Guide, lead the way." His arrogant tone made Tet Long's blood boil. He replied, "Go straight, then right there's a stream ahead, slow down." The prince frowned, "Sounds suspicious." Tet Long simply said, "Nothing at all." Hours later, the group ventured deep into the shadowy forest. Everyone was exhausted. Venomous serpents, mad wolves, over 200 spirit beasts. This small mountain was anything but peaceful. Tet Long smirked, "Simple reason we skipped the trail and walked straight through monster nests," then asked, "Want to rest?" The prince shouted, "No. Everyone move." Tet Long mused, "Knights are arrogant, clerics stubborn, mages petty, a perfect mess," then reassured himself, "I didn't lie, just chose the fastest route." As they continued, Prince Sta. Fane realized this was where Ancestor Jalot perished. No wonder monsters swarmed. Tet Long looked up, eyes wide in astonishment. Before him stood a mountain shimmering white like a fog-covered graveyard. "So this is it?" he murmured. Adwords confirmed beside him, "Yes, no doubt, your highness Ste. Fan." Before them lay a three-tiered ancient ruin, moss-covered stone walls, half-closed gates. Toad pointed, "That's the entrance. Your highness, we can proceed now." At once, Prince Taffin commanded firmly for everyone to prepare to advance. Tet Long bowed, saying his guiding duty was done, but lamented not knowing the way back, prompting St. Fan to promise protection on the return. Hearing that, Tet Long only smiled stiffly, anger boiling so they'd never meant to help in the first place. At that moment, the prince raised his sword, light bursting forth as he declared their quest for the demon sword Atheon. As he finished, Tet Long forced a smile, waving farewell to the brave knights of Atheon. Soon the group vanished inside the ruins, leaving Tet Long standing alone in eerie silence. He smirked suddenly. Now his own plan could finally begin. At the same time, the Patan ruins emerged, once a Silver-era military base, now a monster-filled labyrinth rich in relics. Tet Long strode in leisurely, memories flooding back of exploring this place joyfully with CZ long ago. In another direction, Siazit softly called Xiphonhat, saying the wind spirits whispered of a hidden path, earning his gentle praise. Then a faint light appeared before them, revealing a secret passage within the ruins. Their playful voices echoed, sweet memories mixed with danger made Tet Long recall his own fearless days. He placed his hand on the wall, decoding based on the Libra constellation and inverted earth-water symbols, confident he knew the answer. Yet as he focused, he realized his mana was drained and his current mind too dull. Suddenly, a triumphant "Got it!" burst out. The spell had worked. He straightened his clothes, removed his coat, muttering not to ruin a 10-coin outfit. With a deep breath, he decided to test his new body's strength. The experiment began. Just then, a strange noise came from behind, making him spin around, confused since it wasn't the path they'd entered. He recalled that the secret route led to the third basement level. Opening it counted as illegal intrusion. So this was an unintended break-in, likely to trigger alarms across the ruins. Suddenly, something crucial flashed through Tet Long's mind. He realized the ancient magic system would activate its defense mechanisms to annihilate intruders. Before, only he and CZ had entered safely, but now Atheon's group below was surely caught in the trap, falling to level 2. Worse yet, battle cries echoed. Prince Stefanko and his soldiers were struggling against a grotesque monster. The prince frowned, realizing its power far exceeded the squad's limits. They couldn't win. Before them stood a colossal beast radiating despair-inducing might. The cleric began to pray, pleading to the goddess Philanensu for merciful light to heal broken souls. Holy radiance spread, restoring strength, while Lan thought helping them was also saving himself. Then the floor collapsed thanks to the mage's quick barrier. They survived, and Dodd gravely warned survival was not guaranteed yet. All eyes turned ahead where the darkness began to move unnaturally. Suddenly, distant soldiers screamed in terror. They trembled, shouting, "Monsters!" as massive creatures emerged, forcing the team to flee in panic. Salen clasped her hands, begging goddess Philanezer to cast light and smite the abominations. She prayed again for the goddess to grant the warriors courage to resist fear. Yet the cleric frowned, thinking those Athean knights were useless, already broken in spirit. Even so, Salen kept praying, pleading for divine bravery to fill them. As a result, sacred power spread, everyone feeling energy surge through their bodies. Taud supported his comrades, awed that divine might drove them to frenzy, then rallied the Atheon knights to charge bravely. Both sides clashed, steel ringing across the sea of fire. At the same time, Gisero looked up, praying to Mother Earth to reclaim what was rightfully hers. The battle raged, blood spilled, and Leociai collapsed amid the chaos. The prince caught her, praising her courage, while she weakly asked if she had helped at all. But the monsters grew fiercer, forcing the prince to fight amid fire and blood. Each slash splattered crimson, painting the ground red. It was indeed Princess Tifa and the valiant knight roaring curses at the vile beasts. He shouted, urging his men to awaken, reminding them this was where Grand Knight Clow once fell. Suddenly, strange light flashed above, a massive energy beam crashing down. From the dust emerged another colossal fire monster, stronger than any before. It opened its maw, howling like the cries of hell itself. In an instant, flames spewed forth, incinerating soldiers in front. Yet the prince roared, telling them never to retreat. Atheon knights must fight to the end. Staffan's body tensed, eyes locked on the beast. He gritted his teeth, bitterly realizing his power was no match for the creature. Still, he tightened his grip, refusing to fall to despair. He charged forward, carrying Atheon's honor and the vow to fight to his last breath. The man known as Soulbreaker screamed within the sea of fire. A brutal impact followed, his strike meeting the beast's blow, blood spilling from the prince's lips. He fell hard, body slamming onto the cold stone floor. Seeing this, Lan prayed fervently, pleading the goddess Philanensu to smite the evil spirit with holy light. Instantly, the fire beast was engulfed in blinding light, its body burning violently. Deep wounds appeared, and it roared in agony. The warriors, exhausted and gasping, still refused to drop their swords. But the monster's flames reignited even fiercer. Shilan struggled desperately to hold on. A massive blaze erupted, threatening to consume the entire ruin. At that moment, Shilan realized she was unharmed. Tetlong stood before them, wounded yet shielding all. Then, unbelievably, with one single strike, Tetlong felled the gigantic monster completely. Seeing that, he laughed bitterly, so that near-death blow in a past life had been from Tetlong himself. He turned, eyes sweeping across the battlefield. Everyone was badly injured. He ordered their evacuation while new beasts surged, yet with a few blows, Tetlong cleared them, shouting none should block his way. Prince Stefan groaned, holding his head as consciousness returned. Edward helped him up, reporting the monsters were slain, leaving the prince stunned by what had happened. The group exchanged looks, barely believing Tetlong was truly a martial master. He smiled and asked for a name, hearing a calm reply, "I am Zifin." Both faintly recalled meeting at the magic tower before. Edward thought, Zifin, huh? Strange name. With that power yet no fame, perhaps a hidden hermit. The prince asked, "Which family are you from?" and got a firm answer, "None." The prince was shocked, had assumed a noble in training, yet this man was calm and confused. He sighed, so strange indeed. He nodded, reluctantly praising Tetlong for handling the rest, crediting him for the battle's end. But Tetlong brushed him off coldly, saying he should look at the situation instead of boasting. Stefan flushed red with rage. He roared, "You dare insult noble blood?" while Edward rushed to intervene, begging everyone to stay calm. Stephen scoffs, thinking a commoner can't grasp etiquette, then presses Tetlong about his martial arts master. Tetlong vaguely claims self-training, hiding the truth about his world-famous teacher. The prince remains doubtful, asking about his power, but Tetlong just scratches his head and urges tending to the wounded first. Edward chuckles, finding the man's casual tone oddly confident, far from humble. Looking closer, Edward notices that arrogance suits someone noble. Maybe Tetlong is royalty from abroad, his voice that of a seasoned man. The priest breaks the tension, curiously asking if his name is Jifan and how tall he is. Tetlong hesitates, about 192, while Lan's wide-eyed question about his weight makes him squirm. Asked about training, he simply says he fights, eats and works out, quietly baffled by their sudden friendliness. Lan laughs, saying she knows martial artists never reveal their secret methods. Tetlong recalls his frail orphan childhood, bullied and obsessed with becoming strong to prove his worth. But life mocked him. Despite years of effort, he stayed small and weak, only his magic growing through constant self-healing. He became fascinated by muscular men, while Selen gazed at him with longing, scaring him with that strange feeling. Then Tetlong declares he'll find the exit. Selen rushes after, begging to go too. He sternly reminds her that if someone's hurt and she's gone, he'll heal them. She slows, head bowed in sadness. Prince Tefan steps up, saying Hel join Tetlong and orders Silan to stay with the group. She softly replies, "Yes, my lord." The prince hesitates, asking if the plan's safe, but Tetlong calmly says to follow his instincts. So they venture deeper into the pitch-black ruins. On the way, the prince silently fumes, hating being helped by a commoner, thinking Tetlong disrespects knights. He grits his teeth, vowing to prove himself, picturing the glory of slaying demons and forcing Tetlong to admire him. Tetlong suddenly says, "It's time, let's get serious." Before the prince can react, he's knocked out cold. From the darkness, monsters surge toward Tetlong. He strikes back, every blow precise, wiping out the savage creatures. With obstacles gone, he strolls forward, muttering, "Time to grab the treasure," and pushes the door open. Inside, he rummages around, finding a silver pouch from the Silver Era, thinking the real treasure must be near. He finally uncovers a spatial artifact bag that holds 10 times its size yet weighs nothing. Excited, he spots even more treasures: Heavenfire Furnace, Spiral Edge Blade, magic crystals, all rare wonders. At that moment, the prince wakes, dazed and asking what happened. Tetlong calmly says he was ambushed and fainted, leaving Stefan to thank him through gritted teeth. Tetlong grins, saying it's nothing, though secretly thinking he might accidentally punch him again later. As Tetlong gathers loot, the prince faints repeatedly. He scratches his head, thinking he probably didn't hit the guy too hard if he did. He's still alive anyway. Stefan lies dazed, wondering how he missed it all, while Tetlong calmly inspects his bulging loot bag, planning to grab more. He stops, looks around, and mutters, "Seems like a dead-end, time to head back." The team regroups and resumes their trek through the dim ruins. While walking, Silan asks, "Are you Royal Xiphon?" Tetlong laughs it off, saying he's just a commoner, making her admire him even more. Silan notes his noble tone, surprising Tetlong, and the priest explains that confident martial artists like him stand out, especially beside Lord Squad in his 40s. Tetlong ponders he's only 22 and admits he's bad at talking, then follows the group to a newly opened door, where everyone freezes in shock. Before them looms a massive monster, its breath thickening the air. It's far stronger than any before, shocking Tetlong since it shouldn't even exist here, while the prince braces for battle. He wonders why this guardian hasn't been slain long ago. It's suspicious. Tetlong calmly says, "Let's retreat, fighting it now is pure suicide." But the soldiers shout, their eyes fixed on the demon's sword, and the prince blurts out in excitement. That sword is the demon blade Atheon. Their target. Edward urges retreat, but the prince refuses, vowing to seize it even from death's hand. He shouts the attack order, the team echoes, and Tetlong just smirks, knowing their courage will soon collapse. In the Silver Era ruins, the defense system once trapped supernatural beasts, turning them into forced guardians of the dungeon. These creatures merge with the ruins, gaining power enough to kill Clow, the light god himself. If a high demon was made a guardian, its strength must be unimaginable. Prince Stefan roars, "It's chained, what are you afraid of?" spurring his men into a desperate charge. Tetlong shakes his head, asking, "You're seriously fighting that? You'll all die for nothing." Edward glances over, thanking him but calling him a savage without honor. Tetlong just thinks, this old fool couldn't beat that demon even in his dreams. The prince charges ahead, rallying the Atheon knights to risk their lives, while Tetlong sighs and the priest prays for the goddess' blessing. The troops rush in shouting, but even chained, the demon easily swats them aside. Tetlong crosses his arms, muttering, "Told you it's pointless." A soldier is flung toward him. Tetlong dodges and sighs. Good grief, they always fly in new directions. The team is nearly spent, their faint cries urging one another not to lose hope. They keep reminding themselves they are Atheon knights, trembling yet believing courage alone can shake the heavens. Tetlong watches from afar, sighing that reasoning with Stefan is like lecturing a cow, though at least Edward senses the real danger. Meanwhile, Prince Stefan strains to endure, barely holding his ground against the colossal demon Gloabis. He charges again but gets thrown back. His strikes barely scratch the beast. Silan clasps her hands, praying to goddess Philonazer to smite the sinful creature. The monster's roar shakes the entire dungeon. The name of goddess Philonazo echoes once more amid the chants. They beg her to grant divine power to defeat the ruling demon. Then a barrage of light-forged weapons shoots straight toward the monster. Leocia seizes the chance, leaping atop its head. She slashes hard while the prince supports her from below. "Well done, Leocia!" the prince cheers. Tetlong nods, thinking the girl's skill even surpasses Squad's second best in the team for sure. He wonders if he has underestimated them, while Toad chants, summoning icy winds. Soon, a true blizzard forms, raging around the battlefield. The cold wind howls sharp as blades on skin. Thunder rumbles, blue flashes crackle through the snowstorm. Magical chains appear, wrapping tightly around the demon's body. But the dungeon's defense system reacts, entering phase 2 as the creature glows fiercely. Tetlong curses, "Damn it, the system's triggered." The demon breaks free, roaring madly as it slaughters soldiers. The prince fights on before being struck down, blood splattering the ground. He kneels while Edward rushes over, praying for the Lord's mercy to spare the prince. Leocia leaps skyward again, eyes blazing with resolve. She spins midair, her sword shining bright. A mighty slash shakes the demon's frame. She lands firm amid smoke and flame. But she staggers, blood dripping from a shoulder wound. The monster opens its jaws, spewing hellfire like a storm from the abyss. Everything ahead burns, soldiers scatter, some fall, some flee. The power is beyond imagination. A colossal explosion lights up the ruins, flames reflecting in Selen's terrified eyes. The priest stands frozen, staring at the devastation. At that instant, Tetlong steps before her, his Xiphon form blocking the blast barehanded. He channels energy into his arms, forming a barrier to stop the inferno. Sorry, bit slow there, he says calmly through the smoke. Opposite him, the colossal demon growls, power flooding the dungeon. Tatlong tilts his head. Jareha, wonder if I can handle that. He sighs, secretly thrilled to test how far this martial body can go against a high-tier demon. He recalls his past life as a mage, always avoiding unwinnable fights, but now as a warrior, retreat isn't an option. A faint smile forms, his heart races with excitement facing such a foe, something he never felt before, thinking his master would be proud. He remembers his master's words when unsure of the enemy's strength: strike first. He instantly gathers QI and unleashes the key burst shell, clashing head-on with the demon's brutal attack. The collision explodes, warping space. Tatlong realizes his body can bend steel, though the demon blade still scrapes his skin. Both fall back, eyes locked, as Tatlong wipes the blood away, each now wounded, neither yielding. The monster roars again, swinging wildly to attack. The priest yells, Lord Jafan, watch out! Tatlong laughs through the smoke, I'm fine, no worries. Salen trembles, gasping, my god, is this the power of the divine light-bearer? Tatlong rolls his shoulders, steadying his breath, telling himself to endure. This is the perfect chance to retrain his technique. The monster growls in some strange tongue. Tatlong shrugs, no clue what you said, but if it's a fight you want, come on then. Both erupt in power, light and fire blazing so fiercely Stefan freezes in awe. He feels the terrifying aura spreading across the battlefield. The prince is stunned, a nobody wielding Ada, an ability rare even among nobles. Impossible! He stammers, what the hell is happening here? The demon howls insanely. The prince can't fathom who Tatlong truly is, while Tatlong wonders what kind of god-tier fiend this creature might be. Its rage shakes the earth, every step cracking the ground. In the chaos, Tatlong smiles, each move he ever learned flows perfectly, the demon's attacks now seeming slow. He spins and counters, unleashing a lightning-fast punch. The blow makes the monster scream in pain, but it doesn't fall. The ruined system feeds it mana to heal. It opens its jaws, charging another deadly strike. The energy blast flares so violently that Tatlong must dodge back. But in a blink, he lunges forward, locking its limbs with joint control technique. When it comes to close combat and martial precision, this is pure perfection. Tatlong pummels it in a relentless combo, making the beast howl in agony. The warriors behind can only gape at his overwhelming power. Tatlong glances aside, thinking he can't play around forever. He might have to use the Calamity Soundwave, but that move would collapse the entire ruin and bury them all. He grimaces, too many people in the way, what a pain. Taud shouts, Jifan, use your sword, its holy glow can defeat it. Tatlong smirks, thinking, you think I don't know that? He replies, I can't channel light onto weapons, but the battlefield noise drowns his voice. He yells louder, I can only coat my own body with it. Taud freezes, shouting, that's insane! Tatlong just shrugs, that's my martial arts style. Suddenly, the priest calls Zifin. He turns, frowning, what now? Salen asks, your body's sturdy, right? He blinks, yeah, pretty tough, making her cheer, perfect. She takes a deep breath, declaring Shell cast the blessing of goddess Philonezer upon him. The ritual begins. The priest prays for holy light and strength to flow through his body. Tatlong grits his teeth, bracing for the massive surge of energy flooding in. A soft pink radiance envelops him, his whole form glowing as if divinely anointed. He thinks, that spell's meant for metal, she really used it on me. While Selen shouts in joy at the success. Now destroy that demon, she cries, and Tatlong sighs, beautiful but absolutely crazy. He springs forward, holy kick, rising knee, and a final all-out punch. Light pierces through the monster's body, exploding like thunder's wrath. Purple-pink light bursts forth, dazzling and suffocating in its brilliance. The priest stares, mesmerized by his muscular form glowing in divine radiance. Magic circles flare, then fade. Flames die with his heavy breaths. The priest whispers, is it over? Tatlong shouts, cancel the spell now or it'll explode. Soon, the prince is helped up, stammering Tatlong's name in shock. But he grits his teeth, accusing Tatlong of mocking knightly honor. Tatlong coolly replies he never mocked anyone. He thinks privately, you laugh only when you care and I don't, so why bother? Then Tatlong turns to leave, making the prince leap up and draw his sword. He roars in fury, you dare turn your back on me, you arrogant wretch. The prince lunges. Tatlong simply tilts his head, letting the strike miss. Stefan loses balance and tumbles clumsily before the crowd. Fuming and humiliated, he screams, demanding why Tatlong dodged. Tatlong calmly picks up the sword, saying, I never mocked you, here's what you wanted. Edward praises him for not coveting the treasure. True strength lies in restraint. But Tatlong thinks, compared to the weapons he once mass-produced at his peak, this blade is nothing. He turns to the group, saying, let's go, nothing left worth seeing, while Stefan sulks bitterly in the corner. With that, the team departs, heading back toward the quiet village of Ketley. There, priest Selen tends to a child before a watching crowd. Tatlong walks past, thinking, she heals people and hands out gold, knows how to win hearts, just like the Church of Philan. Then they all ride together down the empty road. Edward tells the prince he knows hell want to investigate that man, his power is too dangerous. The prince grits his teeth, muttering he must not be weaker than him. Meanwhile, Tatlong and his followers stroll through the green fields. He says, good, now let's meet Ji Shi, well settle this once and for all. But he wonders why Selen keeps tagging along without leaving his side. Suddenly, Selen says, some priests travel the world preaching the goddess Grace. Tatlong replies, they're pilgrims. Selen nods, saying she once meant to return to the church, but now wishes to become a true pilgrim. Then she adds, shall journey with the strongest person she's ever met, her gaze making Tatlong uneasy. He darkens, thinking he must be cursed to attract weird people, but she seems kind, so maybe he should decline gently. Then he remembers priests are top-notch healers, basically walking medkits. so he reasons if Sizit gets hurt, having her nearby might help, and casually says, "Follow me if you want." Tatlong then cheerfully calls for Sizit. While Salen curiously asks about his ab workout, he laughs, saying it's from getting punched and lifting rocks, not from fancy protein drinks. As he finishes, he lifts a huge boulder, muscles flexing powerfully. It looks absurd yet awe-inspiring. From afar, a voice yells, "Damn it! What kind of training is that?" The butler bows low, trembling, saying he did his best and begs the young master's forgiveness. Little Zet screams in fury, reminding El to be utterly loyal and devote both body and soul to the master of the Kajion Guild. Yet he sneers, mocking the proud look of a cheap assassin. The girl calmly replies, "I was born this way." Enraged, little Giet scolds her insolent eyes, and she answers coolly, "My mother made me like this." Fuming, he orders the butler to buy a better product no matter the cost, calling her defective junk, while Leo Ca tries to soothe him. Then the girl is dragged off. The narration drifts over the slave market of El in the Chatten Principality, where she bore the number 148 and had been returned 3 times. Meanwhile, Tetlong continues his journey, unaware another storm awaits ahead. They enter the Chatten Principality, a bustling northern trade realm. The nation borders many others, with the Dojian River winding through, carrying both prosperity and greed. At last they arrive in Zep, Berlin, a splendid capital and the continent's largest trade hub. Shops cram every street, carriages line up, vendors shout amid clanging metal. Salen marvels that it's truly a merchant's paradise, while Tatlong warns that here, money is everything, founded by merchants who once bought land from great kingdoms. He then thinks Sizit must be here, while Salen yawns, complaining he walks too fast, like he's showing off his legs. Suddenly, cries for mercy ring out. A noble official is about to strike an old man kneeling before him. The man yells that none may insult the Dulafen Guild, boosting his chairman of the richest merchants in the region. The beggar is beaten mercilessly, curling up under blows and laughter. The official tosses gold coins, saying each strike earns 1 coin, chilling the onlookers. The priest rushes to help, Salen furious, saying they should call the guards. But the old man just picks up the coins, smiling faintly. They're enough for him to live peacefully here. Salen freezes, asking why he endures such shame for gold. Tatlong quietly says, "Here, gold outweighs honor." He reflects that he thought he understood the world, but this place is different, where money absolves all sins. Salen asks curiously, "So what will you do in a city like this?" Tatlong answers curtly, "Buy." Salen blinks, "Buy what?" He replies, "To buy an elf," making the air go still. The priest jolts, assuming the worst. Tatlong sighs, saying it's not what she thinks, but Selen still questions him suspiciously. He thinks there's no way to explain his past life, so he just mutters something vague, making Selen grumble. Men are all the same. Tatlong smirks, teasing, "You're a man too, remember?" Salen snorts, Yeah, fine." After that exchange, they continue walking, wind brushing over the dusty road. At the same time, inside the Dulifen Guild domain, Tajikwi coldly says that merchants who complain should just work harder, money will follow. Around him, courtesans giggle amid luxury and gold-lit walls. One girl glances over and greets, "BZ, long time no see," making little Zet pause, awkwardly calling Tajikwi's name. Tajikwi sneers, "That assassin you bought before, how's she doing?" Little Zet curses inwardly at the unlucky encounter, replying she was disobedient, so he returned her. Tajikwi laughs mockingly, "Can't even tame a single elf slave. No wonder your Kajion Guild stays pathetic." Little Zet blushes in anger but keeps silent, while Tajikwi smiles wider, twisting the mockery deeper. He sips his tea, thinking that cheap elf has been returned so many times she's worthless. If he can tame her, little Z will explode with rage. He must reach Ilnim soon. Scene shifts to a bright house bathed in morning light. Tutlong, sweating, urgently asks, "What the heck are you doing?" Salen, in a tank top, does push-ups in the yard, panting, training, making Tutlong stare at her thin frame, barely holding back laughter. He thinks, trying that hard and still no muscle, and advises her not to overdo it, or she'll strain herself. She flops down, smiling that she's fine. Tutlong frowns, pointing, "Hey, are you hiding something?" Salen looks up with a teasing smile. "This is good enough, right?" Tutlong pales, realizing why she never grows stronger. He analyzes that building muscle means breaking and rebuilding tissue, but constant healing magic reverses that process. So every time Selen heals her soreness, her progress resets to 0, utterly pointless. 5 years of wasted training. Selen blushes, asking if something's wrong. Tetlong simply says he'll teach her a better way. Then he asks curiously, "Doesn't your long hair get in the way?" Salen laughs, saying it grows back fast even when cut, making Tetlong blurt, "What do you even think about to grow that fast? Something dark, huh?" He grabs his bag, announcing he has enough gold for the slave auction. Selen hurriedly throws on a coat, insisting on coming. There, countless slaves of all races are displayed. The elves stand out most, prized for their beauty and value. Prices soar: assassins 800 gold, female elves 300, young elves 100, male elves only 30. Orcs are dirt cheap, young ones worth mere coins, and male elves often unsold for committing suicide. One reason elves are popular is their long lifespan. Though their youth lasts ages, people joke buyers of young elves will die of old age before they mature. Selen looks around amazed, hearing El Enhim's auctions date back 300 years. Tutlong sits in silence. The name El Enhim, Paradise of Elves, makes his stomach turn. Salen whispers she's never been anywhere like this. Yen chimes in that elves here are treated better than orcs, but Tutlong snaps that they're still slaves. She retorts, "At least they're not starving in the woods." He nods. That's how common people think. Can't really blame them. Tutlong muses that forcing belief through violence only breeds fear. He must build a new kind of empire, unlike the dark one of his past life. This time, not a demon king's empire, but a realm where every race is respected. The auctioneer steps up, apologizing for the delay and unveiling the exquisite elves. Seylan instantly shrieks. Covering her eyes in embarrassment, the host smiles, saying the scene's a bit much for a young lady, and the priest sighs in self-blame. Tatlong bows his head heavily. Watching forest maidens sold like goods, he quietly asks if there's any darker-skinned assassin elf. The owner chuckles awkwardly, praising his unique taste, and asks why not choose fairer ones. Tatlong stammers a defense, while Seylan reminds him he just said slavery was wrong. The man nods, saying there is one like that, and invites them to see. He leads them down a corridor, explaining the elves' training routines and daily physical drills. He boasts they're fed fruit, nuts, and fresh greens to keep their natural scent. Malnourished elves are never shown to customers. Tatlong cuts him off, demanding silence and asking to be led to the elf zone. The old man bows, opens a door marked for defective assassin No. 148, and tears stream down Tatlong's face. Before him, Sizit is chained, frail but fiercely determined. She trains through agony, making Tatlong choke up and silently call her name. In another cluttered room, Sizit panics as Xifan mixes two deadly substances, shouting that he shouldn't do that. But it's too late. The mix explodes, smoke fills the room, and Xifan coughs, yelling he knew this would happen and blaming Firegrass with rock seed. Gifan Hardet bows apologetically, promising caution, but Sizit snaps that he always says that and never learns. She wipes soot from his face, wondering how someone so cute could be this dumb, murmuring softly, "Sit still, your face is filthy." Gifan Hardat chuckles, asking why she keeps calling him sir and urging her to speak casually, but Sizit shakes her head she can't. He looks puzzled, amused, asking why not. The next scene, fire and smoke engulf a city reduced to ashes. Amid the ruins, Gifan Hardat stands tall in a scorched hallway with a few surviving comrades. A green-faced man bids farewell, calling him master. Gifan smiles faintly, telling them not to be so gloomy, he's seen dying men before. He gazes at the distant armies uniting against the Demon King, thinking so this is all humanity's strength as his city burns to dust. He mutters, wondering how many nations will fall after this and whether they'll ever accept him and his team. The Green Man asks if hell come. Gifan says hell stay to hold off the enemy, apologizing to Aport, admitting even divine blessing can't stop defeat. Aport calls it prophecy, and Gifan chuckles, same thing. That prophecy spoke of journeying with an elf, following an Orosh's trail. Crossing the giant abyss, the Unsealer shall guide them. That one would twist fate and redeem souls. Gifan recalls being hailed as savior by dwarves after wrecking half a cathedral, but fame no longer interests him. He prays to meet them again, bidding farewell to Magellan, Tathi and Atika, wishing they survived the chaos. Then he turns to Sizit, telling her to leave, but she insists, "I'll wait for you, Gifan Hardet." He warns fate is unpredictable and tells her to find kindness if he falls, but Sizit shakes her head, saying shall wait. No matter how he pleads, Sizit stands firm, trembling but resolute. I said I'll wait. Their eyes meet, silent amid the dying flames and smoke. They embrace one last time beneath the crimson sunset bleeding over the battlefield. Back to the present, Tatlong inside Gifan Hardat's body thinks no one would buy her. The auctioneer calls Sizit a defective item, returned thrice. He adds she's strong but ill-tempered, fit only as a sparring dummy. Asking if Gifan still wants her, he replies firmly yes. The merchant, amused by his odd taste, smirks and raises the price to 300 gold, sealing the deal. He shakes his head in disbelief, repeating thrice that no one ever thought a failure like her would sell. Sizit stands straight, softly asking if has her new master. Tatlong studies her scarred body, heart aching at how much pain she must have endured. The auctioneer hesitantly offers to summon a priest, but Tatlong hands her his coat, saying Selen will handle it. He drapes the coat over her, saying it's cold and she needs a name. Calling her Sizit, she nods gently. I remember, my name is Sizit. Tatlong smiles, adding, from now on, you're Sizit Balanzea. She insists slaves don't need surnames, but he affirms no, that one's yours. He introduces himself as Gifan Hartat and Selen as Finlandsir's apostle. Sizit glances at them both and nods, I understand. Meanwhile, in the tallest tower of Zep Berlin, another conversation unfolds. A messenger reports, you asked about No. 148, she's been bought. Tajiki raises a brow, the man adds she was sold about an hour ago. Tajiki growls, asking if BA8 dared to snatch his prize. The man shakes his head, no, it was some strange boy, I've never seen him. Paid in cash, no name given. Tajiki presses if the boy could afford 100. The seller explains the price was cut since she was defective. What did he look like? Young, well-built, you'd recognize him instantly. Meanwhile, Sizit is fitted into a snug, sleek outfit. She stares in the mirror, feeling warmth of clean fabric instead of cold chains for the first time. Tatlong tells her it'll do for now and asks if she's hungry. She replies she'll obey orders, making him sigh, don't call me that. Sizit, confused, wonders why he treats her like a real woman, not a possession. Tatlong smiles, explaining he just wants her to see him as a companion and call him by name. Sizit tilts her head, thinking so he's into hero roleplay. She forces a smile, alright, I'll call you Gifan Hartat, still convinced is pretending. She eats the seafood heartily, thinking all humans are equally despicable anyway. The restaurant, Grace of Zizan, is Zep Berlin's finest, built to honor Zizanti, goddess of earth and harvest. Selen muses that if meals are offerings, they should be free. Tatlong laughs, saying even the Philan church profits by blessing. Selen props her chin, replying that the goddess of beauty and love does endorse indulgence just with overpriced fees. She murmurs shyly. Sizit sets her chopsticks down, losing her appetite, her sad eyes catching Tatlong's quiet gaze. He wonders if she's uneasy, recalling this place as their first meal in a past life, once her savior, now her master, yet someday shall accept him, and that's enough. Afterward, they stop by a weapon shop. The owner boasts his best wares, and Tetlong gently asks, "Sizit, do you see anything you like?" Sizit lifts a slim sword, surprising Tetlong, who asks, "Didn't you use greatswords before?" She glares suspiciously, wondering how he knew. Seelan chuckles, "A true fighter can tell by one's hands." Sizit strokes the blade, murmuring she never thought she'd touch a mithril weapon, the one thing she always desired. Tetlong curiously asks Selan why a priest like him even needs a weapon. While speaking, he senses strange eyes watching him. Sure enough, several armored men are staring from across the street. One steps forward coldly, saying they need a word. Tetlong clenches his fists, wary. He asks curtly, "What is it?" The man replies that someone of noble status wants to buy the elf girl. Sizit freezes, eyes darkening, clutching her coat tightly. Tetlong steps in front of her, demanding, "So what?" The man hands him a letter, an offer for Sizit, plus a contract to trade her for a stronger hunter. He answers without hesitation, not interested. The man frowns. "You refuse?" "Yes." The man presses, saying he doesn't understand how generous the offer is. Tetlong glares, replying icily, "Seems you're the one who doesn't understand. I said I'm not interested." The group leaves with a sneer. "You really love your elf slave, huh?" Tetlong frowns. Selan chuckles, "What a weirdo." Night falls as Tajiki rages, demanding why Domus hasn't handled the Domus affair yet. Domus bows, reporting that no matter the price, the boy won't sell just a knave kid. Tajiki orders him to beat the brat and toss him some coins, but Domus warns there were witnesses, so they must act quietly. He suggests kidnapping Sizit, faking her death, and paying double compensation, cheaper and cleaner that way. Tajiki nods in approval, ordering Langtus to join the mission to make the payment worth it. Scene shifts back to Tetlong's house in the city center. Before him sits a large golden bag gleaming under lamplight. He thinks he expected to spend at least 2,000 gold, but even this surplus is just a start toward rebuilding the empire. At that moment, he wonders if he should invest instead of lugging around all that heavy gold. Then he remembers the same period coincides with the famine that will soon strike the Ciarovancer kingdom. In the agrarian land of Ciaroveso, blessed by the goddess Jersenti, hunger was once unthinkable. Yet next spring, a brutal famine will drive people to cannibalism, convincing him to invest in food supplies. He considers 3 trade guilds, Jollifin, Kajal, and Tauben, but instantly dismisses Jollifin, whose leader once tortured Sizit in a past life. That leaves Kajal and Tauben. He chooses Tauben, the 3rd largest grain guild, competing directly with Dolphin. At that moment, Tauben's leader, Suo Tauben, fumes as Dolphin's price cuts threaten to bankrupt them. A clerk enters saying an investor's arrived, but Suo waves him off, thinking no small sum can help now. But when told the investment is 500 gold, his face changes instantly. Tetlon proposes investing the entire amount in a food supply venture. Specifically, fund 500 gold to buy and store grain reserves. The target market, the Ciarovancer kingdom. Just before spring's barley harvest, Su blinks in surprise. He mocks that selling grain to Ciarovancer is like selling soap to people who never bathe, then tries to change the topic. Tetlon calmly replies that if it fails, he alone bears the loss, but if it succeeds, Suo profits too. Still, Suo hesitates to agree. Tetlon rises, grabbing the gold bag and saying he'll find another guild, making Suo panic and call him back. Suo admits the guild is struggling, but says this sum could revive them, proposing a different project instead. Tetlon thinks his is stubborn as in his past life, firmly declaring, "It's my money, my decision, bring the contract." His only demand the funds not be misused. Suo stammers a promise to obey. Tetlon then asks about Tauben's branch in the Arvmi kingdom. While writing, Suo confirms a new northern trade route. Next, Tetlon inquires about any branch near the Zelphia Demon Tower. Suo says it's on the way to Zonta, and Tetlon asks him to investigate someone there. Suo readily agrees, asking for a name, while Tetlon silently plans to use this chance to seek clues about Jifan Hut. Meanwhile, at the training yard, priest Sri Lan stands beside Sigit, observing. With a swift motion, Sigit draws her sword, precise and powerful. The priest asks if she's training with that weapon. She moves with perfect grace, every swing filled with focus. In her memory, her mother once patted her head, saying their kind was protected by the great forest. Mother told her all elves lived peacefully beneath the world tree, befriended by beasts and nourished by nature, and that easy A would lead them home. When their home burned, her mother embraced her, saying, "You are the child of a great spirit, keep that pride even in tears." Then a human steward said the pretty elf girl would be sold to a good place if she learned obedience and loyalty. During that time, Sigit endured endless whippings and humiliation. She curled up in corners, mocked for being pure-blooded elf. Only her sword gave her comfort. All her kin had died wielding blades with pride, so for her swordplay was remembrance. She spins gracefully, each strike slicing the air in rhythm with her breath. Tears fall though memories fade, her mother's words stay carved in her heart. "My dear child, never forget your pride." The phrase still echoes inside her. Suddenly Sri Lan claps, startling her and breaking her trance. The priest praises her coolness, asking how she swings so beautifully. Sigit replies, "By giving my best," making Sri Lan laugh, saying she sounds just like Master Shifan. Not everyone's built like that. Sri Lan throws a few punches playfully, asking if his form looks right. At that moment, a strange voice rings out, making him turn. A group approaches, ordering elf girl, "Come with us." Doma leads them, declaring they're taking her to her true master. Sigit lifts her head, eyes tense and unyielding. Doma repeats coldly that he'll return her to her rightful owner. The group blocks the exit, surrounding Sigit and Sri Lan. The priest raises his hand, shouting, "Who are you? What do you want?" Doma answers they're just here for the elf, but Sri Lan snaps that they have no right. Doma draws his sword, snarling that the brat is annoying and swings to strike. Sijit leaps in front of the priest, counters with a slash that drives Doma back, then spins and cuts down the soldiers. Doma roars in disbelief that a slave elf could be that strong. The remaining soldiers freeze, stunned that the small girl wiped them out so easily. The priest prays urgently, begging Phi Lannister to smite the blasphemers before them with a holy mace. As Srilan prays, Sijit suddenly pulls her aside, saving her from a killing strike. The blade whistles past, embedding deep into the wall beside them. Doma sneers that no one would care even if she died, making Srilan tremble in fear. The priest readies to fight back, but Sijit stops her, assuring she's fine. She steps forward, eyes blazing with resolve, leaving Srilan stunned. Sijit grips her sword tightly, breathing hard but unwavering. She mutters, "These guys aren't worth worrying about." Doma flushes red with rage at the insult. He barks an order to his subordinate, "Do it, Takada!" A massive creature steps out rumbling, "Yes, master." Everyone freezes. It's a rare URC warrior. Takada roars, "Capture the elf!" He mutters an apology, saying this is fate she cannot escape, his speech thick and rough. Sijit thinks grimly that his power far exceeds the soldiers, wondering if she can win. Doma warns Takada not to hold back. He answers, "Yes, I'll bring her in." Sijit raises her short sword, ready for the first strike. She stiffens as a deadly killing aura rushes at her. The swing slices past. She dodges left just in time. She admits silently that his strength surpasses all expectations. Wishing Shed brought her greatsword, she leaps away as Takada remains poised. Doma shouts, "Takada! Why haven't you caught the elf yet?" Takada sweats, thinking, "Damn it, no dinner for me tonight." He charges, each step thundering, the ground trembling beneath. His gaze locks on Sijit, filled with doubt. Sijit stares back, eyes sharp as blades. Takada raises his greatsword for a finishing blow. Sijit darts forward like wind, her speed stunning everyone. Srilan screams in panic, too slow to react. Takada's strike tears through the air with brutal force. The blade stops inches from Sijit's face, her cold eyes never flinch. Takada stammers, confused why she didn't dodge, unsure of her plan. He swings again, but Sijit rushes straight at him, fearless. She smiles faintly, calm amid the danger. A flash of steel rings loud through the yard. Sijit spins, countering with a lightning-fast slash. Takada hesitates, thinking if he hadn't held back she'd be dead, but she murmurs, "I knew you'd show mercy." Srilan shouts, "Sijit, can you block throwing knives?" She replies once yes. The priest nods firmly, full of trust. Doma curses furiously, swinging his sword in rage. Sijit lowers her stance, eyes glinting cold. She deflects the strike from Srilan's side just as the priest prays again. Light flares, and Doma breaks into a cold sweat. Holy light explodes. The goddess herself seems to descend, detonating the battlefield in blinding brilliance. Srilan gasps that the spell only harms undead, but bought them time, run! Sijit, not it! As she turns, Srilan grabs her from behind to pull her away. Sijit slashes open a path of escape. Her blade tears through the wall, stone dust flying. She kicks off the wall, leaping high into the air. Clutching Srilan tight, Sijit dives through a glass window, shards bursting across the yard. Doma roars in fury, ordering Takada to chase them down. Soon after, his superior bellows at the squad for the chaos in losing the elf. Doma trembles, insisting she was simply too strong. The commander lets out a cold laugh, saying he never expected them to fail even with Takada against a single elf girl as strong as a veteran Oros. He asks icily which way did she run. Upon hearing the answer, he vanishes from sight. In a blink, his figure appears atop a tall tree nearby. His cloak flutters through the shattered window, catching the light with each motion. The Jomad troops stare up, awestruck by the superhuman leap of one who has awakened his hallow. He walks on, murmuring about the thrill of the hunt. Meanwhile, Sijit and Srilan hurry through the rear corridor, fleeing. Tension fills every hallway of the building. Srilan insists she must return for her things, but Sijit warns the room is surely guarded. She replies that if it's only one or two guards, she can handle it. Running empty-handed would be useless. Sijit freezes, surprised by how brave the once knave girl sounds. As they reach the door, a soldier turns and spots them. Before he can shout, Sijit darts forward. One clean punch smashes his face, dropping him instantly. Srilan yells, "No time to change! Grab your stuff and run!" One frantic, the other strangely calm. She folds her hands, praying for the goddess Phi Lannister to hide their traces and grant them protective breath. At the same time, down another hall, Lantat walks slowly. A master swordsman with awakened senses, he can feel every life within 30 meters. He smiles, hiding in a room. "Are you interesting?" Has surprised the little elf can use a priest's stealth spell, then kicks the door open. The room is empty, cold wind drifting through. They've escaped. Doma panics. "Were they, Lord Lantat? Don't tell me they got away." Lantat waves him silent, ordering hunting dogs released, sure they're still close. Outside, Sijit and Srilan slip down a narrow back path to freedom. Sijit asks why not take the main road. Srilan replies that being seen as runaway slaves means instant death. Gasping for breath, Srilan mutters she finally understands why church followers prefer peaceful death, but stopping or turning back would only return them to their hunters. Srilan shouts, "I'll never go back to that frail life. If Zifan were here, it'd be different." "Where is he now?" Sijit asks curiously how strong Zifan really is. She answers, "No matter what, we must find him first." Then she prays again, pleading with Phi Lannister to weave the thread of destiny so they may reunite amid despair. Love turns chance into fate. Her voice echoes, "Our meeting is the miracle of destiny." Even the smallest coincidence, under the grace of Phi Lannister, becomes true fate. Srilan sighs, thinking the chant was meant as a lover's ritual, not a desperate plea for survival. She praises Sijit, recalling an elf assassin named Leosi, but Sijit's skill surpasses, even as Sijit humbly says Srilan herself is a rare high-rank priest at such a young age. Srilan finds it strange talking with Sijit feels like speaking to a free person, not a slave. Maybe she's special. Just then Sijit asks, is this the place? Srilan nods yes, this is where we were led. Both freeze as a strange aura approaches. From the shadows a figure appears. Sijit pulls Srilan back, whispering that's not Zafan. It's Lantat, grinning smugly. Caught you, little brat. Thanks to you, I've had quite the workout. He steps closer, sneering, still planning to run. Best give up now. But Sijit doesn't retreat, she charges. Knowing turning her back only exposes weakness, the only escape is to defeat him. She strikes first. Lantat dodges easily, smirking. Not bad, those moves aren't from an amateur. You've got talent. He adds, a slave that works this hard is a rare find. Sijit frowns, wondering who this man really is. Srilan realizes with such skill, he must be a renowned knight or swordsman. Why meddle in this mess? He prays urgently for divine courage. He pleads for the strength of giants, the eyes of eagles, and legs of iron bulls. Light gathers into a sword. Lantat's eyes widen, multiple blessings at once. That's bishop-level power. Srilan shouts, his famous in southern Vasily. Sijit, take him down! Got it, Srilan, she yells, dashing in. With a few chants, Srilan's aura flares. Even Lantat is startled by Sijit's speed and force. Nice, Sijit! He cheers, but her sword snaps in two. Lantat chuckles, already winded. I've barely started. Then a radiant celestial figure appears, and Srilan gasps, why would such a divine being manifest here? Men like him could live in luxury anywhere. Hiring a celestial knight to catch a slave is like using a dragon to light a stove. Doma cheers that they've caught them, while Lantat advances slowly, smiling coldly. Srilan asks, you're Lantat? He grins, oh, you heard my name. Lantat von Kapanar, renowned knight of the Western Khan Kingdom. A noble descendant who awakened his halo at 30, becoming a true celestial knight. Yet behind that brilliance lies a filthy secret he'd never reveal. He harbors a grotesque lust, torturing elf slaves, commoners, even nobles, becoming Western Khan's greatest disgrace. Srilan screams, monster! You're the fugitive from Chatandukshi! Lantat smirks, seems you know quite a bit. Of course, she spits, every child's heard the bedtime threat, behave or Lantat will take you. She snarls, how can a celestial knight be this vile? He replies coolly, I just want to survive. Srilan shouts, you killed hundreds in West Khan and ran? It's been ages since anyone dared say your name. Meanwhile, Doma thinks that for the Dolphin Guild, Lantat's scandals mean nothing if it earns them a celestial knight willing to do dirty work. Has the very reason Dolphin rose to second place in Chatan. Now Lantat points at Srilan, declaring Hell Seal her divine power to keep her from interfering, and launches his attack. Doma panics, Lord Lantat, don't harm the elf. Lord Jajika will be furious. Lantat sneers, then call a priest to patch her up, be flexible. He casts a lecherous glance at Srilan, grinning. This priest looks cute too. Doma, take her with us. Srilan's face drains of color. Doma muttered same old trick again, while Srilan turned pale and stammered, hey, I'm a man! Lanta smirked wickedly, a man. Even better, I'll take good care of you. Srilan froze in terror. He shouted, don't mess with me, and slashed hard, making Doma frown at the killing intent. Lanta stared intently at Sijit, eyes glinting strangely. He murmured, your tendons should be cut, how are you still standing? What a beautiful, freakish creature. Shame, he grinned, I'll have to cut off those perfect limbs. Dust rose everywhere, soldiers panicked while Srilan looked back. A cold voice rang out, found you bastards! It was Tetlan, returning in fury, his gaze burning the air itself. He removed his coat, stepping forward with overwhelming force. Lanta froze, what the hell is this? He thought, this guy's terrifying, who on earth is he? Doma stammered, sir, that's the one who bought the elf. Lanta frowned, did you say he's just some random kid? He felt the energy surge, instincts screaming, you call this monster a kid? I can't even gauge his aura, he must be awakened too. But so young. Tetlon handed his coat to Srilan, thanks for protecting Sijit. Lanta corrected himself, not young, maybe 40. Ha, been a while since I met someone strong. Tetlon smirked coldly. Stop acting noble, you filthy geezer, he roared, charging in. Lanta drew his blade, their clash shaking the earth. The harder Tetlon fought, the wider Lanta grinned, neither yielding an inch. Doma trembled, muttering, should we run? We'll get flattened. Rubble flew as priest Srilan caught the wounded Sijit. Sijit gasped, Lord Zifan has aura too. Srilan blinked, huh, did I mention, and just stared. Lanta frowned, weird, this power's far beyond a newly awakened aura. He struck, but Tetlon countered with compressed energy. Lantar assessed. Perfect aura control, either awakened early, or an old monster disguised as youth. Sweat dripped down, damn it, both sound insane. Tetlon unleashed relentless attacks, giving no room to breathe. He gritted his teeth, damn, how can a pervy old man wield a sword this well? Next time someone says martial arts build character, I'll punch them, he thought, as Lanta leaped high. Lanta gawked when Tetlon blocked barehanded. Disciple of Fist King Garat, silence. Then why care for those elf slaves? The words enraged Tetlon. Who the hell are you calling slaves? They feel and dream just like us! He roared, fists blazing with battle fire. Have you ever talked to them? Asked why they're slaves? He shouted across the battlefield. His fury exploded, punching through the wall where Lanta stood. Lanta jumped back, scowling. What nonsense are you spewing? Tetlon growled, in a past life, humans too believed they were superior, looking down on others. They saw other races laugh and cry, yet called them soulless. Tell me, what makes humans better than elves if they enslave them? Lanta sneered, because that's divine order, God and the prophets proved it. Tetlon gritted his teeth. Then why do they exist, if only to serve? Why are the descendants of the great celestials enslaved? He shouted, if humans weren't ruling, maybe we'd be the pathetic slaves now. His fury surged, each strike aiming to crush his foe. When humans caught the Oros beasts, they cheered. When they chained dwarves and elves, they rejoiced because they were human, he roared. If you approve of slavery, he snarled, prepare to be one yourself. Lanta blinked. Are you insane? You really think elves equal humans? Then Tetlon's punch thundered, the ground bursting proof that Sigit would never be chained again. Yet the foolish humans still knew nothing of true freedom. Lanta's face paled, realizing if these chains stayed, everything would rot forever. He understood then one day humanity would tremble beneath its own shackles. Sweat drenched his face, fear crept through every breath. At that moment, Tetlon blazed like fire, roaring that this order must be overturned. He clenched his fists, vowing to change everything, while Lanta took a crushing blow. For the first time, Lanta blood defeated by Tetlon. Yet Tetlon stood firm, each punch leaving his foe gasping. Lanta was hurled into a wall with a heavy crash. Then Tetlon roared, "It'll change everything, no matter the cost!" He declared that no one would ever call Sigit a slave again, swearing to remake the world for her, leaving Sigit stunned, wondering, is he okay? She exhaled softly, realizing he truly believed it. He wasn't insane. Ironically, others just laughed, saying Tetlon had gone mad from roleplay. Then her mother's voice echoed in her mind, child of the elves, you were never born to bow. Meanwhile, Lanta lay buried in rubble, weakly begging for mercy. Tetlon replied coldly, why should I save scum like you? Making Lanta panic and swear lifelong repentance. Deadlone looked into his eyes and nodded slightly, sensing sincerity. But he gritted his teeth, I hate those who confess just to wash away their sins. Lanta accepted his fate, saying he'd turn himself in, no need to stain Tetlon's hands. At that instant, Jifan's voice echoed in Tetlon's mind, my hands are already stained with blood. Tetlon answered quietly, fine, I'll believe you this once. Then his tone turned icy, if you truly repent, you'd welcome death, would you? Lanta trembled. Shrilan and Sigit stood still, watching tensely. Tetlon unleashed a devastating punch, pouring all his rage into it. He shouted, don't say repentance again, you're not worthy of the word. And then, night fell. The battle had raged until midnight. When silence fell, Tetlon asked, you okay? The priest replied he'd healed himself, making Tetlon chuckle in relief. Sigit softly asked, are you alright? Her voice floating in the air. Tetlon's face flushed, heart racing. Sigit had spoken to him, even with her icy tone. Just as Selen caught the Somat gang trying to flee, Tetlon shouted, drew his sword, and coldly demanded who gave the order. The trembling thugs stared at the gleaming blade, swallowing hard, clueless about his intent. Then the moonlight spilled down, revealing a chilling scene. In an instant, they were beaten down, blood splattering, and confessed the mastermind Tajikwi, head of the Jolfin Guild in southern Zeep, Berlin. Tetlon suddenly recalled that same Tajikwi had tortured Sigit for 10 years in a past life, a man he once swore to kill. But Selan warned that attacking him, the second richest merchant after Chatan, meant war with the kingdom. Tetlon didn't care. He unexpectedly spared the Somat gang, telling them to hug tight if they wanted to live, leaving them flustered and screaming. Soon after, they returned to the palace, tension still thick in the air. Little Z piped up, hey, where's TGQ? Why hasn't he brought LB back yet? Making everyone restless. At that moment, Bizet asked, why'd you buy those 2 slaves? Tajikwi smirked, saying, just some lowborn troublemakers. But suddenly the doors burst open, blood sprayed as guards were cut down before they could react. Tetlon sighed at the chaos, not killing them's harder than killing, while the priest prayed to erase their pain. Hearing that, Tetlon realized it was a soul-healing spell that erased traumatic memories. Silan smiled, without that skill, how would you handle witnesses? Tetlon replied coldly, by beheading the guilty myself. Then Takata stepped forward, sword drawn, vowing to protect his master, worthy or not. Tetlon barked his not worth protecting, but Takata stood firm, saying warriors exist to fulfill their duty, even when forced. Tetlon thought, a true Oro's honest and noble, prompting Shilan to ask curiously, you can understand their tongue. Sigit was surprised too, murmuring, you speak Orcish, don't worry, I'll handle him. She raised her weapon, eyes firm, and Takata saw she was no longer the timid girl he remembered. Tetlon turned back, Selan, watch our rear, you know what to do. She nodded confidently, that's my specialty. Takata asked seriously, your target is Tajikwi. Tetlon pointed ahead, your opponents are don't look away if you still have honor. Takata nodded, admitting the truth, while Tetlon smiled inwardly, a true Oros indeed. Suddenly, a strange aura seeped from behind the door, thick with darkness. Tetlon grew alert, observing closely, his breathing steady. He nudged the door open, a heavy scent of narcotics burned his eyes. He froze, unable to believe the scene before him. The air thickened, creeping through the hall like a living fog. Soon the entire room was swallowed by a haze of purple delirium. Inside, Tajiki and Bizet were in a lustful frenzy. Tajiki slurred, who the hell's that guy? Both panicked, glancing around wildly. Is this someone there? Tetlon entered, voice cold, all my life I've seen filth. He clenched his fists, but this time I won't forgive it. His aura burst forth, shaking the entire room. Tajiki stammered, boo, are you? Is anyone out there? Bizet turned pale, barely daring to breathe. The 2 elf girls trembled, eyes brimming with tears. The vile scene made Tetlon grit his teeth, trembling with rage. He roared, you scum, why do so many still beg to die? Tajiki panicked, screaming, where's Takata? How did this intruder get in? He stammered, what do you want? Money? He tried to flee, babbling, you're from a rival guild, aren't you? Tetlon stepped closer, eyes blazing. How much did they pay you? He'll double it! Tajiki's greed made Tetlon think of Sigit, fueling his fury. Tajiki dared suggest a peace contract, but Tetlon replied coldly, I didn't come to negotiate. He slammed a punch into Tajiki's gut, the impact echoing loudly. Tajiki collapsed, groaning, what did I do wrong? Tetlon grabbed his hair, snarling, you touched Sigit, you rotten pig! He shouted, these hands defiled her, these feet kicked her, you deserve to be crushed. Blood splattered everywhere. Bizet screamed, you murderer! Tetlon sneered, funny you think you've never killed. Bizet insisted on his innocence, but Tetlon growled, feeling guiltless doesn't make you clean. Selan and Sigit stood silently at the door, witnessing everything. Tajikwi fell, bleeding out across the floor. Sigit was so cruel. Tetlon replied flatly, for men like him death's mercy. Shilan nodded in agreement. Sigit sighed, you're used to this, aren't you? Selan smiled, after enough expeditions nothing shakes me. Tetlon checked Takata's pulse, relieved he still lived while Bezet froze, realizing she was the slave he once bought. Sigit stared at Bezet, voice icy. You killed her, didn't you? He trembled, and if I did, what will you do? Sigit gritted her teeth, killing you won't ease her soul but it'll do it anyway. Bezet shouted, you're insane! Killing me for a slave! What twisted logic is that? Before he finished, Sigit's blade flashed in the dark. Bezet reached toward the elf, begging, save me, please! But the sword pierced through his scream. Sigit said coldly, don't touch her with those filthy hands, while Tetlon stood still, eyes burning with fury. That night, in a foggy forest, darkness swallowed all. A small flame flickered to life in the gloom. Around it, the group gathered, warmth spreading in the still woods. Takata spoke, 7 elves, 9 oros, all slaves once. Sigit softly replied, thank you, Takata. He smiled, your master is mine too. Cylon chuckled, quite the gender ratio, and Sigit answered, elves and oros are rare anyway. Some huddled in prayer, young elves sobbing in the trembling firelight. Sigit quietly recalled Tetlon's words, wondering if Shed misunderstood him all along. Just then Tetlon emerged, smiling, sorry to keep everyone waiting. Silan asked in surprise, what's that? Tetlon lifted the papers, slave contracts, and the Jolfin Guild seal. The priest asked curiously, where'd you find those? Tetlon replied, in a safe, had to break through a wall to get them. Salen gasped, that's hardcore. Tetlon frowned, no one said that to me in 50 years. Salen blinked, 50 what now? He turned away sighing, nothing, just realizing how stupid I've been. Salen pressed on, so what'll you do with those contracts? Tetlon replied shortly, I need them. He raised the papers, declaring, if you want freedom, I'll grant it, the choice is yours. The crowd murmured, one trembled, freedom, what's that? The new master's orders are hard to follow. Tetlon fell silent, realizing they didn't even grasp the word's meaning. Shilan asked, you're not selling them? He shook his head, no, I can't. Salen half-joked, so, retiring to become an adventurer now. Tetlon stared at the seal. Once I stamp it, they're free from Tajikwi, but I'll still owe them shelter and care. He pondered, too risky to release them now, I'll train them first, just as lights flared at the Tauban Guild headquarters. There, Sivo Tauban frowned, aren't these Tajikwi slaves? You bought them all. Tetlon said, I want you to care for them quietly. He whispered, by morning, you'll hear interesting news, but only you'll know the truth. If it leaks, you're my first suspect. Sivo could only stare. Tetlon dropped a heavy pouch on the desk. Advance payment 100 gold coins for their upkeep. Sivo yelled, 100 gold. He thought, this man must have the Dolphin Guild's trust, then muttered, I've land near the ZP Berlin cliffs, I'll hide them there. Tetlon said sternly, no one's to harm or treat them as slaves again. Sivo nodded, of course I'd do that even and ask. Tetlon added, that money's for their training, not pointless ransom. Sivo frowned, training, weren't they already tamed by Tajiki? Tetlon replied, I didn't ask you to teach obedience. Teach them language, writing, basic math, history, astronomy, and medicine if possible, he said. Sivo Gok educate slaves, why? Tetlon shrugged, smarter workers help their master, don't they? Sivo scoffed, they can't learn that. Tetlon said firmly, you haven't tried, if they excel, you profit too. Finally, Sivo nodded, alright, I'll try, but it'll be tough. No scholar will teach slaves. Tetlon smirked, I know, scholars are arrogant. Sivo asked, then what's your plan? He replied, hire their students, the ones desperate for money. They can teach the basics. Sivo doubted, how can learners teach others? Tetlon said calmly, they'll pass on the simple parts and it's cheaper. Sivo sighed, up to you. But teaching slaves is like teaching cats to count. Tetlon smiled, someone once said that in my past life, but it wasn't crazy at all. In truth, he thought, the nobles always opposed it, calling it like making dogs right since they deemed other races inferior. Tetlon mused, I'll turn that arrogance to my advantage. He understood that forbidding slave education had long been a way to prevent rebellion, though few remembered why anymore. Once Sivo Tauban saw slaves could learn, he'd teach them willingly, and as they grew, even their masters would profit. If all went well, education for slaves would spread across the continent, achieving what Tetlon had failed in his past life, changing humanity's mindset. He smiled, this is only the beginning. Sweat beaded on his brow as Tetlon turned to ask, Shilan, you got any money left? Silan replied, money. You forgot again. He laughed awkwardly, yeah, gave it all to Sivo Tauban. Sigit asked softly, should I sell my outfit so you can have funds? Tetlon flustered, no need, then froze as Jafan Harda smiled, her first real smile since escaping slavery. The next morning, Zepi Berlin plunged into unprecedented chaos. That day, the whole continent was shaken. Tajikwi, head of the Dolphin Guild, and his heir Bezet were found dead, turned to stone. Despite interrogation, no one remembered a thing. Confused testimonies hinted only at a tall, beautiful elf girl with icy eyes. 2 weeks passed and the uproar faded. In a church, the priest prayed, O Phi Lan Nenser, purify these lost souls. While Sigit coordinated attacks, Tetlon noted, they work surprisingly well together. He thought, see Lan's pushing to match Sigit's speed. Was he trained like this since childhood, or born to fight? Tetlon nodded slightly, Hes stronger than I thought. At this pace, Shilan might surpass even my greatest foe. He recalled that in his past life, the boy's name was never known, perhaps he'd died too soon. After the battle, Tetlon asked, you alright? Shilan panted, almost drained. Tetlon glanced at the ruins. These Eleusinian beasts are stronger than in Patorn, but easier since we came from the rear. 2 weeks after leaving Chitan, they reached the Rim Kingdom near the Estella Range, where ancient Eleusinian ruins lay forgotten. Tetlon gazed at the giant door. What I need to regain my magic lies here. Scylla said, the seal's strong brute force won't work. He sighed, that's why we hired a mage, then stepped up. Wait there, I'll try breaking it with a spell. The priest gasped, you know magic. Tetlon smiled, used to be a mage. Ceylon gawked, huh? A martial mage? Then screamed inwardly, this guy's strong, smart, and a wizard. Unfair. He asked, what are you doing? Tetlon answered, gathering mana, making Shilan blink, that much for a tier 3 spell. Tetlon closed his eyes and chanted slowly, in the name of the ancient titles I command you. Power of the seal, unlock what is bound. Energy surged into the gate, the air trembling as light radiated around them. After 13 minutes, Ceylon gasped, never brag about being a mage again. Tetlon shrugged, shut up, at least the door's open. He thought, in my past life, I was the world's first 10-ring mage, I must reclaim Eleusinian's voice, I can't bear this weakness. Then he froze, eyes wide in surprise. Empty, how can it be? He muttered. In the vast chamber, only a single rotting log lay on the floor. The three ventured deeper, through damp woods thick with moss. Tetlon frowned, impossible, someone's been here already. Ceylon said calmly, relax, you can't always be first and you don't own the ruins anyway. He stayed silent, thinking Eleusinian was discovered 17 years later, but the future's already changed. Ceylon smiled, at least we got something interesting. He held up a strange relic, a shimmering ancient log, the only surviving artifact. Sigit gently infused her mana into it, and faint light spread along the wood grain. Tetlon realized it was the Magumnai Hylan, a weapon that fired mana arrows, launching volleys based on stored energy. It looked like dry wood, but was actually a branch of the Tree of Life, Elenheim. A turquoise flash burst forth, piercing through a massive tree behind them. The log morphed into a magnificent bow. Tetlon asked, how is it? Sigit replied, a marvelous weapon. Silan asked, how'd you know its worth? Tetlon smiled faintly, heard about it before, though he knew it had been Sigit's main weapon in her past life. Sigit comforted, there are many other relics out there, but Tetlon thought, nothing can replace the voice of Eleusinian. He clenched his fist. This is the only thing that can restore my power. Soon they stopped, Shilan groaning. Finally, Halen Village, I just want food someone else cooked. On the table, rich aromas filled the air, lavish dishes laid out, making everyone eager. The innkeeper smiled kindly. You kids eat so well it makes me happy. Enough food, right? Sigit smiled, it's delicious, and the woman beamed. Best chef in the region, that one. She said, once had picky customers thought they were critics. Shilan asked curiously, who? The woman replied, a band of noble knights here last week. At that, Tetlon froze his instinct, screaming danger. He placed a silver coin on the table. Can you tell me more? She waved him off. Oh, it's just chatter, no need to pay. She continued, last week, Viscount Kebin came with an expedition, looked real highborn. There was even a knight in golden armor. She chuckled, he was dazzling, glowed head to toe but polite and gentle. Tetlon murmured, gold armor, gold sword that can only be the golden knight of the Tenet family from Riem. Sunset dyed the little in crimson. In the castle's grand hall, Viscount Kebin raised his cup, all thanks to Lord Usutenet, who defeated the ruins monster. Another chimed in, truly worthy of the Golden Knight of Graham, an honor to witness your power. Usutenet replied calmly, no need for flattery. As promised, 1/3 of the treasure is yours, Viscount Kebin. Seated among nobles at the luxurious feast, he radiated composure and the authority of a born leader. He was Commander Usutenet, the Golden Knight, true to his word, sharp as the gleam of his golden blade. The banquet took place in a valley castle, torchlight dancing on the stone walls. Count Coburgern whispered, fighting beside you is my greatest honor, though inside he schemed, wealth is plenty but ties with Yusu are priceless. As they ate, Yusu asked, how'd you handle the adamante and ojikakun pieces? Coburgern grinned, had them forged into weapons satisfactory, I hope. Yuzu sipped his wine, praising the dwarven smiths of Kelber and their renowned craft. The host then proudly introduced his daughters, especially the famed female knight of Graham, before the honored Yusu. Unexpectedly, Coburgern smiled, suggesting marriage, but Yuzu sternly refused, loyal to his wife. Kelber Zenmat looked puzzled, muttering in Chai unconsciously, freezing the air. Then came the sharp sound of glass shattering, silencing the banquet in terror. Yuzu's face darkened, his glass shattered in hand, growling, I have no sister. Coburgern broke into cold sweat, stammering apologies, while his daughters bowed in fear. Before they could recover, a horrific scream echoed from outside, turning all heads. A subordinate rushed in, gasping, Sir, a demon has emerged from the treasure! A grotesque monster rose, backward claws and skulls coiling around its body, slaughtering guards. Yuzu strode toward the door, suspecting the relic might bear a summoning seal. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as realization struck. He gritted his teeth, thinking, that bastard's trick again! Amid fire and chaos, soldiers shouted to hold formation and rescue the wounded. Behind them, mages retreated casting shields, while knights raised defenses. A black-haired young soldier appeared. He was a frontline shield warrior, gaze unwavering amid battle. Clutching his sword, he left his injured comrades and charged at the roaring beast. On the right flank, mages chanted, one silver-haired praying to god Arius, another casting frost talismans. Ice magic surged, pillars freezing the monster's legs, encasing its body in frost. But it roared, shattering the ice wall, sending chills through the terrified soldiers. The young soldier raised his sword, shouting, hold it down till the commander arrives. A bearded soldier yelled, you're insane! Fall back now! He instead drew his gleaming sword, charging the demon Jiffienton, daring it to die under the blade Tendi. As he neared, he leapt high, slashing straight for the monster's head. Gathering all strength, he struck with everything he had left. The blade cleaved into its skull, sparks and demon blood spraying wide. Thinking he had won, the young soldier smiled triumphantly. But the monster barely flinched, roaring and swinging its claw down at him. Caught off guard, he was hurled away by the crushing blow. His body flew to the city gate, tumbling hard as comrades cursed his reckless bravery. Blood streaming down his brow, he forced himself upright, refusing to fall. Then he sensed an overwhelming energy surging from the beast. Before he could grasp it, the monster exploded violently within the ice, stunning him. A cold voice ordered, "Drag that fool out, hold formation," as he sat trembling and breathless. The battlefield roared, "Lord Yuzu has arrived," as the commander appeared with a piercing gaze. Yuzu's face hardened, voice furious, "Who allowed you to call me brother? I share no blood with that wretch woman's spawn." The young soldier bowed, blood-stained and filled with sorrowful despair. Yuzu faced the monster Ziphian murmuring, "Without awakening your aura, you can't even wound it." Suddenly, he struck the ground hard, cracks spreading as powerful energy burst out. Then he swung his sword, each motion blazing with fierce light that shook the air. Finally, he held the sword before his chest. It glowed as energy swirled around the blade. His voice deepened, commanding "Awaken LZ." The sword instantly split into radiant fragments, its form transforming. Swirling lights and floating metal formed a dazzling energy field. At the same time, Yuzu's body glowed as energy enveloped him. Black gold armor formed around him, exuding majestic might. In a flash, the Golden Knight appeared, blue eyes shining. Yuzu said coldly, "Come, demon from the other realm." Far away in another city, someone gasped, "Yuzu is the Golden Knight." In a small room, Gifen stared at the man with the syringe, who confirmed, "Yes, Yuzu's famous across the continent." The man laughed awkwardly, "I live in the mountains, how would I know?" The red-haired man added, "Yuzus a rare magic swordsman rivaling aura users." The girl beside replied softly, "Yes, Lord Gifen at once mentioned him." Then the man teased Elle about her pajamas, saying they suited her surprisingly well. She smiled, "They're just comfortable." The redhead continued, "No matter how strong, Yuzu still loses to aura users since he relies on artifacts." The man replied, "But Elrad is the strongest magic armor ever, mastering it's a miracle." It turned out Elrad and Elzin were forged from Elril gold, far rarer than mithril, heirlooms of the Ten Clan, symbols of the Golden Knight. Wearing Elrad grants higher magic and aura-level strength. Now Yuzu, armored, moved like a storm. Of course, that only mattered if one could fully command the armor's magic. Yuzu soared into the sky, slashing the demon Zephienton clean in half. He spun midair, readying the next fatal strike. He roared, "Awaken Elzin!" as the sword blazed with immense power. The blade aimed at the monster's head, glowing crimson across the sky. Eightfold annihilation, he cried as the slash split earth and set the heavens aflame. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Finad rubbed his temples, saying, "The Tinned family thrives on LZ tech, but artifacts alone can't reach the peak." The two girls argued aura users earn true respect. Back in battle, Yuzu's cold gaze met the demons. The field seemed to melt under his deadly focus. As Fen said, the Yuzu clan's sword arts were lost, so they relied on holy relics. Now he dominated the demon with flawless swordplay and corroding aura. Despite years of training, Yuzu never gained aura, earning others' scorn. But as Gifen said, each generation had a chosen Golden Knight. Now Yuzu hurled blazing fire orbs at the beast. He said, "One who nears aura level is enough to uphold the Tin clan," and the monster exploded under the firestorm. Yet for a magic swordsman relying only on LZ, glorifying the clan wasn't easy. Yushu unleashed his ultimate frozen 1,000 miles, slashing the demon's body. Hero or die, pouring all hatred into his final swing. The strike cleaved the demon in two, black blood splattering the battlefield. The monster collapsed, and the soldiers cheered in triumph. At that moment, Vis silently watched his brother Yuzu shine amid the army's roaring victory. After the battle, the demon turned to dust, leaving Yuzu in black gold armor, cape fluttering amid the roaring cheers. Elsewhere, Difen watched through a magic lens, wondering if he could ever face that man. At the same time, Sifen lay restless in bed, thinking about the Golden Knight Yusu. Then the reed-haired Seelan asked, "You really plan to face Count Tind?" He replied softly, "Just retrieving an artifact from the ruins." Seelan frowned, "You mean steal it?" making Gifen uneasy. She said seriously, "In the Chatan Principality, I helped you for justice, but Count Tind lawfully owns that ruin. If we take it, we're thieves," she continued, making Fen scratch his head, muttering, "Fair point." After a pause, he sat up, thinking how to persuade Yusu without revealing his past life, then whispered to Seelan, "As partners, I must tell you something." They sat face to face. El Sizit asleep. Fen confessed he was a disciple of Tian Fan martial sect. Seelan nodded, "And a student of Martial King Gazat, right?" He said, "Yes, I endured countless trials to pass." The candle burned low, flickering light reflecting on their wakeful faces in the quiet night. Seelan asked, "So your master left the relic in the ruins for you to find?" Gifen nodded, "Yes, an old traditional rite." Seelan realized, so Martial King Gazat once explored Elucent but never reached the Silver Age artifacts. Gifen agreed, "Right, whatever he found went to his disciples." He added, "Without hearing of Neelen, how could I know the hidden path?" Seelan nodded in reluctant admiration. "I see, so there's no other way." Seelan sighed, while Gifen turned aside sweating, murmuring, "Sorry, but I haven't told you everything." Seelan asked suspiciously, "Why fight so hard for another's artifact?" Gifen's face paled, sweat dripping as if a secret was slipping out. Finally Seelan concluded, "So you must reclaim that relic at all costs." Gifen only nodded, eyes filled with worry. "Even so," Seelan hesitated, "I want to do what's right, not become a thief." Gifen sighed, "Then we have no choice left." Meanwhile on the battlefield, the Golden Knight Yuzu was praised by soldiers. One named Lot shouted his glory, but Yusu replied coldly, "Clean up. The rest is yours." Then Yusu glared at Rut, saying, "A swordsman with only one move isn't worthy of Tind," eyes full of disdain. Rut planted his sword, gritting out, "Even if you despise me, I still carry 10 blood." At dawn, sunlight broke through the fortress walls after the long night. In the training yard, the sound of swords echoed endlessly through the camp. Rut was up early, drenched in sweat, perfecting each strike with determination. A group of soldiers approached, asking, "Why risk your life yesterday?" But Rut kept training silently. He calmly replied, "I just wanted to slay that demon." Angering them, "You idiot! We had orders to wait for the commander!" Rut frowned, voice firm. "Immateen swordsman too am I forbidden to fight," he declared. "If you're unhappy, duel me," taking his stance, ready to face them. The soldiers sneered, calling him a filthy bastard, then left as Rut silently resumed swinging his sword. Despite his weakened body, he repeated his only move, falling slash, focusing on breath and perfect precision. His sword strikes were so sharp they nearly vanished, fluid and flawless despite lacking variety. Back in time, the Tien family once had legendary sword arts, but Rut never learned them. His lowborn father only said, "I can teach you one move." Because vassals opposed the illegitimate son, the father passed on a single technique, calling it the remnant path to the clan's divine sword. Rut listened intently. The man smiled softly. "Maybe you're the one who can awaken that power," making Rut grip his blade, eyes burning with faith. Since then, he trained tirelessly every day, unwilling to disappoint his father. True Ten swordsmanship once forged legends, but over time it warped into chaotic remnants. From above, Yuzu watched the training yard coldly, thinking Rut would never reach the summit with just one move. Yuzu's face showed disdain, inwardly cursing Rut for his blind stupidity. But then his expression softened, his gaze deepened as he muttered, "Just as I thought, that kid's a real genius." That night, a shadow darted across the rooftops beneath the fortress. It was a cloaked man scaling the wall, muttering, "Unbelievable, reborn. And the first thing I do is sneak around in a mask. Ridiculous." Landing in the courtyard, he eyed the grand castle, thinking, "A rural lord this rich. Ah, right, the dwarf mines." At the gate, a few soldiers stood night watch, torches gleaming off heavy armor. Suddenly, the cloaked figure appeared behind them, silently taking them all down in a blink. Inside, guards chatted idly, complaining, "With the Golden Knight here, why do we still need watch duty? Who'd dare attack this place?" Then two soldiers felt something off, scanning the corridor warily. They didn't know the intruder Griffin was clinging to the wall above, holding his breath. He thought, "No one expects a thief to climb like me." Once they left, he slid down quietly, hiding in the dark, muttering, "Guess I've got real talent for this line of work." The outer guards still noticed nothing. As Jifen moved too stealthily, rumor said Tin Knights were the mightiest force here. To go deeper, he struck fast, landing lethal blows that left guards gasping, "Who are you?" Then collapsing with foam at the mouth. Jifen exhaled, "Quick and precise works every time." After binding the guards, he advanced and found a fortified room at the end of the hall. Using magic sense, he detected traps, motion, heat, and energy seals. "Annoying, can't even shut them off," he grumbled. He inspected every corner, thinking, if this is a ward array, its core must be nearby, until spotting a strange stone by the wall. Picking it up, he saw ancient runes carved into its surface. Without hesitation, he crushed it. The light flared, and all the magical traps vanished instantly. The room revealed itself like a treasure vault, items neatly arranged and covered in dust. Fen passed by sealed jars, bottomless bags, and an old harp, smiling faintly. "Been a while since I've seen these old friends." Staring at the weapon rack, he frowned. Not than daggers or Tian blades, but talad, same shape, unlike any magic craft. Unreal. At the room's center glowed a violet cube. "Found it, the voice of E. Lucian?" he cheered, stepping closer. But as he approached, his foot pressed something odd beneath him. Looking down, he saw a thin wire stretched across the stone floor. Before he could react, alarm bells thundered through the fortress. "Damn it, fell for a basic bell trap," he cursed, leaping for the window. Overhead, the Duke and his wife jolted awake. He shouted, "What's happening?" Below, soldiers shouted, "Intruder in the south tower." Meanwhile, Fen fled, muttering, past all those complex wards just to trip a bell. Guess him no born thief. Then he moved like wind, striking precisely. Guards dropped instantly, barely spared from death. As he thought, controlling strength really is hard. On the walls, mages took position as the commander roared, "Open fire!" Fireballs rained toward Fen like falling stars. He patted a nearby soldier's shoulder, murmuring, "Sorry, pal." The man blinked, confused. Next moment, Jifen pulled him forward as a shield, the fire barrage hitting the soldier instead. The man's armor scorched. The commander yelled, "You used your comrade as cover?" Giffen replied coldly, "His armor's enchanted, I just borrowed it." Enraged, another officer ordered archers to unleash volleys at Jifen. Gifen spun, deflecting arrows with sparks flying from his blade. Suddenly, magic chains shot from both sides, wrapping him tight and yanking him back. He halted, thinking, not killing, just restraining movement. Huh. Clever. From afar, a mage shouted, "Door, activate the fire bow!" Bound, Gifen growled, "Damn it, since when do knights use more spells than mages?" At that instant, a knight slammed his shield down, echoing across the yard. From the crowd, Rut charged, sword gleaming, yelling, "Thief! Taste the blade of Tind!" A soldier panicked, shouting, "Stop! Don't break formation, too late!" Seeing Rut rush in, Fen scowled, "Who's the idiot showing up now?" Rut lunged, using his single move, falling slash, his sword aura surging like a storm. The commander screamed, "Rut! Stop! You're breaking ranks!" But he didn't hear. The impact flung the chain guards away. Formation shattered. Gifen eyed the boy before him, still gripping the chains, thinking, why does this kid seem familiar? Illusion. Rut's stance, breath, every step steady yet strangely distinct. Suddenly, sword energy flared. Fen shuddered. That strike! A deadly intent burst from Rut's slash. The The blow nearly landed, but with only one practiced move, the flaw was obvious. Gifen twisted aside at the perfect moment, the chain snapping free with his spin. He seized the broken chain, using it as a shield to block Rut's blade. Rut froze, stunned that his falling slash was stopped so easily. Fen countered instantly, punching hard into the boy's gut, folding him over. Rut flew back, rolling across the ground as Gifen frowned. Weird, who the hell is this kid? He assessed silently, strong strike but unbalanced, all offense, no defense. Rut pushed up, eyes burning with anger. Suddenly, from behind Fen, another sword light tore the air heaven sword. Void shatter! Si Feng managed to block, but tension filled his gaze as the pressure mounted. For his opponent was none other than the famed Golden Knight of GM. Yusu praised Si Feng's strength, saying it far exceeded any common intruder. But Gifan merely smiled, replying that he had his own reasons he couldn't reveal. Yuzu stated coldly he'd hear the explanation later, then both lunged into a blazing duel. GP recalled Tianfan's Creed strike first to seize control. The two charged speed so fierce it made the fortress tremble. Their blows colliding, power splitting stone and ground. Both suddenly realized the other's true strength was far beyond expectation. They narrowly avoided fatal hits but were blasted back as dust erupted. The impact birthed a violent shockwave that swept everything clean. The watching soldiers only exchanged baffled looks, unsure of Yuzu's intent. Both fighters knew that a direct hit earlier would ended their lives. Then the Golden Knight took initiative, roaring amid the raging dark. Gifen recognized the move Roaring Darkness and sidestepped swiftly. He spun away, movement so fast it left the onlookers breathless. Yuzu looked impressed, surprised his foe knew the weakness of his magic. He admitted mastery over most incantations and charged again to counter. But every slash missed, Gifen dodging flawlessly. Worse, the Golden Knight's flurry shattered the castle walls to rubble. Seizing an opening, Gifen landed a brutal punch to Yuzu's chest. Beneath the armor, Yuzu's face twisted in pain. The blow pierced even reinforced plating. Instantly, the Golden Knight summoned wind magic, turning air into countless arrows. Then he added flames, engulfing the field in a burning sea. His sword pointed at Gifen, explosions forcing him to dodge madly. But by now, the Golden Knight had lost all composure, fury blazing high. He unleashed immense energy, making the ground quake violently. As a result, Gifen began to falter, his movements slowing. He thought grimly, if this keeps up, I'll die here. A massive explosion followed, consuming a corner of the ancient fortress. Fire and smoke rose, chaos swirling in the scorching wind. From within the haze, Gifen emerged, eyes glowing fiery red. Clenching his gauntlets, he muttered, "Destruction magic, he can use that level." The Golden Knight couldn't believe it. His foe had blocked the strike unscathed, or was simply too fast for human sight. Sifen adjusted his gloves, standing firm through the smoke, making Yuzu suspect he wore enchanted armor. Yuzu instantly released thick violet gas, a venomous aura that corroded all. G-Phantom recognized the toxin, calmly thinking wind will disperse it. He stomped the ground, summoning air currents from beneath his feet. The resulting whirlwind blew away every trace of the poisonous mist. Without hesitation, Gifen charged straight at the Golden Knight at full speed. His punch hit with such force the ground beneath Yuzu collapsed, shaking the whole fortress. Yuzu raised his sword to block, staggered back, gritting, "Damn, his impossibly fast." Sifen kept striking relentlessly, making Yuzu certain he was facing an aura wielder. The tide turned now. The Golden Knight was forced purely on defense. While parrying, Yuzu calculated, now sure his foe used aura, thinking, as long as I keep the pressure, the teen's sword will not lose. Meanwhile, Sifen grew annoyed, thinking aura users were a hassle, and this guy's magic even worse. At that moment, another explosion echoed deep within the castle, dust rising but no flames. Yuzu asked sternly, "Someone with awakened aura, why commit such crimes?" Gifan paused, thinking, he thinks I use aura. No, my trump card's still hidden. Yuzu insisted that power was aura, but guessed his opponent had only recently awakened. Then a blinding light descended, energy from the golden sword erupted, tearing the ground. The blade blazed as he invoked Elzat and Elzen, calling upon world-ending power. Sifen realized the attack was too lethal. Taking it head-in meant certain death. It was Golden Radiance, Yuzu's ultimate technique, brighter than ever before. With no retreat left, Sifen gathered all his strength to defend against the fatal blow. As the light struck down, he unleashed his own defensive art. Energies clashed violently. The blast was so bright soldiers covered their eyes, shouting in panic, blind to what happened. From afar, just watched wide-eyed, awed by the terrifying power. Then another earth-shaking explosion split the fortress floor, white dust surging skyward. Gifan blocked the strike and used the moment to retreat, seeking escape. Yuzu stood stunned, unable to believe his foe survived the Golden Radiance. Though he escaped, Gifan was badly injured, blaming himself for casting Heavenly Guard too late. After fleeing, Gifan plunged into the icy river below, his body sinking into freezing depths. The crash shattered the ice surface, shards spraying everywhere. Yuzu rushed to the battlement, ignoring the guards' questions, ordering a full inventory of stolen relics. He commanded search parties to pursue, forbidding anyone to assume the enemy dead. Yuzu frowned, convinced siege a fall couldn't kill someone like Sifen. Elsewhere, in a small house, Sizit suddenly shivered, overcome by dread. Cylon rubbed her eyes and asked what was wrong. Sizit whispered she had a bad feeling. Cylon looked puzzled. Sizit only shook her head, heart pounding for no clear reason. She murmured, could Sifen be in danger, while he slowly sank into the freezing lake below. The next morning, gray skies loomed cold over the fortress. At that time, soldiers chased Cylon and Sizit, who sprinted across rooftops, deftly dodging blades. The troops tried to cut them off. Sizit shouted for Cylon to hurry, while she frowned, clearly annoyed by the chase. On the streets, townsfolk cheered and pointed directions, soldiers tossing coins in thanks as they continued the pursuit. Finally, the knights climbed up and surrounded the two on the rooftops. They raised swords, shouting, "No escape! Drop your weapons and surrender now!" Without hesitation, Sizit draws her bow and fires a magic arrow straight into the encircling soldiers. A few fall instantly, throwing the rest into a panicked retreat. On the ground, Yusu asks for updates while General Lort nervously admits the enemies are no pushovers. Gritting his teeth, Yusu decides to end this himself. Back on the roof, Cece finishes off the knights and scolds Sai Lan for hesitating, making him awkwardly joke it away. Suddenly, Sizit senses a deadly aura rushing toward her. She yanks Sai Lan aside just in time to dodge a surprise attack while he's still clueless. The attacker is none other than the Golden Knight, whose cold voice declares their games are over. She recognizes him, eyes narrowing as she draws her sword. Noticing the strange glow of Sizit's blade, Yusu frowns. He realizes it's no ordinary weapon but one with a special origin. He wonders how a slave could wield such a relic. Then Shishi lights up, invoking Goddess Philin for battle power. At that moment, Sai Lan grasps everything, furious and heartbroken knowing Shifen was likely captured just as Cixi feared. Then the Golden Knight charges, swinging at Sizit before she can react. The blow sends her flying, but he keeps pressing with another slash. Scene cuts to Gifen, waking on a bed, his body fully bandaged and breath heavy. He frowns, scolding himself for foolishly fighting the strongest Elze armor while still sealed. Yet he chuckles, having earned Ilu Sun's voice, a treasure he now carries. Realizing the strange surroundings, he wonders where he is until a voice asks after his health. Gifen turns and is startled to see a dwarf introducing himself as Haytot. He replies saying his LEA fan hat. Haytot smiles, telling him to rest and sends a reed-haired girl with barley porridge. Gifen freezes. She's no longer a child but a lively woman named Tilla Zedhammer. She tends to him gently, making him question since when dwarves treated humans kindly. The answer comes as the dwarf elder arrives, smiling and calling him their tribe's savior. Gifen is stunned, clueless why he's being hailed that way. The elder explains that 6 years ago, the high priest received a prophecy from God Anfort. A man of steel and wisdom will come from the dark path. Born by the north wind's tears, he shall bring salvation to all. Since then, dwarves secretly guarded the frozen river each winter, awaiting the chosen one. Hearing this, Gifen forces a smile, realizing he's the man from the prophecy. The elder adds that high priest once said God Afod, protector of dwarves, cast that prophecy just when Gifen was reborn. He chuckles softly, thinking Afod truly perceptive despite his past sins. The god still believes in him and he vows not to fail again. Then Gifen asks if they saved a stranger like him just because of prophecy. The elder simply replies, Godafos never speaks nonsense. Time quietly passes and things begin to change. One morning, the pink-haired dwarf girl smiles, saying his recovery speed is amazing. Gifen can now stand. He thanks her for her care, but she shyly insists she only made some barley porridge. In truth, Gifen is trying to win their favor, while she advises him to eat more meat and see Lord Gabidi, who has more to say. Instead of giving him a cane, she supports him step by step, leaving him unsure whether to refuse. They belong to the Hammer clan, mountain dwarves enslaved under Viscount Kelberjon, but still proud of their traditions. Despite their bondage, dwarves perform tasks humans can't. They hear the earth and sense or veins, their last tie to identity and soul. When Gifen appeared, whispers spread, some doubting, others believing he's the prophesied savior. He curiously asks how many live here, and if all belong to that Viscount. She cheerfully says about 60, all Kelberzon's slaves. He then notices no men around. She explains they're taken to work in the mines and kept with families to prevent rebellion. Hearing that, he falls silent, ashamed for reopening her hidden pain. They arrive at Elder Gabide's metal chamber, its massive doors gleaming like a fortress. The elder greets him warmly, praising his recovery. Gifen thanks him and asks to be called Lafayette, not Savior. The elder laughs, saying even they don't know why he was named that. Gifen softly replies that judging from his eyes, they don't see humans as oppressors, but destiny of races is another story. The elder smiles, admitting they too don't know why God Aphod chose a human savior, yet dwarves cling to that divine hope, for prophecies never fail. Gifen awkwardly smiles, unsure how to respond. He changes the topic, asking why he was summoned. The elder says the high priest wishes to meet him. That man is Meikelin, high priest of Ifort and leader of all dwarves. Hearing the name, Gifen smirks, recalling old memories and thinking, that old man's still alive. Good, I'd like to see him again. The elder chuckles, saying Gifen seems amusing, as if he understands more than he lets on. He adds that at first they thought explaining things would be hard, but seeing Gifen's actions, they realized he already grasps everything, an astonishing thing. Gifen only smiles faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Memories of the fallen Antidist Empire still burn deep in his mind. He knows that following the same path could bring that tragedy again. The elder continues, saying Lord Markelin is a wise dwarf. Meeting him might open a new way. He's now in the main forge nearby. He adds that Markelin stays in the Aford Temple within the main forge, a secret place known to few, and that Tilazit Hammer, the last pink-haired warrior of their clan, will guide him there. The elder stares at Gifen, amazed he knows so much about dwarves, the high priest, and even the forge's secret location. The room falls silent. Everyone is stunned by how precisely he speaks, as if he knows more than they do. The elder bluntly asks why he knows all this, but Gifen only says, sorry, it's not time to explain yet. Just then Haytot bursts in, panting and shouting Gifen's name. The elder turns and asks what's wrong. Haytot replies that Gifen arrived with a girl and a young man, right? He continues, saying the latest news is they've been taken hostage at Viscount Kelberjun's castle, leaving Gifen speechless. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yusu orders the army to hunt down the thief. Honor be damned, use any torture or trick necessary. He commands them to extract as much intel as possible. Soldiers shout in unison and scatter. Suddenly, Yuzu narrows his eyes at two captured prisoners, Gifen's companions, a girl wielding the rare magic sword of the Knight Commander, and a Philonon priest nearly as strong as a bishop. He says coldly, "I'll uncover every one of your names." In the dungeon, guards argue how to torture them. One says beat them senseless, another fears they'll die too soon. In the end, they follow orders. Kazit and Shilan are bound tight, bodies sealed in a dark room. A red-haired soldier steps up first, rolling sleeves to begin interrogation. Minutes later, the dungeon air turns oddly strange. Sai Lan suddenly starts speaking, tone solemn like preaching, making the guards freeze and listen. He asks if they've heard of the Heaven Crime Sect and the brutal training of the martial king, then keeps talking endlessly. No master forces disciples to die and resurrect just to train, right? He says, making the guards shudder and nod. He grows more impassioned, telling of the stolen holy relic and why Gifen had to reclaim it. The guards, entranced, forget torture. After rambling, parched, he laughs and asks, "Mind giving me a cup of water?" The guard dumbly pours him one. After drinking, Sealan sighs contentedly. A guard asks, "Aren't you afraid of betraying your friend?" Sealan pouts and replies, "Why hide it? If Gifen cared about reputation, he wouldn't have stolen anything." The guards nod in agreement. One concludes, "So you don't know where the relic is?" Shilan shrugs casually. "Of course not, we were just waiting at the inn." Then a guard frowns suspiciously, thinking they must have secretly contacted him for rescue. But Sealan calmly answers that someone like him never fails at small things, making them half believe it. At the same time, the red-haired guard finds the talk oddly smooth, while the blue-haired one grows wary it's too easy. Cut to a snowy forest near the castle, the air freezing cold. Snow falls thick, painting everything white and eerily silent. There, pink-haired Tila admires the scene, smiling at its rare beauty. Meanwhile, Gifen tends a fire roasting meat. Tila curiously asks how he hunted the deer, and he replies softly it's all aura sensing. She worries, warning that Kelbergen lands forbid hunting, but Gifen shrugs, saying he doesn't bother with petty rules. From that answer, Tila suddenly senses there's something deeper within him. It turns out his thinking that freeing all oppressed beings means breaking human-made rules. Saying nothing more, he tears a chunk of meat and devours it fiercely, venting his thoughts. As he eats, he reminds himself to regain strength quickly to keep fighting. His feral eating makes Tila instinctively step back, slightly terrified. Then she notices something strange happening. Gifen's body glows faintly as his wounds close at an astonishing rate. He flexes his shoulder, feeling his power return bit by bit. A shockwave bursts from his arm swing, leaving Tila frozen in awe. Her mouth hangs open, eyes wide at the overwhelming force. Gifen stands, aura erupting and shredding his bandages, his body fully restored. Cut to the distant castle, where tension fills the air. Yuzu stands by the window, grinding his teeth, sure this is no coincidence. Has convinced the man is exactly who has been hunting. A flashback jumps to a month earlier inside that very castle. Yuzu was training when a cloaked man entered and called his name. The stranger raised a silver emblem, saying Yuzu should recognize it as heir to Count Tien. The crest bore a shining silver sword. When chosen heir, his father revealed a secret only the bloodline knows about: the holy silver. That was an order of beings with power to destroy kingdoms, intellect beyond their age, hidden in shadows, appearing only in humanity's direst times. Then Yuzu knelt before the cloaked man, respectfully greeting the one called Lord Holy Silver. The man handed him a scroll, leaving Yuzu puzzled by its meaning. The man's voice was low as he tasked the Tien family to explore the Ilusorn ruins and obtain one thing: the voice of Ilusorn. From beneath the hood, cold violet eyes glinted as he warned that failure would doom the entire Tien bloodline. Back to the present, Yuzu sits, chin on hand, lost in heavy thought. A sudden knock breaks the silence. He murmurs for the visitor to enter. Two soldiers report they interrogated Gifen's allies. The story sounds valid but oddly suspicious. Yuzu frowns, eyeing them with deep mistrust. Outside the castle gate, two guards stand shivering in the cold. One suddenly trembles, pale-faced. His comrade presses him, but he says he just remembered yesterday. He still recalls the horrifying battle. Ordinary soldiers like them could never face such aura, praying never to see it again. The other adds the artifact was probably stolen, but since Yuzu caught his comrades, he'll surely return to rescue them. At that instant, the trembling guard's face goes white. He senses a deadly presence approaching. Then he sees a familiar figure, Gifen, radiating fierce energy, unleashing the doom resonance. Yuzu freezes, realizing Gifen is actually a member of the Heaven Crime Sect. He starts wondering why Holy Silver wants a relic belonging to that sect. Thinking deeper, he suspects they told the truth. Silan, a pilgrim priest with divine strength, hardly fits a spy. So he guesses the two were just abandoned subordinates, while the true culprit withdrew. He grits his teeth, vowing to capture Gifen at any cost, even if seizing the voice of Elusorn still remains uncertain. At that moment, he feels a violent energy surging toward the window. Then the castle quakes again, explosions shaking the walls and smoke billowing everywhere. Yuzu rushes into the corridor in alarm to see what's happening. His eyes widen, the aura feels all too familiar. Yes, it's Gifen has stormed the castle, hearing his comrades are imprisoned here. Since his return, the entire fortress feels ignited by warfire. Soldiers scramble, the commander shouts for the Tien Knights to attack and prevent another knight's disaster. On the battlefield, Gifen radiates overwhelming might, far stronger than before, terrifying everyone. the commander orders Lentu and Ba-Rat to charge, with knights covering them as both draw swords and rush in. As they close in, a violent energy blast erupts, hurling them back under the commander's horrified gaze. Ji-Fen smirks arrogantly, scoffing that ordinary shields can't block mana strikes. They clearly never fought a god. Priests immediately chant prayers, asking Aegis to bless the wounded soldiers with strength. Enraged by fallen comrades, the troops charge Ji-Fen in fury. But they're too weak. He waves once, knocking them all out in an instant. Then he stumps hard, shaking the entire ground. The shockwave explodes the earth, flinging soldiers screaming in every direction. Mages from afar unleash blizzards, fire arrows, and lightning storms at him. Ji-Fen grins, deciding to deal with the mages first, his fist blazing bright. In a blur, he punches repeatedly, shattering all their spells and barriers. The crushing blows twist their bodies, none can fight back. The survivors scream, calling him a merciless monster. But Ji-Fen just sneers, saying weak mages deserve to fall and maybe taste more pain. He then smashes into the priest group, ignoring their cries for a fair duel. He replies by chaining a soldier's neck before his comrades, sending waves of terror. One trembling cleric begs for mercy, but Ji-Fen tightens his grip, thinking he'd better strike before a counterspell. At that moment, he releases massive energy, sweeping away the rain of arrows. The watching soldiers turn pale. He's far stronger than yesterday, truly wielding the light god's power. Meanwhile, Russ stands frozen, lowering his arms amid the chaos as comrades shout for him to fight. Another, enraged, thinks he's cowardly now after yesterday's bravery and vows to cut ties back at the clan. But a new clarity flashes in Russ' eyes, as if he's just grasped a hidden truth. He begins closely observing Ji-Fen's every movement without missing a beat. Ji-Fen now controls his energy flawlessly, boosting it at will, radiant light swirling as he downs foes with precision. In Russ' gaze, everything becomes clear. He's found the essence. He understands Ji-Fen's motion and sees the very flow of energy, as though all secrets are laid bare. No one ever taught him this, is realizing it by instinct alone. And truly, no teacher could impart such mastery. That level belongs only to one who's reached the martial summit and commands the flow itself. Just by watching Ji-Fen fight, Russ learns to react and move like a true warrior. Gradually, his mesmerized eyes blazing, hand gripping his sword, filled with awe. Then, from above, flaming slashes rain down onto the battlefield. But Ji-Fen senses the danger in time. With lightning reflexes, he dodges every strike in a blink. He smiles with satisfaction, knowing Yuzu has finally shown himself. Yuzu steps from the ruins, shouting before his troops that hell punished Ji-Fen in the name of the Tien family. He glares at the fallen soldiers, demanding what Ji-Fen has done to his knights. Ji-Fen folds his arms, sneering, asking why he's only coming now, clearly having watched the whole fight. He mocks that Yuzu hid behind walls spying, making the man flush and stammer. Ji-Fen smirks, saying Yuzu may wield Senzama armor and divine strength but lacks spirit, using troops merely to test him. The words darken Yuzu's face, while the soldiers whisper doubtfully behind him. Ji-Fen taunts again, if not, why so late? Did he nap in the ruins, driving Yuzu red with rage? Fury explodes. Yuzu roars that Ji-Fen will pay for staining the honor of House Tien. His sword blazes bright, power surging around him. A massive flame engulfs him as Ji-Fen calmly steps forward, eyes locked on him. He steadies his stance, saying this time it's a real duel between equals. From within the fire, Yuzu leaps high, his burning figure radiating might. He enhances his body, channeling energy into his blade for a lethal strike. On the ground, Ji-Fen powers up, grinning, recognizing that pure mana sword as a worthy match for his aura. Blade and fist collide, detonating the earth in blinding light as they clash at terrifying speed. Ji-Fen thinks his foe's body is sturdy but surely can endure the secret technique's force. Cut to the dark dungeon, where El and the young priest sit silently eating. They look up at the noise above. Sai-Zit softly asks if Lord Ji-Fen might be coming to rescue them. Sai-Lan teases that she was cold to him before, why so certain now, making Sai-Zit blush. She admits quietly she doesn't know why Ji-Fen cares for her so much. Sai-Lan jokes maybe he's just a womanizer, while Sai-Zit counters he seems more like a hero wanted. Fair enough. But El murmurs that his expression that day didn't look fake, it felt sincere. Sai-Lan laughs, saying when a girl talks like that, it means she's already falling for him. Sai-Zit replies that outside, there are men who charm women only to fool them later, at least that's what the orphanage nuns said. Sai-Lan laughs again, then sighs that if Ji-Fen had stolen more discreetly, they wouldn't be caught. Sai-Zit teases he doesn't sound mad at all. Sai-Lan sighs, admitting sometimes people can't live forever under laws, and confesses he's an accomplice too. Sai-Zit is surprised, thinking he was much older, but turns out he's just 3 years younger than Ji-Fen, almost 20. Suddenly, the dungeon door creaks open and a gentle voice asks, are you Sai-Lan and Sai-Zit? A petite girl steps in, introducing herself as Luntila, an ally of Ji-Fen, holding a ring of gleaming keys. Unlocking the chain, she urges, come on, I'll explain later. Sai-Zit widens her eyes, asking if she's really a dwarf, while Sai-Lan watches curiously. Once freed, Sai-Lan observes her and innocently notes that aside from the pointy ears, she looks perfectly human. Sai-Zit laughs, teasing his Natavi for noticing only that as they follow Tila out of the dungeon. Suddenly, from the far corridor, 2 guards spot them escaping. Sai-Zit dashes forward, kicking one guard so hard he slams into the wall unconscious. But the other draws his sword, trying to strike her from behind. Tila spins, raising her axe to block the attack perfectly. She grips the handle, yanks hard, and smashes him down so violently both body and weapon hit the floor together. Sai-Zit gasps, asking how she's that strong. Tila just scratches her head and laughs, saying she's never been good at measuring her own strength. Sai-Zit shakes her head, murmuring they're terrifyingly powerful. Without a word, Tila lights a flare and signals everyone to get ready to leave. She throws it out the window, the spark streaking upward. A moment later, it bursts brilliantly, lighting the night sky. That signal tells Jifen his teammates escaped. He smiles, knowing Tilla succeeded. Yuzu also spots the light and instantly realizes it's from the dungeon Jifen's been stalling. He grits his teeth, furious, then unleashes his full power. The Golden Knights freeze, realizing he hadn't even used his full strength until now. Raging, Yuzu swings his sword straight at Jifen, but the slash hits only air, missing completely. Jifen counters with a thunderous punch. The impact knocks Yuzu back, cracking the ground beneath his feet. The earth around them can no longer bear the force, shattering apart. Yuzu grits his teeth. He can't let himself be overpowered further. But Jifen's strength is overwhelming. Every strike carries crushing force. He delivers a final, full-powered punch straight at his foe. Yuzu dodges in time, activating a skill. His sword gleams gold, slicing through the air in a blazing arc. Jifen counters with a punch to his chest, making Yuzu stagger. Frowning, Yuzu realizes his opponent dodges too perfectly, then his body dissolves into black smoke and vanishes. The smoke gathers slowly in midair. It forms countless shifting shadows around the battlefield. The clones encircle Jifen from all sides. Standing amid the ruins, he scans them, sensing real killing intent. These aren't mere illusions. From their movements, Jifen realizes Yuzu truly knows how to fight as a light god's warrior, and he grins, impressed by the clever tactic. Instantly, Yuzu's clones raise their swords together, summoning a blazing annihilation spell. But Jifen quickly spots which body is real. He charges straight for the target, too fast for Yuzu to react. His thunderous punch smashes Yuzu upward into the sky. Inside the armor, Yuzu winces, sweating in disbelief that his foe found him so fast. Jifen smiles triumphantly. He was once a mage and already saw the mana structure within Yuzu's body, his fatal weakness. Yuzu gritted his teeth above, unsure of Jifen's trick but certain his golden sword would never lose, then gathered power for a new strike. Magic flared as sparks danced over his golden armor, shooting toward Jifen like a rain of light. Jifen stood still, activating the total radiant shield, forming dense barriers around himself. Yuzu switched to ice magic, launching volleys of sharp icicles at his foe. Jifen used the same skill, shattering all the ice blades without a scratch. In yielding, Yuzu summoned wind elements, swirling gales around his sword. He turned the gusts into countless arrows and fired them furiously at Jifen. Once again, the total radiant shield appeared, blocking every hit. From poison to fire and mixed element spells, every attack was nullified by that barrier. Jifen stood firm, wrapped in an invisible shield that made him immune to all magic. Yuzu was stunned that such a simple skill could resist all elements at once. Jifen smirked confidently, knowing only Tianfan disciples understood its strength came from pure simplicity. Other light gods merely wrapped themselves in aura, which blocked energy flow and destroyed them over time. Only Tianfan disciples could withstand that strain, and Jifen used it fully, striding forward with confidence. Suddenly, Yuzu pointed his sword at Jifen's face, demanding to know who backed him. Jifen shrugged aside, pointed teasingly at a soldier behind him, making Yuzu tremble with rage. He roared, eyes bloodshot, demanding to know who truly gave the orders. In fury, Yuzu activated Yurad, light bursting violently from his sword. He raised the blade, calling out golden radiance again as the ground shook beneath his knightly steps. Jifen frowned, sensing danger, and braced himself with his strongest defensive skill. One attacked, one defended. Yuzu dived from above as Jifen tensed to meet him. Both unleashed all their might in a fateful clash. Fen clenched his fist, activating Twin Sound Annihilation. His punch exploded with energy, colliding head-on with the golden sword's beam. Their immense powers met, causing an earth-shattering quake across the battlefield. Under that force, Yuzu's sword cracked, unable to endure the backlash. His golden armor splintered, sending him staggering backward through dust and smoke. Dazed, he wondered what monstrous power he was facing. His armor was failing, protection gone. At that moment, his mask shattered, revealing his face as he weakened before Siphon's fierce assault. He then caught his opponent's rhythm, channeling aura into his fist and detonating it mid-punch. The blast rippled violently, like a stone thrown into water, sending shockwaves outward. Everything around him swirled in chaos as Jifen's dominance became unsurprising. Yet he growled to himself that as the Golden Knight, he couldn't fall in shame while his armor crumbled. Thus, he couldn't withstand 5 consecutive blows from Jifen. At the climax, the foe shattered even his proudest ultimate skill. Yuzu gathered his last fragments of strength to resist, but defeat had already taken hold. At last he staggered, taking the decisive blow. Jifen's punch sent him crashing straight into the wall. Dust billowed thick, shrouding the battlefield. From within, Yuzu's sword fell to the ground. The blade stabbed down with a harsh metallic clang. In the end, only Jifen stood amid the wreckage. Seeing Yuzu's defeat, the city's soldiers panicked, faces drained of color. Yuzu was completely exhausted, unable to keep fighting. Meanwhile, the Tinen sword lay shattered as Jiven approached, recalling the ancient armor linked to Elzin, the demon blade that could self-repair in half a year. He drew the sword, making everyone think he meant to claim the treasure. But calmly, he handed it to a soldier, saying keeping it would endanger its master. The soldier blinked in confusion, wondering why fight Yuzu if not to seize the sword. Jifen only smiled, saying he once wanted to bring it to Sigit, but now had found her another blade, turning to leave. Suddenly, another knight drew his sword, shouting for him to stop. It was Russ, declaring the battle wasn't over. The Teenet family blade had not yet fallen. Siphon halted, puzzled, as the other knight yelled in alarm, yet Russ still aimed his sword to fight. The commander fumed inside, thinking this troublemaker would surely be expelled from the clan later. Russ roared and charged straight at Jifen, eyes burning with resolve. Jifen admired his courage but was sure he could crush a reckless swordsman easily. Then Russ suddenly burst forth with a blue aura, making his strikes unnaturally fierce. His face turned solemn, utterly focused, leaving no room for fear. Even Jifan paused, astonished by the rising power. Russ swung his blade, cleaving through everything before him, including Jifan. Jifan stepped back, shocked to find himself wounded. His body, harder than metal, was torn open, blood spilling in disbelief. All were stunned. It was the light blade. Russ awakened power. He simply said he fought to restore the Teenet Knight's honor. Suddenly, Jifan froze, recognizing the strange familiarity of that sword's glow. That blue light, clear as the deep sky, made him shiver. Could it be? Memories from a past life flooded back. He had once met a knight wielding that same light. He blurted the knight's name, and Russ gasped, asking how he knew it. Russ' full name was Cyrus von Ta-Net, a title earned as a knight, though few knew it. Most called him by his mother's name. Jifan held his head, scolding himself for almost missing his old friend from Clan Ta-Net. He remembered that 30 years later, this clan would be ennobled for training swordsmen, though their power relied on magical gear. The Golden Knight had long been forgotten in his age. Hearing the title again made Russ blush, confused by Jifan's knowledge. But Jifan waved it off with an awkward smile, saying the man must have mistaken him for someone else. Russ' face shifted from confusion to heartbreak, a mix of foolish and pitiful. Jifan softly said, everyone changes with time, not to feel inferior. Even Siji once had a heart cold as stone. Then Russ' expression hardened again. He raised his sword and charged straight at Jifan with unwavering eyes. Jifan reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block the fierce strike. Russ was strong indeed, but his power still fell short of Jifan's. In return, Jifan slammed a brutal punch into his opponent's stomach. Russ roared in pain, his breath bursting out audibly. He instantly unleashed his aura, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Jifan quietly admitted it was impressive strength for someone newly awakened. The clash grew fierce, soldiers retreating in fear to avoid stray strikes. At that moment, Jifan realized he could easily withstand those relentless assaults. Each of Russ' attacks came from unpredictable angles, making his sword unreadable. Normally, combat followed learned patterns passed through generations. But Russ fought wild like a beast, no form, no plan, pure instinct. Even amid chaos, he attacked with full power, leaving Jifan no openings. Russ' non-stop strikes proved the Century Sword Saint title wasn't exaggerated. He had once slain both his best friend and most loyal guard. Some mocked him for it afterward, weighing heavy on his heart. We share the same Beathu bloodline, he murmured as if consoling himself. Back to now, Jifan saw Russ as the enemy and shattered his sword aura with a single blow. His eyes burned with fury, power erupting wildly inside. Russ gritted his teeth and shouted he was the loyal blade of Clan Ta-Net. Then he poured all his strength into one final slash, fierce enough to cleave the sky. Jifan, lost in dark thoughts, eyes shadowed, only wanted to end this tragic fate. He hurled a hammer-like punch straight into Russ' stomach. At that instant, he whispered, meeting again so soon, farewell. The devastating blow nearly tore Russ' body apart. He was hurled dozens of meters, blood and aura scattering through the air. Jifan's fury turned into raw power, shaking the very ground. But suddenly he froze. The surrounding soldiers were staring in disbelief in one direction. Russ hadn't fallen. Trembling, he rose, sword in hand, vowing the Ta-Net blade would never yield. Jifan watched in silence, his eyes wavering slightly. He knew that punch was meant to kill this time. He truly intended death. Yet Russ still stood, a corpse held upright by sheer will, unbroken. Jifan tilted his head, wondering if he should end it now. The urge to kill rose, but a voice in his mind stopped him. That voice reminded him Russ had done no wrong, yet if the boy harmed others someday, wouldn't killing him now be safer? Then Jifan recalled his fallen friend. He thought Tathet, the Be-Under-Thidu warrior, would never want Russ dead, maybe even blame him for stealing that chance of vengeance. Tathet would be furious, he muttered, smiling sadly. For Tathet's creed was to create a fair fight for both sides, so Jan chose to stop sparing Russ' life. Russ still pointed his sword, confused, as Jifan turned and said, and grow stronger. Mentioning his friend, Jifan frowned wistfully, recalling the deadly duels between Tathet and Russ that forged them both. Perhaps it was thanks to Russ that Tathet gained such might. If Russ died, that future would vanish too. Jifan thought, this one must be ended by Tathet himself, then turned away, walking through the ruins. The soldiers watched his retreating back in awe. Even Russ stood frozen, bewildered. After Jifan left, Russ suddenly roared in anger, terrifying everyone nearby. He vented his fury by slashing his sword hard into the ground. The blade struck deep, splitting the earth into jagged cracks. As the dust settled, 2 tears slid down his face. In the misty snow moon forest, peace returned after the battle. Lunta's group rejoiced to see Jifan safe again. He smiled softly, touched that everyone was unharmed. Selen thanked him for the unforgettable adventure, while Jifan apologized for worrying them. Then Selen teased that things weren't so bad, but if events had gone differently, a girl like her might not have been so lucky. Jifan panicked, asking if she was hurt. Selen blushed, saying those knights were far more decent than he thought. He chuckled, thinking it must be his lucky day. When Selen asked if he'd gotten what he came for, he nodded, saying yes. She curiously lifted the item, asking what it was. It didn't look like any martial artifact. Jifan calmly lied that his master told him to carry it, though he didn't know its purpose. The group then left, abandoning the shattered citadel and knights cleaning up behind. The soldiers chatted loudly as they worked, all speaking of the mysterious power they had witnessed. In a chamber within the castle, Yuzu sat brooding, realizing the Ta-Net clan had birthed a true light god at last. He frowned, irritated by the whispers spreading that name everywhere. That man possessed pure aura energy, something the clan hadn't seen in generations. He clenched his teeth, wondering why one of lowly bloodline gained such sacred might. Then he laughed bitterly, remembering how his father scorned him yet praised the new light god before the elders. Now, just one light god could raise the Ta-net family to nobility's highest ranks. A cruel smile crept across his lips as a dark thought echoed, but what about me? He glanced at the shattered Elzen blade, its dull steel reflecting his grim face. Most of his weapons were badly damaged after the battle. Yet holding the sword, he whispered, I am the true blade of Ta-net, no one else. Elsewhere, Russ stood atop a cliff, gazing at the crimson sunset. He smiled faintly, a mix of pride and relief. He thought, though newly awakened in aura, his world had already changed. He wasn't strong enough yet, but soon he'd catch up. He knew this was only the beginning. Soon he would become the true sword of Ta-net. Just then, Yusu approached, sneering. You lost, what's there to smile about? Russ turned, startled to see Yusu, who coldly asked if the rumor of his aura awakening was true. He raised a brow and said, show me, will you? Russ didn't hesitate. He drew his sword, deep blue aura shining like a silent night sky. Both watched the indigo glow spreading along the blade, mirrored in their eyes. Yuzu smiled and said, beautiful, making Russ beam with joy, thinking his brother finally acknowledged him. His heart overflowed with happiness at last. The sword of Ta-net had accepted him. But before joy could last, blood burst from Russ' chest. Yusu had coldly stabbed straight through him. Russ could only stare at his brother's face, horrified by that cruel smile. Blood spilled from his lips as he gasped. Why? His eyes filled with despair. Yuzu snarled, the sword of our clan exists to strike fear into foes, not to share glory. Russ trembled, asking weakly, why would you do this? Breath faltering as blood kept flowing. Yusu raised his blade and declared coldly, in Ta-net there is only one sword. Me. A wretch like you is unworthy. He swung again. Russ barely blocked and stumbled to the cliff's edge. Then soldiers' voices echoed nearby. Yusu glanced over, a scheme flashing in his mind. He pretended to stagger, then shoved hard, sending Russ tumbling off the cliff. For a brief moment, panic flickered in his chest, his heart racing. Russ plunged into the icy river below, water erupting in white spray. Yuzu watched, thinking how many heroes had fallen to betrayal only to return for revenge. He smirked, if you're still alive, I'll be waiting for that day. Moments later, soldiers arrived. He calmly lied that Russ had rebelled, trying to seize the clan leadership. The men gasped, gossiping how a lowborn fool dared such stupidity. They asked where Russ was. Yusu replied he countered, and struck him into the river. He grinned wickedly, certain even if Russ lived, he'd never stand against him again. From now on, you'll bear the name of traitor, he thought, as the captain ordered a search. Before leaving, Yuzu sneered, farewell, little brother. Deep in the snowy forest, Jifan and his companions were leaving the Warden land. Salen curiously asked, Jifan, how do you know Tila? He laughed, saying the dwarf tribe once saved him from drowning. Sidit widened her eyes, and Jifan scratched his head, adding it was foretold by Ampod that he'd be their savior. Siriat was surprised, and Tila confirmed the prophecy truly said Jifan would help the dwarves through catastrophe. Salen asked, so dwarves believe in gods too? Jifan nodded. Dilla sighed that every race on the continent was born with its faith. Jifan recalled the dwarves worshipped the god of Fort. Selen asked, isn't he a rarely mentioned deity? While Jifan wondered who he really was. Legend said among the 12 gods and art-bearers, only 2 were obscure, Edi of the elves and Afrod of the dwarves. Though underestimated, Afrod held deep mysterious power, beyond even sages like Sri Lank's understanding. Suddenly, Salen spotted something ahead and called, look, Jifan! Beneath the misted river, a human figure floated in the freezing current. It was Russ, also known as Cyrus von Ta-net. The group found and rescued him, barely clinging to life. Jifan looked at him with puzzlement, unsure how Russ had been so gravely injured. As Selen healed him, she asked, you know this man? He simply murmured, somewhat. The group tended Russ by the icy riverbank, wondering if this tied to Ampod's prophecy. Sometime later, inside a carriage rolling over snow-covered roads, Russ slowly opened his eyes, breathing weakly. He stared outside in confusion, memories flooding back, realizing in horror it was his own brother who had tried to kill him. In the clan, Yusu had once been Russ' idol, the brother he trained his whole life, just to be acknowledged by. But now that dream was gone forever. Russ buried his face in his hands, realizing he'd been utterly deceived. Then he let out a bitter, broken laugh. Outside, Jifan heard and called, you're awake? Russ was helped out of the carriage. Jifan said, you were badly hurt, we pulled you from the river. Russ rasped, where are we? Jifan replied, it's been 3 days since the battle at Kubertson. Jafan added, we were going to find a healer, but Selen managed to treat you, lucky guy. Selen smiled, only because your aura awakened that saved you. Jifan nodded, that aura shield kept the stab from being fatal. Hearing that, Russ fell silent, Yuzu's face flashing in his mind. Jafan asked, what are you thinking? We saved you, at least say thanks. Even had to hire a driver to haul you. Russ bowed deeply, too choked to speak. Jifan and Selen laughed, saying, if you've got cash later, pay Selen's healing fee, she worked hard. Jifan secretly thought, maybe saving the future Sword Saint would pay off. Even if Russ became an enemy, he wouldn't kill his savior. Smiling, he said, so, what about Tainey? You owe us one life, you know. Russ bowed his head and softly replied, yes, his voice full of gratitude. At that moment, flames rose from the nearby forest, lighting up the night sky. In the flickering glow, Russ told Jifan's group everything: his brother's betrayal, the fall, and the twisted fate linking them in past lives. Jifan pondered, realizing fate was shifting, then asked, what will you do now? Russ looked to the sky, voice low. If he returned to the clan, he'd be executed, nowhere else would take him. Looking at Jifan, he said earnestly, I want to go with you, may I? Jifan choked, spitting out his food. The group stared in disbelief. Jifan sweated while Russ insisted, you saved me, I just want to repay that debt. Ji-fan waved him off. "No need, you owe us nothing." But Russ said, "Because of you I awakened my aura, I want to learn from you." Ji-fan chuckled awkwardly. "You don't even know who we really are, why trust us?" They sat around the fire as Russ replied, "If you're disciples of the martial king, that's enough for me." Ji-fan recalled his past life, when he'd sought aura masters everywhere. Now fate reversed. The future sword saint sought to follow him. He frowned, feeling awkward. Sweat dripped as he thought, "Am I the one creating that legendary sword saint?" Russ bowed deeply, pledging loyalty. "The future sword saint, my subordinate." The thought made Ji-fan shiver, fearing the same fate might repeat. He consoled himself, if the enemy becomes an ally, all the better, but if destiny resets, he'd be raising a future threat. Still, heroes like Alex and Ellen hadn't yet appeared. Then he thought of the holy magus, the cunning one he never wished to meet again, the same who killed Sigit in his past life. Finally, Ji-fan smiled and nodded. "Alright then, if you want to come, welcome to the team." Russ grinned and joked, "So, can I call you Big Brother now?" Making everyone burst out laughing. But Ji-fan reminded, "Wait, Russ is 27 and Ji-fan's only 23, making everyone burst into laughter. Meanwhile, in the gloomy Ta-net castle, torchlight flickered over the cold stone walls. Yusub knelt before the wise silver sage, trembling as he apologized. The sage only sighed in disappointment and scolded him harshly. Then the sage's tone hardened, asking why such a simple mission had broken his resolve. He then mocked, asking if the Golden Knight of Graham was really this mediocre, darkening Yusuf's face. Humiliated but powerless, he clenched his jaw and bowed silently. At that moment, a thought struck him. The sage's clone spell proved power beyond comprehension. Yusuf begged forgiveness, asking to bear the clan's punishment alone. Suddenly, a terrifying aura radiated from the sage, draining all color from Yusuf's face. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the same sage fumed over the failure, realizing he'd trusted an incompetent dark swordsman. Then an urgent message caught his attention. The door opened, and a blue-haired man entered, bowing. He was called Sage Reston. The elder introduced himself as Sage Ape Tet, 7th of Graham's Light Kingdom, asking why Reston had used a seal spell. He soon smiled, praising him for awakening aura at 20, foreseeing danger, and aiding humanity's defense. Thus, though young, Reston was made a silver sage not for current strength, but for his vast potential. Reston nodded humbly, apologizing for his impulsive act. The elder warned that while the seal caused no great harm, he must remember his station. With that, Alanis gave his final order and departed silently. Just before vanishing, he turned back, calling Reston to halt, then paused. The meeting ended there. It turned out the Silver Sages were a secret order ruling the continent, wielding power to shift nations' fate. Yet Reston's rank was still low. Walking the corridor, he pondered the long road ahead. The thought of the Demon King's rebirth made him shudder. A being of steel and supreme intellect, who could stop him? So Reston vowed to act before the Demon King restored his magic, though losing Ilu's son was a heavy blow. Still, he believed that without his head core, the Demon King remained incomplete and he himself must grow stronger. Recalling that Ilusorn's voice was crafted by the four gods, the power that once revived the Demon King, he knew he must seize it first. He smiled faintly, whispering, "Wait for me, Demon King, this time, I'll be the one to win." At that same moment, on the carriage, Bruce kept watch outside while the other three rested within. Inside, CZ and Tilon chatted nonstop, visibly annoying Selen beside them. Russ glanced at them, chuckling to himself that this truly was one strange crew. When drawing lots for chores, Sifan was unlucky and got dish duty. Selen teased, "Make sure they're spotless, okay?" Washing the bowls, Sifan told Ruth to lend a hand, making him ask why the boss didn't just order a servant. Sifan simply smiled, saying his comrades weren't servants but precious companions and always would be. He added that if this made Ruth want to leave, he'd understand, for many enlightened warriors were anything but ordinary. Ruth washed dishes by the stream, vowing to follow her leader until her swordsmanship reached perfection. To her, Sifan would always lead and Shed simply obey and follow. Not seeing Sifan, Ruth guessed he was busy inside the carriage. Inside, Sifan was holding Elusorn's speaking artifact. His mana restored, he immediately activated the device. A flash of light opened a level-alone beginner's challenge. In an instant, he was pulled into a dull virtual space he wanted to redecorate. He focused his will and began reshaping the scenery. Soon, a beach appeared full of dazzling girls in swimsuit. He laughed loudly, declaring the silver era truly marvelous. A message popped up, welcoming Ji-fan to magic training mode. Target dummies rained down before him. He unleashed wind magic, slicing them apart at lightning speed. But as the targets multiplied, his chanting lagged behind. The swimsuit girls teased him for missing, and he wondered if their insults were an ancient tongue. After 3 misses, their laughter exploded, making him consider turning on kid mode to save face. Finally, a congratulatory message appeared and Ji-fan sighed in relief as the girls cheered wildly. Zifen returned to reality, Elusorn's voice still functioning but with too many unnecessary features. Turned out, the artifact was a magical education game from the Silver Era that boosted morale while teaching spellcraft. He chuckled, wondering why people back then made such bizarre toys, too lazy or just too clever. Ji-fan mused that even musclehead Tezjon could regain magic with it, when a shout outside cut his thoughts. He poked his head out to see Salen pointing excitedly ahead. Before them stood the bustling city of Shoshan in the valley. It was the northern hub where major trade routes intersected. In the guild, a refined gentleman handed Ji-fan a file from the Taban Guild, asking for his signature. Ji-fan studied the paper closely, reading data about his own body. At 16, he had delusions, claiming to be Tezjon instead of Laughingheart, leaving him deeply troubled. It was now clear the Demon King Tezjon had truly reincarnated. At that moment, the sage Reston read an old record in solitude. Laughingheart finally realized he and Teslan had swapped bodies, a truth he once denied. Records showed Teslan vanished after leaving the Zephyr Magic Tower at 16, baffling the guild. In his past life, he wasn't recognized as a mage until nearly 30, not from weakness but tower restrictions, so he wondered how Teslan escaped. Jifen resolved to seek more clues, hiring a top bounty hunter from Taban Guild and lighting a flame to ready the team for tomorrow's departure. Before leaving, he glanced back, thinking it was time to reveal their next destination. That night, the inn buzzed with chatter. They discussed Zifen. Salen admitted had thought the guy ordinary until seeing him slay a demon in a blink, earning Bruce's awe. Salen still wondered if Zifen was modest or hiding power, while Zifen pondered whether to take Selen and Ruth to the main Gene Forge. Now true companions, he stepped forward and said he had something to announce, drawing all eyes. Zifen revealed their next stop wasn't a Silver Era ruin as planned. The group gasped. Ruth asked if they weren't going to the Settlad Mountains, and Zifen replied they'd go later. He sensed their confusion and chose to share his true ideals first. Raising his hand, he declared he never saw dwarves or orcs as slaves. He urged them to see all races as equals. His dream, a world where every being lives free, unchained, his voice solemn. The group froze, unsure of his meaning. Only T-Lan seemed to understand. Ruth paled, asking if he meant to release elves and dwarves back to the forests, which made T-Lan frown. Zifen stared him down, saying firmly they were sentient, not beasts. Rebuked, Ruth lowered his head, still hesitant to object. Zifen knew his words sounded insane, treating slaves as equals, madness to most. Suddenly, Salen laughed, saying that belief suited Zifen perfectly. He asked if Zifen meant to change the whole world, not just free slaves. Zifen nodded. He vowed to pursue that dream even against the world, then asked if they'd join him. Salen smiled and agreed without hesitation. But Cizis challenged him, asking if he was sure such dreams were far-fetched. Still, Salen admitted oppression of other races was wrong and wanted to understand them better. He also aimed to spread Phalancios' faith to every race, proudly declaring it his holy mission. Sifen warned that might spark human hatred and freeing slaves by attacking nobles. Salen shrugged, saying just wear a mask. Ruth, nervous, confessed he didn't grasp it all, but since he'd sworn loyalty to Zafen, he'd follow wherever the leader went. Jifen smiled, praising him as a true knight and stressing the need for secrecy. The next news was top secret. He declared their next destination the main forge beneath the Temple of God Abbot, revered by the dwarves. Later, across snowy peaks, Jifen's group trekked through perilous cliffs toward the site. On the way, they constantly battled monsters, forcing the team to fight in unity. The dwarf in the team swung his axe fiercely, charging through the monsters. Ruth unleashed his newly awakened Oza power, sweeping enemies from another flank. Jifen surveyed the battlefield, confident the Oz creatures were nothing to worry about. Waves of monsters fell, winged beasts, earthen giants, all crushed in turn. Even three-headed dragons and spirit bears were swiftly slain. The mountain was carpeted with corpses, proof of Jifen's overwhelming strength. Salen remarked that the monsters here were denser than any ruins before. Surely the temple builders had a reason for choosing such peril. Ruth wondered aloud how dwarves could survive in such harsh lands. Jifen calmly smashed a diving eagle, saying they'd soon understand why. At his feet lay carcasses of four-legged eagles he had just felled. But they weren't ordinary eagles, they split into illusions, forcing him to find the true body as Ruth covered with magic. Jifen chanted, green light flaring around a mirror of truth. Dispel these illusions! The energy burst, erasing the eagles instantly. Ruth still struggled to grasp Jifen's spellwork, while Selen was stunned by his rapid power growth. But the spell drained him fast. Jifen shouted, asking why they were still staring when his mana was nearly gone. Cizis chuckled, thinking he was oddly cute sometimes, then asked T-Lan how far left. She said about 2 weeks. Hearing that, Ruth panicked, yelling if they'd have to fight nonstop for 2 weeks, but Zifen assured they'd take a shortcut with no more monsters. The group gaped at the news. Jifen grinned, urging them on just one more day to go. Next morning, snow still fell, but the sky cleared, signaling a fresh start. At last, Jifen's team reached the ancient ruins. This was a relic of the Silver Era, called Seiman. Cizis curiously asked how he knew the shortcut. Bruce stammered he'd merely heard stories. Cizis eyed him skeptically, unsure what Bruce was hiding. Under her gaze, Zifen sweated, wondering what she truly thought of him. But Cizis herself was confused about her feelings as Bruce moved ahead, telling everyone to stay back before the G-Tech gate. Jifen calmly stepped forward, pressed a switch, the door opened, and he said they wouldn't use this path, leaving Bruce baffled. He crossed his arms and laughed loudly, boasting for Cizis to hear that his master once explored this place, claiming he'd learned much. Sneaking glances at her, met with her skeptical stare. Whenever Cizis doubted him, he acted like that, though this time the tension made sweat stream down his face. Still, Cizis remained unconvinced, sensing his tale was pieced together from rumors. Jifen quickly changed topics, saying come on, let's head inside. The group followed him into the main forge, awestruck as T-Lan gasped that it looked nothing like legend described. Jifen approached a wall engraved with ancient Hordzio script, studying every line. Suddenly, he struck it down, shocking the whole team. A brilliant white light burst forth from the gap beyond. The group went from one shock to another in rapid succession. Behind the wall lay a vast, dazzling chamber, and Jifen's team stepped in awe. Around them stood statues of dwarf knights, majestic guardians of the Holy Forge. T-Lan gasped that they were inside the legendary outpost forge, while Ruth gawked they'd just skipped 15 travel days in an instant. Selen pointed at the collapsed wall, asking softly, Zifen, I really broke it first, right? He nodded, but when Selen asked if that was a problem, he muttered it's fine, then froze. Something felt off. A memory from his past life flashed. He had been here before, in this very main forge. Back then, had also destroyed part of the temple, but nothing happened. Outpost had once given a prophecy. But now things were different. The guardian dwarves had spotted intruders and raised the alarm. The prophecy seemed changed. Dwarves above gathered, ready to purge the trespassers. The group bowed tensely while Jifen managed only a strained smile. Moments later, dwarf warriors aimed their crossbows and fired in unison. Ceylon dodged and shouted, scolding them for being trigger-happy. Jifen replied wryly, if someone smashed your house, would you offer tea? Ceylon sputtered, but you did smash theirs, leaving him speechless. The furious dwarves looked like fathers catching intruders in their daughters' rooms, an image that made everyone laugh as Jifen awkwardly claimed they'd only broken a tiny bit. Ruth drew his sword, aura blazing, yelling that those barbarians dared attack humans. Jifen rushed forward to stop him, signaling not to fight. He shouted loudly that they meant no harm. But before he finished, a storm of arrows rained down, embedding all around him. The shafts shattered on his sturdy body, leaving him unharmed. Seeing that, the dwarves panicked, calling Zayfen a monster. He sighed helplessly, insisting he meant no battle. He raised his hand and declared, children of Earth, we come in peace, not as foes. Jifen waited tensely. He knew dwarves could sense lies instantly. One warrior asked skeptically, humans not our enemies. Then all shouted, who are you and why have you come? Jifen scratched his head, half joking, half serious, saying he was the one foretold by Outpost, the awaited savior. Ceylon blushed, calling him shameless, while Jifen waved frantically, saying he hadn't wanted to claim that title. He added they came by guidance of the Stealth Hammer tribe to meet High Priest Ma Shilin, though Bruce feared they wouldn't believe it. To their shock, cheers erupted as the dwarves shouted, the savior has come, joyfully asking why he hadn't used the main gate instead. The whole team stood dumbfounded as dwarves swarmed Jifen, chanting and celebrating wildly. They were led into Logen, a city 30 meters beneath the Satellite Mountains. The vast cavern stretched 2 kilometers wide and 35 meters high, with hot springs and glowing geothermal rocks warming the air. Jifen explained this was the artisans' quarter. Beyond lay residences, the group marveled at the dwarves' incredible engineering. Ruth asked why, with so many people, they hadn't freed their enslaved kin. Ziz smiled, so you do think slavery is wrong now? Ruth frowned. What do you mean? She chuckled, if you didn't care, you wouldn't have asked. Ruth scratched his head awkwardly, unable to answer. A dwarf explained that Logen was actually a Silver-era ruin they had renovated for living. Jifen nodded, adding it was once a dwarven city of that age, making Ruth gasp, you even know that? He pointed out the unusually low doors clearly designed for short folk. He continued, saying only the dwarves in their golden age could have built such a place, no slaves could. Gifan laughed, thinking Gius would believe it. Gius stayed silent in thought. Then a dwarf invited them for dinner. Ceylon ducked through the door, muttering about his height. At the table they found simple meals typical of underground folk. Ceylon tasted the first bite, frowning. He couldn't tell what meat it was. The dwarf replied it was monster liver. Sizit froze, claiming to be vegetarian, earning Ceylon's teasing while Ruth praised the flavor. The dwarf laughed awkwardly, saying it was good for men, his cheeks turning red, confusing the table. The two girls scowled, grumbling, good for men, how crude. Suddenly, a dwarf arrived announcing that High Priest Puvet summoned the savior to the central tower. Gifan stood and told his comrades to rest. At the stairs base, he asked if only special people could go up. The dwarf replied only high priests lived above, the rest were too lazy. On the way up, he passed ancient carvings of gods and warriors. Then, reaching the top step, he paused, breathing heavily. He looked up to see a dwarf waiting for him. The elder had been expecting him, gaze stern. He smiled, calling him the prophesied savior, introducing himself as High Priest Ma Shilin Pot Hamlin. Gifan stared at him, a strange nostalgia rising within. Then visions of the past flooded back, a ruined fortress shrouded in smoke. At the battlefield's heart, War King Tezlong was hailed as a hero. He proclaimed, we have won! The demon king Gifan has fallen, the curse of the otherworld ends! But then Tezlong charged the demon, shouting to end the nightmare once and for all. The demon king smiled, casting a spell to reverse time, declaring himself the weaver of fate. The vision faded as Alana suddenly awoke in the silent night. She realized she had only meant to rest briefly but had dozed off completely. She frowned, feeling that something remained unfinished, incomplete. For 6 years, he forced himself to stay endlessly busy, from a frail 20-year-old who bullied elders into granting him mage status to a sage of renown. Now everything unfolded as planned, yet he stared at the sky bitterly. His Aodai and level 5 magic still couldn't beat the Demon King. He mused that the Demon King must be far stronger. With a body far superior, Ilanat couldn't tell how much power he had regained. Ilanat guessed the fiend was regathering magic and old followers preparing a comeback. He murmured they too needed skilled warriors to end that dreadful cycle once and for all. Back in the forge, the air burned with heat and tension. There stood his old mentor and closest friend, the High Priest Ma Shilin Pot Hamlin. The priest said softly, strange have we met, I haven't left this place in 50 years. Gifan calmly replied, you wouldn't know yet, we'll meet for the first time 10 years from now. Ma Shilin trembled, thinking the savior might be mad, but Gifan cut him off, please, just hear me out. He took a deep breath to steady himself. Then he confessed earnestly, I have traveled through time. He recounted everything from wandering the continent and battling otherworldly creatures to reaching the 10th realm. He spoke of being branded the Demon King of the Antares Empire and the bloody war that ended his life. He added, I know it sounds insane, but it's true, believe it or not, Magellan, that's your choice. The High Priest replied, if not for Outpost prophecy, I'd think you insane. He frowned slightly. May I test you to see if you're lucid or lost? If I was once your confidant, I must have asked something deeply personal. Stroking his beard, he asked directly, then what color is my beard? Gifan laughed, realizing it was a test. He answered plainly, you don't actually have one. He added, even at 30, you wore a fake beard everywhere. That habit never changed. The priest sighed and removed it, half regretful. After a pause, he smiled. Then do you know its secret? This beard was blessed by Outpost. Gifan explained that thick beards symbolized masculinity among dwarves, but since the priest could grow one, that divine blessing earned him respect. The high priest nodded. Even dwarves could tell it was fake. Then I believe you truly are him. He slowly descended toward Gifan, intending to give advice, but saw the man already understood there was only one thing left. He knelt, representing all dwarves of Outpost, and pledged loyalty to Gifan Hardquet Antares. Gifan lifted him gently, asking whether he could ever repay such devotion. Then he shook his head, saying what he sought now was the priest's counsel. He recalled how, in his past failure, he had ruled by force and was branded humanity's enemy, so he vowed never to repeat that mistake again. He told Magellan he had freed the slaves of Chatan, teaching them and hoping other masters would follow. Machi Lin nodded approvingly, saying it was a noble idea that humans slowly changing toward his kin would be good, though it might take centuries, and asked softly, by then, won't you be far too old? Gifan spoke gravely, agreeing that was exactly what troubled him. Now that his old mana had returned and he wielded two powers, rebuilding an empire or becoming the Demon King again was within reach. But doing so would repeat history, turning him once more into a terror and plunging the continent into bloodshed. He looked up and murmured, now you see what I fear, Machi Lin. The high priest replied solemnly, you've underestimated this world. Gifan froze as he continued, you failed not because of your power, but because you relied only on it. This world bows not to force, but to faith. Machi Lin asked bluntly, do you hate humans? Gifan paused, no. Do you like them? Also no. The priest nodded, just as he thought. In his past life, the man had no human friends. That's why you were unjust toward them, he said, making Gifan's gaze shift with realization. So why didn't you let them join your army? He asked. Gifan stammered that he couldn't trust them. War wasn't a game. And why not let them govern? I trusted dwarves and elves more, they're less corrupt. He added that dwarves discern truth better, thinking himself right, though doubt flickered on his face. Machi Lin shook his head. You were wrong, they too were citizens of your realm, yet you gave them no voice. Gifan went still, realizing why mankind had called him the Demon King. So that's truly it, he whispered. The priest sighed, your fault wasn't slaughter, it was contempt. When one with power hears only praise and bends the world to his will, has already stepped into darkness. He met Gifan's eyes, speaking each word clearly. That is the essence of the Demon King. Your goodwill made you a monster, Lord Difan Hat, he concluded. Machi Lin then asked softly, in our past life, did I never tell you this? Gifan frowned, recalling, when you served me, humans were butchering dwarves. He added, you helped build half of the Antares Empire. Hearing that, the priest trembled, sweating, whispering that he no longer had the right to lecture him. Gifan asked quietly, despair lacing his tone, then what should I do now? Machi Lin answered slowly, your greatest sin was seeing that war as one between humans and outsiders. Humans excel most at killing their own, without any help, that is their nature. He sighed, saying ambition was never salvation. His only advice was for Gifan to find his own truth. Gifan stood silent, eyes distant. Outside, snow blanketed the land, wind howling icy and sharp. A colossal dragon roared, shaking the valley. Dwarves surrounded it, risking their lives to bind and ground the beast. Ruth charged in, slashing furiously at its massive body. But no matter how fierce, his blows could scratch its steel scales. He gritted his teeth, cursing that he hadn't yet mastered his master's Q technique. Behind him, Sizit charged her bow with energy, loosing glowing green arrows. Yet the thick scales and enormous frame deflected them effortlessly. Suddenly, Sizit stopped, her gaze snapping toward something else. A dwarf knight charged forward, brandishing a blazing battle axe. He leaped so fast that Ruth could only gape in shock. The axe's blade flared fiercely. Orange light spiraled around it, roaring like it was alive. With a single swing, the dragon's head flew off, blood raining down. After the kill, silence fell, only heavy breaths remained. The dwarf knight raised his axe, shouting, feast and drink tonight! Ruth and Seelan gawked, shocked that dwarves could wield Azza and not just one of them. With 3 users among them, the group shivered. That power rivaled in nations. They'd spent over a month at the main forge, adapting to life there. Bruce still differed culturally from the dwarves, but he blended in fast. He was awed and slightly terrified that 3 could wield Azza, yet learned much. Outside, a blizzard raged around the main forge, howling like demons. Seelan laughed proudly, boasting she'd grown a whole centimeter taller. Ruth and Shin Shin congratulated her. The dwarves just shrugged, saying humans prized height like they prized broad shoulders. Ruth suddenly asked where's Gifan, and Seelan replied, probably in his usual spot. Then they realized he'd truly vanished. No one knew what Gifan was up to. At the forge's heart stood a colossal steel tower channeling geothermal energy. It was called Maxim, the living sun of the district. Gifan stood inside it, gazing upward, admiring the greatness of the Silver Age. He mused that enslavement had stripped their traditions, yet the outpost doctrine endured through holy texts and the sacred Maxim, heart of the forge. With Dwarves' decline, outpost power had nearly vanished. The last remnant was Maxim's awakening, which Gifan believed he could achieve if he passed the final barrier. He realized his tot-long body had absorbed mana in ages, so he decided to use Maxim to reconstruct it for better magical harmony, a delicate task, but easy for him. He recalled in a past life mastering Maxim within a year a feat fit for gods, but that brilliance had birthed an explosion that destroyed a kingdom, a sin he still regretted. As Maxim held pure mana essence, he knew no impurity could taint its flow during his transformation. He stripped down mortified, praying no one saw him performing the ritual stark naked. Unbeknownst to him, the Kamizagi system recorded every move. In the control room, the all-female observers stared wide-eyed at the screen showing his muscular form. These seasoned mothers and veterans now giggled like schoolgirls, gossiping about every inch of Gifan's body. Time passed. It had been 40 days since their arrival at the forge. Within Maxim, a mana circuit began shifting its structure. Its light turned from orange to violet, pulsing through the air like breath. Gifan chanted, child of frost and northern wind, heed my call, appear before me. Purple mana erupted, swirling around him like a storm. He'd completed the Fevering summoning ritual. Now he just needed to stabilize the barrier by boosting mana flow. In his mind, Gifan debated whether to seek the relic of Symbol 40 or follow Magellan's advice to head toward Zero Vans. Maybe this time he'd listen. Meanwhile, in the training yard, Salen struggled to build muscle, trembling with every weak movement. Gifan watched from behind, smiling. Salen, you've got a bit more muscle now. The boy beamed. You really noticed. Salen struck a pose, proudly flexing his tiny arms for Gifan. Then he pulled his shirt back on, laughing and panting. He asked, why are you back so soon? It's not mealtime yet. Gifan replied calmly, I'm done. Salen grinned, so we're leaving soon? Gifan teased, what already attached to this place? Salen admitted he just wanted to preach to the dwarves to see if anyone would believe him. Ruth also felt oddly inspired and went to train alone like Gifan. Taking enough rations for a week, he clearly didn't plan to return soon. Outside, dwarf children played noisily, shouting, Venom Serpent, face my hammer! My axe splits the sky! Ceriz watched silently, murmuring, we can't let the last tragedy repeat, or everything will collapse. Sizit's eyes grew distant, lost in old memories. She remembered childhood days of laughter and golden sunlight. Shed thought Shed buried those memories, but they still lingered. Suddenly, Gifan called, snapping her back, hey, what are you doing here? She softly answered, just playing with the kids. She smiled, saying the children here were carefree and unburdened. But deep down, she knew their path ahead was full of hardships and might not even live to grow up. Gifan looked at her curiously, about to ask more, but Sizit said gently, don't mind me, I just miss home. Gifan pondered the land she came from. It was the Svilet Desert, far east of the Ram Kingdom, a sealed, barren land for the brave. He said thoughtfully, if that's your homeland, we should visit it someday, what do you think? Sizit was startled. It would take 2 months by road, but Gifan only smiled, saying he had a faster way. He grinned and gestured, let's go, just the two of us. Far away in the scorched desert, the wind lashed their faces. On a high rock jutting from the golden sands, suddenly a violent mana explosion burst forth, scattering sand everywhere. From the blast, a teleport gate opened. Gifan and Sizit stepped out. She gasped, truly a land of sorrow. He smiled, told you, with Tizane Zaman's gate we arrived in seconds. Sizit marveled that only high mages could activate Silver Age relics. Gifan replied, actually 6-ring magic can too if you know how. She pressed suspiciously, your master taught you that. He chuckled awkwardly, a friend of my master did, I just learned it from them. Sizit still eyed him doubtfully, unconvinced. Suddenly, a giant beast burst from the sand, roaring toward them. Gifan charged straight at it. One mighty punch dropped the monster instantly. He said, that's a sand roller, its meat's delicious. Then he cast a darkness field to block sunlight while cooking. Next, he lit magical fire, burning dry sand to grill the meat. He even drained the creature's water, storing it for later use. While working, he mused, magic so handy, why did I use it before? Sizit stepped in, let me skin it. She cut the first slice, handed it to him, try it, is it done? They ate by the fire. Gifan asked casually, you're home far? Sizit chewed slowly, half a day toward the sunset. He nodded, murmuring, not sure if anyone's still alive, their life's unpredictable. Sizit didn't quite grasp his meaning, but stayed silent. The next morning, they continued onward. When they arrived, Sizit froze at the familiar land. Her mother's voice echoed, my daughter, grow strong to protect the Geld. Then her father's voice followed, well done, you can wield a sword now, you can help your old man. She walked slowly through the familiar ruins, whispering inwardly, of course I've come back. Then she wondered, why did I even come here? Before her stood an empty village, no one left at all. Faces of parents and friends, laughter, warmth, all surged back, stabbing her heart. She tried to recall the name they once called her, but her mind was blank. She wanted to cry, yet tears had dried like desert sand 50 years ago. Gifan stood beside her, sweating nervously, unsure how to comfort her. He muttered, strange, in my past life, the Jianhem Guild still existed, why is there no trace now? His face paled. Could the future have changed? But I didn't do anything that drastic. He looked around, asking, Sizit, doesn't this village seem odd? She replied, you've never seen an abandoned place. He frowned, no, I mean there's not a single mark, like it was frozen in time. He added, you said Jianhem was wiped out 50 years ago, right? Yet this place looks untouched. Sizit's face slowly changed at his words. Gifan knelt to inspect tracks, murmuring, someone was here about 2 weeks ago. At that moment, Sizit heard a faint, distant sound. She turned, voice trembling, someone's calling for help. A weak cry echoed, please help me! In the distance, 3 elves were bound, dragged under the scorching sun. The soldiers barked, move faster. An elf woman whispered to her sister, don't let them see fear, keep your head high. On horseback, the noble Brad grumbled, all this work and only 3 slaves? A soldier asked, boss, can we sell them for much? He snapped, idiots! This trip's a loss. Brad cursed, damn son, I never should join this stupid venture. Everything began to change the moment Gifan stumbled upon them. One soldier groaned, "Mage Clon, can't you cool us off?" The mage snapped, "You think magic's omnipotent?" Brad barked, "I didn't pay you a fortune for excuses?" Another muttered, "At least we're not empty-handed." "Yeah, 3 captives means profit," he sneered. The 3 elf siblings trudged on, still bound, as soldiers yelled, "Useless brats, especially that boy!" Suddenly, a dark shadow dove from the sky at lightning speed. The soldiers screamed, "An elf is flying toward us!" Brad squinted, "A grown woman and a gold mine coming our way! Capture her alive!" Meanwhile, deep inside a grand building, a knocking sound echoed. A girl entered softly. "Tessin, I'm coming in." The young man looked up from old pages, asking, "You're reading that stuff again?" He reminded Felena they'd promised to drop trivial matters, making her freeze as if recalling something. Then his gaze lingered on Felena, deep and unreadable. Felena had been the only one to believe Tet-John after his rebirth, helping him overcome harsh magical barriers to awaken his strength. Yet she could have been an ally of the Demon King Leifen Hart, and now she asked John why he was smiling, her tone tinged with nostalgia. John replied, "Back then, Phile Nadap, you went by Lefenhat, didn't you?" He added coldly, "And you're using that old-fashioned tone again." Then he abruptly changed topics, asking about the item, making Felena rummage through her pouch. She handed him a note, saying that the fame of the Fist King Leifen Hart was spreading everywhere, reviving his childhood name. Felena said softly, "Has no longer Leifen Hart," but John only smiled, saying fate loved irony. At that moment, rumor spread a Golden Knight had been humiliated, boosting the new Fist King's renown. Curious, Felena asked why the Fist King was worshipped so much, revealing she had met Lord Euthatz as instructed. She said the letter contained only "if you wish to defeat him, follow me," and had simply replied, "Agreed." Another powerful ally gained. Then Felena told John she'd found the candidate he wanted. That person was Staffan von Aschen, the second son of Marquis Aschen from the noble Basili kingdom. Hearing the name, John found it odd but figured he could at least use the man, then set the note down. He walked over, embraced Felena, and whispered, "Well done, thank you," making her blush and widen her eyes. Inside John's heart burned. Everything Demon King Leifen Hart once stole he vowed to reclaim. His lips curled in a cold smile, his eyes blazing with resolve to destroy him. Elsewhere, Sizit sped toward the kidnappers like a sweeping gale. One soldier swung his axe, aiming for her body. But before it struck, the blade froze midair. In an instant, he was sliced into 3 pieces, blood spraying everywhere. The rest gasped in horror. This was no ordinary prey. Panicking, they charged wildly, hacking in all directions. But Sizit dodged every blow with effortless grace. Her eyes blazed with fury, radiating killing intent like wildfire. The soldiers all rushed at once, desperate to take her down. Yet in a flash, they all fell, bodies littering the ground. Their leader stood frozen, terrified and enraged, unable to grasp what had happened. He stammered, unable to believe where such a woman came from. Then the mage behind him chanted, hurling his magic staff toward her. A massive explosion roared, filling the battlefield with dust. Through the smoky haze, a figure approached. It was Gifan, raising a shield for Sizit and scolding, "You're reckless, you can't take these guys alone." Immediately, he ordered the kidnappers not to move. Any twitch would mean instant death. Then Gifan recognized the gang leader, smiling that they'd met before. Apparently the man was now a Nolia hunter. The leader turned pale and drenched in sweat, clearly remembering him. Years had passed, but the memory of that man still haunted him, and Gifan still remembered his face. Gifan smirked, thinking human memory is impressive. Shame it keeps such disgusting faces. He stepped closer, voice low, "I've got a few questions for you." He asked if the 3 elves were their only captives, but the leader spat defiantly. Gifan frowned, raising his aura, warning that his life depended on his answer. Under pressure, the leader trembled, confessing, "Yes, just them." Gifan pressed on, "How many have you killed? How many elves died by your hands?" The man looked around, baffled by the question. Gifan's face darkened, eyes blazing, until the man stammered, "About 40 victims." Gifan nodded coldly, "I see. Then you'll pay with your life." A furious surge of energy burst from him, heavy and fierce. The mage behind chanted an ice spell while the noble shouted for a counterattack. Gifan calmly raised the golden radiance shield, blocking every incoming spell. The mage gaped, shocked that someone so young matched his strength. Then Gifan lifted his hand, invoking the power of earth and sky as one. "Rise, child of the heavens, strike these sinners with thunder!" Lightning exploded, roaring across the field, soldiers screaming in agony. The terrified mage yelled, "You'd do all this just for those elves? Find them!" Gifan strode forward, eyes burning coldly. "You should turn to ash long ago, but am short on mana." As he raised his hand to finish them, the mage dropped to his knees, begging for mercy, offering to release the captives. But Gifan still intended to kill them all. The mage stammered, "At least tell me, why must we die?" He answered firmly, "I told you you'll pay for elven blood." The mage paled, stuttering, "Were any of them human?" Gifan froze for a moment, expression shifting slightly. The mage continued, "We didn't know they were owned, we thought they were wild elves. It wasn't on purpose." But Gifan growled, "No, I said you'll pay," leaving the mage even more confused. Glaring, Gifan shouted, "You kill them and think yourself innocent. They feel they hurt like humans, yet you treat them like beasts." The mage trembled, muttering that the man before him had lost his mind. Gifan replied coldly, "You're a mage, then answer this: what truly separates man from beast?" The mage said, "Humans can think, reason, they act beyond instinct." Gifan asked again, "Then why assume the elves can't?" The mage sneered, saying even humans lacking reason became slaves, so the elves were born for that fate. He countered, "Are you planning to fight the entire slave system? Think you're wiser than the world itself?" Hearing that, Gifan recalled Ma Shiline's words, "You underestimate this world too much." He muttered, I never wanted to live as a slave. If I once longed for freedom, surely others do too. There's nothing wrong with that. The mage shouted angrily, don't force others to think like you. Where does your arrogance come from? Now truly enraged, Gifen raised his hand, voice grinding. Yes, I'm arrogant, but at least I don't bow to what's wrong. He gripped the mage's neck, blood spilling from the man's mouth, eyes frozen cold. Better arrogant than cowardly, he said, and ended the mage's life. From afar, the three elf siblings watched in stunned silence. Gifen approached, freeing them gently, asking if anyone was hurt. Sizit stepped toward the eldest sister, hesitantly asking, are you? The elf woman's eyes widened, staring at Sizit in shock. She trembled, calling out a name in a choked voice. Sezin, the name drifted softly through the still air. Sizit froze, barely believing what she had just heard. Her eyes widened, emotions swirling between awe and sorrow. It turned out Sizit and Silent had once been childhood friends. Her true name, Sizenzian Aranfiana, resurfaced, and tears streamed down as she remembered who she was. She grabbed her sister's hands joyfully. You're alive, and her sister replied, and so are you. But then Silent jerked her hand away, her face cold and distant. Sizit stood frozen, utterly confused. Silent's son asked innocently, Mom, you know her. But Silent hissed, don't speak to that woman. Her voice quivered bitterly. She's just a human's filthy slave now, with no honor left. She glared at Sizit, saying her sister had become nothing but a cheap toy for humans. Sizit stammered, trying to explain but unable to find words. Gifen stepped in front of her, declaring, she's my comrade, not a slave. Silent frowned, a human like you can understand our tongue. Gifen replied, I won't let you insult her even if you're family. He turned to Sizit, tell her you're not anyone's slave. Sizit only bowed her head silently. After a moment she looked up, asking softly, am I truly not a slave? Her eyes locked on his, desperate for assurance. He asked gently, Sizit, have I ever treated you as one? Have I ever acted without asking you, or forced you to do anything? She shook her head, never. Gifen said sternly, then why demean yourself? But Sizit choked out, because you never said I wasn't a slave, Gifen. Gifen froze, eyes trembling, unsure how to answer. Her words sank heavy in the air, pressing on everyone's chest. He realized she still couldn't believe she deserved freedom. No, that's not true, he said slowly. You're equal, you're a free elf like anyone else. The sentence trailed off, but his sincerity was unmistakable. He had never seen the elves as slaves, never once viewed them as lesser than humans. To him, all races stood equal, and Sizit knew that better than anyone. Even so, she stubbornly believed a gulf still lay between them. She felt he didn't truly see her, but rather someone else through her. Gifen stood frozen, realizing he'd only imagined freeing her from her chains. To Sizit, it didn't matter if I'm just someone's replacement in your heart, it'd rather be your slave than that. Gifen fell silent, seeing himself as a fool who thought he'd saved her, when it only tried to buy her fate. Sizit's voice trembled, begging him not to speak kind words that only hurt more. In her eyes, Gifen saw an outsider, a man forcing kindness, believing sincerity could heal her. But Sizit couldn't accept love that wasn't truly meant for her. Gifen sighed softly, his eyes dimming as understanding dawned. You're free now, he said. Go where your heart leads, fear no one. His words carried a new weight, not command, but release. He added quietly, whether you stay or leave, I'll respect your choice. Sizit asked, you want me to leave you? Gifen replied, no, I want you to stay. But he silently vowed never to bind her again, only to love her in silence. Sizit lowered her gaze, whispering, give me time to think. Gifen nodded, then turned to Silent, asking her to help the elf child find his family. He affirmed, as I said, she's no slave and I force no one to stay. Sizit walked toward the camel, ready to depart. Gifen told Silent he'd wait nearby, but she interrupted, no, come with us. To leave a debt unpaid is shame for our kind. He asked, are you sure? Silent replied, sooner or later, you'll be discovered, better to come along. Gifen chuckled, saying her reasoning was sound. Silent merely replied, the elves always act with reason. So the group rode their camels deeper into the elven lands. On the way, Silent turned to Sizit, softly saying, I'm sorry, if you were me, you'd have done the same, right? Sizit answered, I understand. Silent watched her, then smiled, you're lucky to have met someone good. Sizit lowered her head, murmuring, I'm not sure has that good. Silent smiled faintly, then why tell him your real name? Sizit froze, eyes wide, wait, he called me by my real name. She stood stunned, heartbeat racing wildly. How could he know a name even I'd forgotten? She whispered in disbelief. The scene shifted to the elven settlement, dry and wary. A man reported to the elder that water was almost gone even with rationing. It would last only till tomorrow. The elder asked a young elf, has the scouting party returned? He answered, the humans have stopped hunting, but our fallen still lie beneath the sands. The elder bowed in prayer, asking Saint Shinjigi El to welcome their souls. He was Raul, elder of the Jian Hemp clan, aged 343. The young elf urged, Elder, if we delay, the water will be gone before we return, prompting him to order an evacuation at sunset. His heart heavy, he feared returning home would expose them, so he prayed to God Elda for guidance to save his people. At the same time, 3 wounded survivors from the earlier battle were brought back. They were the captured group, now safely home. But when the elf soldiers saw a human among them, rage erupted. They saw it as disgrace. They shouted furiously, you brought a human here! Don't let him enter! Immediately, a storm of stones and arrows rained down from slingshots. Sizit dodged in shock, while Gifen calmly said, don't worry, they're just warning us. He picked up a glass bullet, examined it, and noted it was rough sand fused by magic fire, surprising Sizit. She nodded, explaining they used spirit flame to melt sand without the world tree's aid, thus unable to summon battle spirits. Her tribe had lived in the desert for centuries, bonded with fire spirits. Her tan skin proved it despite 50 years away. Sizit eyed Gifen. Did your master tell you that? Giffen feigned calm and lied that his master's friend had studied the Yu tribe's spirit faith deeply. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Let me show them our goodwill, Elvet!" Arms wide open. The scene reminded Sizit of when they first entered the dwarves' forge and were attacked the same way. The Yu tribe's magic strikes hit him harmlessly, leaving everyone calling him a monster in fear. Giffen shouted, "O noble Yu tribe! Am human but not your enemy, I know your history and seek friendship." The soldiers murmured in awe, wondering how he knew their ancient tongue. Elder Rawl pondered his sincerity. From the cliff, a guard replied, "Your words sound true, but not enough to trust." Giffen nodded, respecting the caution. Then he gathered energy into his fist, summoning his magic power. Elder Rawls gasped as he felt the massive aura surging forth. Sizit cried out in worry, unsure of his intent. Suddenly, a pillar of blazing energy shot skyward, whipping the air into a vortex. The villagers, soldiers, and Elder all stared in awe at the sight. To humans, it might seem provocative, but to the Yu, it was a divine sign. As a tribe of reason, the Yu responded not with fear but with analysis. The Elder stepped forward kindly. "With such strength, you'd need no traps, you truly mean peace." Giffen smiled. "Let's go home to your true home," making Sizit and her camel sweat in disbelief after what they'd seen. The sun sank behind the dunes, painting the desert crimson. In the Elder's tent, Silence said, "This is Sizendi, daughter of Azio and Piana, you remember her, right?" The Elder tearfully embraced Sizit, recognizing the lost child of their tragic past. At last, their bloodline had returned. He thanked Giffen, calling him the tribe's benefactor. Giffen simply smiled. "It's what I should do, let's all go home." Thus, the Yu tribe set out under the cool moonlight back to their village. They lit great fires, singing and dancing with joy filling the air. All raised their cups, celebrating reunion after so many years apart. Sizit's old friends surrounded her, laughing and asking, "Do you still remember us?" She laughed through tears. From afar, Giffen quietly watched, his eyes following Sizit among the crowd. She laughed brightly, immersed in a happiness he'd never seen before. He thought, maybe this is where she truly belongs. Will she still want to follow me? Resting his chin in thought, Giffen suddenly recalled something important and stood up to leave. He went to the Elder's tent, saying he had a request. He wished for Sizit to experience the Yu tribe's original power. The Elder asked, "You mean elemental magic?" Giffen nodded, explaining he only knew a bit of summoning magic, unlike the Yu's elemental arts, and only the Elder could teach her. The Elder replied, "Teaching her is our duty, but..." He sighed, "Since losing the world tree, our power has weakened. Elemental magic now only lights fires, not battles." He looked to Giffen, suggesting he teach her, but Giffen cut in, "I will, when the time comes, but an Yu unable to speak with spirits is too sad." The Elder smiled, "You truly understand us." He added, "If she stays, and you wish not to leave, the Zanim tribe will welcome you as kin." At that moment, Sizit was glowing with joy among her people. From then on, Giffen was officially brother to the Zanim tribe. The next morning, sunlight spread over the sand-covered tents. Giffen remained in the Zishu region, living daily with the Yu. He stayed 4 days awaiting Sizit's final decision. Silent taught her to sense spirits, saying mastering elemental magic meant speaking with wind and water, but Sizit still couldn't grasp resonance. Silent thought it took her 3 years herself. How could Sizit do it in 4 days? Then, unexpectedly, tiny glowing motes surrounded Sizit, pulsing in harmony with her. Silent gaped, shed never imagined Sizit's spirit resonance could be so extraordinary. Most Yu couldn't learn magic that fast, but Sizit was different. Years of slavery had honed her mind sharper than most humans. At that moment, Giffen approached, smiled at the lights, praised her grasp of elemental basics, and asked softly, "Feels good, right?" She nodded, "Very." Then he looked into her eyes and asked seriously, "Do you plan to stay here with them?" Sizit bowed her head, speaking slowly, "I want to stay to help them revive this land." Giffen froze, eyes dimming, replying, "No matter what I do, I can't change their reality." She looked up and asked, "If I go with you, can we change it together?" Giffen clenched his fist, vowing, "We will. I'll stake my life on it." Sizit smiled brightly, "Then I'll go with you for my tribe's future." Her words made Giffen overflow with joy, his face lit with emotion. He swore to change the world for her, and that promise, the happiness, made his magic surge uncontrollably. A giant beam shot into the sky, stunning everyone. Sizit panicked. "What are you doing?" Silent answered, "Has just a little too happy." Giffen steadied himself and told Sizit, "Now I'll show you your tribe's future." He led the group deep into the western mountains. Sizit and Elder Rawl followed. The Elder asked curiously, "Benefactor, why return here?" Giffen replied, "You said this was the emergency refuge, right?" He turned and declared firmly, "From now on, this will be Zanim's new village." The Elder gasped, "But there's no water here!" Giffen smiled and asked, "Sizit, do you still have the Kunga Highland bow I gave you?" She nodded in surprise. She handed it to him, and Giffen asked, "Strange, isn't it, awakening spirit resonance in just 4 days?" He explained, "Because you are the true master of the Highland bow, the pack chose you, granting the right to name and command its power." With that, Giffen thrust the bow's tip into the valley's center. He shouted, "Guardian spirit of the world, awaken the life hidden in this land." Green light burst from the bow. At once, a glowing sprout emerged from where the bow pierced the ground. Sizit and the Elder stared as the tree grew rapidly, nourished by divine force. The Elder trembled. Impossible, is this real? The colossal sacred tree towered beside Giffen, shining like dawn. Then suddenly, from its roots, clear water began flowing endlessly. The Elder stepped forward, hands shaking as he touched the stream, choking, "A spring, how can this be?" Giffen whispered, "You feel it, don't you?" And the Elder burst into tears, trembling, "A miracle beyond belief!" Warmth spread through him. Every cell revived, his soul brimming with power. It felt as if the Holy Spirit had awakened there. As that feeling spread, every elf sensed something once thought mythical. Tears streamed down the elder's cheeks, overflowing with emotion. The world tree elvenum symbol of elven life had truly revived. Soft trembling voices rose as every elf felt it deep in their soul. There was no mistaking it. It was the new life of Elfum, the faith once lost now reborn. Turns out, along with Neelan, the lost branch of the Tree of Life Min had awakened it, channeling mana to revive it at the cost of memory and strength. Startled, the girl asked, "Who are you?" He simply smiled, saying he was a friend, promising her a better weapon though she understood nothing. Then Tedlon laughed, raising his hand. "Come on, let's head back to the main forge." In that instant, they stepped through a blazing violet gate, the light swallowing them both. As they arrived, Scylla rushed out with questions. While Tedlon teased her for looking healthier, she retorted, "You two are early." At once, the craftsmen gathered, cheering and mildly scolding their master for no notice, excitedly sharing their progress. They proudly showed off spells and new weapons, the air buzzing with pride and passion. The main hero smiled, thinking the first mage training class was a success. After 2 months, all could sense mana, making Tedlon deeply pleased. At that moment, Vus approached, eyes calm, saying he now saw things more clearly than before. Tedlon looked puzzled, thinking Vus meant vision, but he replied, "No, your soul's matured. You sure you're only 23? The half-joking remark froze him. Why was he being compared to someone in their 70s? Soon after, Scylla appeared, reminding them it was time to depart. Tedlon nodded. The trip wasn't just for money, but for something greater. This time their destination was the kingdom of Krovan, where he believed someone held the key to the next journey. As they packed far away in a colder land, another upheaval was quietly unfolding. That was the northeastern land of the Rem Kingdom, known as the Bang Plains. There, the wind cut to the bone. A shivering soldier asked softly, and the old man replied, "Keep the fire burning. We can't waste any more mana." A confident young man boasted that treasures from Tantic Sakana outweighed all others combined, along with a book of secrets from the Silver Era. The old man pondered. Handing it to the Scholars Guild would cause an uproar, for though the ancient script was cryptic, fragments of history were coming to light. Suddenly, a loud crash startled him. His wary eyes narrowed. "A monster," he muttered. Fear flooded his face, his hands trembling as he looked outside. Then a group appeared, weapons gleaming, advancing with deadly intent. At once, Tedlon coldly ordered his men, "Rush and leave no one alive!" The group charged, swords drawn, eyes like winter, ready for slaughter. Their gazes met. Crooked smiles twisted the air thick with blood and ice. Swords flashed, blood splattered across the snow, the clash ringing through the frozen night. The old man pleaded, "If you want the treasure, take it all, just spare us." But Tedlon calmly replied, "Sorry, mage, we're not here for treasure, but for your head." And with that, the old man's life ended, swallowed by the cold night. Scylla, and's voice trembled. Was that necessary? But Tedlon replied firmly, "It was the Silver Sage's order. They touched the forbidden. This is a sealed chapter of history none may know, for humanity's sake." Scylla couldn't hide her curiosity, saying the Silver Sage was human-born, but Tedlon said coldly, "Sometimes sacrifice is survival." He then turned, "Sir Sifan, is your armor ready?" Sifan grinned confidently, "Perfected. Once I adapt, I'll crush that aura user." At once, Yuzu interjected fiercely, "Not just you, Stefan, I've got my own score to settle. So what's in this treasure anyway?" Tedlon replied evenly, "Keep what's useful, sell the rest. Everything goes to the Silver Sage." He added, "The Silver Sage protects humanity, sealing dangerous relics of the Silver Era from chaos," while Yuzu marveled at a heat ring warm as spring. Just then, the main hero froze, eyes fixed on a strange item among the spoils. He whispered, "Is this the voice of illusion?" Then murmured again, "This can't be ordinary. The Demon King treasured it. I can't believe there are two." Scylla asked curiously, "What's in that history the Silver Sage hides so tightly?" But he only said softly, "Don't pry, Felina. Only the Silver Sage has the right to know that secret." The scene shifted to a dim, frost-laden chamber. An ancient door creaked open, letting in a thin ray of light. A deep voice rumbled, "What do you wish to know, young elf?" The girl raised her head, firm-voiced, "I want to know everything about D. Fenhats." She trembled slightly, recalling, from our first meeting, he knew my true name, the one I had forgotten. The old man calmly asked if the boy feared she wouldn't understand, then challenged, "Do you trust him?" She answered firmly, even if he were a god reborn she would, but the old man only shook his head. "No, I ask if you trust me." Her eyes trembled, flickering with confusion before sinking into deep thought. After hearing everything, she quietly walked away, heart tangled elsewhere. Tedlon sat silently at the table and asked softly, "You heard it all, didn't you?" She only nodded, expression stiff, her eyes clouded and unreadable. At last she sighed, admitting it was hard to believe. The old man had revealed his true identity, that he was the regressor, a level 10 Grand Mage once called the Demon King, who reversed time to chase his unfinished dream. And Cirrus Valencia, the goddess of wrath, leader and symbol of all elves, master of the 7 elemental spirits, revered and feared by mankind alike. In his memories, she had been Lefenhat's lover. The girl smiled sadly. "Now I understand why he chose that path." Tedlon asked hesitantly, "Then can you forgive me?" She paused, breathing softly, "I'll go with you for now. That's all I can say." Her steps slowed, her voice wavering. "I'm not the Cirrus in your memories, but I don't hate you either." With that, she closed the door, leaving Tedlon frozen in the empty room, face flushed, mumbling, "So she forgave me." Soon after, Lefenhart and his comrades' next destination was the eastern kingdom of Robins, a land where history would be rewritten. There, King Go-Chunai had left a rightful heir, Prince Talion, whose coronation seemed unstoppable. But after the king's death, Talion mysteriously perished from a strange illness, plunging the realm into chaos. The empty throne became the spark for endless noble rivalries. Two great factions soon rose, splitting Robins in half and pushing it towards civil war. In furious chants, soldiers roared, "In the name of Casas, destroy the filthy rebels!" The opposition shouted back, "For the true royal bloodline, well, cut down every traitor." One side was Yuban Krobin, the 18-year-old second prince. But as the son of a concubine, he was scorned despite royal blood. Yuban Zangrobins was denied the throne. His rival was Prince Casas, heir to Duke Fernando and kin to the late king. Though not a true prince by title, Casas' royal lineage made him a formidable contender. Now, the Robins' kingdom was drowning in an endless, brutal civil war for the throne. At 28, Casas was a legendary warrior revered by his men, while Yuban was deemed a useless prince living off his birthright. Half a year past, the throne remained empty, and the war between Casas and Yuban had reached its bloodiest point. At Delphina, capital of Krobin, Yuban sighed, asking Finna, "How long can we hold out? Famine and chaos, I never wanted to be king." She replied softly, "Then either be king or die." Yuban snapped, "Don't say that! If I lose my head, yours is next." Finna gave a sad laugh, "Maybe I still don't know why I love you." Yuban lowered his voice, "Sorry, Finna. At least we're safe for now, they've no food to fight with." But he knew once they moved, death would follow. Finna said calmly, "Then we'll escape together, just the two of us." She sighed again, "But it's too late, even across borders, they'll still hunt us." Yuban tried to argue. "You couldn't bear such a harsh life." Finna laughed, "I could, at least I'd still care for you." They joked, then fell into silence. A man relying on a woman, how shameful. Finna smiled sadly, "It's fine. I'm just a slave, whether you're a king or not, it'll always be the same." Yuban lowered his head, voice weak, "We have nowhere we belong, no world that would accept our love." She stepped closer, whispering, "I love you, Yuban. And I love you too, Finna." Suddenly, a mocking voice cut in, "Touching, isn't it?" Finna startled, drew her sword, and shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself!" A deep male voice replied, "I am Leifenhart, a mage. I've come to grant power to the next king of Robins." Yuban asked warily, "Are you on my side?" Finna affirmed, "Has not lying, my lord," while Leifenhart thought, "Good thing this cloak hides my figure." Still, Yuban doubted, "You truly came to help me?" "Of course," Leifenhart answered, though Yuban's piercing stare made him smirk. "You're imagining a bit too much." Finna blurted, "Has lying." Yuban frowned, then soothed her, "It's fine, suspicion is natural, I don't mind." Inside, Tedlun grumbled, "That little elf girl's annoying like a walking lie detector. I wasn't even being shady, my lover's an elf too." Hearing that, Yuban blinked, while Finna raised a brow. "Seems he's telling the truth." Tedlun fumbled under their stares as Yuban asked, "You said you'd help, how exactly?" He replied bluntly, "How about aid worth 100,000 gold coins?" Both gaped, the sum rivaled the royal treasury. Then he asked, "How many aura users does your highness have?" Yuban replied, "None." Tedlun smiled, "Then 6 of us should cover that gap." Yuban was stunned. The entire Robins kingdom had only 6 aura users, and this man brought that many. "What's the price?" he asked. Tedlun calmly replied, "When you ascend the throne, I want one fief fully autonomous, beyond the kingdom's rule." He added firmly, "A land where elves, dwarves, and orcs can live freely unbound by human law." In truth, his goal was to found a truly independent nation on humanity's map. The scene shifted to a small village within Baron Delphina's territory. Valencia asked curiously, "Did your talk with the prince go smoothly?" Tedlun nodded fairly, "But what worries me is what comes next. I can't repeat my past life mistake. This time my domain will be lawfully recognized." She asked again, "Did you know Prince Yuban before?" "No," he said, "this was our first meeting." "Then in your past life, who became emperor?" Tedlun closed his eyes and answered, "It was Casas. In that life, Yuban was assassinated." Valencia shivered. "That won't happen again, will it?" He reassured her, "If I don't interfere, it might, but not this time." He gazed into the distance, saying, "It'll make sure things change as long as humans learn to see other races as allies, not slaves." When he returned, Ruth stepped out and asked, "All good?" Tedlun replied, "For now, yes, no upheaval yet." Ruth added, "We've been gone from the forge a month. Visited 10 ancient ruins, our grandest trip yet." Someone laughed, "Hauling those relics was harder than fighting demons." Right, another replied, "At least I built some muscle." Then Silan asked curiously, "Where'd you get 100,000 gold?" Tedlun grinned, "Not gold food worth that much." Everyone froze, realizing the supplies came from goods had secretly bought off the Taban Merchant Guild. Tedlun calmly explained, "Without war or famine, that food's worth maybe 4,000 gold, but times have changed." Silan frowned, "You sound like a swindler." He shrugged, "Swindler? I'm just being honest." Russerte asked, "You said you'd gather 6 divine dawns, but we've only got 3, me the dwarf, and you. Whore the rest. Don't tell me an elf counts as one." Tedlun slammed his hand down, "There is one, but they don't get along. Convincing them's nearly impossible, and I don't count myself among the 6. Russ hesitated, then we're short. Tedlun reassured him, "Don't worry, 2 orc warriors, Kansan and Stalama, remain." Russ gawked, "Orcs? They have divine dawns too." He had to clarify, southeast of the Larva Mountains, 15 days away, lay a land called the Trial Ground, home to the ancient Orose tribe. That tribe differed from enslaved or savage orcs. They balanced instinct and reason, known to the world as the Azure Bears, true warriors amid chaos. He sighed softly, "He must be there by now. I wonder how much has grown." Russ recalled, "I've heard of skilled Orose swordsmen, but are they really that strong?" Tedlun closed his eyes, sensing mana vibrating around him. "They're the mightiest warriors I've met, stronger than humans, elves, or dwarves alike." At that moment, the stones nearby cracked open. A glowing pentagram emerged, energy spiraling as a blue object rose from its center. An old man nearby nodded, "Not bad, you've done well, Leston." Leston bowed, "Thank you, Lord Dowse." Lord Dowse warned, "Dangerous knowledge must be contained. That's the only way to protect humanity. Everything we do serves that end." With that, he departed swiftly, his cloak fading into the light. Leston lingered, muttering, "He summoned me just to spout cliches. No, I need a higher seat if I truly want change." He clenched his fist. "I want to tell them how terrifying the Demon King really was, but they'd call me insane." Thanks to the mage Zeta Schleight, had learned Duke Iranad was a member of the Silver Sages. Leston feigned foreknowledge of his past life to gain entry into their ranks. Then he uncovered a horrifying truth: the central figure of the Great Silver Era wasn't human. Those who truly stood at the heart of that age were the elves and their Tree of Life, and the dwarves who once ruled the surface, the twin civilizations Eldrath and Enhatharan, named after their gods. The Silver Sages had erased this truth, fabricating the so-called Great Era to preserve humanity's pride of pride, now making them weaker. At that time, Tedlon had reached the Deathchild Trial Lands. It lay east of the Fedland Plains, a barren, deathly cold expanse. After a while, Russ sighed, "Truly a wasteland. I heard the Orose cast out the weak and old from their villages." Tedlon said, "It's an honor here to leave the village," when useless Tula called it barbaric. Valencia sighed that the dwarves were lucky to still have a home, but Tula called abandoning the weak. Cruel Valencia countered that survival demanded it. Tedlon mused that even non-humans fought among themselves. Sila and asked how he'd persuade the Orose tribe. He said he had a plan, though unsure it'd work. Valencia teased about him repeating his past life. Tedlon shook his head. He once had companions, but not anymore. Russ narrowed his eyes. Something was approaching. A massive army appeared, raising clouds of sand. They froze as hundreds of Orose warriors charged toward them. The roars shook the air. No one knew what angered them. Russ asked what they said. Tedlon replied, "This is our land. Humans must die." He stepped forward, raising his hand to speak. "Warriors of blue souls, I am." But the Orose attacked without listening. Luz shouted that they wanted no peace as blades swung at Valencia. Valencia leapt aside, dodging a killing blow. Tula struggled against towering orcs, her legs trembling under the force. Russ yelled while blocking, "They're too strong, we can't hold them." Tedlon stayed calm, saying they had one fatal weakness. He lifted his hand and chanted, "Flowing sands, become the dream of the abyss." His arm glowed as energy spiraled through the desert. The sleep incantation spread wide. Warriors fall into deep slumber, and magic engulfed the field. The fierce warriors froze, stunned by the impossible sight. Tedlon gasped that such power could even fell the mighty Orose, hinting at hidden depths. As Scylan gaped, Tedlon noted that strength without magic resistance was useless. Who could guard them then? She stayed silent. Manhwa cut in, saying those ones weren't worthy warriors at all. He explained true blue bear warriors hunt and defend, while these youths only trained to prove themselves. Someone exclaimed that they weren't real warriors after all. Tedlong's gaze turned distant. The true ones they spoke of had arrived. From the forest, a gigantic group emerged, making everyone groan. The real orc warriors of the tribe had shown themselves. One roared, "This is our land, humans shall not trespass!" The main hero calmly replied, "I come in peace, royal warrior spirit." But the leader snarled that human words were lies, unworthy of belief. Tedlong stepped forward, vowing to prove it by action. The orc scoffed, "How human?" Manhwa clenched his fist and shouted, "I challenge you to a ritual duel to prove my truth." It turned out the ritual duel was an Orose tradition where strength defined trust. To them, the weak were liars, only the strong earned respect, and now humans had to play by that rule. The warriors roared, "You know our ancestors' law. Fine, speak with your sword, human!" The main hero whispered back. They agreed just as I guessed, easier than expected. Russ Torma asked if only two would fight, or if Cizi and Tula joined. Manhwa laughed, "No gender rules here." Scylan ran up asking if she should fight. Tedlong smiled, "Not yet, you're still seen as a child." The warriors shouted in excitement, "Let the ritual begin! Step forth if you dare prove yourself!" The first fighter strode out, "I am Cirrus Balenciaga of the Danhem tribe." Another leapt forth, "I am Catho, son of Diratha, your opponent today." Balenciaga blinked confused, then realized Catho truly meant to challenge her. Scylan gasped, "They spoke the common tongue!" She asked Bruce if he studied it. He shook his head, and she laughed. They were the dumbest pair. Balenciaga's eyes blazed. She shot forward, sword flashing to start the duel. Her first slash forced the giant warrior to brace hard against the blow. He strained, barely holding his stance under her ferocious strength. He wondered how such a small frame could wield such terrifying power. She admitted he was strong, but nothing compared to her brutal training. Their battle ignited, fierce and endless. Then the warrior struck back, shattering her sword in half. But she spun away, regaining balance in an instant. Balenciaga darted in, moving strangely fast, closing on the giant. She flipped and slammed a heel kick straight into his face. He staggered, cheek caved in, roaring in fury as veins bulged. A voice cheered, "Well done, elf warrior! A true fighter indeed!" Cirrus recalled the main hero's words. The Orose were the mightiest warriors among elf and dwarf alike. Thinking so, she steeled herself and fought with full power. The longer they clashed, the more she saw his sword skill was exceptional. Yet his blade lacked sharpness to match his speed. Balenciaga spotted that fatal flaw instantly. She struck coldly, raining blows at his weapon. He growled in response, realizing her aim too late. His sword trembled, light bursting at the clash point. It shuddered, warping, then cracked. She poured all strength into more strikes, trying to destroy it completely. But the one truly holding advantage was actually Balenciaga. Suddenly, blue aura enveloped his weapon as he roared, "My weapon is my soul, it cannot break!" From outside, Manhwa gasped, "Is that a rare spirit armament?" He quickly calmed Cirrus, saying it was merely an orc's innate soul energy. Cirrus frowned, asking, "So that means his weapon becomes sharper and tougher?" She realized it was a special ability like Tilla's seismic power and began plotting a counter. Outside, the main hero shouted, "The stronger a warrior, the deeper the bond with spirit energy." But no time to explain! The battlefield flared again as the two clashed in a fierce struggle. Balenciaga tensed like a drawn bow, determined to end it. For a brief instant, the warrior staggered, his movements faltering. Ceres spotted the opening, eyes gleaming with a chance to strike. Confidence surged, one more hit would finish him. Her blade crashed down, light exploding in a violent burst. She didn't stop, spinning into a deadly combo of strikes. At times her foe slowed, arms raised in desperate defense. He clenched his jaw, refusing to yield. Ceres bit her lip, cursing inwardly, damn it, still not strong enough. Then both swords flew from their hands, spinning high into the air. The warrior screamed, voice shaking, "My friend!" Balenciaga froze, eyes tracking the blade's arc. Suddenly, the sword glowed, moving by itself in midair, stunning everyone. The main hero sighed. Yes, they can control their blades remotely. Balenciaga yelled, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" A shout came, "Ceres, look out! The falling swords are collapsing everything!" Smoke and dust cloaked the battlefield, shapes lost in the haze. Then through the gray mist, two blades pierced out, slicing the air. Ceres' sword darted straight toward her, homing perfectly. It sliced through wind with a shrill scream that froze every watcher. Balenciaga calmly caught it, eyes cold and resolute. But her opponent laughed, praising her skill before vowing to join forces with his comrades. She hesitated. Was the orc heritage more than weapon strength? Should she accept defeat? Immediately, her fighting spirit reignited. She shot forward like a blazing arrow. Her mind raced. Must she lose just for racial limits? Wait, racial traits! She realized Giancato used the Orosa clan's special mark, so the elves must have a power of their own. She called out to Serena, her close spirit ally, who answered at once. Ceres watched in awe. Balenciaga's summoning speed was unbelievable. Worse, Serena appeared furious, winds swirling violently around her. The spirit spread her wings, lifting Ceres high amid the fiery chaos. From below, the warrior gaped in shock at her soaring height. He kept his gaze locked on the two floating blades, trembling. Balenciaga's eyes blazed. The fire of battle consumed her. She closed in at blinding speed, too fast for anyone to react. The warrior froze, completely subdued before he could fight back. Ceres declared firmly, blade at his throat, "The match is over." The warrior's representative acknowledged her victory. The outsider had won. As Ceres returned Sila and rushed over, but she smiled, assuring she was fine. Then the main hero proudly praised her. Ceres smiled softly and thanked him sincerely. Next, Teula curiously asked about stepping on a spirit. Tedlon laughed, saying spirits were gentle and forgetful like goldfish. The hero sighed. Ceres was the type who got rougher the closer she felt to someone. Suddenly, a loud call announced the second trial round, and Teula stepped up confidently, declaring her turn. But luck betrayed her. She was swiftly defeated, crying out that she'd lost. The representative praised her potential but scolded her for holding back and disrespecting her foe. He added that a true warrior must fight with full strength. Teula blinked and asked her friends to summarize, "So just go all out next time." The hero brushed it off, saying recognition mattered most, then told Russ to stay calm and confident. Russ stepped forward, shouting his name, Saros von Tenedz, heir to a noble sword ready to prove his worth. The representative eyed him sharply, gaze heavy with meaning. She landed with such force that the air itself trembled. The ground quaked on impact, stones scattering wildly. She coldly declared she herself, the reigning champion, would face him. Russ was introduced as the Karuga champion, blessed by the great warrior spirit Debata. Legend said the Karuga were ancient blessed warriors wielding divine might and spirit power alike. The Karuga title was the Orosa clan's highest honor, stunning everyone that a human bore it. The opposing woman roared her name, Stala, chieftain of Blue Bear, and a champion too. Russ knew instantly she was far stronger than she appeared. Tension crackled as their auras clashed, making the air quake. Russ launched the first strike, his sword slicing the air. Stala met it head-on, leaping and countering in one motion. Their clash split the ground, dust exploding upward. Russ admitted inwardly her level was leagues above other Orose warriors. Stala laughed mid-block, praising his skill but calling him green in battle sense. Russ froze, how could he understand her tongue? Stala's deep voice continued, saying age brings experience he lacked. He grew wary. Was she trying to distract him? Suddenly, she shouted enough and unleashed a furious assault. She vaulted high, power blazing, sword swinging hard. The blade streaked bright across the air. The thrust came at Russ with blinding speed. At the same time, the chieftain commanded her comrades to join. Swords moved in unison, clashing against rock with dazzling sparks. Russ realized this was the spirit control technique his brother once described, wielding weapons by pure will. Stala closed in, slashing at him from point-blank range. Her strike crashed down, iron-strong arms trapping her opponent. Russ braced himself, recalling he'd endured his brother's aura before this was bearable. But the assault did end. The force behind it kept surging. He gritted his teeth, countering with all his strength to avoid being crushed. From outside, Bruce noted that Russ was used to duels, but against a divine like Stala, he lacked experience. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see how Russ would react. Stala boasted victory was hers, but Russ fought on, praying his final move would succeed. His eyes steadied, locking onto her with total focus. The team outside watched, tense and eager for the result. Suddenly, the chieftain, sure she'd won, gasped in horror at his counterattack. It was the Phantom Blossom sword, unleashed with all his aura. A ring of swirling blades erupted around him, energy blazing. The chieftain quickly realized only 3 swords were real, the rest were illusions. She sensed aura from just 3, the others were hollow. Without hesitation, she shattered the 3 genuine swords she'd detected. She praised Russ for such mastery at his age, then glanced around suspiciously. Russ stayed calm, eyes gleaming as he lunged forward to strike. The hero outside nodded. Russ was using flexible aura to deceive senses, but the chieftain warned it wouldn't fool her again. Russ clenched his jaw, unfazed by failure, while Stala roared and charged back. He refused to retreat, casting Phantom Blossom Sword once more. The chieftain thought she could now tell illusion from reality, dodging easily. She tracked the real sword until Russ' form merged into blue light and stabbed out from a mirage. The hit was so strong it blasted her backward, crashing into the ground. Russ panted, victory surging through him, as the chieftain realized he'd swapped his true body with an illusion. Tedlone stood frozen, stunned that Russ had mastered Void Blade in such a short time. Phantom Blossom Sword used aura to craft illusory blades, confusing foes, but that was only its side effect. Its essence was shifting aura instantaneously for attack, the foundation of the legendary Void Blade of Siroth. Tedlone smiled, understanding why Russ had locked himself in the forge to train, had finally grasped it. The chieftain stared silently, realizing Russ, blessed by a warrior's spirit, was a genuine threat. She then shouted, declaring the match over. That was plenty of excitement. Her voice rang out, calling her comrades like hawks ready to strike. 12 of her warriors answered in unison. Their blades materialized, lining up before shooting forward. Dozens of gleaming points surged at Russ without mercy. Sweat poured down Russ' face as he screamed she was utterly insane. The chieftain laughed madly, summoning tens of thousands of blades that filled the sky in blinding steel light. Before Russ' eyes, countless blades clashed wildly, rocks shattered, and dust filled the air. The ground split open around him in jagged, dangerous cracks. Terrified, Russ raised his hands in surrender, voice trembling for mercy. The chieftain smiled proudly, declaring victory in the third ritual bout. The main hero approached, half praising, half teasing, saying he wanted to try that attack. Russ sulked, saying it was pointless, he never dodged anyway. The hero chuckled, saying, "You never know, it might surprise you someday." Then Tedlone stepped forward firmly, declaring it was his turn to fight. The chieftain blushed at his figure, stammering compliments, even suggesting he skip the duel since everyone was already swooning. But the hero sternly introduced himself as G. Fenhart Waranters and insisted on fighting. Suddenly, a man behind them spoke, asking his wife, the chieftain, to let him battle in her stead. The hero blinked, unaware when he had appeared, while the chieftain turned in shock, asking when her husband arrived. He smiled, saying he'd been watching from a cliff 300 meters away. She asked why he came, and he answered that he'd sliced the Snake King to pieces. She beamed proudly, then removed her mask, revealing herself as Blue Bear's tribal leader, requesting to fight on her behalf. The hero shuddered, admitting he'd faced no one this massive since his master, then smiled and accepted. The man laughed heartily in return. But when the duel began, the hero cast a single spell, instantly putting his opponent to sleep, his huge body curling up comically. Silan and Russ stared at each other, stunned. Was the match really over just like that? The furious chieftain shouted that it wasn't honorable combat. Tedlone calmly offered to wake her husband, saying he only meant to show he was both swordsman and mage. When the leader awoke confused, the chieftain realized the truth. The opponent was a sorcerer. The hero explained that both body and magic were his weapons. The leader nodded gratefully, agreeing that if magic was true strength, using it was worthy of respect. Around them, the crowd debated. Some called magic vile, others said hiding power was shameful, eventually agreeing that fighting wholeheartedly was honor enough. The hero mused that this body might earn their trust faster than in his past life, so the ritual would continue. Their battle resumed, fierce and relentless, neither side yielding. Above, golden light erupted, illuminating the sky like the world's end. A massive mouth opened, awaiting something to descend. A deep voice echoed, "This will feed us for an entire season." A breeze stirred. A small dog looked up, puzzled. The hero laughed, scolding lightly, "You nosy old fish!" Suddenly, strange colors spread across the heavens, dazzlingly bright. Everyone looked up. Someone whispered, "What is that light?" The air calmed. They nodded to each other, saying, "All right, let's head back." But the hero suddenly charged forward, face set with fierce resolve. The old man Caden wasn't slow. He gritted his teeth and countered instantly. Each clash between them burst with blinding light as spirit energy whirled like a storm. Tedlone's eyes blazed, fist tightening, ready to strike. A surge of aura blasted out, shaking the battlefield violently. Caden strained, biting hard as he swung his sword with furious sparks. The hero marveled only the Oroze could wield such a massive blade so easily. The old man held firm, but the hero's might overwhelmed him, every strike making him stagger. Tedlone smiled inwardly. This was enough to prove himself worthy of a warrior's title. He raised his hand, chanting, "O spirit, descend here, sleep within the dream of empowerment." In an instant, Caden fell asleep again, snoring softly and looking ridiculous. The hero realized that even divine beings of the Oroze had weak magic resistance. Yet something felt oddly unsettling this time. Even asleep, Caden's sword moved on its own, radiating deadly power. The blade's tip drifted dangerously close to the hero, just inches away. He flinched. Had the spell lost effect? Silan gasped, "He's asleep but still fighting," while Russ muttered, "Watching them duel teaches me a lot." The hero understood Caden was moving purely by aura reflex, turning instinct into weapon. At that moment, the old man yawned awake, grumbling about that spell again. The hero hesitated. Had never seen this in his past life. Perhaps Caden never needed it. Then he cast a new spell. "Freeze stone, be paralyzed!" The incantation enveloped Caden, sealing him in pale light. The hero analyzed calmly. Caden clearly lacked magic resistance, but he compensated perfectly by letting aura guide his body's automatic responses. Suddenly, both shattered the spell together, laughing, admitting the fight was thrilling. The hero took a deep breath, deciding to stop chanting and end it as a true warrior. Caden roared back, "That's how I want it too," and they clashed again, trading furious blows. Their collision erupted in sound and light, shaking the smoky, shattered field. They battled across torn earth, bloodlust and power surging wild. Everyone stood frozen, jaws dropped, watching every lightning-fast move. Caden shouted through the roaring wind, "Human, let's end this battle!" The hero smiled and answered gladly. His fist blazed, dense spirit rings swirling around with rising power. Their gazes met, one fiery red, one icy blue. Tedlon's aura condensed with thunderous resonance. Caden countered with a colossal lightning strike, electricity flooding the sky. Their attacks collided, exploding violently as earth and air shattered apart. Their auras entwined, spiraling into a massive vortex above. Neither yielded, trading blows that shook heaven and ground alike. The sky warped above, flickering light foretelling an imminent explosion. Red flames spread everywhere, suffocating everyone until the hero yelled, "Hey, go easy!" Silan pouted. "Told you just a bit." Tedlon winced while she coolly added, "Even if you die, that's on you, stubborn man!" Finally, Stala, the ritual host, declared the match. Tai Tiulo asked about the hero's pain, and Silan explained Caden's aura still lingered in his body, making healing tough. Caden laughed heartily, clapped his shoulder. "From now, we're brothers! Met by sword, end with wine!" The sky darkened under the sunset glow. By the warm bonfire, the night's chill faded as everyone gathered close. Caden raised his cup high, shouting, "Let's toast my new comrade!" Everyone cheered and drank, laughter echoing. Only Silan blushed, unsure whether to join the wild mood. Caden slapped the hero's back. "Drink up, brother." He frowned at the cup, groaning, "Heavens, this stuff's strong and spicy." But after a sip, Tedlon smiled, surprisingly rich and pleasant. Caden Beam knew it! Humans do get our tribe's taste! He laughed loudly, calling his wife, "Hey, bring another barrel, brothers, drink more." She teased, "Drinking's the only thing you're fast at, old man." A huge barrel arrived amid cheers. Everyone applauded, true warrior spirit on display. Then all eyes turned to the hero and Balenciaga, whispering how such a round elf could be so strong. Balenciaga pointed, asking why the short chubby shademan beside them was also a warrior. Tedlon sighed, "They're mocking us here in Orose, lack of muscles means fat." Meanwhile, Silan faced gossip too. Seen as a fragile boy, he awkwardly refused food, while Ruse recalled Laucarden's words as shepherds returned in the distance. At that moment, a voice and figure appeared, stunning everyone. Could it really be our benefactor? The hero stared, unblinking, sensing something familiar. Suddenly, that face stirred a buried memory. The newcomer smiled, saying, "You recognize me even though I've changed so much?" Laucarden asked if they knew each other. The Zeech bowed. "Yes, he showed me the way here, chief." The old chief widened his eyes, amazed at the coincidence. Then Laucarden tilted his head. "Brother, what brings you to this wild land?" Tedlon calmly replied, "To find new land for the Lam Chung tribe. Hope for your aid." Carden asked, "You mean through battle?" Tedlon nodded, "Yes, targeting Viscount Genfen's territory." The elders debated. Cheat asked Tadich, who said, "I distrust humans, but I trust him. My benefactor never lies." Carden nodded, "And will our tribe face danger?" Tadich hesitated, "Seek your godmother and Mukiaba's counsel. Their wisdom's vital now." Then in the dim glow, a solemn voice rose, "I am Grantha Mukiabi of Lam Chang, honored to meet the warrior blessed by the spirit." The old chief told Grantha, "This brother has opened a new fate for our tribe's future. We must decide now." Outside, Russ smiled. Things seemed to go well. Tedlon replied, "Yes, the tribe's moving to safety, and 100 orc warriors will join us." Russ wondered, why did that guy leave early? If orc warriors come later, they'll need a messenger. He laughed, "Elves, dwarves, Oros all gathered next might be goblins?" The hero froze. His joke hit the mark. Days later, the group reached Tomania Road, the busiest trade route of Robin's kingdom, packed with endless carriages. Among them, 2 cloaked figures watched, whispering, "Only 100 guards. Prince Euban must lack troops due to war tension." The one in purple murmured, "Ill use farsight, no mages in sight." His partner frowned, "Too few soldiers for such precious goods." He scowled, "No cavalry, soldiers tiny as kids, maybe Eurasia's army disguised as civilians." The other said, "Prince Eubank's forces are weak. If attacked, they'll collapse worse off than we thought." The man ordered, "They're just kids in armor, scare them a bit, but don't overdo it." Soon hooves thundered. They blocked the way, shouting King Cass's name, ordering surrender. Then another group appeared. They calmly removed masks, cold eyes gleaming. The enemies froze, unable to believe their eyes. They roared, "We've waited for you scum long enough!" making foes stumble back in shock. The enemies yelled, "Are they insane? Using tiny dwarves as guards, mad miners?" But ignoring mockery, the dwarves charged, stunning their foes. The first blows made the blue-haired elder frown. Their strength was no joke. He glanced around, shocked at how high they leaped. The dwarves gritted teeth, focusing every ounce of power for the final strike. Their bodies tilted forward, forming a fierce diving stance. Amid the chaos, the blue-haired man shouted, "Hold formation! They're just mole rats! Infantry attack!" Dwarves calculated 800 foes, 8 times their number, and no aura allowed this would be a long fight. The enemy screamed, "Charge! They're just pitiful dwarves, crush them!" The dwarves said nothing, focusing their will, erasing fear. Their hammers clashed, shaking the earth. The hero stepped back, thinking, no matter how strong we are, he never expected dwarves to fight so fiercely and dominate. He smiled. They were well prepared, the enemy's spirit weak. No one imagined dwarves could use aura. It defied science, almost prophetic. Amid battle cries, "Don't retreat!" The blue-haired elder sneered, "Who commands you? Would a man of honor let his knights die to such lowly beings?" The 3 dwarves glared but sighed, "Forget it, he knows nothing. Hating fools only wastes time." Then the dwarf charged, roaring battle cries. Tankatata swung his axe, shouting, "Filthy Orosi! How dare you mock me!" Blood splattered bright red. Next, a dwarf reported, "Sir, the enemy leader's down." The master smiled, "Well done. Despite Tauban Guild's meddling, you held firm. This plan's halfway done." Scene shifted to South Thaxi Delphina territory. At the dining table, silence hung heavy. Lady Thamsi Fionin, Prince Yuban's aunt, spoke. "I'm grateful, but your demand's absurd. You want me to accept slave bloods as official soldiers." The hero replied, "Yes, that's the condition for my food supply." The room murmured, calling the mage delusional. No one dared such an insane request. One mocked, "Even if they can fight, what can 100 do?" Tetlon firmly corrected, 126, plus the lamb-halfing tribe. "I negotiate for this alliance." They burst out laughing. "Dwarves, elves, wild or savages all. Better hire real mercenaries." The hero calmly asked, "So you don't trust them?" The man snapped, "Of course not." The hero smirked coldly, "Then we'll prove it to you." The scene shifted. Outside a fortress loomed in heavy mist. Tetlon declared, "We'll take Sino Fortress ourselves." Fionin gasped, "Did you say Sino Fortress?" The hero nodded. The man fumed, "You think it's a bandit den? Don't let one victory fool you. Sinos guarded by Sir Tate Viden, the kingdom's strongest knight." Tetlon remained calm. "We're strong enough. Treat us fairly, and we'll win for Prince Yuban." Someone shouted, "Idiot! What would a mage know of war?" But Yuban raised a hand. "Enough." He said evenly, "I don't see why you all tremble so." The noble protested, "Your Highness, you're sending valuable slaves to die for nothing?" Yuban reasoned, "Elves are soldiers, not slaves. You'll leave part of the supplies, right?" Lady Fionin cut in, "Of course we're bringing only a week's worth." The prince smiled, "Good. Most provisions stay here. Your 100 men don't need much." A lackey chimed, "His Highness is right. I fully agree." Then Yuban rose and declared, "I, rightful heir of the Robin's royal line, order you capture Sino Fortress to prove your loyalty." The hero accepted, eyes blazing, "I obey, Your Highness Yuban." The scene faded into twilight. At night, tents flickered under mist and wind, firelight casting shifting shadows. The hero asked softly, "Tathich left as planned?" Balenciaga nodded, "Yes, as with the Black King." "How did your meeting go?" The hero replied, "Exactly as expected." Russ calculated, 3,000 against 200. Normally, it takes triple numbers to seize a fortress. Tetlon answered, "Robin's knights are strong, but no match for the Smith Forge and Lam-Aching warriors. Two mightiest tribes together will win." Besides, aside from Big Brother, Faitha has 6 divine lights behind a legendary force in continent history. Sillan vowed. Soon the Orosian dwarves will earn the respect they deserve across the land. Then Zahad's father stepped forward. "The elf tribe won't stand aside either. Thanks to our benefactor, Elven Sai lives again. Humans will no longer dare look down on us." GH raised his hand high. A blazing light burst forth, scorching the sky. At once, the heavens burned red, light engulfing the entire camp. Sila gasped, "Amazing," while GH muttered, "Soon the other elves will feel this rebirth too." Then he panicked, "Crap, any stronger and it'll torch the place!" Just then, Prince Yuban appeared, frowning. "What's all this noise?" Had come with a purpose. Finny wished to meet the other dwarves. A comrade asked, "We followed the plan, but can we win?" Tetlon smiled, "Definitely, but we must prepare for the cost." Yuban glanced at Finia, his face softening. "As long as she smiles, I'm content." The prince chuckled, "Your goal matches mine. That's why I trust you more than my own men. Do as you wish." The hero clenched his fist. "With that trust, I won't let you down." Days later at Sino Fortress, spring's warmth had faded before war's fire erupted. Alarm horns blared. Soldiers shouted, "Enemies! We're under attack!" Fernando, the holy light of Robins, appeared and asked gravely, "I heard of enemies, but who are they?" His subordinate trembled. "Yes, sir, but something strange." Fernando squinted, eyes sharp as blades, reading every twitch. After a pause, he muttered, "Are they truly foes or bait?" He frowned deeper. "I see no men, only lunar troops that banners Prince Yuban's. Do they think so few can defeat me?" He sighed. "Those slaves are worth more than men, yet sent to die. Could this be a trap?" He ordered, "Send mages to scout, 10 knights, each with 50 men." The aide hesitated. "Isn't that too many?" He replied, "If it's a trap, that's the minimum to survive." Then his tone turned icy. "Kill all male dwarves and elves. Capture the females, especially sword users, as trophies for the knights." The troops rode on laughing. "In all my years, never seen such a farce! Remember, don't kill the elf girls! In King Cass's name, wipe them out!" Suddenly, a soldier noticed something odd, but before speaking, they were thrown from their horses. Bodies flew as a voice thundered, "Finally, permission to use aura!" Another shouted back, "Our benefactor allowed to go all out!" The dwarves' eyes blazed, faces burning with resolve. Swords shone with radiant aura as they roared, "Go! Show them our true strength!" The enemy panicked. "My knight's fallen already." "Impossible! They're not dwarves!" A warrior roared, "We're monsters, you cowardly humans. Today we avenge our kin." He laughed wildly. "It's been ages since I fought someone who could hit back." Then he bellowed, "Let the world witness the might of the dwarves!" Fernando gritted his teeth, furious. "No way, that's a holy light, a dwarf. What do we do now?" He urgently summoned Saint Knight Tietfen. A subordinate reported, "Sir Tutviden, if they're truly holy lights, the fortress is doomed." Tietven nodded, "Activate the defense magic now." The spell spread instantly, sealing the fortress in shimmering wards. From afar, the hero murmured, "As expected, this fortress has a heightier barrier." Silan fretted, "Isn't that bad for us, Leifin?" He reassured, "Relax, it's still gonna plan." At once, the whole group raised their hands, unleashing a surge of power. Flames of light spiraled, devouring the air itself. Fernando panicked, shouting, "What the hell, archers, fire!" Arrows rained down in furious waves. Soldiers gaped, elemental magic. "Like in fairy tales," another barked, "Nonsense, elves can't use that!" Fernando roared, "Aim for the protective circle at the gate." The dwarves shouted, "Good work, G! Keep it up!" With Jia's barrier broken, they surged forward, smashing the fortress gate to rubble. Fernando's troops froze in terror as the gate collapsed, stones crashing all around. They screamed, "The monsters there breaking in!" Fernando drew his sword, yelling, "Knights, forward! Defend the gate!" He barked, "Ill handle these, slaughter the rest, for the king show them true knightly might." The dwarves warned, "Maloin Swan, guard the others! That one's a holy light!" Fernando bellowed, "Insolent fools!" impersonating the holy light, but the dwarves charged anyway, power erupting. Their weapons clashed, steel sparking in a no-retreat duel. Facing his foe, Fernando trembled. "Impossible, his strength equals mine." The dwarf mused, "So young, yet the strong humans learn faster than any race." Outside, soldiers whispered, "A dwarf holy light no weaker than Lord Tefil." From afar, the hero smiled, "Good Kazuma can hold Tefil. I doubt he'll lose." But looking closer, both fighters were exhausted, breath ragged. Russ worried, "Brother, are we just gonna watch?" Tetlon calmly said, "This battle proves our race's strength, we must not interfere." Russ protested, "If they fall, all's lost." Others fretted, "Right, but where are the rest?" At that moment, Tetlon heard movement behind him. He turned and smiled, "You're late, huh?" A lamb warrior laughed, "Sorry, we had to circle far to avoid human eyes, but everyone's here now." The hero sighed, "Right, I forgot how many obstacles you faced." Tetlon pointed to the front, "No more time, join the fight now." The lamb warriors grinned, eyes blazing with battle fire. All shouted, "Let's go, warriors of the lamb soul, forward!" The roar shook the ground. Their swords split the sky, hammers cracked the earth. They chanted, "We warriors of the lamb soul shall carve glory with our burning blood." Blood spilled, blades swung, each strike thunderous. The war cry echoed, "Crush the heads of the enemy before us." Their roar thundered, "Fight till our hearts burst, our warrior souls will shield us." Robin's knights panicked, "These Orose are insane monsters bringing more monsters. Help!" One stammered, "Calm down, they're just mutants." But seeing blood spray and colossal weapons, he paled, "Dear gods, what are those gigantic things?" The hero smirked, "They must be shocked. Humans today know nothing of other races' warfare. Elves favor sleek blades, dwarves long weapons, goblins use bone and wood, while Orose believe the bigger and flashier the weapon, the stronger it is, and indeed, each is a spirit-forged tool of destruction." Soon the royal knights screamed for help, claiming the sword was cursed and begging the prophet to save them. Silan, watching anxiously, said the Olse's power gap was too wide, but Tetlong calmly explained how to split forces to counter it. Yet human ignorance led them by the nose. Amid clashing steel and chaotic light, everything spiraled out of control. Fernando frowned, wondering what madness was unfolding before his eyes. Before he could recover, Ant felt heavy-hearted seeing his kin fall, while Silan sighed in quiet empathy. Still, the leader cried out, calling the battle a fight for racial freedom, ordering every enemy wiped out. At that moment, the scene cut to the Croton capital under tense silence. The young prince leapt up, furious. "What nonsense is this?" While subordinates stammered that the reports were true. He instantly rejected the grim news, voice trembling as he asked Tesfa if he was sure of the death. The guards affirmed they'd questioned survivors who confirmed Tesvo had truly fallen. The prince went silent, calculating only 12,000 men left. Sino fortress lost, he must summon all nobles to defend the capital. All eyes turned to Iuben, holder of the crown and seal. Everyone realized Karsats was the true heir to the throne. After the war, Iuba stood atop Sino's ruins, disbelief washing over him for setting foot here at last. As the wind blew, the hero murmured, "I promise not to disappoint you," making Iuben smile softly, thanking the fallen heroes. Then Iuben asked how the nobles reacted. Tatlong replied, "Not thrilled, but what else can they do but accept it?" Iuben said quietly, "All are human, none avoid loss," and asked for casualty details. The report came: 17 dwarves dead, 9 sea warriors lost, and several injured elves, but no fatalities. Iuben sighed, calculating though losses were lighter than the enemies. With their few numbers it was still grave. The hero mused, "Iuben's actually decent. I follow those I trust, not crowns or titles." Thus, within Iuba's army, no one dared look down on other races anymore. But a few arrogant ones still sneered, asking Tatlong if he wanted to sell his slaves. Menich instantly snapped back, "They're allies, not slaves!" But the man only chuckled dismissively. Tatlong fumed, itching to strike him down, but swallowed his anger. Meanwhile, word of the once enslaved races toppling Sino fortress spread wildly across the land. Some doubted, saying, "If the fierce Orace joined Iuben, why can't we?" Yet muttered, "They're still slaves after all." Night slowly fell, darkness cloaking the silent rooftops. At that moment, a servant brought firewood. His master barked, "Leave it outside!" while cursing him an idiot. The old man sneered, glancing at the Orace, muttering, "Such absurd rumors, they still look as pitiful as ever." Another chimed in, "Who'd arm an Orace? I heard Priest Phylan can even control those creatures." The rumor spread fast, sparking fierce debate. Temples never used slaves, so the story seemed absurd. Then a woman approached softly, asking to hear the tale in more detail. The two men blinked, puzzled why she cared about such nonsense. Suddenly she raised her voice, "I only wish to know more about High Priest Phylan, and do you even know who he is?" One replied, "Heard as a boy, maybe 14, reed-haired, face soft as a girl's." At once, the woman crushed the glass in her hand, shards flying as the men recoiled in fear. Water dripped down her hand, her eyes glinting with madness. She wiped her wine-stained fingers across her lips, smiling in a twisted daze. Then she whispered, trembling, "At last I found my fiancé Silan Philmasis." Scene cut to the London Elkiam plains, winds of war raging. There Cassis' army roared in fervor, morale surging like waves. Euban's forces, though fewer, burned with equal fire. Reports said Cassis had 10,000 troops, Euban only 3,000 elites. M.A. muttered admiringly, "Cassis moved fast, mobilized the army the moment Sino fell." In the midst, a warrior shouted his name, Raven von Spirius, challenging any hero to duel him. No one answered. He laughed dryly, mocking them for relying on dirty tricks to defeat Tesvo. Soon 2 observers recognized him, Sphygit the cursed sword Brozen, and debated facing him but stuck to their chosen fighter. At that moment, CPZ stepped forth to face an opponent who intrigued him, eyes narrowing in curiosity. Russ stood opposite, replying confidently, I am Saris of the S tribe, fighting for Prince Yuban, an honor to duel you. CPZ sneered, you're too young, not even 30, and dare challenge me. Russ replied firmly, this won't be easy, eyes blazing with conviction. They lunged, their blades clenched in thunderous rhythm, shaking the air. Their warhorses pounded the ground, dust billowing with every swing. CPZ glared, gaze predatory with no thought of retreat. Young Bruce pressed the attack, each stroke precise, forcing the veteran to defend. EUBN's soldiers cheered wildly, calling him the new holy light, immortal shining with divine aura. Cassius watched, uneasy. If Yuba truly had many like him, the tide would soon turn. Yet CPZ calmly praised, you're young but skilled, your technique's solid. Bruce smiled, you too, respecting his foe amid the fierce clash. Amid the struggle, Bruce thought, my swordplay may lack his finesse, but real battle experience will win this. He gripped his blade tight, channeling all strength into a direct strike at CPZ. Their eyes locked, neither blinked as killing intent thickened the air. It was a duel between only 2, yet the land around shattered under their spiritual pressure. From afar, the hero smiled, I only meant to test him, but he's far beyond expectations. A future sword saint, for sure. CPZ steadied his blade atop his horse, firelight dancing on his face, shouting that he'd never lose to a mere kid. Bruce stood firm, gritting his teeth as he launched a fierce counterattack. The Huajian Huanying erupted, weaving phantom blades that blinded his foe's light. CPZ gasped in disbelief. How could anyone forge illusions out of pure aura? With a scream, Bruce's sword pierced straight through him, blood spraying amid horrified cries. The Cassius soldiers froze, unable to believe their legendary CPZ fell in mere seconds. As he collapsed, the old man rasped that he never thought Bruce could wield that secret art at his age. Cheers erupted as Yuba's troops hailed Saris, while Bruce sighed, knowing the move drained him deeply. At the same time, Cassius clenched his teeth, realizing the tide had turned beyond his control. He barked new orders, launch, and a loud assault before losing the upper hand. The soldiers roared back, spurring their horses forward like thunder. Yuban's army rallied in return, banners raised high, ready to meet them head-on. Russ rode forth with his sword aloft, vowing to fight till death for the souls of warriors. The Cassius ranks hesitated as the enemy advanced. Someone yelled not to retreat, to strike them from their mounts. But upon closer look, those weren't horses, they were twisted, monstrous beasts. Cassius cursed in shock. The rumors were true, but where was Lord Set and his elite force? A lieutenant reported that Lord Set's assault failed, 1,000 men reduced to 200 survivors. The enemy laughed, our legs are short, but fortress defense is our true strength. Suddenly, a roar thundered, fire burst forth, and a blazing monster strode out of the smoke. Cassius panicked, ordering magical retaliation, but mages cried that mana currents were disrupted. The Cassius soldiers fought on, terrified who could warp the flow of magic itself. Then Fanhat spread his arms, grinning, mana may lack, but talent want, and unleashed a spell. Far off, Cirrus wreaked havoc, her spells making enemies scream mad witch in terror. Seeing chaos everywhere, Cassius ground his teeth and ordered a retreat before they burned alive. Yuba's army shouted in triumph, declaring victory and calling for celebration. Thus ended the brutal Battle of Ledin, shining as Prince Eubien's glorious triumph. Next scene on the Leiden Plains, the people cheered, hailing Prince Eubien as the true king. Eubien frowned. Just yesterday they called Cassius king, yet now they switched sides as counts reported news. Hearing of the neutral factions, Eubien smirked coldly. They were only waiting for a chance. One count suggested now was the perfect time to sway the neutrals, but Eubien hesitated. The old count stroked his beard and smiled, saying that was precisely the most vital question. Thus Eubien swore to be a true king to his people, vowing to bring peace even once in his life. Scene shifted to Count Hendrik's domain, where guards were on high alert. At the city gate, a figure was stopped as they tried to enter, tension rising instantly. A soldier demanded loudly, was she the Knight of the Prophet, and what was her purpose here? Some soldier blurted out that her face was stunning enough to make anyone turn their head. But her towering, muscular frame left the guards both awed and uneasy. The scene revealed more clearly this was Count Henrik's domain, and all eyes were on the stranger. At that moment, Scyllin was training hard, counting 32 of 33, while the protagonist urged her to switch to squats. After the victory, thanks to her valor, Sillam was hailed by Eubien's troops as the young saint, admired for healing amid fire and chaos. Fanhat told her to rest before she collapsed. But Sillan gritted her teeth. I must grow stronger no matter what. She glanced over and spotted Cirrus nearby, asking why she was their Fanhat guest. She came to make peace. Cirrus pleaded, sorry, Sally, it was life or death. We're still friends, don't be mad, okay? Our guy chuckled, calling it. Cirrus reassured herself that a few days later the elf's memory would reset anyway. Fanhat blinked, asking, are you sure she's truly your friend, or was she just pretending to be nice last life? Suddenly, a soldier rushed in. Sir, a woman wishes to meet you, making the protagonist freeze in surprise. The soldier added, she said she's here for the young saint, but I think it's tied to you, leaving Fanhat even more puzzled. Scene cut to a grand guest room lit by flickering candlelight. The female knight entered proudly in honor to meet you, Zephin. I am Chitin, the sword of the prophet. Our guy froze. Wait, does Tetlong have a sister? Why is she here? Chitin calmly replied she sought Sillan Phil Majid, priestess of Philin, and maybe a misunderstanding. The protagonist finally realized her height caused the mix-up just as Silan peeked in asking, "Who's looking for me?" Upon seeing her, Chitten's eyes widened in emotion. She softly called out Sillan. But Silan went pale, stepping back in shock. Tension filled the air as Chitten declared, "My love, how long will you keep running?" Sillan snapped, "What god would approve this madness?" The protagonist cut in, "Okay, what exactly is your relationship?" Chitten stayed silent for a moment, then smiled mysteriously. Finally, she stated firmly, "Our marriage was blessed by the supreme god." The story continued in that cold castle, wind howling outside. Same room, but now the atmosphere was taut like a drawn bowstring. Silan leapt up shouting, "I must escape! I won't be forced to marry!" Fanhat hurried to calm her, saying Chetan was still in the guest room. Our guy pressed, "Wait, are you actually engaged?" Silan blushed furiously, "Of course not!" The protagonist explained that Chitin Astana came from a noble line, once famed as the most beautiful woman in the realm. Truly, she was breathtaking but strangely tall and powerfully built beyond reason. According to the prophet's divine descent, she was the daughter of God, destined to be his sword, and mother of a great warrior. The man of the sun would be her fate. The church of the prophet then knighted her, naming her the Sword of God, sending her to roam the world in divine service, until she was dispatched to the kingdom of Vasily, where she met her destined one, Sillan, File M. At that time, Sillan was healing soldiers in battle, and that sight made Chitten's heart tremble. Love at first sight. Back at the church, she boldly declared the prophecy fulfilled. Shed found the father of the future great warrior. The clergy were horrified. No one believed in a union between a 25-year-old knight and a 12-year-old boy. They all protested. But then, the prophet spoke again, proclaiming that very boy as the chosen one. Thus the church of Philenin set a harsh condition: the marriage would be valid only if she won the boy's true love. Sillan sighed, saying that was when his personal hell began. The protagonist concluded it was a political marriage between the prophets and Philenin's churches. Sillan nodded bitterly. Chitten became obsessed, following him everywhere like a haunting shadow. He admitted their pilgrimage together was just an excuse, hoping distance would make her lose interest. Fanhat asked softly, "So that's why you train like crazy?" Sillan forced a smile. "Exactly. Maybe if I change my body, she'll lose interest." Friendheart guessed it was the height difference, but Sillan snapped, "No, it's her obsession, stubborn, domineering, and even naming unborn kids already." She said if it's a boy, he'll be Stin, knight of the prophet; if a girl, Eileen, forced to be a saintess. And the father's a priest of Philenin. Chilling thought indeed. Suddenly, Fanhat froze. Something important clicked in his mind. He blurted, "Wait, what'd you say the girl's name was?" Sillan replied offendedly, "Elin, but it's nothing." Still, Fanhat stood still, muttering, Elin as memories flooded back. Deep in his mind, there truly was a girl named Elin. He could never mistake that face. Then it struck him, Sillan was the father of Saint Elisau from legend. Saint Ellen, the priestess of the prophet, one of the 5 great warriors who slew High Priest Macallan and purged the cult of the dark god. Fanhat turned pale. She was the same woman who tortured him in a past life, blessing 10,000 soldiers into madness. And she was Sillan's daughter. This was dire. The divine power Ellen wielded was unnatural, born from a forbidden rite called the Holy Grail plan. According to it, parents conceive a child raised inside a barrier. The child drains the father's life, then consumes the mother's soul upon birth. In other words, the Holy Grail sacrifices the parents to forge a divine vessel. The protagonist warned, "Marry her and you'll die." But Sillan just laughed bitterly, saying life or death made no difference now. Fanhat realized Sillan truly was Saint Ellen's father. No wonder history forgot him and urged him to stay far from that marriage. Sillan let out a sad laugh. "Finally someone understands me. It's been great traveling with you." Leaving, Fanhat startled, "You're leaving!" The nearby soldiers whispered. The young saint seemed to argue with the mage and was really planning to leave. Sillan sighed, "If I stay, who knows what shall do next?" The protagonist wiped sweat, agreeing but worried. He warned, "You're not just a member, you're this team's soul. Running one help. She's already tracked us here." Sillan bowed his head in despair. "Then what else can I do? Can you stop her?" The protagonist snapped back, "So you'll just abandon me after everything we've been through?" That question froze Sillan. He couldn't answer, while the soldiers stared in awkward silence. Finally, he murmured, "I don't want to go, but it's wartime. I can't drag the team into my mess. I must leave alone." Then Fanhat tried reasoning, warning her obsession would only make him hate her more. But Sillan replied coldly, "If words worked, I wouldn't have left the Philenin in order." The soldiers around blushed, exchanging puzzled looks as tension turned oddly awkward. Then suddenly, a voice echoed softly, calling Seal. A moment later, the girl cheered, "You're leaving. Then hurry home and marry me?" Sillan froze, shouting, "If my mother gets hurt, it's your fault. Defend Hat." Chi Tin gleefully grabbed his hand. "Let's go home. We'll have 2 kids, 1 boy, 1 girl." But Sillan stepped back, trembling. "I said no," as she only moved closer. She giggled, saying their children would be tall and perfect. Everyone around went silent. Then Chi Tin's face turned serious. "Will you pass the divine smite to our child?" And she answered herself, "Well, I don't really want to either." Her eyes darkened, voice low. "We were born for each other," making him cry out for help. Worse yet, the protagonist stood frozen, wanting to intervene but helpless. Sillan gritted his teeth, struggling to stay calm amid the chaos. Finally, he shouted, "Sorry, Chi Tin, but I already love someone else." Chi Tin's eyes widened, her face twisting into something terrifying. Sillan ran to the protagonist, declaring loudly, "I'm dating G-Fan, so I can't accept your love." Chi Tin's heart shattered, her expression froze in disbelief. The protagonist felt chills down his spine, a bad omen of death approaching. The gossiping soldiers gawked, unable to believe what they just heard. At that moment, Sillam clasped the protagonist's hand, proclaiming, "Philin in itself has blessed our union, divine logic, perfectly sound." In truth, that bond came from when he once prayed to the goddess Philanus to bless their fated love. Thus the soldiers whispered louder, saying the two look perfect together, why talk of breaking up before? Sweating, the protagonist asked why he was dragged into this, while Sillam claimed only a real partner could make it believable. The protagonist forced a grin, what if they find out, but Silan went full drama, calling Jifan in a tragic tone. Chi-Tinan's face darkened, voice low, so that's how it is. Silan stepped back, thinking she might finally give up. But Chi-Tin's expression turned grim, declaring that true love must endure countless trials. She raised her head high, shouting, "In the name of true love!" Then she proclaimed, "I, Chi-Tin, Holy Knight of the Church of NGD, challenge you!" The soldiers shuddered instantly, something big was about to happen. Even Cirrus held her breath, not daring to blink. Chi-Tin drew her sword, the steel glinting with deadly resolve. The blade pointed straight at the protagonist, who stammered, "Wait, why am I the one being challenged?" She declared sternly, "If your love for Silan is true, accept my duel," to which Jifan shouted, "But I'm a mage!" Silan still cheered wildly, "Jifan, I believe in you. Prove the power of love." The protagonist yelled back, "Are you serious?" Silan insisted, "It's the only way I can escape her." Cirrus looked bewildered. Are they seriously acting out a romance right now? While the protagonist screamed inwardly, "Don't believe that smooth talk." Chi-Tin raised her sword politely, "I'll let you strike first, mage." "Begin." Jifan swallowed hard, feeling utterly cornered. He thought, if I'm going first, I'd better finish it fast, and unleashed a storm of thunder and lightning. The blow hit hard, leaving Chi-Tin stunned. His power was far greater than expected. The protagonist's eyes burned with resolve. He whispered sorry, and the tempest roared, engulfing the field. Even so, Jifan held back, ensuring it only ended the fight, not her life. But what happened next made him doubt his own eyes. Chi-Tin cried out a prayer, "O Saint Enkidu, grant my blade the light to purge darkness." That light dazzled everyone. They thought it mere holy magic, but no, it was something far beyond. It was the sacred sword, a weapon reserved for true holy knights of the NGD Church. Shock rippled through the crowd. Few knights could wield it, and he had badly underestimated her. Jifan countered fast, casting barriers and aerodynamic wards. But Chi-Tin stood firm. Did you think a holy knight would fall to a few tricks like that? Silan shouted anxiously, "Why only use magic?" Jan retorted, "I'm a mage." While she panicked, "My life's literally in your hands." At that moment, Jifan poured out his full strength. Darkness surged, curses spread, deathly aura filled the air. Light and shadow clashed, exploding into a dazzling, suffocating spectacle. Suddenly, Chi-Tin froze, her whole body trembling from the impact. Her legs stiffened completely. She couldn't move an inch. Seeing that, the protagonist knew she needed 30 seconds to break free. This fight should end now. But Chi-Tin wasn't predictable. She smirked, saying if cornered, she'd unleash the Prophet Church's power. She closed her eyes, breathing hard as though summoning something terrifying. When they opened again, her gaze burned fierce, teeth clenched, aura raging. She strained, muscles bulging, forcing her legs free from the binding spell. Jifan frowned. Every move she made kept him on edge. He was stunned. Did she just shatter an ice seal by sheer strength? Silam gasped, "Are you the god of light?" Chi-Tin laughed, claiming her power rivaled his, granted by the church. Jifan lunged closer. "Who taught you that technique?" She calmly said an old man once taught her as a child, saying it'd keep her healthy. Only now she realized the Prophet's Church had planned it all. Jifan froze, recognizing that old man as his own master. Chi-Tin asked if something was wrong, while he muttered, maybe that man ruined her marriage prospects. He thought zero meant well, then waved it off nervously. "No problem, ha ha ha." Chi-Tin drew a deep breath and shouted, "Then let's continue." Jifan struck back, unleashing wind slashes swirling through the air. Chi-Tin blocked and countered fiercely, showing no hint of fear. Jifan realized she was using divine physique training, a technique that boosted power through height, honed for decades. He thought if that technique spread, everyone would chase it just to get taller. While she yelled, "Why won't you just lose already?" Jifan laughed. "Who tries to lose on purpose?" Chi-Tin snapped, "Typical mage, sweet-talking Navi Silan again!" She screamed, "It'll prove love's true strength." Jan blinked. Wait, how does love fit into this? And right then, his finishing blow hit square on her body. Chi-Tin was flung backward, crashing hard, unable to counter. The protagonist approached calmly. "Looks like I win," still planning to chase Silan. She staggered up, murmuring she'd retreat for now. Suddenly Silan shouted, "I can save you from that villain!" But Chi-Tin muttered something cryptic, making her snap. Silan turned to Jifan for help, claiming they shared a psychic bond. He screamed, "I don't," while she begged him to keep up the act. So he hugged her for show, wiping her tears. "Don't cry, smile instead." Chi-Tin choked up, turning away, vowing she'd return and save Silan someday. And just like that, she vanished, leaving only Silan and the protagonist in the empty courtyard. Jifan sighed in relief, but asked what she'd do next. Ilan just smiled. "When the time comes, we'll figure it out." Scene shifted to the next morning. Investigations found nothing. The Count nodded. So that's what happened. Meanwhile, gossip spread wildly. People called Jifan and the High Priest the strangest, most fated couple ever. The rumors raced faster than fire. Citizens amused, praising their hero for such an eccentric taste in love. Some wondered, can men love men? Another replied, among knights it's called my dong, a lad with a soft, girlish charm. At that, John Kato finally got it, introducing himself to warrior Oro's Han, the other as Giacato, and they both burst out laughing. Cirrus watched from afar, amused, saying they truly respected each other as comrades willing to die for their ideals. That night, Cirrus knocked gently on his door. "Why won't you come out?" The protagonist hid under his blanket, crying that it was all SILLA, and Sfalt, who calmly said, "Blaming me won't help." Cirrus tried to soothe him. "Don't worry, the rumor spread fast only because SILLA ends too pretty." Their eyes met in silence, a flicker of awkwardness between them. Then both said at once, "Exactly, that's right." Jifan suddenly jumped up, declaring special training would start to make her stronger. SILLAN beamed with renewed hope. The onlookers gossiped more, saying they looked close but soon brushed it off as temporary fun. Scene shifted outward. The battlefield loomed, shrouded in grim tension. Chants roared, "The traitor Kasaz has fallen. Kneel before the true king and open the gates." But others retorted angrily, calling it nonsense. How could monsters be divine will? It was Grobin's eternal shame. Prince Lai Ben was urged to disband the army, but the protagonist shrugged. "Why talk so much? Sooner or later, we'll fight anyway." Outside, drums thundered as warriors shouted their oath to fight for the rightful king. In moments, chaos erupted, bows raised, shields locked, all braced for the brutal battle ahead. Denkasach rallied his troops, laughing that everything was ready, then turned to his wife. "Let's go, dear! It's time!" Meanwhile, the dwarves paled at the thought of riding beasts, but Bruce Lyon barked, "A warrior rides! Stop whining!" Just then, a mighty aura shook the field. The Arazer Cyrox had arrived. Denka flinched, ordering archers to fire, offering 100 gold for anyone who killed a demon. Yuban's forces surged forward, mocking, "Feathers won't make you eagles, pathetic fools!" Spears thrust high, waves of attacks crashing and driving back the enemy front lines. Captain Kansas roared, "Throw spears! Don't stop!" The dwarves sneered, saying thicker spears wouldn't save their weak hands. Lud inhaled sharply, eyes blazing, roaring as he charged. He drew his sword, energy swirling with each breath. Every slash radiated fierce spirit force, tearing through the battlefield. The warrior Seapret froze, staring blankly as the blade fell. He realized in terror it was the legendary technique of the great knight CP himself. He screamed furiously, "Who gave you permission to use that technique, brat?" The sword's aura split heaven and earth. The move of Zeus could truly annihilate all before it. The enemy broke into panic, fleeing and shouting that dying here would be the most humiliating death of all. Kincaid watched in awe, admitting Karuga's rust strike was terrifying. He gritted his teeth, muttering, "Then I'll just have to answer in kind." The enemy soldiers began trembling, unable to meet his gaze. Kincaid gathered power, unleashing the thunder form, a surge of blue light engulfing the entire battlefield. That lightning flattened everything, leaving only ruins and choking dust. The wild power of Ken and Ruth made the whole army freeze in awe and terror. This was the true might of an Oro wielder, never to be underestimated. After Vuch and Kanking's fiery show, cheers erupted. "Well done!" The protagonist shouted, "Keep going! Smash the wall to panic them, no need to kill. Just break the gate!" Instantly, spiritual energy surged, flooding the battlefield with light. Sharp swords took form, lining up neatly ahead. They spun in the air, trembling as if awaiting orders. A scream rang out, "Charge, my 12 sisters!" With mad laughter cry, "My dear sisters!" A swarm of swords shot forward, piercing the wall and leaving glowing cracks. Seaprat turned pale, stammering in confusion at what just happened. Ken Gok didn't expect my wife to know that skill. Even the dwarves admired it, joking it was art and offering demolition services next time. The tension eased. "Ladder spread nice! A new move! Just needs a bit more practice." Yet Denka cursed under his breath, while Seaprat bowed, admitting defeat. At last he shouted, "Retreat! Everyone back to the palace!" A guard pointed afar, "Your Highness, Prince Yuban's troops are retreating." Kassad rushed over, puzzled why withdraw when victor is near. What's Yuban scheming? He thought, he knows I could strike the royal palace anytime I wish. But like a true king, he won't harm the capital's people, he only asks surrender to avoid bloodshed. Kassid smirked, "So, they want to make me look like a monster to the people." Fernando raged, who plotted this, while the hero smiled, saying Kassid wasn't stubborn, making Yuban nod, convinced of victory. The count advised returning to Viscount Ziering's domain. "They've seen our power, no need for more blood." The scene shifted to a moonlit castle. A tense council of lords convened. Fernando asked gravely, "Prince Kassis, do you have any plan to turn the tide?" Another snapped, "How do those lowborns have so many aura users?" Kassis mused, "They retreated without taking the capital, plotting something. But we can't withdraw, the seal and crown remain here." He declared, "If we leave the cathedral, Yuban will be crowned and I lose everything." Some proposed seeking aid from the Duchy of Euc Chatten and the Kingdom of Basili, but Fernando warned that Robbins would become a foreign pawn. Even so, doing nothing meant Kassis' doom was near. Silence fell, minds tangled in despair. Every face showed fear for the nation's fate. Cases bowed, thinking if we fail we're all doomed. His father and advisors stayed silent in grim agreement. One suggested assassinating that filthy prince, but Kaises growled, "I've tried, every attempt failed." Fernando turned to Knight CPZ, "An aura user, what say you?" He replied slowly, "Cruel or not, he bears royal blood, I cannot betray my liege." The room buzzed with chatter, yet no one found a way out. Suddenly Seaprat spoke firmly, "I support assassination. But the target isn't Prince Yuban, it's the mysterious mage Lifin H, the real puppeteer." By then, Yuban's army had left Henrik district, camping near Viscount Zidrin's estate outside the capital, surrounded by forests and streams. That night, a grand victory feast was held at the Viscount's manor. Everyone raised cups to Robin's glory. Laughter and pride filled the great hall. Still, Jifan mused to Yuban that such feasts kept peace among neutral factions, though Yuban didn't see why praise should go to the idol. Jifan smiled, precisely because they did nothing. We must praise them to ease envy and keep unity. Victory isn't just bravery but harmony. Nobles bragged endlessly, calling Laughing Hat brilliant, saying he saw what others couldn't. Yuban stayed silent, thinking a mage with political insight like that I must learn from him. The Count smiled, too young but masterful at winning hearts. Sillan cheerfully introduced Viscount Kenteng and Chief Kensen of the Blue Bear tribe. They shook hands politely. Kensen shared that Laughing Hat had gifted him a communication necklace, making speech easier. Kenteng laughed, praising his soldiers' valor far from my old image of orcs. Then Kensen's wife rushed over, beaming, "That's the true spirit of the Oros clan." Everyone admired her, and Kensen joked he didn't know his skills would impress an Oro warrior. The couple whispered, compared to the Orosha tribe, they still outshine us, but she urged him to just drink and let it go. The hero thought, don't rely on humans, just follow fate. For the cause of freeing the oppressed tribes, I'll learn to trust my comrades. Meanwhile, Sillan smoothly kept conversations flowing, introducing Nicodamity, who once defeated Sertet. Cheers erupted. The elf tribe mingled while their chief stayed calm, aiming for lasting diplomacy. Rusty was surrounded by curious nobles about his duel with Knight JPJ. He only laughed, replying 100 episodes, dodging questions about sword techniques. Seeing his quiet nature, they guessed just wasn't used to feast. True warriors prefer blades to wine, and Aura users are known to be stern. The hero, curious about Rusty's silence, sighed in relief that no one misunderstood him. In truth, this victory was only the beginning. The real trial would come when Yuban took the throne. Laughing Hat wandered the halls searching for Cirrus, but she was nowhere. Unease crept in. Just then, he sensed a strange aura hiding nearby. A forbidden knight emerged, waiting in the shadows. The hero instantly recognized him as Stealth Aura Master, while Seaprot growled, "Forgive me, I do this for the kingdom's future." Suddenly, a figure darted toward the hero. The crowd gasped. It was CPJ, the infamous knight himself. At once, the hero caught the sword with ease, eyes cold as if untouched by the strike. CPJ froze, realizing his opponent's reflexes were impossibly fast like a seasoned battle mage. Fanhat pressed on relentlessly, shifting moves and forcing CPJ to scramble under the assault. Each blow made CPJ flinch. He growled, baffled how an unarmed foe could be so strong. Fanhat smirked. The secret lay in his bare hands, then unleashed a blazing strike that shook the ground. The scene turned into fiery chaos, CPJ's sword aura clashing with Chenya's burning magic. CPJ gritted his teeth, furious this was no ordinary mage, and unleashed his full strength. The hero faltered, blaming himself for slipping up, wondering if retreat was wiser. At that instant, CPJ's blade lunged forward, a flash too fast to see. With no way to dodge, the hero braced himself for a direct clash. He punched straight into CPJ's chest, stunning him. Realizing this was a melee mage, the hero calculated if he hit his aura, CPJ would think him a close combat caster, but 6 holy lights were closing in. CPJ kept his sword raised, voice icy, "You won't live to see them arrive." Fanhat grew wary, wondering how long he could last without revealing his aura. CPJ charged, pouring all strength into a decisive slash. Our hero strained to block it, teeth gritted, aura still sealed. CPJ's eyes widened, shocked at such resilience. The hero too was puzzled. Why could that aura-charged blade pierce his defense? CPJ, drained and confused, realized his mana was losing effect. The battle raged on, their clashes shaking the entire hall. Each swing from CPJ shattered everything nearby. Fanhat retaliated fiercely, holding the balance of power. When landing, he stood firm, ready for the next strike. His powerful movements and top muscles made onlookers shiver at his dominance. As CPJ closed in, the hero spun, driving an elbow into the sword. CPJ glared, eyes blazing with feral rage. His sword still radiated energy, each swing trailing a burning aura. But suddenly CPJ froze, staring in horror at the impossible sight. Golden aura flared thick around Fanhat, suffocating the air itself. The hero realized how foolish to fight a holy knight without aura. It was time to stop hiding. CPJ stood petrified. This was the aura of Marshal King Zerod's hair. Unbelievable. Fanhat calmly replied, "Life's full of surprises," while CPJ roared and charged for a final strike. At once, Fanhat shouted, "Come on!" his fighting spirit devouring the battlefield. CPJ froze, eyes blazing, nothing left but sheer resolve. He slowly raised his sword, red aura flaring like boiling blood. In a blink, his slash tore through space itself, shattering earth and water along its path. The slash shook the world, its shockwave rippling to the edge of the sky. Fanhat clenched his fists, refusing to yield, pouring everything into one last counterattack. He faced the strike head-on, blocking the sword aura barehanded. The forces collided, light flared, dust exploded, and visibility vanished. CPJ roared, "Idiot! So this is your true face!" The hero shot back, "You struck first." Both radiated lethal intent. Fanhat crouched low, activating his shield and readying a finishing blow. The attack roared forth, its power piercing straight towards CPJ without pause. A flash appeared before his eyes. CPJ froze, unable to react. The hero didn't stop, landing another punch that drew CPJ's blood, while the soldiers panicked in confusion. Fanhat screamed, channeling his final move with crushing determination. A brutal lariat smashed down on CPJ, echoing across the battlefield. The terrifying force cracked the ground, shaking the entire area violently. When the dust cleared, only ruins and scattered debris remained. CPJ lay sprawled, body twitching in unbearable pain. He gasped bitterly, admitting his assassination plan had utterly failed. Despair flickered. He was the last light god of Casas and couldn't end here. But before he could speak, Fanhat dove from above like thunder striking earth. The strike blazed with golden light, pouring Fanhat's last ounce of strength into CPJ. CPJ screamed, blood spraying before he collapsed into utter silence. He fell while Fanhat's radiance burst forth, blanketing the battlefield. The crowd froze, then shouted, "Golden aura, it's real!" Someone gasped, "The light Azurus," so the legend was true. Everyone cheered, hailing Wu Wang Di Fanhat, the hero who felled the god of light. Many doubted, whispering, so the savior was a supreme aura user all along, had just hidden his power. Yubin stammered, has the Wu Wang, hair of the divine physique realm, where the weak can't exist. The hero merely thought, exactly, weakness there means death. The cheers thundered, yet Fan Han walked in silence, uneasy that his secret strength was now exposed. News of CPJ's death spread to the capital, and people hailed his killer as the new Wu Wang, a title of honor, not shame. On the contrary, they mocked the so-called god of light Tet Vu as far less divine than rumored. Meanwhile, Seelan and others discussed alien races, but the hero calmly said, they don't despise us, just can't accept it yet. Things are improving. Soon after, Crodine hadn't rebuilt its fallen wall, letting Prince Yubin's army pour in easily. At the same time, the Cassis faction chose to hold the castle, defending their final line. The scene shifted to the city gates, where both sides locked in a standoff. Yubin gazed at the massive doors, murmuring, didn't think I'd see them again. He was surprised 3 days and Cassis hadn't surrendered, unlike their usual pride. The hero guessed the troops were just holding out without orders. The count suggested advancing, and Fan Han volunteered to scout the situation inside. Seelan glanced at him and asked softly, aren't you afraid to face them? Fan Han smiled, everyone knows who I am now, no point hiding. As he stepped forward, soldiers roared, the Wu Wang has moving! Someone sneered, has just human, shoot him down! At the command, enemy archers fired, arrows darkening the sky. Dozens struck Fan Han, yet he just grinned, heh, feels like a tickle. Then boulders crashed down, he nodded, ah, now that's a little itchy. Seeing him unharmed, the enemies went mad, launching endless waves of attacks. When boiling water poured down, Fan Han laughed, perfect, now I'm warmed up. The soldiers gawked, murmuring, is he a monster? Nothing hurts him! The hero shouted across the battlefield, anyone who wants to live step away from the gate now! Yubin's troops cheered in unison. Any yield advance, Wu Wang! Amid the cheers, he pondered, strange, I'm doing what I did in my past life, yet they welcome me now. Flashback 2 days earlier, people whispered, so that mysterious sage was once the Wu Wang, no wonder his achievements were immense. Another added, so the mortal stars were handpicked by the Wu Wang himself, guess he wanted to teach them to be more like us, lucky humans. Fan Han sighed, even as a demon king no one ever understood me. Saris beside him replied softly, people see mages differently from warriors. She explained, anyone can dream of being a warrior, but magic belongs to the few, ordinary folks can't even fake it. That's why they fear mages, they don't understand them. But a Wu Wang's fists, everyone can imagine that power. The hero chuckled, so they'd rather believe I block blades barehanded than use spells. Guess that means I can fight however I want. Saris nodded firmly, exactly, Wu Wang Dai Fan Han. Everyone has fists, few have mana, but all respect true strength. Hearing that, Fan Han grew more confident, believing his power would earn admiration, not fear, as the crowd roared, advance with Wu Wang! Crush the traitors! Diaz Knights! The enemy shouted back, if we die, we die on honor, Cassis forever! They knelt, crying out, O king, inherit our will fight for true justice. The hero roared, pleading, the victor's clear! Don't waste your lives, save yourselves! Suddenly, light flared from the palace, illuminating the dark sky. Cassis emerged, standing tall in the glow, gaze sharp with defiance. Yubin stepped forward calmly, it's over, Cassis. The man smirked, been a while, Yubin. Fan Han watched from afar, thinking, was I ever that stubborn too? Yubin asked, where are the others? Cassis replied, my father and kin have left, at least the bloodline survives. The count interjected, but they're branded traitors, the kingdom will never forgive them. Cassis smiled serenely, they've gone to Chatten. Power is lost, but the blood continues, that's enough. The count nodded, so they fled to Chatten just like Lantis did in West Ken long ago. Yubin asked in surprise, then why did you go with them, Cassis? Cassis narrowed his eyes, replying, why do you think, Prince Yubin? Yubin sighed sadly, I see you'd rather die here than live as a puppet king. If you left, war would erupt instantly. That thought choked him. Even as enemies, he admired Cassis for caring more for his people than himself, and vowed to end things as he wished. Cassis laughed madly, pointing his sword forward, good, you're not as dull as they said. Now who'll be the one to kill me? Yubin declared, I will, cousin. Though you betrayed us, royal blood still runs in you, so I'll grant you an honorable death. The count gasped, your highness, what are you saying? Yubin replied calmly, I know I'm weaker, but I must show I have the courage to be king. Before stepping forth, Yubin turned to the hero, having an aura user nearby helps if needed, lend a hand. Cassis smirked tauntingly, then come powerless prince. Yubin charged, his sword blazing as he slashed at his foe. Their blades clashed, sparks flying, steel ringing through the grand hall. Cassis roared angrily, you ditched sword training to chase dwarf women, turns out you were hiding talent all along. Yubin answered calmly, not hiding, just never had a reason to use it. Cassis' furious strikes met Yubin's shield, though the weight made him stagger. The count stared in disbelief, Prince Yubin, how do you wield such power? Cassis tilted his head, sneering, where'd that strength come from? Hiding behind your shield forever, you cowardly knight. Yubin ignored the taunt, lunging in with a counterstrike that forced Cassis back. He laughed mid-fight, I thought people flattered me for being a prince, turns out I'm strong too. I grew up with Finya, after all. He added, to keep up with her I trained daily, never skipped a single boring muscle drill. Fan Han observed, thinking, yeah, living near a dwarf like Finya without training means getting crushed. Cassis sneered, so confident, still not enough, your fists can't match a true knight's. He laughed bitterly, you think a few workouts can beat an elite warrior. Ridiculous? In truth, Yubin's martial art came from Finya dwarven technique with low stances, making human movements strange yet powerful. Amid the fierce duel, Yubin shouted, Fan Han, assist me! Immediately, the hero dashed forward. The prince is in danger, no time to waste. Cassius roared, "You dare interfere in a holy duel, self-proclaimed Wu Wang?" Fan Han replied coldly, catching the blade bare-handed, "My martial art cares not for honor, only results." Cassius thrashed wildly, cursing, "You bastard, you'll pay for this!" But Fan Han's giant fist tightened, aura surging with dominance. A golden flare burst forth, his punch crashing into Cassius' face like thunder. The blazing light sent soldiers stumbling back in panic from the shockwave. Golden brilliance flooded the hall, everyone ducked, too terrified to look. The Count squeezed his eyes shut, shielding himself from the blinding storm. Then slowly he opened them, staring into the fading dust and light. In front of him lay ruins, yet Fan Hat stood tall, not a scratch on him. In his hand, Cassius' severed head dangled in deadly silence. Fan Hat coldly declared that the traitor Cassius' throat had been cut. Yuban froze, drenched in sweat, unable to believe what he saw. His usual gentle eyes now burned with tension and authority. He walked forward slowly, saying nothing. The golden ring was handed over. Yuban shouted, "Hang the traitor's head for all to see, and don the crown." The crowd erupted, hailing the rise of a new king. From that moment, Yuban ascended the throne as all knelt, crying, "Long live the king!" Thus began the reign of King Yuban Telu of the Robin's Kingdom. News of victory and the civil war's end spread across the continent, silencing all doubters. At the same time, another hero was named Martial King Lafonheart, who defeated the famed Golden Knight Graham. Thanks to his leadership and alliance with non-human races, Robin's triumphed so greatly even skeptics bowed in respect. But far away, a storm of rage was brewing. The news reached Tezrin. Hiding in the Rame Kingdom, he snarled, "That Martial King Lafonheart is far stronger than I thought." He growled, "Damn it, losing Cassius is a fatal blow. He was clever, loyal, and my most trusted ally." Tezrin spat with venom, "Traitor, you're wiping out rivals before they can even rise or wrench you." At that moment, the door burst open with hurried footsteps. His subordinates rushed in. "Lord Tezrin, urgent news! Bruce is alive! He even took down CPZ, and rumors of his tainted blood are everywhere!" Another added, "Now he's allied with that rebel Lafonheart. If he had any honor, he'd surrender, but filth like him never will." Tezrin said darkly, "Funny, who's the real traitor here? You're the ones backstabbing allies. Still, if he opposes Lafonheart, he's useful." Then he asked, "Stefan, are you used to the berserker armor yet?" Stefan nodded, ready to face him, "Lord Tezrin." Tezrin clenched his fist, declaring coldly, "Good, it's time to move." The soldiers murmured, "So we're finally marching out." Tezrin growled, "Yes, our sole target Lafonheart." Scene shifts to the Crotin Kingdom, where a meeting unfolds in the royal hall. A noblewoman fretted, granting him autonomy might set a bad precedent, no matter his achievements. Another countered, "Without him would have lost. Isn't a barony and the Genfin lands reward enough?" Yuban said, "Full autonomy may be too much. What if I grant him more lands instead?" An advisor warned, "That would lessen rewards for other heroes, your majesty." Yuban pondered, then said, "With his merits, even giving him all of Fernando seems fair." The room fell silent, envy in every eye. Finally, Yuban declared, "No objections. Then I name Lafonheart as count, granting him land and autonomy. From this day, that land shall be called the County of Antares." His voice echoed through the hall. And so, on that very day, the new territory of Antares was born. The story continues at the White Castle, where morning light slips through the curtains. Dusty rays flood in, blanketing the quiet room. The sun grows stronger, slowly dispelling the heavy air. The glass windows gleam, reflecting a blinding white glow. Cassius stirs on the bed, frowning at the brightness. His eyes open slowly, dazed in the morning light. Atching all over, he struggles to sit up, breathing heavily. Cassius glances around, bewildered. "What the hell? I remember fighting Lafonheart." Suddenly, the door opens. A woman's voice asks, "You're awake." Cassius tenses, "Who are you?" She smiles, "Hello, Lord Cassius. I'm Xiaola, ally of Lafonheart." Cassius freezes, "A dwarf. I'm still alive. Did he save me?" Xiaola nods, "Yes, you've been out for a day and a half. We were worried." Cassius mutters, "Impossible, Yuban would never allow this." Xiaola softly replies, "Indeed, your head was already displayed in Crotin's capital square." She continues, "They used magic to change hair and eye color, beheaded another as your decoy. Now even Yuban believes you're dead." Cassius scowls. "They fooled the entire city. So that blinding aura was just a cheap illusion trick." Xiaola looks uneasy, realizing he's piecing it together, then gently says, "We were actually in the secret corridor near the cathedral. Lord Lafonheart destroyed it afterward to erase all traces." Cassius demands, "How did you even know that passage?" "Only royals do." Xiaola startles, "I just saw the structure once and knew him, a master architect." Cassius remains suspicious. "Why did Lafonheart save me? To avenge Yuban, sow chaos among nobles, or serve some hidden power?" Xiaola smiles, "He only said killing you then would have been a waste." She added, "He thought it'd be a real shame to let someone like you die." With a bow, Xiaola says, "Rest now," and leaves. As Cassius calls after her, "Wait." He looks around, grumbling, "What the hell is even happening here?" Scene shifts west to Gloaton, once Viscount Jinfen's land. It's now merged into the small Antares County, barely a proper nation. Scene moves to Antares Castle, where a friendly talk begins. Russ laughs, "Congrats, our new emperor, my brother." Fan Hat replies easily, "If you like, I'll treat you as a tiny king too." Russ chuckles, "I'm no king, this nation name feels too grand. Why not expand? The barons nearby won't dare refuse." Fan Hat muses, "That'd cost our autonomy. I seek recognition of human rights, not land. War will bring that itself." A servant bows, "My lord count." Everyone's gathered in the hall. Fan Hat nods, calm, "Russ, let's meet them." All the dwarves bow deeply. "Greetings, White King!" Fan Hat stands above them. "So you were Genfen's former slaves. Fear not, you're free now. Leave or stay as you wish." He adds sternly, "But those mines belong to me, no disputes." Then softens, "You may work or lease them. True freedom must be earned by your own hands." He declared, full mining rights go to you, dig, forge, pay taxes, and even buy ownership in 360 monthly payments if you wish. In return, he added, he'll keep exclusive trade rights to your goods. The dwarves cheered, truly as rumored you are our savior. Fanhat sighed, thinking, this place is still poor, but the old Antare's empire started worse than this. He raised his hand, and the room lit up with radiant mana crystals. The dwarves took their seats, joined by the mighty blue bear warriors. Even the elves were present, eyes solemnly fixed on him. Fanhat took a deep breath and proclaimed, now I'll divide the lands among the races. He pointed on the map, from here to this region belongs to the blue bear tribe. An elf questioned, but that's beyond Antris' border. Fanhat smiled, true, but it's no longer part of Robin's either. Since the Lucian range belonged to no nation, every step the blue bear tribe took became new Antare's territory. But Kang worried, won't taking this mountain provoke humans? They could unite and strike back. The protagonist calmly said, then we'll withdraw its Antare's land now, anyone crossing it will be an invader. Thus, no matter how many humans there were, Antris' title would protect them. The age of weak nomads was over. At that, Kansen sighed in relief, so our warriors can leave the village safely. An elf asked, how far will our border stretch? He answered, this area is for all elves and one day will expand to welcome others from across the continent. One elf hesitantly mentioned abandoning the world tree. The protagonist assured, don't worry, we'll plant a new one. The elf protested, it's not a bonsai you can just replant. He only smiled, that won't be a problem. He remembered how seeds bathed in the world tree's essence once connected 7 trees, forming a power network that awakened the elves swiftly. Then he turned to the dwarves, saying their underground nature meant wide land wasn't needed. Their future wealth lay in mining and crafting. The dwarves complained the terrain was inconvenient for trade or for training. The elves agreed, cursing human customs and border bureaucracy. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He pointed to the map. I chose this place because beneath the Clouton range lies the Chloe dungeon. An elf asked, is that dungeon linked to the terminal gate through a portal? He confirmed, saying clearing it would be a small test for their warriors. At once, the dwarves stood, vowing, leave it to us, our savior, no need for you to worry. As the elf finished mapping, she asked, between Elfland and Oros lies a long empty strip, what's it for? He smiled mysteriously, it's reserved for those we haven't met yet but will meet very soon. Scene shifts northeast of Gloaton where ice and snow blanket the world. There, a lone figure slowly steps forth through the freezing air. Her eyes gleam, gazing into the distance as if seeking something. At the same time, in the misty mountains of Holland Kingdom, waves of spiritual energy surge. Another figure, radiating mysterious power, emerges amid the light. It turns out those two strangers are exactly the ones the protagonist hasn't met yet, but fate will soon bring them together. At that very moment, the mysterious pair was drawing near Antares, where destinies would collide. A month after the succession battle in Robin's, the scene opens at Count Antris' White Castle. Russ was sparring with Tithit in a clever, strategic duel. Just as Russ struck hard, Tithit blocked effortlessly with his massive sword. He shouted while attacking, his fighting spirit blazing like he could swallow his foe whole. Russ heard a tip to strike the shoulder but hesitated, telling himself he must first master swordsmanship before wielding aura. Then Russ suggested Tithit carry a spare sword if he abandoned spirit energy. Tithit refused, saying weapons are comrades, not disposable tools. Russ wiped sweat, then asked, but doesn't Jakathar use 2 swords? Tithit laughed, Jakathar's got 2 partners, remember, leaving Russ speechless and sitting down. At that moment, a fox yawned in the distance, catching both their eyes. Tithit chuckled awkwardly, saying he's lazy whenever not fighting. Then he tilted his head, show me that pressure-suppressing aura again. Russ demonstrated, making Tithit ponder he still needed time for the war god's blessing. Russ replied, that usually takes decades. Russ suddenly remembered Tithit was only 9 and grimaced. Tithit teased, by human years, we're the same age anyway. Then he raised his sword eagerly, enough rest, let's go again! From above, Cirrus watched and laughed, everyone's training so hard today. In another room, Sillin continued relentless physical training. Meanwhile, Xiaola was busy on her personal mission. Masquerading with a fake beard, Cassis looked awkward, still not used to his new face. Xiaola warned sternly, if you want to stay hidden, get used to it, showing your face could endanger Jifanhat too. Cassis nodded in agreement. Later, Cassis glanced outside, noting it felt colder despite summer nearing. He joked, don't you ever tire of watching me? Xiaola replied, I'm just the second most idle person in this castle. As it turned out, the most idle was the protagonist himself, still sleeping soundly under the bright sunlight. Cirrus teased, keep lazing like that and you'll get fat. He yawned, joking, if only my body could store fat like normal people. Cirrus kept urging him up, half awake. He mused that she hated confessions yet nagged just like someone from his past life. She even prepared breakfast, softly inviting him to eat. He jumped up with a grin, thanking her. Seeing the meal, he asked in surprise, you cooked all this? Where are the servants? Cirrus replied curtly, everyone's busy, no one's as free as you. After eating, Jifanhat rested his chin, sighing, guess I've gone full beta. Things are too peaceful, it's time to get to work. Cirrus asked curiously, work on what? He replied calmly, to find fragments of the world tree and replant them in the Eplan forest. The nearest is probably the Geranting staff. Cirrus blinked, Geranting, is it like the demon palace Nihilan? Jifanhat nodded, saying it's a relic infused with the world tree's power. Cirrus exclaimed, demon palace Nihilan really is incredible! He smiled reassuringly, it'll make you something like it one day. Cirrus gasped, you can really do that? The protagonist crossed his arms, with enough mana it's easy. I'm a 10-rank archmage after all. Cirrus shook her head, you sure don't look the part. Suddenly, Jifan Hat glanced at his hands, thinking he must raise his mana. This body resisted magic itself, and even Magram's tuning hadn't pushed him past the 7th rank. He turned and said, "Gather everyone well, plan fast, and depart while it's hot." Saris asked, "Where exactly are we headed?" He replied, "The Matos Plateau, southwest of the Sedilak Range Kelte dungeon, where Draning is kept. A week's journey through the Great Gate." 3 days later, the scene shifted to the bustling city of Jia Rus. Tetjon frowned. "Why's this place so empty?" His companion explained. "The merchant said he left 3 days ago and won't return for a month." The man slammed the table. "Furious, I thought I'd finally catch him." Someone in the tavern warned, "Careful, young man, watch your tongue." Tetjon shot back, "I'm talking about the martial king, what's to fear?" The calm man replied, "He ended the Graben civil war. His followers aren't mere slaves but noble knights." He added, "Everyone idolizes the martial king now. I just fear your words may bring trouble." Tetjon grumbled, "All the rumors favor him, so unfair." Just then, a woman's voice rang out, "Want to know where he is?" The woman stepped forward, introducing herself as Faith Paladin of Zhio, her cold gaze burning with hatred toward the martial king. Everyone was stunned. Her towering form and commanding voice filled the room as she vowed to know his destination and reveal it. Tetjon eyed her, guessing she wanted something in exchange for the info. Faith nodded, demanding to join them. She wanted to kill him herself. Tetjon glanced at his group, then agreed, since they all shared the same goal. 8 days later, Jifan had departed Count Antris land, heading south toward the Setlats range in the Kelter dungeon. In battle, Tathit and Zeus struck in perfect sync, exploiting their foes' weak points. Zeus shouted, "Left side's mine!" At once, the Crash Lankara technique erupted, purple energy flooding the air, shaking the entire field. Tathit laughed triumphantly, saying he'd predicted it, while Russ cheered they'd stayed safely in the clear zone. From afar, the protagonists watched with Cirrus and Scylla, praising their teamwork and telling Cirrus to store the loot in her spatial pouch. But Cirrus frowned. "Don't pick it up now, looting mid-fight is suicide!" Just then, a warning blared and Jifan Hat shouted, "Vut, Tathit, phase 2 incoming, prepare!" As the defense system shifted, Russ stared in awe, exclaiming, "He never guesses wrong!" He whispered, "They say he studied under Master Zerat, the dungeon sage, but this precision surpasses legend." "Who is he really?" someone murmured, while the protagonist stayed focused, declaring boldly, "Good, it'll sever the mana flow." He chanted, calling himself the sovereign of mana, reversing its current to still the pulse and annihilate all life within. The monster roared in agony, thrashing in despair. The protagonist calmly said, "I used this very field to cut off its regeneration. Vut, Tathit, finish it." On command, Russ and Tathit lunged, blades flashing, blood spraying white across the air. The beast screamed wildly, "I can't die, no, never!" The protagonist laughed from afar, shouting, "Quit whining and just die already!" Cirrus frowned, whispering, the oppressor acting like a victim, how typical. He only smiled faintly, full of hidden meaning. Cirrus suddenly realized, shouting, "So this is it, the Gerunting Staff, our new world tree!" Scylla cheered, "So we found it! Shall we head out now?" But Tetjon shook his head over the map. "There's one more stop." C-Shit asked curiously, "Where?" Tetjon replied, "A place marked on the map my master tossed me before leaving the Heavenly Physica Academy." He recalled Master G's saying, "I left you a little gift in the Sedilats range. This map marks where. Check it when you're near." Back then, Tetjon only nodded, not really grasping what kind of gift his master meant. Now they reached Mount Pat on the Matos Plateau, southwest of Sentaza village. Cold, treacherous terrain. Before them lay ancient ruins. Scylla tilted his head. "Looks like a massive night training ground." The group entered. Russ noted the strange aura, though it wasn't a dungeon. Tetjon brushed it off. "Forget it, let's find that gift first." They moved carefully, no one letting their guard down despite the calm path ahead. Eyes darted around, hands on weapons, tension thick in the air. Tetjon laughed, "Why so stiff? It's just my master's gift spot!" But before finishing, the ground beneath him collapsed, dragging his whole body into the depths. The floor gave way entirely, forming a massive pit that swallowed everyone. The team screamed as rocks shattered around them. Russ reacted instantly, chanting to form an aura barrier around himself. Tathit recalled his blade with spirit energy, balancing atop its glowing edge. In the chaos, Tetjon shouted for Scylla to stop casting. Their spells were clashing. Scylla yelled back, "Then why are you casting?" Tathit roared, "Both of you shut up, he'll handle this!" Then his blade spread wings of energy, catching everyone as Scylla grabbed his hand and the others clung to the sword, landing safely with sighs of relief. Tathit looked up, startled. The hole they fell from had vanished. Tetjon frowned, spatial distortion, maybe. Scylla called out, "You check the right side, it'll look left." They reached a dusty wall engraved with, "My dear disciple, I left this gift to celebrate your graduation." Tetjon scowled, "Gift, looks empty." Moving to the next room, another message read, "Keep going, I promise you'll love the real gift." Tetjon grumbled, "That old man's trolling me." The five followed the light, emerging into a vast sand-covered training field. They realized it was once an ancient combat arena. Suddenly, the ground trembled and the air began to twist unnaturally. A surge of energy exploded, white smoke flooding the entire field. Scylla panicked, pointing, "What the hell are those?" Cue the mist. Dozens of red eyes opened in the dark. Shinji squinted, whispering, "Those ghosts, they look familiar." Tetjon gasped, "Don't tell me this is the gift!" Before them appeared the spirits of muscular men, roaring, "Heavenly Physica, successor of the martial king, face our wrath!" Tetjon cursed under his breath, "Damn you, old master, what kind of twisted joke is this?" The spirits screamed and charged straight at them. Black winds swirled like storms, forcing everyone to counterattack. Russ raised an aura shield as one spirit howled, summoning others to flank from the sides. The ground quaked as screams and clashes echoed through the ruins. One ghost threw a punch so strong it sliced the air. Russ dodged, the ground beneath him shattering. Scylla focused her spirit energy, channeling power into her glowing sword. She slashed repeatedly, but the blade passed harmlessly through the ghosts as they screamed, "Die, Heavenly Physica!" Russ backed off, shouting, "How many students did your master kill?" Tetjan sighed, heard it was over 20. Scylla, cornered by two spirits, shrieked, "You mean at least 100 victims?" Tetjan muttered, "Probably," while Scylla shivered, "So there are 100 vengeful souls here." Sinlan quickly chanted, raising her hand, "Saint Philangi, grant your light and cleanse these vile spirits." Holy radiance burst forth, flooding the arena as the ghosts wailed, "Cursed be Heavenly Physica!" before dissolving. Tathit clapped, praising her. Scylla panted, thanking him. He asked, "Why does your healing spell hurt so much?" Scylla smiled awkwardly, "Special case." Tetjan just sighed warily. Russ still fought a few lingering spirits, yelling, "So you destroy Heavenly Physica for peace among humans." Tetjan clenched his fists, seriously considering it. He punched, but the ghost raised a mana shield blocking it. "That's broken," he gasped. Scylla snapped, "You've no right to complain." Russ added calmly, "They probably hate being killed by their own master." Tathit frowned, sensing something powerful approaching. Russ narrowed his eyes. "This aura is real, not spectral." Tetjan froze. "Don't tell me the old man made zombies too!" A group stepped out of the mist, confused. "What is this place? Just ghosts, no relics at all." Tetjan's party turned toward the voices. Their faces paled as they saw who appeared. Yusuat smirked arrogantly, shouting, "Russ, I knew you were here!" Scylla frowned, murmuring, "So we finally found him." Jifan Hat. Behind her, Faith grinned wickedly, calling out, "Scylla, I'm here to save you." Silan gasped, "Faith, what did you do to them?" Tetjan glared, stunned by the sight. He thought, Felena, how could she be with them? Memories flashed. She'd been his closest friend in their past life, both raised in the demon tower. "If she's here now," he whispered, "Felena?" She stepped forward, voice echoing, "At last, I've found you, Demon King Jifan Hat." Tetjan, in that form, smirked slightly as Jifan Hat looked back at his former self, expression tangled with emotion. They faced each other, eyes locked, rage and tension thick in the air. Then both shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Tetjan barked, "You used my body and ruined it. You shrank from 2 meters to 195. Pathetic." Jifan Hat shot back, "What? My old body was 174. Now it's 185. Credit where it's due." Jifan Hat blinked, murmuring, "So my body did have potential." Tetjan snorted, "Potential? My ass, I spent years sculpting that physique." Jifan Hat laughed, "Oh please, you're chaining so slow a monkey could outcast you." Scylla stood there baffled, whispering, "Wait, they know each other." Tetjan muttered, "Hardly friends, just finally meeting again." Demon King Jifan Hat. Jifan Hat grew serious, shouting, "I won't let this continent drown in war again. Here and now, I'll end you." Silan cried, "You know him?" Jifan Hat nodded, "Has my enemy, I'll explain later." Tetjan sneered, "Touched are you? Your master's gift radiates sincerity." Jifan Hat thought, "Warmth, more like a death trap. Typical disciple of Tutian Fan." He muttered, "Good thing I'm not like him." Tetjan raised his hand and laughed, "Destiny finally brings me to you. This is where nightmares end." Jan Hat shrugged, "This muscle-brained fool borrows brains but still acts smug." Tetjan roared, "Jan Hat!" Jifan Hat shouted back. They strode forward fiercely, the ground trembling beneath their steps. Jifan Hat thought, "That's no longer my body, I can't hesitate," while Tetjan laughed, "Afraid to destroy your own body. I'll erase it to end all future threats." Both charged, their auras clashing in blinding sparks. A thunderous explosion erupted, shockwaves sweeping the entire field. As the smoke cleared, Ted rushed in yelling, "Jifan Hat!" He stopped Cirrus, "Don't interfere, this is my benefactor's battle." On the other side, Yao Suat donned his armor coldly, "Looks like I must handle you first. I'll erase my family's shame today." Jifan Hat tilted his head, mocking, "When it comes to honor, you're the real disgrace. Where's that proud brother I once knew?" Yao Suat roared, "Shut up," and lunged with eyes blazing red. He leapt high, shouting, "Behold the true sword of House Sarah." Joishin cried out, "Scylla, I'll save you from him this time." Silan hid behind Shishit, trembling, "I'm counting on you." Shishit smirked, "Got it, my friend. Let's guard my blade." Felena dashed forward, yelling, "Support Sodi on the right flank first." She slid across the ground, aiming at her target, weak astral magic. "Then I'll open with a spell." She chanted swiftly, "Gyotan Yili Ding Piao." Infernal breath, descend and become a spear, hell spear strike. Immediately, Shilan raised her hand. "Ofe Lanin, grant me the holy shield to block all evil forces." Thanks to that, Tathit was wrapped in golden light, repelling Felena's magic. Felena for a high priest, that divine power's insane. Silan smiled confidently, "Same class, higher rank, you're no problem." Ofe Lanin, seal her magic. On the opposite side, Jifan had unleashed a barrage of aura bullets. Tetjan dodged and sneered, "That simple trick counts as an attack, Demon King." Jifan Hat replied coldly, "Nice dodge, but doesn't a disciple of Tutian Fan take hits head-in?" Tetjan chuckled, "This frail body can't handle full force, it'll go easy." Jifan Hat kicked sharply, "You handle my body well, but dodging forever won't win you anything." Tetjan instantly cast 2 magic circles, twin sonic destruction lances! Jifan Hat blocked with ease, "Just twin chanting. I could cast 4 spells at your age." Tetjan gritted his teeth, "Damn it, the feedback relay's lagging." "Why?" They bickered mid-battle. Jifan Hat barked, "You've got my brilliant mind, and that's all you can do." Tetjan yelled back, "And you've got my body but left it weak. Ever heard of maintenance?" Everyone else just stared, baffled. Jifan Hat inhaled deeply and raised his hand, "No need to waste aura on low-tier spells. I am the flow stopper, cut the power link. Ajirjin Linport." Tetjan gaped, his casting that spell with his own mind. He grit his teeth, truly the Demon King, terrifying even with that dumb brain. A volley of spells crashed down, earth exploding. Jifan Hat merely raised a brow, even in this body has that strong. Jifan Hat thought briefly, Tetjian, one who elevates a frail body through sheer will and genius magic. Then he mocked himself and me perfect body rock for brains. He clenched his fist. If this drags on, that idiot head will cost me in it fast. Taejun paused, eyes flashing as if struck by inspiration. Suddenly he smiled slyly, lips curling with danger. Ji-fan had frowned, sensing a strange surge of energy. Taejun shouted, "Got you trapped," and lunged. An explosion thundered. When the smoke cleared, blood splattered. No one understood what had just happened. On Ji-fan Hat's sturdy body was a long slash. Blood flowed as he realized his aura barrier was pierced. Taejun lifted his chin proudly. Aura line defense. No, I placed it on the sword. Aura line blade. Weak body, so I turned defense into offense, optimized for penetration. Ji-fan Hat gasped, but my body shield'll be able to channel aura that way. Taejun replied firmly, right? I can't use TUT and fans art in this body, just as you can't chant with my brain. But I rebuilt the method to break that limit. He pointed his sword, voice booming. Don't forget who your opponent is, Demon King! Then Taetlong appeared, proudly declaring himself the martial king of the festival season. He gripped his sword tight, reminding his foe he faced the true Demon King. Yet when the Demon King boasted his title, Taetlong just smirked, claiming he could do the same. At that, Gifan Hart frowned. He hadn't expected to face one of the continent's strongest. At once, Taetlong mentioned the battle behind them. Russ wounded badly by Yusit and forced to flee. He sighed, saying he'd once been Russ' only friend, to which Gifan Hart mocked, friends? Since when? Taetlong even brought up Felena, saying she saw him as a fellow traveler from the future. But Gifan Hart scoffed, we're no friends to share joy. Immediately Taetlong shouted, boasting he'd trained relentlessly just to defeat the Demon King. In response, Gifan Hart unleashed his full aura, praising Taetlong's strength yet scoffing magic could harm him. So Taetlong swung his sword, admitting magic alone wouldn't win this fight. He added, victory belongs not to the stronger, but to the one who knows the battlefield. Then a massive explosion shook the ground violently. At that moment, Yusit roared, calling his comrade's name, ordering him to wake up. Russ tilted aside to dodge, mocking, seen that move 1,000 times, brother. Enraged, Yusit countered, accusing Russ of betrayal. Russ laughed coldly, taunting his brother's so-called honor. At last, Russ shouted, cutting their blood bond, no longer brothers. He began chanting, invoking an ancient spell in the name of friendship, begging for its response. Ji-Tin struggled to defend, horrified by his foe's bizarre act. Ironically, Ji-Tin grew furious, baffled how a mere slave could fight back so fiercely. Then suddenly, he blushed awkwardly, mentioning Selen, making everyone shudder. At once, Sizit summoned the fire god and acid his war emblem, calling it to fight for its master. In response, Ji-Tin cast magic too, praying for his lord's blessing upon a loyal servant. Felina frowned slightly, her gaze tense. She thought, can't let them stall us like this, must take one down fast. She glanced around, eyes landing on Taetlong and Gifan Hart. Suddenly, she froze in disbelief at the sight before her. In front of her, Taetlong and Gifan Hart were tangled up. Taetlong calmly said it was just a wrestling hold. Gifan Hart gritted his teeth, thinking, a real man fights standing, not rolling around like this. Soon he grimaced, sweating as Taetlong pulled his leg, losing all control. He recalled his master's lesson, channeling inner force to activate his defensive layer and break free. But Taetlong sneered, you think I didn't see that coming? He tightened his grip, locking Gifan Hart's legs completely. A blinding light burst out, enveloping them both. Gifan Hart froze, baffled by the unknown energy. He'd never learned such a technique. Taetlong replied coolly, of course not, it's self-taught. He added mockingly that his opponent's aura control was childish, easily nullified by blocking blood flow. Gifan Hart frowned, plotting his next move. Taetlong held firm, refusing to loosen even a bit. Gifan Hart cursed silently, damn it, no way out of this mess. Then suddenly, a strange idea struck him. He stopped channeling aura and switched to another technique. Clenching his fist, he realized his biggest mistake was fighting like a normal martial artist. Taetlong widened his eyes, he didn't expect such a sudden shift. Gifan Hart shouted a spell that made everything slippery, slipping free from Taetlong's grip to his shock. Gasping, Gifan Hart thought his body was becoming as unreal as Selen's, but Taetlong appeared behind him again, locking tight. Gifan Hart quickly cast the slippery spell again, desperate to escape. But Taetlong broke the barrier with magic, forcing Gifan Hart on the defensive. Gifan Hart cursed, yelling that Taetlong still using magic defied their master's teachings. Taetlong only laughed, saying he was never an orthodox disciple. Shame meant nothing compared to continental peace. Gifan Hart snapped, who believes in peace while being trapped between another guy's legs, making Taetlong flustered. Felina blushed furiously, utterly confused by whatever they were doing mid-battle. Even Ji-Tin turned red and looked away, while Saiju just nodded awkwardly at the absurdity. Taetlong panted, muttering he was about to lose his mind. At that moment, Gifan Hart broke free, but Taetlong still clung on, making him curse fighting the wrong way from the start. Meanwhile, the duel between Wuss and Yusit raged on, neither able to aid the others. Gifan Hart glanced over, seeing Tahit fiercely clashing with Shi-Tifen. Shi-Tifen's body glowed red. One slash sent Tahit flying back, leaving Gifan Hart stunned. Shi-Tifen smirked arrogantly, mocking his opponent's low birth as unworthy of standing equal. He kept jeering that the warriors of the Lanshang tribe were just beasts, while Tahit threw his blade and summoned his war emblem Daka, reigniting the battle. At that moment, Shi-Tifen's body blazed in a fierce red light. He roared, striking a fatal blow that made Tahit kneel in pain, yet coldly praised him for lasting this long. Tahit grit his teeth, fury boiling under that contemptuous gaze. Humans always saw the Trentain as trash. He roared that he had fought for survival every single day, a true gladiator. Every slash of his blade was stained with monster blood, rusted steel his only companion. Sometimes he faced his own kin, sometimes condemned criminals, but his warrior's soul never dimmed. Tahit inhaled deeply, proud he was no slave but a Lanshang warrior, keeper of his tribe's honor and pride. For a moment, he remembered his first meeting with Jifan Hart, the man who changed his view on battle. Energy erupted. Tahit's body shone bright, shocking Shi Tifen as he recognized divine aura sword power. Shi Tifen screamed in rage, denying that such power could exist in a lowly Cherntin. Tahit smirked, summoning Daka once more, ready for a life-or-death duel. Their powers collided, earth-shattering, blades shrieking on impact. Shi Tifen raged, refusing to believe a weaker foe truly wielded aura. Tahit shouted, mocking his stubbornness, then struck with full force, knocking Shi Tifen to his knees. He still tried to scream back, but Tahit calmly turned his blade, saying, "This battle is over." He tightened his grip, muscles tense for the finishing strike. In Tahit's eyes burned the unyielding resolve of a warrior. Shi Tifen finally realized terror flooding his gaze. Tahit swung his slash, cut clean through the man's body. Blood gushed like a fountain. Shi Tifen fell, trembling and choking crimson. He collapsed, while Tahit stood tall amid the field, smiling faintly. His foe had finally understood true strength. From afar, Yusut froze, unable to believe a Cherntin could wield aura. Russ sneered, simple, he actually has skill. Yusut roared and charged to strike. Their auras clashed, blue and gold exploding. Russ dodged, thinking that armor truly was unbreakable. Then, he remembered there was still one thing that could pierce it. Yusut swung his sword with Aurora die. Russ tilted his head, dodging in a flash. He focused aura along his blade, blue energy swirling wildly. Russ spun and countered. His strike detonated, hitting Yusut all over, yet the man boasted that his Elzen armor could never break. Russ smirked, true, the armor won't break, but it'll pierce it anyway. The hit points began to glow. Russ' body glowed in sync, blue aura spreading as he raised a single finger. He snapped sharp and crisp like triggering a trap. Instantly, the glowing points on Yusut's armor cracked open. Within seconds, a violent explosion erupted. Yusut screamed in agony as smoke and debris filled the air. Russ glanced over with a smile, saying this lesson was learned from the warrior woman Tala. Felina cried out Yusut's name, horrified as he writhed in ashes, his face twisted in despair. When the dust cleared, Yusut collapsed, armor shattered, while Tahit had already defeated Shi Tifen. Elsewhere, Sajit was overwhelming Ji Jutin, making Felina panic and call for Tetlong's aid. At that moment, Russ suddenly appeared, his aura still blazing. He slashed swiftly, forcing Tetlong to retreat. Tahit hurried to lift Jifan Hart, asking if he was all right. Tetlong gritted his teeth, thinking if he had just a bit more time, he would beaten the Demon King, but things had gone off script. Jifan Hart flared his aura, saying sternly, "Tetlong, stop. I won't let you interfere with my dream again." Tetlong growled, "Fine, I'll withdraw this time, but next time, I'll be the victor." Jifan Hart frowned, not believing him, vowing not to let him leave so easily. Tetlong replied coldly, "You'll see you've no other choice." Then he roared, cursing all who opposed him to be forever bound by their titles. Suddenly, golden light engulfed everything, the air trembling violently. From within the glow, ancient spirits emerged, voices echoing with hatred. They raged, accusing him of betrayal, while Jifan Hart gasped them again. Tetlong turned away, leaving behind a chilling promise, "We'll meet again, and next time, I'll take your head." Jifan Hart struggled against the spirits, confused why they attacked only him and not Tetlong. As Tetlong and his allies withdrew, Felina could only apologize, regretful she couldn't help. Tetlong mused bitterly, it was ironic that Felina, once the Demon King's friend, now sided with him while Sinret had done the opposite. Just as the group was about to leave, Tetlong suddenly ordered them to stop. Jishit-Tin asked why, and he pointed to a strange glowing rock. He said it was the same magic stone that had helped the Demon King surpass the 4th layer, but he could never reach the 5th. Tetlong drew his sword, confident they no longer had reason to fear the Demon King, for their powers were now balanced. He slammed his sword down, shattering the stone into fragments. Smiling triumphantly, he declared the Demon King had lost his path to 5th-level magic while he still had a chance for revenge. The shattered fragments scattered, their magical light fading across the cold ground. Back on the battlefield, the air still stank of smoke and blood. The spirits screamed, calling old sinners by name, vowing vengeance for their unrested deaths. Salen chanted quickly, praying to the god Fei Lan Ji for love to soothe the tormented souls. A gentle pink light spread, wrapping the wailing spirits. They howled louder, declaring their hatred would never fade. Salen fell to the ground, gasping, shed never drained so much strength before. Jifan Hart said the spirits died in war, the deeper the resentment, the fiercer the power. He felt the air slowly settle, adding that he only understood distortion theory, doing it in reality was nearly impossible. Bruce asked if everyone was okay, then tilted his head. "So who exactly is this Tetlong guy?" Jifan Hart answered, "Just someone from my homeland, but our beliefs split us onto opposite sides." He added that Tetlong believed freeing known human races would shatter the balance of the world. Tahit looked around, pointing to the traces splitting 2 ways. It seemed they entered a stone chamber, then turned back up the stairs. They examined the fragments, wondering if a tomb had been disturbed, while Jifan Hart sighed, saying it always been that hot-headed. Jifan Hart chuckled, "At least we gained another aura user." Tahit confirmed he'd received the protection of the war god. Jifan Hart watched Tahit's silhouette, amazed he awakened even earlier than in the previous life. The group agreed though they found no treasure. Gaining a strong ally was worth it. Time to head back. The forest returned to calm, only the soft rustling of leaves remained. Sunset rays pierced through the canopy, glinting over dew-covered grass. Suddenly, frantic footsteps echoed from deep within the woods. 3 small elves were fleeing. Panting hard, their leader urged the others not to fall. Humans were closing in. Yu Zhang thought in panic. The kids are too weak. If caught, they'll be killed and drained for human medicine. Behind them, a squad of soldiers pursued. The captain asked Landon for direction. He pointed ahead, ordering capture at all costs. Greed flashed in Landon's mind. Elf blood meant gold. Every vial of recovery potion was profit. He ordered the chase. Yujong hugged the two small elves tightly, hiding behind a tree, heart pounding in terror. She blamed herself for coming to the forbidden waterfall, where Guzmatezo had warned them never to go. Too late now. Yujong whispered to the children, hide here, stay silent, it'll distract them. Then she stepped out, facing the hunters like a plow bird defending its nest. She cast Blood Flare Poppy, tinting the forest pink. Landon shouted, don't panic, it's just fairy illusion! One young man turned pale, his hands trembling too much to lift his sword. Yujong lunged. He screamed and swung wildly, slashing her. Elf blood splattered. Landon yelled, take it down, and the group raised their bows. 2 arrows pierced Yujong's chest, blood flowing freely. But she pulled them out, the wounds closing. Men screamed, ordering magic nets and fire to stop her healing. Yujong's eyes turned blooded, her breathing grew harsh, a growl rising from her throat. Her body swelled, skin-splitting rage twisting her form. Landon shouted, it's swelling, she's transforming! Elves were gentle, but when cornered their primal fury was terrifying. In the outskirts of the Dung Forest village, unease filled the air. In a small house, a woman looked out the window at the noise. Her husband said, it was likely the hunters trapping an elf. The man turned to the mage, whispering, will this magic circle really hold them? Outside, a blue barrier surrounded the village. The mage nodded, telling them to stay indoors until the elves were caught. An old woman trembling in the corner warned, don't anger the elves and you doom us all. The girl beside her replied, Granny Tess, stop being superstitious, elves are just monsters. Tess coughed softly, muttering, no, they're the forest's guardians. The man quickly apologized to the mage, but he only snorted, saying to keep an eye on the old woman. He stepped outside to a call. Mage Joso, are preparations complete? Joso replied, all set, I've built 3 layers of barriers. The man asked, why set traps inside the village? Joso explained, if the elves approach, we must seal them instantly, no time for lures. He muttered again, hope Landon catches them, this spell ring cost a fortune, if we fail it's all gone. Suddenly Joso froze, sensing an enormous surge of magic approaching. Forest birds scattered wildly, trees shaking violently. Villagers panicked, grabbing weapons and shouting that something was tearing through the woods. From the canopy, giant Yujong roared, chasing the fleeing humans in terror. The man shouted for the mage to cast fireballs, flew straight into Yujong's body. Her skin smoke burned, spreading across her flesh. But the wounds healed quickly, terrifying them even more. Joso gritted his teeth and launched another volley of fireballs, flames lighting the forest. The man yelled, it's closing in, while Joso began chanting a sealing spell, summoning the divine chains Lanfei Jiao to bind the spirit. Yujong was ensnared in a glowing net, screaming violently. Men raised crossbows, firing enchanted arrows that pierced her body, blood splattering the ground. Joso roared, gathering all his mana for the finishing incantation. Power radiated, thickening the air. A dense green mist spread, flooding the battlefield. Around Yujong, red-green smoke coiled, toxic fumes choking her as she screamed in agony. Finally, the massive body collapsed. Villagers cheered, believing they had slain the monster. The magical smoke faded, leaving a heavy burnt stench in the air. Yujong slowly shrank back to her small form, lying motionless. Men quickly tied her up and loaded her onto a wagon. Villagers rushed out cheering, thanking the hunters for saving their home from danger. The old woman pushed through, trembling, warning they'd made a grave mistake. The elves were forest guardians. But the people only shook their heads while she screamed that the forest god's wrath was coming. The cursed wrath of the woods echoed, sending chills through a few hearts. Landon laughed mockingly, saying the old hag was just senile. Far south, in the mountains of Jidizan, night fell cold and sharp. Winds swept the valley, carrying mist and distant howls. Landon's group traveled through the dark, gloating about selling the elf and dreaming of riches in Kadijan until Handen frowned, hearing strange sounds from the forest. The noise grew louder, heavy and rhythmic like drums. The group froze, staring around silent and unmoving. Handen whispered, what's that sound? Dijen guessed drums, then something flew past and Handen vanished. A horrified scream rang out. Everyone froze, not understanding what just happened. They looked around, pale as ghosts, hands trembling. Fear gleamed in their eyes, breaths quick and uneven. Then they saw Handen's body twisted grotesquely on the ground, blood spreading across the dirt. Dijen stepped forward shaking, but the 2 men before him vanished instantly. Blood-splattered screams erupted. One man shouted, a demon! A demon! But his head fell before he finished. Landon ordered them to regroup around the wagon and told Joso to scan with magic. Joso's spell circle rose, spiraling light in midair. Suddenly it shattered. Joso collapsed, coughing blood. Landon shouted in panic. The mage stammered, my spell was destroyed! Landon's mind flashed back to the old woman's warning the forest god would punish those who harmed elves. He yelled, forcing calm, urging Joso to find the enemy's direction fast. Then, from the darkness, a deep, hoarse voice rumbled, my kin never harmed your kind, so why have you? The voice dripped with resentment, condemning mankind's vicious greed. Landon drew his sword, roaring that the vile beast insulted the holy envoy, then beheaded 2 soldiers instantly. Landon turned pale, trembling with icy sweat. Someone behind shouted, that's Ivory Tusk, the wicked spirit Ivory Tusk. Landon's eyes widened, his heart pounding in terror. From the darkness emerged Ivory Tusk, a massive spirit with golden drums at its hips, embodiment of the forest's wrath. Landon froze. That demon once wiped out over 20 alchemy branches and famed hunter teams. Even aura users fell. The drums thundered on, each beat thickening the air with dread. Then Ivory Tusk's eyes flared, burning with madness and murderous rage. Seeing this, Landon frowned, torn between fear and doubt. He suddenly recalled the golden trinket in his carriage, stunned by its glow. As Ivory Tusk loomed close, his cold voice rose, greed conquering fear, and human screams merged with blood in the night. 7 days later, Jifan Hardit's group used demonstration to swiftly return to the Antizit Duchy. Since then, turmoil erupted across the Duchy's lands. At the same time, the Lam Hung tribe built a village under Mount Ji, Lo Tung, Duchy banners flying amid mountain tribe threats. In the Fey Forest, the Jijan Essence plantation was completed peacefully, with some Fey staying to tend the young world tree. Thanks to supplies from the Tauban Guild, the Defak warriors quit monster hunts to build villages with freed dwarf slaves. Slow but steady work. 20 days later in Antizit Royal Castle, a new situation began to unfold. Gifmage looked out, seeing all stable, yet a grave question gnawed at him. With a low voice and furrowed brow he asked, "How should we deal with humankind?" At that moment, a group awaited in the hall, bowing to the famed Lord Gifan Hardit. One stepped forth, Gatwin, pledging loyalty and boasting of his northern renown. Another bragged that with a single spear he ruled the battlefield, never failing trust. A third proudly claimed he once slew a wild wolf barehanded. But Bruce chuckled, thinking even among veterans there's arrogance, then shouted, silencing the hall. Gifan Hardit looked around, recalling how none once bowed to a demon lord yet. Now they begged, he declared, "Prove your strength and rewards shall match." Then he quietly told Vusan Tahit to fight just enough and pick the truly worthy. The first challenger, Pisha of the Bloodwind Path, eagerly stepped up to face legendary warrior Vus. Gifan Hart sighed, watching the crowd swell as Azazel reported over 100 humans gathered. Even so, he said, though they couldn't match 19 dwarven soldiers, all must be recruited to shift the tide. Suddenly, one bitter voice mocked being judged by a mere common spirit. The crowd snickered. Has doomed, they said, foolish to insult Lord Tahit, no ordinary spirit. Tahit smiled. Oh, let's see then, raising his sword. Dazzling light burst forth, shocking all rumor proven true. The opponent trembled, eyes wide in disbelief. How could a spirit wield such light? While Tahit coldly dismissed him. After the duel, Gifan Hardit asked Azazel if anyone today was truly reliable. Azazel replied that thanks to Jusin Tahit's screening, their strength was fine but knightly virtue was questionable. Gifan Hardit chuckled. And what about that spirit guy? Azazel grimaced. Must they bring that up again? He smirked, but Tahit is both honor and might of a knight. Gifan Hardit sighed, if only more thought like you. Azazel added that over half of Antazit's knights were ex-mercenaries trained in manners. Yes, but discipline remained fragile. Gifan Hardit calmly said, Merc or knight, it's all the same. Discipline makes the difference. You'll handle all recruitment. Ill-informed Russ and Tahit. Then he opened the door and smiled at Flora. Sorry, is there much to deal with? Flora bowed. My lord, here's all the paperwork. Gifan Hardit broke into a cold sweat at the mountain of documents. He sighed. Where did this pile come from? 2 months ago things were calm. Flora handed a pen. That time's over. Let's work. He skimmed a page and groaned. 1,000 refugees from Jovan due to famine. Guess I'll handle this one myself. Just then Sidit brought tea. Gifan Hardit smiled wryly. With this paper mountain, I won't leave the castle while dungeons and ruins await out there. Sidit asked curiously, so who handled all this back in the Empire? He smirked. Didn't need to leave the palace. Machalan took care of everything. Sidit pressed, then why not use Machalan now? Gifan Hardit's tone dropped. Times changed. If another race handles it, humans will protest. Sidit mused that few humans fit for management existed. Gifan Hardit sighed, wishing for someone trustworthy enough to free him for the field. He pondered, they must manage well and guard the castle. Sidit suggested Azazel, but he shook his head. Good, but I can't entrust the duchy to him yet. Then he smiled. There's still one perfect person so gifted even I can't gauge their full talent. At that moment, Casa was strolling with Tila in the training yard. Knights paused to stare, whispering about the unknown man. His noble aura only deepened their curiosity. Casa glanced at them calmly, yet his gaze made their hearts uneasy. Tila teased, not sparing today, Casa. Legendary knight and all. He smiled, no, just observing. She joked, don't be shy, grab a sword. He hesitated, is it wise to hand a weapon to a prisoner like me? Inwardly, he thought Casa is long dead, only Jamin remains, a nameless soul savoring rare freedom. Tila tilted her head. What are you thinking? He replied softly, that Yuban may be the most worthy of the throne, stunning her. Why so suddenly? Casa smiled. Because I've seen your true nature, making Tila blink. What do you mean? He said slowly, booty, intellect, and intuition, you possess all three, a rarity indeed. Tila blushed and waved it off. Oh, please, do all knights talk like that? Casa merely smiled, hands clasped behind him, eyes resting on her. Then suddenly he extended a hand forward, waiting quietly. Tila smiled. I'm clever and quick, you know. She placed her hand in his and murmured, but as for beauty, I'm not so sure. Casa chuckled, you're cruel to belittle yourself like that. Tila laughed, you'd look better with a beard. He replied instantly, then he'll start growing one today. Casa asked softly, Tila, you once said you could hear the voice of truth, so do you feel I'm honest now? He looked straight at her. If I told you I'd fallen for you, would you notice? Tila's face flushed bright red, speechless. Casa sighed, maybe because I'm human you don't care at all. Tila stammered, no, I don't care what race you are. He asked gently, then if I love you, that's not wrong, right? Tila stuttered harder, cheeks aflame. He teased, aren't you watching me? I'm still your prisoner, you know. Tila giggled softly. They walked side by side through the hall. Casa murmured, let things be. I've no right to judge Yuban or anyone. Soon after, Gifan Hardit met him again, asking how have you been? Casa smiled, thanks to the White King. I'm great, probably the happiest prisoner alive. Gifan Hardit said, good, but it's time to stop living like an inmate. Casa laughed, you mean stop freeloading? Gifan Hardit's tone turned firm, you know what I mean, will you help me? Casa replied, Tila Tila told me about your dreams and plans honestly. I thought you were insane at first. Gifan Hardit laughed. Heard that before even Sidit the elf thought I'd lost my mind. Casa nodded. But after watching, I realized I was wrong. They may not be human, but they are this kingdom's people. He continued, any civilization that treats its folk like beasts will collapse. It's obvious, yet so few see it. Casa bowed slightly, voice firm. If this era is changing, I want to assign me anything, servant or commander, I'll do it well. Gifan Hardit thought, even if I hadn't come, he'd have sought me out, then smiled. Hearing that makes me glad. He opened his hand, placing a small gleaming box before Casa. Casa froze. Isn't this the seal of the White King of Antazit? Gifan Hardit replied. You said you'd do anything than be the White King's representative. Casa took the box, frowning. Aren't you afraid giving this to a former enemy? What if I change my mind? Gifan Hardit stayed calm. That seal only lets you command within the White Kingdom's lands. He smiled. And if you truly had darker plans, what could you even do? Casa fell silent, eyes dimming. Then he laughed, probably not much honestly. Inwardly he thought, these people are just Antazit knights and 1,000 starving refugees. If I forge them into soldiers, it'll serve a true king. His gaze chilled. Gifan Hardit chuckled, if so, Tila might cry. Casa paused, then laughed softly, expression gentler. He said, I'll do my best. Gifan Hardit turned. From now on you'll handle all affairs, but maybe you need a new name for your new face. He suggested, how about Sat short for Casa? Casa grimaced, sounds like a disease, just call me Cat. He added, and best make it Prime Minister, fits better than representative. Gifan Hardit nodded. As you wish, title or not, duty stays the same. From then on, order slowly returned as I officially appointed him Prime Minister. He proved his abilities far beyond expectations, even sharper than I imagined. I used to be an emperor, more used to giving orders than doing, and compared to Cat, I feel clumsy. The first thing Cat did was assess the skills of the immortal clan and assign tasks correctly, boosting productivity by over 30. Then he restructured the army, realizing that placing 6 soldiers under each knight was a huge mistake. He consolidated soldiers into regular knight units, picked experienced ones as trainers, creating cohesive formations that skyrocketed strength. Next, Cat investigated the refugee population, putting the highly capable in administration and the ordinary ones to fieldwork, making everything run smoothly. Watching that, I practiced swordplay and laughed. Good thing I didn't kill him. Tila said, Cat really is talented. I said, hold him tight, Tila, has our hope. Sidit whispered an incantation, his voice resonating. I am the flame tearing through the night, the arrow piercing the enemy. Sidit's arrows flew swiftly, each hitting the bullseye with a sharp whistle. She cheered, I did it! Amazing! See how skilled I am. Gifan Hardit watched her, thinking she'd soon hit her limit and he must train her before she reached rank 3. Just then, Falora ran up. Sir, everyone you need is gathered in the meeting room. Gifan Hardit nodded. Gum coming. In another corner, Sidit quietly asked, what about you and Cat? Tila held her cheek, smiling happily, as always gentle, considerate, and getting more handsome. Sidit thought of Cat's thick beard and hair, frowning slightly. Tila asked, and what about you and Gifan Hardit? Sidit forced a smile. He feels more like a father than a man. Tila widened her eyes. Don't say that in front of him. He might lock himself away. Sidit sighed. But that's truly how I feel. Tila laughed. True, he looks like an old man in his 20s. Probably just because he's so big. In the meeting room, besides Gifan Hardit, were 5 other men. One stepped forward, honored to meet the new Martial King, Imgiochi, a bounty hunter, and these are my teammates. Giochi continued, heard you contacted us through the Tauban trade caravan. Gifan Hardit nodded. Yes, I have an important mission for you. He placed a paper on the table showing a picture of a man named Tedlun. Giochi said he uses aura, but few know his identity. Some suggest tracking Knight Git Tin and Golden Knight use first instead. Gifan Hardit put a small pouch on the table. This is a 100 gold deposit. If you find him, you'll get another 100. Giochi accepted it, bowing. We'll do our best. Gifan Hardit nodded slightly. Good, that's all you need to prepare. Shortly after, the steward entered. This month's news from GZ and GFHD trade caravans has arrived, sir. Results are very good. Gifan Hardit opened the report, his eyes scanning each line quickly. It contained odd events, sea monsters in HGM Kingdom waters, and a 2-headed girl born in a remote mountain village. Reading to the end, he froze, eyes wide with shock. A highlighted line, the legendary monster Elephant Tusk, ambushed a hunter group in northern Halen Kingdom. Most were killed. Only a few survived. Gifan Hardit immediately recognized Elephant Tusk as Athika's old alias and ordered, mobilize the entire team immediately! Meanwhile, at Katijan Port in southern Halen, the situation began to shift. Dozens of boats of all sizes crowded the dock, waves and people blending into a noisy bustle. The peaceful coastal village had women chattering at the market, near the southern Santana branch of the Alchemist Guild. Inside, the lab glowed brightly under candlelight. Rows of glass bottles lined the shelves, flames reflecting off their clear surfaces. From a cell-like area, the clanging of metal mixed with a deep human voice echoed. Iron chains crisscrossed the legs of the bound creatures. A row of goblins hung like cloth. 2 cloaked figures spoke, keep it alive at least a month, then drain its mouth into the large barrel. The liquid refluxed into the goblin's throat, making it choke. One sneered, useful creatures not afraid of poison, eat trash while generating profit. The other replied, deliver 500 more by month's end, I'll catch them. The man flicked a wall switch, mechanical sounds clanking harshly. Immediately, the hanging chains began moving, rattling heavily. Goblins were pulled to a small pit with a metal frame, then a bar slowly lowered. Below the pit, countless spinning blades clashed, gleaming like a steel storm. As a goblin reached the edge, it was dropped straight down, blood splattering red across the stone floor. The blood flowed through tubes into the prepared experimental bottles nearby. The operator's voice sounded delighted, perfect, exquisite results. The companion holding a pen nodded, yes, the data is stable now. The scene unfolded in the Southern Alchemist Guild headquarters, where experiments crossed ethical lines. The lab was damp and cold, smelling of iron and blood, chains stretched across the walls. Two black-robed figures stood before the cell. One said, if only they could reproduce, it would be easier. Inside were male and female goblins. The other replied, the boss said pregnancies always fail, there must be another natural way, true rumor. The first recalled, oh, you mean the Lambden group. I heard Branch Chief Depot celebrated capturing an intact goblin. The other shook his head, no, I mean Elephant Tusk. The other pondered, Elephant Tusk won't come here, right? But at that moment, a shadow appeared atop the tower, silently watching the city. The two robed men continued chatting. Branch Chief Diapo seems worried, so he invited a special guest. Special guest. Anyone in Katajan can face Elephant Tusk? The other whispered, actually, they hired a radiant god. In the luxurious hall, the banquet table was filled with delicacies and fine wine, lights reflecting off silver goblets. Southern Branch Chief Diapo raised his glass with a loud cheer. It's an honor to host a guest of such renown. Opposite him was Halen Kingdom's radiant god, Kapi, smiling lightly, you flatter me. Diapo, I'm just an ordinary swordsman. Mage Madung praised. The branch chief has sharp eyes, and the priest added, the prophet will bless us, rest assured. Diapo beamed with pride, draining his glass. Meanwhile, at the city gate, guards stood watch in the late afternoon. One guard yawned widely, leaning on his spear in boredom. He asked his friend, should I join the fleet someday? The other replied, dreaming of being a sailor, Sormit. Sormit smirked, as a kid yes, but after hearing their stories, I'm scared the sea looks beautiful, but life there is like hell. The friend said, at least the pay's good. Sormit replied, yes, if you survive to return. The other guard said confidently, I'll survive for sure. Sormit chuckled, don't count your chickens, coastal guards are much safer. As he finished, fog rolled and the young guard panicked. Why is the fog suddenly so thick? Sormit frowned, strange, no forecast for fog today. The mist thickened, cold wind blowing, making them shiver. Suddenly, a loud teen. Sormit drew his spear, what was that? Darkness fell, a deep voice echoed, lake at sunset, birds in shadow, black waters surged like a flood. Sormit trembled, what terrifying sound is that? In the mist, glowing red eyes appeared, reflecting a deathly cold stare. The two guards staggered, breathless, minds foggy. Their bodies collapsed onto the stone floor, lifeless. A dark figure approached slowly, voice soft, I do not kill the innocent, you only need a little rest. Elephant Tusk murmured, dissolving into the night, breath drifting like smoke across the dark sky. He declared in a deep voice, I am Demon Mist. Darkness rolled forth, his voice resonating, rise, O night! A cold wind swept past, and he vanished into the fog, leaving only a flickering lantern in the silent night. But soon, the dense mist surged in, snuffing out the candlelight, blanketing the street. Inside, Jifan Hardit stood silently looking out, 3 days in Katijan leaving him uneasy. He frowned slightly, it's finally beginning. The thick fog rose, swallowing streets and rooftops entirely. It entered the Alchemist Guild headquarters, a guard coughed up blood, an Elephant Tusk appeared in the mist, cloak stained red, stepping over the fallen guard. He's here! Catch Elephant Tusk! That head's worth a fortune! In the grand hall, Kapi frowned. What's all the noise? The priest glanced around, an intruder. Depot jumped up, sincere apologies, unfortunate timing during your visit. Kapi growled, what on earth is happening? Depot tried to smile, just a goblin escaped its cell, causing a ruckus though his heart trembled, fearing Elephant Tusk's real attack. He continued, it's more violent than expected, but my soldiers are handling it, just a little noisy. Kapi asked, want me to help? Depot sweated, I dare not, if Radiant God Kapi intervenes, that ordinary goblin would be gone. How could I trouble you? Kapi smirked, at least I must preserve the host's dignity today. Mage Madung watched, smiling slyly as he sipped wine. The priest understood, nodding subtly, eyes deep and knowing. The fog had now crept into the corridors, obscuring everything. Elephant Tusk charged, soldiers rushed him, shouting curses. He ducked spears, spun, shattering them, sending men flying into walls. Every swing felled a person, blood spraying red. Outside, soldiers screamed, monster! Damn demon! Elephant Tusk chuckled, you speak evil. You drained goblins for gold. Then a booming drum echoed. Blood debt must be paid with blood. The air trembled, soldiers terrified as their bodies moved against their will. The team panicked. What's happening? Why did my hands drop the weapon? What magic is this? We can't fight it. Blood continued spraying, iron scent thick in the air. Elephant Tusk snapped his fingers. Instantly, a soldier collapsed, unable to cry out. He snapped a second time. Blood exploded farther, splattering the walls like a red storm. He snapped a third time. Blood kept gushing, bodies dropping like falling grass. The scene ended in a sea of blood and corpses. Someone trembling, it's really Tuna! Kapi crossed his arms mockingly. The hunter's urban legend is real. The priest gaped, unbelievable. Madung smirked, no wonder Depot treated me kindly, that sly fox. Kapi sneered, nothing in life is free. Then coldly, what now? The priest gritted his teeth, we've been deceived, must reveal everything. Suddenly, Tuna's voice rang through the mist. Strong ones, step forward. Madung laughed, nothing's free after all. Kapi grinned cruelly, so what will you do, monster? The priest frowned, how shameful, I must say something. Tuna's voice echoed, you are the strong ones, right? Madung widened his eyes, it talks. Kapi squinted, truly a curious creature. Then coldly enough, finish it fast. Drawing sword, he'll teach old Depot a lesson. Sword smash stone, growling, a goblin dodges me. Let's see how many strikes you can take. Tuna leapt, pulling something shiny from his back. Immediately, Kapi swung his sword, but Tuna quickly blocked with 2 wooden sticks. Magic light burst out, shaking the space. Bola stared, clueless about what was happening. Unexpectedly, Cappy froze, could believe it withstood his blade, while Tuana silently thanked Mother Nature, his body swelling, strong enough to knock down trees. Then, Tuna charged, swinging the two sticks in a flurry. Cappy panicked, backing off, stammering at the terrifying speed. Still, Tuana didn't stop, attacks raining like a storm. Cappy countered, sword chipped while striking back, secretly relieved for the gap created. Tuana planted the sticks, letting the wind scatter magical seeds. Instantly, the ground trembled, countless vines shooting up. They wrapped tightly around Cappy, who panicked, while Tuana charged straight. Cappy raised his sword, steel clashing with wood, sparks flying. Suddenly, blood spurted from his mouth, the strike hitting his ribs. Cappy collapsed. Ma Jun and Bo Lei rushed to support him. Ma Jun gritted his teeth, focusing magic fire orbs forming into a boiling inferno. A magic circle appeared beneath Tuana, signaling a fire attack. Just then, flames erupted, but Tuana leapt out of range. Cappy frowned, clearly sensing he wasn't an ordinary creature. Bola snapped, forget knighthood, focus on killing the monster together. Ma Jun recalled, goblins are weakest to fire and lightning, capable of burning their bodies. He cast a spell summoning lightning from above. At that moment, Tuana raised his hand, blowing out a crimson bloodstream. The lightning was blocked. Ma Jun's magic completely repelled. He froze, unable to believe it could counter all his spells. At the same time, Bola raised his hand, chanting for KP to give Cappy endurance to rise again. But Cappy groaned, the holy energy causing sharp pain. Bola also shocked at the conflict. Ma Jun did give up, unleashing iron magic spinning in 4 directions. This time the spell hit, making Tuana roar in pain. He bowed his head, body swaying, seemingly about to fall. But immediately, Tuana pushed off with both legs, leaping off the ground. His spin swept through the air, creating a fierce gust. Cappy yelled, its movement is too abnormal, totally impossible. Ma Jun panicked, thinking it's a demon in disguise. Bola also looked terrified. Meanwhile, Tuana thought, fighting humans alone is one thing, but 3 at once is different. He hesitated, wondering if he should retreat, then pondered, what would happen if I ran? Just then, rainbow light and voices echoed through the forest. Everyone turned back, extremely surprised. The rainbow beam exploded, smoke spreading everywhere. Cappy shouted in the thick smoke, someone's here! A voice rang out, we arrived in time. Another replied, sorry, I should have warned about the goblin fog. Tuana stepped back cautiously, eyes on the new group. He felt uneasy, wondering who this enemy could be. One from the group stepped forward. Jifan Heart frowned. Finally meet you, Guzutika, child of nature. Tuana scowled, guard level rising. He growled, who are you? How do you know my name and origin? Jifan Heart replied slowly, I know the truth about goblins and came to help you. Tuana was confused, not understanding his intent. Meanwhile, Bo Li demanded their names, Ma Jun doubted their purpose, and Cappy angrily demanded them to reveal themselves immediately. Jifan Heart spoke seriously, intending to free the entire troll tribe, telling Cappy to step aside for privacy, but Cappy shouted, that monster killed thousands! Jifan Heart raised an eyebrow, asking, so this is how you plan to show justice? Then he ordered Tehid and Shijit to capture them alive, absolutely no killing. Scene shifted to a peaceful evening at the Alchemist Guild. Suddenly, peace shattered as the building's gate exploded violently. Thick smoke filled the grand hall. Sounds of crashes and explosions echoed in the darkness. Tehid charged, swinging his sword continuously at Cappy. Cappy was shocked, never expected a human could use aura. The fight turned fiery. Bola froze, unsure how to intervene between 2 powerful forces. Then Shijit ambushed from behind. Bola raised his shield, but his salamander magic still struck. Tuana froze, thinking, could this be the legendary martial king Jifan Heart? While Jifan Heart said he'd handle the fight, telling him to save someone. Ma Jun recalled the Eastern Civil War, where the martial king appeared with other races, but he was an aura user, how could he use magic? Looking at the giant figure, he was certain it was him, asking skeptically, and Jifan Heart coldly replied, who knows, what do you think? Jifan Heart then fired a massive force cannon. Ma Jun countered with a photon beam. Energies collided explosively, both attacking while shielding. Jifan Heart smiled as the opponent faltered. Ma Jun bitterly realized 50 years of magic training couldn't compare, only murmuring GZ Bowser before the fog screen hit. The spell struck Ma Jun, throwing him back, eyes wide in shock. Simultaneously, Cappy charged it to hit, swords clashing with sparks. Their auras collided fiercely. Tehid threw his blade to distract. Cappy dodged and countered instantly. But Tehid's blade boomeranged back from behind. Cappy froze, watching the weapon about to hit his chest. The blade struck. Cappy was thrown far, body slashing a long line across the tiles. Tehid caught the returning blade while Cappy collapsed amid the ruins. Jifan Heart nodded slightly, proud Tehid could coordinate aura with spirit energy, result of prior training with Lua. He murmured, the other side's done, then told Shijit to lift Bo Li, asking if they should spare them. Jifan Heart smiled, if I wanted to hide my identity I'd wear a mask as long as my secret stays safe. Tuas stepped forward bowing, declaring himself child of nature, and Jifan Heart replied, leave quickly, others may arrive anytime. In the distance, the Alchemist Guild was engulfed in flames, shouts for help echoing through the night. A voice reassured, telling everyone to evacuate orderly, chaos would be more dangerous. An old man knelt in ashes, crying and shaking his head at the scene. Flames still rose high, painting the night sky red. From a distant mountain, a rescue convoy slowly approached. In the vehicle, Salen's holy power glowed faintly. Ziffin Hat praised Russ for bravery, asking how he survived a human but avoided goblins. Russ said he saw them enslaved, while Salen noted no goblin was ever full, wondering if they were naturally skinny. In the corner, rescued goblins whispered in a strange tongue. Shijit observed, thinking they'd never learned human language. When the convoy stopped, everyone made a fire to rest for the night on a barren hill. Guzuatika spoke, heard the martial king doesn't use magic. Why are you different? Jifan Hart laughed, I hide nothing, just that people avoid mentioning it. He raised his hand, aura glowing around his fist, and said, I'm still the martial king, do you doubt it? Guzuatika replied, seeing that power, I have no doubt, but is it true you treat all races equally? And how do you know our language? Jifan Hart said he once knew a Bazad in the Hap Forest, secretly thinking he's just borrowing past life memories they can't verify. Guzuatika nodded, having heard the tribe's name, but still wondered how Jifan Hart knew so much. He replied, if you trust me, it'll tell you something important. Then he slowly described his dream world, a future without chains, making Guzuatika listen intently. Jifan Hart continued, for over 10 years I wandered saving others, killing many humans but achieving nothing. Goblins still slaughtered, now I want them to join me in a safe domain in the Anaries barony. Guzuatika looked up slightly, wanting to ask before answering. He asked directly, you're human, so why care about us so much? Jifan Hart looked into his eyes, then asked softly, have you ever been to southern Westkin Kingdom? He recounted, their locals once ate each other without guilt, until a sage appeared teaching compassion. When the sage forbade the practice, villagers protested, claiming it was sacred tradition no one could judge. The sage replied he had witnessed his loved one eaten, forcing him to set the prohibition. Guzuatika stared at Jifan Hart speechless. He whispered, the people we once knew, those who were our friends, and those we once loved. Jifan Hart clenched his fist, voice choked, I cannot watch them be enslaved again. Meanwhile, in the southern city of alchemy within HG Kingdom at Achenberg, this is the central headquarters of Santaza. In the Santaza Parliament conference room, Chairman Ojun Smith asked gravely, haven't found the culprit yet. Depot awkwardly explained. Ojun Smith nodded, saying that the monster Tuana is a natural disaster, but human involvement changes the case entirely. Depot continued, saying they had a suspect but lacked sufficient evidence. Ojun Smith frowned, mentioning the ruler of Antiduchy, Marshal King Jifan Hart. Depot replied, according to Mage Module, he wields magic extremely skillfully, unlike outsiders. However, the timeline didn't match. He left the White Palace around the southern branch fire, but that was 2 weeks later. Ojun Smith guessed he might have created a clone, but Depot objected. His face is too unique. Anyone faking it would be exposed, even his body is unmistakable. A hook-nosed official interjected, this is a national ruler without evidence. We can't rush to accuse. Another added, but rumors say Marshal King Jifan Hart saved the trolls. If true, the guild's authority could be shaken. Ojun Smith held his head, sighing. Judging by his past, it's highly likely Jifan Hart, truly a headache. Scene shifted to Antiduchy. Inside the magnificent White Palace, the center of his power. Jifan Hart leaned back, feet on the table, thinking the alchemist must be in chaos as long as no one knows about the space gate. He has a perfect alibi. He smirked, everything is under control, just avoid fighting for now and gather strength. His gaze drifted to the window, whispering, Shijit to hit Atika, everything is ready. Then he closed his eyes, smiling coldly. Now the real beginning starts. Elsewhere, in the Great God Tom, metallic clashes echoed throughout the cavern. Hammer strikes pounded, spreading through the underground. A supervisor cracked his whip, shouting at the dwarves, work, you filth! Finish your part if you want to break! A dwarf gritted his teeth, cursing humans, while another growled, if not for family hostages, he'd rebel. A cloaked figure urged, Viscount Keebjun is furious, dig more adamantium. Suddenly, singing echoed through the tunnels, making 2 guards turn to locate it. One supervisor barked, who are you? But before finishing, he was struck down, collapsing. The dwarf who attacked murmured, I wanted to kill you, but you're just a pawn. This time I'll spare you. From the shadows, more dwarf warriors appeared. Euthia signaled to split and handle each area. The cloaked man went pale, stammering, where did these dwarves come from? An elder dwarf raised a magic staff, shouting, we've come to free our kin from oppressive chains. The supervisor cast a counterspell, magic control shooting toward them. Euthia leapt, landing a heavy punch to his stomach, making him double over and fall. Another gasp, dwarves using magic. Euthia replied, we are warriors of the Forge of Justice. She shouted, everyone rescue our kin, the Sotiu tribe has returned. A mage in the group approached, telling each to step forward and break the ancient seal. Magic flared as the neck chains shattered. A dwarf warned, they still hold hostages, if guards are down, trouble will follow. But Euthia replied firmly, don't worry, our team is already in the village, then swung a large axe ready for battle. Tila's powerful axe cleaved the supervisor in one strike. The dwarves cheered. Master Haytot froze in disbelief. He trembled, asking Tila, what are you doing here? Tila hugged him tightly, saying Jifan Hart sent her to rescue them. Haytot was stunned, tears flowing, finally free. He said to report immediately to Priest Gafidi. Tila nodded, urging him to gather everyone quickly. At Viscount Keebjun's domain, all dwarves were ready to leave the village and migrate. Tila's father Lotich was moved seeing his daughter, smiling brightly. Father and daughter embraced tightly. Lotich joked about her age for marriage. Tila's mother laughed, while Gafidi reminded them to move carefully to avoid attention. The dwarf replied, don't worry, the time is near. The dwarves silently moved to a cliff by the river, moonlight faintly reflecting on the water. From afar, 3 large boats drifted slowly toward them. As the boats reached the shore, Gafidi was surprised, not expecting Forge of Justice to have ships. The dwarf said, no, these are other allies. And leading them was none other than Lafide Motomat. He looked up in shock, it's a human, but Kat stood at the bow reassuring, don't be afraid, we are allies here to save everyone. The dwarves buzzed, unable to believe humans were on their side. Tila immediately shouted, enjoy Kat. He smiled back, calling her name amid the cheers. Kat stepped down, embracing Tila, happiness filling the air. He said he had cared for her all along. Tila blushed, asking why he came while busy. Kat only smiled. Meeting you is something I never miss. Lo Tik blushed, angrily stammering, what did you do to my daughter? Tila laughed, introducing father. This is Kat, my fiancé. Kat bowed politely, pleased to meet my future father-in-law. Lo Tik shouted, who is your father-in-law? Then red with anger, scene shifted to Dialo City, the largest in Western Halen Kingdom. In Santaja's administrative area, explosions and smoke covered everywhere. Cloaked people shouted, throwing firebombs repeatedly, pointing at a distance. There's Tuna! Burn it! Series of explosions roared, incinerating the district. Tuona nimbly moved through the explosions, avoiding the thick smoke and fire. He muttered, truly a hell of fire. Suddenly, the group ahead sprayed blood and fell, confused by what happened. The remaining kept screaming, continuing to throw fire at the dark figure. Tuona leapt high, soaring above the red smoke. He stood silently, staring at the sea of flames below, eyes burning with determination. As moonlight shone down, his face lifted, glowing brightly. Then he murmured, the time has come. Guzuarika leapt into the air, shadow sharply outlined against the bright moon. Below, soldiers cheered, thinking he was fleeing. Believing they'd won, Ronder Jian of Santaja laughed confidently, saying no matter how strong he is, he can touch my goblins. A soldier ran breathlessly to report, calling Commander, urgent news! He shouted, the goblins have escaped. Ronder Jian froze, standing dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in Kenchi City of the northern Jiasotiu Duchy, inside a massive arena stands packed with people. The crowd roared, watching two giant creatures clash. On one side a giant beast, on the other a Tren teen warrior roaring in battle. The monster swung, cleaving its opponent's head, blood flying, audience cheering wildly. And this was the Oiben Gladiator training camp, where humanity's madness never ends. In the stands, the bald man's eyes lit up, whispering, excellent! He watched Tahit standing on the arena floor, perfectly built, taller than all other fighters, thinking he'd never seen a Tren teen with such potential. He murmured, what a waste for a warrior like this to be treated as a servant, then stepped forward politely, asking, do you have business to discuss? The cold black-haired young lady replied, I'm just thinking how much I could sell it for. The bald man grinned slyly, noting Tahit's healthy and injured body. A normal slave is worth 5 gold, but this one could train as a fighter, price would differ. The girl asked directly, how much will you pay me? He smiled cunningly, offering 7 gold, thinking Tahit was actually worth 1.5 times that. The young lady hesitated, then agreed. He immediately handed over the paper, saying, a fair trade, smiling proudly at the bargain during a slave shortage. She looked at Tahit, saying his rough but honest, fights to protect friends, hoping his treated well. Tahit choked, begging, please don't sell me, I'll work harder. The bald man laughed, thinking if she can control him, he must be too tame. Then he instructed the young lady to bow, behave and obey your new master. The bald man extended his hand, smiling flatteringly, transaction complete, Miss Scylla. She replied softly, yes sir, August. They shook hands under dim light, ending the sale. Immediately after, Tahit was led into a dark corridor, shouts ringing out, a new arrival to hell! A fighter approached, coldly. There's no place for kindness here. What's your name, kid? Tahit startled, slightly clenching his fist, eyes flashing with alertness. Then he replied, I am Tahit, hair of the Kaken sword, eyes gleaming with anger as night fell. Moonlight filtered through a small window, dimly illuminating the cold cell. 2 dice rolled across the stone floor, making a dry clatter. Some chained Trentin huddled together. One whispered, another day survived here. Another sneered, who knows if we'll breathe tomorrow. They discussed Boudic's death, cursed Master August for ruining his armor. Someone sighed, saying they heard outside Trentin were resisting humans. Another added, that's the Antazit Duchy founded by Marshal King Jifan Hart. The group nodded, praising those Trentin for living and dying like true warriors, when one in the corner snapped, shut up and sleep, idiot. He threw a furious glance, growling, what does that have to do with us? Then from the shadows another voice echoed, so what if it does? Everyone turned to see Tahit sitting silently in the dark corner, eyes blazing. He slowly said, what if a path opened for us Trentin to become warriors of Antazit Duchy? Another Trentin's eyes widened, shouting, what the hell are you talking about? Tahit? Chains tightened around his wrists, yet Tahit's hands glowed with a strange blue light. The light spread, growing stronger and more intense. In a blink, Tahit jerked his hands, chains exploding into dust. The Trentin gasped, shouting, Aura, my god, is he really a warrior? Tahit stood, declaring, I come from Antazit, here to pave the way for your freedom. He raised his hand high, shouting, H-Sidika, my brother, advance! At that moment, the ceiling cracked, stones flying down. From the rift, a glowing sword shot down to the floor, leaving everyone astonished. Tahit gripped the sword, spirit energy igniting the soul weapon only a true warrior can summon. He shouted, are you warriors or just talking livestock? If there's still a drop of pride in your blood, stand, break your chains, and fight! That night, the training camp turned from calm to hell. Blood splattered the halls, steel clashing with screams. The entire building reeked of blood and burning fire. A guard shouted, Trentin rebels. Meanwhile, the Trentin yelled back, well, slaughter these filthy humans! One trembling hid under a table. A Trentin dragged a table, spotting him, gritting teeth, raising a sword. The other trembled, crying, clutching his head and pleading. At that moment, Tahit's sword flew, knocking away the raised blade. The Trentin growled, warrior, why stop me? Tahit replied, Hes just a servant, still human, not worth killing. He shouted, brother, are you seeking freedom or revenge? The Trentin froze, eyes wavering with doubt. The servant shrank back, face pale, afraid to breathe. Finally, the Trentin sighed, I understand. Hit shouted, avoid meaningless killing, spare one, 10 will stay to protect me, kill one, 10 will hunt me. Freedom comes with mercy. August screamed in despair, ungrateful beasts, after all I've done for you, betray me! A Trentin quietly asked, should we spare him? Hit replied, too much mercy loses its value. The Trentin stepped forward, eyes cold on August, I've awaited this day for long. From a corner, a hidden mage chanted, intending to paralyze the Trentin with mental magic, but holy light from Salen flared, hail Phi Lanen, grant them steadfast spirit, shattering the spell. The mage gaped, unable to believe what he saw. Stammering, he looked at Salen, a Phi Lanen priest here. Salen was surprised too. Dangerous, where did this mage come from? Hit struck to finish him, then thanked, perfect timing, Salen. Salen threw 2 rings, saying, Antival charm and communication ring, take them. Hit laughed, your common speech is fluent now, why still wearing a dress? Salen flicked her hair, replied lightly, haven't had time to change, not enough sets left. Soon after, Trentin curiously asked who the other was, realizing it was a human they once killed. Another Trentin whispered, that one is connected to the Martial King, making Selen pale. He widened his eyes in shock, rumors spreading that Selen was the Martial King's lover, even to the Basili domain. At the same time, in the castle, a grand feast was underway. A guest praised Baron Burkip for the rare event. He smiled, replying humbly. Then the guest gestured around the hall, complimenting the beautiful maidens. Burkip laughed heartily, feeling delighted. The banquet table displayed countless exquisite dishes, lights reflecting brilliantly. Suddenly, small candles flickered violently. Then flames surged high, engulfing the hall. From the fire, a fire beast shape appeared. Guests screamed in panic. Burkip shouted, what's happening? Immediately, all glass shattered, shards flying everywhere. From the smoke and fire, Cizi appeared, standing imposingly in the feast hall. The guests looked up, astonished at the extraordinary aura. At that moment, Sijit shouted, summoning Salamander and Ignatius, ordering them to incinerate the heat, sending the crowd into terrified chaos. The maids trembled, tears mixing with the blazing fire. Sijit declared, I come to free you, are no longer slaves. The fairy crowd froze, and before they could react, Sijit cast a spell, shaking the ground violently. The castle walls cracked, stones flying through the air. Calmly she said, listen to me, follow instructions first, speak later. The maids fearfully obeyed, yes, we'll do as you say. Sijit led the way, thinking they still don't understand freedom, but soon they will. Behind them, a chase voice roared, don't let them escape. That's the Baron Killer. The soldiers shouted in shock, it's the rebel fairy's accomplice. They formed ranks, shouting to kill one warned of a battle mage, and they all surged forward. Amid chaos, Giov widened his eyes, focusing all his energy. He sensed every life force around him, every movement in space. Using this, he calculated coordinates, predicted attacks, and memorized intersections. Then he frowned slightly, marking targets to eliminate. Instantly, a magic circle appeared, beams of light striking the soldiers. They fell, pale, unable to believe the terrifying magic. Giov smirked slightly, a cold smile flashing. Scene shift high above, blue sky and drifting white clouds. Floating stones hovered, spinning in midair. They gradually coalesced into clearer shapes. Finally, a floating castle appeared in the sky. Inside, a voice echoed, it's been a long time since we gathered like this. Another replied, today's topic looks promising. A third voice said, then let's begin the discussion. A deep, steady voice added, as humanity's guardian, I declare this conference open. In the grand hall, around a round table, robed mages sat silently, discussing removing Martial King D of H Academy's core. The narrator introduced the 3 oldest academies, starting with the Mystic Council of Halen Kingdom. Next was the famed Sun Tower of Battle on Holy Kingdom, birthplace of many great sages. Finally, the ancient HGM Magic Academy Magia Tower, the pride of mages. It often revealed new theories, unearthed Silver Age artifacts, and now, a lesson was in progress. 9-ring Archmage Akit lectured, recounting his Pieta dungeon research and a strange discovery. Tetlon sat below, thinking in awe, even such a great archmage appearing here shows Magia Nez golden era. His neighbor asked, confused, do you mean the tower is declining? Tetlon awkwardly denied, only mentioning the Ilanat formula. He explained, Magia lost fame when Delphia Link Tower rose, birthplace of the legendary mage emperor of the Dark Empire. Tetlon thought, from Magia view, that's unfair. No matter where someone starts, they can reach the top. At 27, leaving Delphi at level 6 restrained by fear of his talent, Jiffin Hart then broke through spectacularly, possibly peaking in his 20s with proper guidance. Tetlon sighed, blaming himself for stagnating at a weak level 6 despite his brain. Just then Tetlon frowned, sensing something unusual. Akit slowly said, familiar artifacts are all documented, but this one is different. He raised a ring, calling it the Necklace of Warmth, perfectly keeping the wearer's body heat. He continued, it can permanently alter the body. Though the mechanism is unknown, Tetlon wondered if the Ilanat formula was forbidden. Ilanat confirmed. Tetlon whispered, strange, I used it in Iceland, so why is it now public? Ilanat replied, has a 9-ring archmage, his sudden death is suspicious, any mistake could expose the Silver Sage. He frowned, exhaling lightly. At least this level is safe, no need for assassination yet. Then he handed something to Tetlon, adding, we must retrieve the remaining necklace before it's too late. Tetlon gasped, that artifact reads biological reactions, accesses the window of truth, right? Ilanat confirmed, yes, and it remembers all previously scanned. Afterwards, they left. Tetlon muttered, Silver Sage really is a master of lies. Ilanat reminded, you can fool some forever, but not everyone forever. He murmured, that caution is what keeps the Silver Sage hidden from exposure. If humanity knew they were watched, true evolution would stop. Ilanat calmly said, silver sages are guardians in the shadows, not rulers. Tetlan asked, then why is the necklace of warmth forbidden? It seems harmless. Ilanat answered, the object itself is harmless, but all magical body transformations are strictly banned. His shadow stretched on the ground, shaped like a crouching beast, signaling that path leads to twisted immortality. Tetlan thought, maybe he's only allowed to see a tiny part of the whole picture. He wondered how the Silver Sage network operates, tracking information from every nation, even irrelevant people. Yet, they couldn't stop Akit from revealing the necklace, showing that even their total control has limits. Tetlan frowned, feeling the irony of being called a sage yet treated as an outsider. At that moment, the floating castle reappeared in the sky. Viewed from above, its massive structure glimmered amid the clouds. A deep voice echoed, it's been a long time since we gathered. Another voice replied, this topic is intriguing, let's begin discussion. As humanity's guardians, the Silver Guards debated removing Marshal King D of H. Situlan claimed he tarnished the reputation, but Adlai objected, someone like him isn't a mere pest. Daod interjected, DMH is a ninering mage with vast influence, careful action, and removing surrounding elements is safer. Adline laughed, interesting, you speak cautiously after bringing in Silver Sage Zeton. Daot replied, Zeton knows of us, no reason to reject an ally. Adline shrugged, just saying it's interesting. Another guard warned, today's topic isn't about Zeton. Adline smiled, understood. The guard continued, Daot is right, we once thought this quirk's harmless, but now his intent seems suspicious. A female guard agreed, yes, he's not just obsessed with anomalies, he has vision and philosophy. Another added, young yet sharp-minded, aiming to dismantle the old order, hard to believe he devised it alone. An elder voice said, ideals need a system to form, surely someone taught him, planting those thoughts. The council nodded, agreeing the teacher must be sought and dealt with. A guard produced a purple button, his influence has spread across the continent. They placed it on the round table, purple light reflecting, everyone fell silent. Each raised a hand over the button, ready to activate the collective decision. Cityland quietly asked, has everyone agreed? The guards nodded in unison, a heavy atmosphere filling the hall. The hall sank into silence, a wordless consensus. Suddenly, the surrounding space vibrated, energy flowing outward. The round table glowed, purple light spreading through the room. Among the seats, a young female guard with a delicate face quietly stared at the light. Daot spoke solemnly, this is the unanimous decision of all of us. He continued, in the name of the Silver Sages, humanity's guardians. Instantly, the buttons lit up, beams shooting to the ceiling, declaring Marshal King Dia of H as a target for elimination. Everything connected to him and his close allies was also marked for action. Scene shifted to the Holy Empire, humanity's center of power. Existing over 1,000 years, bordering Helen Kingdom, Lattiu Duchy, and West Kan, its small area belied superior military and population. Known as the land blessed by God Ciro, the only nation recognized by the Pope as empire, tasked with leading humanity. At the Ciro Temple in Count Jacques' eastern territory, prayers echoed. In the sanctuary, a priest said, followers of Ciro, confess and be forgiven. Another voice replied, Father, I am guilty, please forgive me. The priest asked gently, what sins have you committed? The young man stammered, hesitating to speak fully. Finally, he confessed, I loved a fairy who served my family, she was gentle and sang like a nightingale. The priest sighed, desire for a fairy is sinful, but since you repent, Ciro will forgive you. The young man raised his head, resolute, no, I do not believe love is a sin. The priest asked again, he answered, I want to leave my family and be with her where we can live truthfully, but fear parental disapproval. The priest sternly said, fairies are born slaves, defying fate is blasphemy. He asked one last time, do you want to change your confession? Ciro can still forgive. Lu Wen shook his head, no, I won't confess, I believe this love is pure. He continued, I am here only to atone to my parents for causing them pain. The priest asked, where do you intend to go? Fairies remain slaves, keeping her as an illusion. Lu Wen firmly replied, we will go to Antajit territory. He then left the temple, face calm yet determined. He whispered, parents, forgive me, I cannot lie to myself anymore. Lu Wen clenched his fists, determined to leave everything behind with her. He ran to the tree where they planned to meet, hoping to find her. He called out, BZT, where are you? Looking around, he panicked, we arranged to meet here. Suddenly, a chilling premonition ran down his spine. He looked up at the tree canopy, heart pounding. A rope swayed in the wind above. Little Jidi hung from it, leaving a trembling note, sorry, Lord Lu Wen, I am a fairy, unworthy of this love. Lu Wen screamed in despair, his cry tearing through the night. The note lay neatly by the shoes, trembling handwriting begging, please don't be angry, this love is sinful, will burn in hell. Find a noble lady, not a lowly me. Lu Wen shook, touching the hovering body, choking, forgive me for leading her astray, then screamed, his voice tearing through the forest. Each cry cut like a blade, echoing endlessly through the night. Far west, the Dujian River flowed silently, marking the border between Helen and West Kan. By the river, in a small wooden house, flickering lamplight spilled through the window. A woman put down her pen, sighing, finally, it's finished. She glanced at the papers, whispering, I am a Ciro nun, but I cannot treat Trantine slaves like beasts. May this story change perspectives. She clasped her hands, praying, O God Ciro, though this defies doctrine, I believe this is your true will. Suddenly, the door burst open, she turned startled, eyes wide with confusion. A man in a black cloak entered, a chill gust following him. She stepped forward, I am Sister Judy of the Ciro Church, have you come for something? The man remained silent. His gaze swept the room, resting on the writing desk. He stared at the papers, breath heavy. Then his eyes grew cold, filled with murderous intent. Judy stepped back, not yet understanding what was happening. So it's you. Immediately, flames erupted violently. The small riverside house was engulfed in red fire, illuminating the night river. When the fire died, only a charred body remained unrecognizable. Above, in the Silver Sage's floating castle, the scene was reflected in hundreds of glass spheres. The spheres lined up like a chain, glowing in the silent space. The place resembled a massive factory of darkness. On a screen, Lu Wen's tear-streaked face appeared clearly. Next, Judah's burning scene, the fire mirrored in the glass. Countless other screens lit up, showing events across the continent. A voice said, "We're about to be busy, the martial king's influence spreads." Another replied, "He'll handle it. Good, begin." Adlai chuckled softly, "I pity those who sacrifice without knowing why, but that's the price for humanity's safety." In the Silver Sage treasury existed a holy relic, the Eye of Siro, letting them see and hear every follower's prayer. Salen said, "Thanks to unconscious priests and devotees, we truly hold power like God." But he frowned, strange. Still no data on the martial king. Does he have no Siro followers? Or does he reject the god? A voice called softly, "Guardian Adlai." Adlai turned to see Keeper Adlit enter, smiling just passing by. He asked, "How's your mission progressing?" Adlit replied, "I've sent it to your brother. The martial king is strong, but only touched by light, unworthy to inherit the ancient magic." Adlai raised an eyebrow. "You mean his just a fragment of the light?" Adlit stepped forward, touching the control panel, Giav's image appearing clearly on the screen. In the flickering light, his face appeared, chillingly cold. Scene shifted to Div, standing in a magic circle, voice echoing, "I am the one who cleaves the flow, interferes with heaven's will, and will leave a mark named Adel Jalaforth." Adlai gasped, unable to believe it. "Has using forbidden magic!" On the screen, Div smiled faintly, "Let everything flow, Senziz." In the Gorlith Mountains, inside the ancient Low Dungeon. Here was stored a Silver Age artifact, the Loa Diamond Space Gate, with Selen and Tahit preparing to open it. The gate opened, the Trantine froze. "Where are we? This space is completely different." Salen immediately confirmed coordinates via Selenfew, code 352525. He turned to Tahit. "This gate should have been secret, why let so many know?" Tahit replied, "This is the only way to safely get them out. Low Dungeon once teamed with monsters, but with dwarf assistance, it's now sealed and serves as the sole transit station from Baron Antaret's territory to the outside world." Surrounding the Low Gate was a sturdy fortress, built to protect the space passage. On the walls, Takata shouted at the Trantine, "Want to be real warriors crying like this?" He called, "Kanda, here!" immediately summoning a spirit-infused sword into his hand. The Trantine stared, recognizing the spiritual energy as a true warrior's power. Takata raised the sword, shouting, "Nothing is impossible. I was once like you. Treat your weapon as your most loyal friend." The Trantine echoed, "Yes, Captain Takata." Jakuto stepped forward, smiling. "They're truly dedicated. Even our tribe's warriors struggle this much." Takata replied, "They've persevered since the arena days, brother Jakuto." Amidst training shouts, a Trantine yelled, "For freedom! Trust your friends! Let your swords become your will!" Takata nodded, "We will grow even stronger." Tahit and Salen entered with the new Trantine group. Takata turned, cheering, "Oh, newcomers." He raised his hand in greeting. "Welcome to the land of freedom, brothers." Selen asked, "Is Captain Sai-Fung in the fortress?" Takata replied, "No, he's on the battlefield." Salen gasped, "War." Takata hesitated, "Not exact." Scene shifted to a small town shrouded in smoke and mourning. Soldiers poured in, shouting, "By Baron Trithat's order, erase all life here!" These were grasshopper mercenaries, notorious in southern Giovan and northern Vasili, ruthless and always mission complete. Shouts rang out, "Spare no one! Not even children!" A man knelt, crying, "Please don't kill us." Behind him, his wife clutched their child, screaming, but the soldier swung his sword, blood splattering. He laughed savagely, eyeing the trembling woman. "Beautiful, lucky me." She knelt, pleading, "Have mercy." He smirked, "Mercy isn't in my vocabulary." Suddenly, his head fell to the ground, blood spraying across the stone floor. The woman clutched her child, terrified, unable to comprehend what happened. Amid the smoke, Sijit appeared, decisive, "Take the child out of here, quickly." The soldiers roared in anger, "What? Who dares?" Before them stood a platinum-haired fairy, wielding a silver blade, towering in the smoke. They realized, it can't be the New Moon Swordswoman, the fairy who slaughtered an entire night squad in Giovan's civil war. "Sijit Balenciaga!" The soldiers staggered, pale, then an angry voice rang, "Brutal, mindless scum!" All turned as Martial King Div appeared, voice heavy, "Even if I die, your crimes cannot be absolved." He clenched his fists, thick aura rising around his arms. The soldiers trembled, eyes glued to the colossal figure. Div swung his arm. The strike sounded like thunder ripping through the air. The immense force cracked the ground, hurling the soldiers like dry leaves. Sijit swung her sword, shouting, "Under this blade, all crimes will end." The soldiers yelled, "Surround her! She's just a fairy, nothing to fear!" Sijit cast a spell, Selena charge. Red flames erupted, incinerating the enemy ranks. She leapt high, striking continuously, silently thinking, "Thank you, Selena." Blood splattered, screams echoed, soldiers panicked, "Monster, run!" Suddenly, the ground shook, a gigantic creature emerged, blocking their retreat. Sijit planted her swords, reciting an ancient oath. "I summon you by the old covenant." The beast roared, releasing lightning that shattered the soldiers. They panicked. "Impossible! The New Moon Swordswoman knows magic too! Rush, retreat! Fall back!" Then, a figure advanced onto the battlefield. Div strode forward, cold gaze sweeping the soldiers. "A reckless soldier charge has human too! Attack!" But the sword bent on contact with Div's body, as if hitting steel. Towering twice the height of his opponent, he smirked menacingly, "Don't you know my body is iron?" He threw a punch. The air exploded with the impact. The soldier's eyes widened, a flash of light preceded his scream. The shockwave threw the rest backward, debris flying everywhere. Blood sprayed. The survivors watched in horror, choking. Dive H grabbed a trembling soldier by the head, growling, "Compassion doesn't exist in my dictionary." "Wait, I didn't say." Before he could finish, his head exploded in Dive H's hands. The remaining soldiers fell, pleading, "Spare us! We only followed Baron Tritat's orders." Dive H replied, "I know." He frowned, voice cold as steel, "But don't think obedience erases guilt. Civilian blood stains your hands." Silence fell, only the wind through the red dust remained. The ground cracked, the stench of blood lingering. Dive H sighed, "Baron Tritat has lost his mind hiring these scum." Sigit said he knew what they were and still acted. This was a foolish war between the Tritat and Galan nobles. After hiring thousands of mercenaries, Tritat launched an attack, sweeping over half of Baron Galan's lands in a week. As always, only civilians paid the price for noble greed. Baron Antigit intervened, as the territory bordered both sides. Dive H glanced afar, whispering, "They've arrived." A cavalry appeared, led by Azazel, shouting, "Baron Antigit and all knights are here!" Dive H responded, "Good, but this isn't for greetings." Azazel, "Act immediately." His voice rang firm, "From now on, Baron Antigit joins the battle." And so, amid smoke, fire, and blood, a new battle began. At the start, Baron Tritat was noted as the most powerful figure in southern Dovan Kingdom. He owned fertile lands in prosperous Giajit city, but held a deep grudge against Baron Galan. Ironically, Tritat always scorned Galan, seeing the upstarts as buying fame with money. Then, true conflict erupted over succession. Galan's family sided with Prince Evil. Tritat initially stayed neutral, later joining the opposing side, sowing mutual resentment between heirs. Soon, a feast at Zodan City became a battlefield of words, ending with a deadly duel. Tragic outcome: Tritat's son was killed by Galan's heir's sword. Upon hearing the news, Tritat flew into rage, swearing to wipe out the Galan family, sending mercenaries across the border, reducing the town to ashes in despair. In his despair, Baron Galan watched his lands crumble, contemplating ending his own life. But just as he was about to give up, an unexpected salvation appeared. A thick, golden rope, as if carrying a promise from fate. Then, amid the whistling wind, a blinding light flashed. Instantly, the soldiers were thrown into chaos. Before they could recover, the attack swept through like a storm, blood and screams mingling. Captain Gajandar panicked, recognizing the figure as Marshal King Gifan Hart, an unbeatable monster. Yet he still shouted a reward of 1,000 gold for anyone daring to wound him, making soldiers shiver but tempted by greed. Gifan Hart laughed coldly, disdainful of those value money over life. Immediately, he charged, unleashing successive punches, crushing the enemy ranks. Still, the soldiers grew more reckless, hoping a scratch would make them rich for life. Gifan Hart leapt, delivering a sky-shattering kick, shaking the ground. A soldier screamed in despair. No one expected this monster's presence. Gifan Hart clenched his fists, coldly challenging, "You dare dream of harming the Marshal King." At that moment, Galan's cavalry arrived, shouting, "Take positions! Show courage before our lord!" Led by knights Azazel, Galik, and Antazid, they cut through the enemy lines. Baron Galan roared orders, "Do not retreat! This is our honor and blood! Slaughter the invaders!" Seeing the battlefield collapse, Gajandar turned pale, ordering an urgent retreat. With Galan's forces flanking both sides, Anazid struck the center. Tritat's soldiers fled in chaos. Siriat frowned, asking, "Aren't you cold wandering barefoot in winter like this?" Gifan Hart laughed, "Feels more comfortable." Zizit frowned, calling it ugly, making him slightly hurt by the harsh remark. Then he joked, "Do you like skinny types?" showing off, asking if he looked fit as a Marshal King heir, making Siriat laugh, half teasing, half admiring. At that moment, Baron Galan approached, thanking him for rescue, but Gifan Hart replied simply, "I did what was necessary, as an ally." In fact, the alliance had been signed 2 weeks prior via letter, with 3 conditions: territory, residence, and ending slavery. Galan hesitated at the last term, not expecting to free all slaves and recognize them as citizens. Yet he understood he had no choice, agreeing to stand with Gifan Hart for justice. For Gifan Hart, the goal was not just territorial expansion but giving every battle its rightful meaning. The treaty closed, marking the start of a new era. Soon after, the battlefield appeared again, a lone figure between 2 impassable armies. Gifan Hart shouted, "Those who value life, flee! Those who fear nothing, stay!" The soldiers froze at his sight. Gajandar shouted, "Hold formation! Any deserter will be cut down!" They charged forward, believing that crossing the mountain ahead would lead to the city, even facing a Marshal King. Gifan Hart frowned slightly, cold gaze piercing. He clenched his fists, facing the approaching troops. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch, cracking the ground, debris flying into the sky. The enemy panicked, witnessing the punch slice through the air, terrified it was no longer human strength. Gajandar shouted, "Full attack," voice mixed with fear and despair. Gifan Hart sighed and shook his head, still chasing death. He looked at the trembling soldiers, realizing they were just conscripted farmers, unworthy of such fate. With that thought, he drew 2 staffs and said calmly, "I will kill none of you." In a blink, he swept his staff, sending soldiers flying amid thunderous screams. Not far away, Gajandar smirked, knowing this outcome would stall the Marshal King long enough for his plan. On the cliff, a giant crossbow aimed at Gifan Hart, deadly even for a Marshal King. Gajandar shouted the order, and the bows released with a chilling whoosh. Gifan Hart stood still, eyes calm as the rain of arrows fell. Then, lightning fast, he hurled both staffs like thunderbolts. He bent his knees, channeling all his strength. Instantly, the arrows shattered midair. Gajandar gawked, unable to believe his eyes. Soldiers screamed. He punched arrows out of the air. "A monster!" Gifan Hart unleashed another blow, crushing arrows and cannons alike. Gajandar froze, utterly stunned. The troops trembled, staring at the smashed siege engines, whispering if he was man or god. One panicked soldier yelled, "An ancient sorcerer! No doubt about it!" At that moment, Siriat raised her hand, chanting Spirit Sajana, Zadani bless me! Salamander advance! Gifan Heart glanced over, eyes gleaming with respect. She had grown far stronger. Even Chief Danum once mastered only wind and fire, but now she nearly ruled all 5 elements. By Elvenheim's ancient tradition, the World Tree chose a guardian elf to grant power and guide the clan. This year, the Neelan World Tree was planted in the Spellet Desert, homeland of the Danum. That summer, the Jason Star Tree became the symbol of the new elven forest in the Lawton Range. But during its rebirth, CZ's name was forcibly carved into the core, binding her as the guardian, and that power now awakened. At the same time, enemy war chariots burst into flames, black smoke billowing. Behind Siriat, the salamander roared, its fiery body like a living volcano. Meanwhile, in the central fortress Sina, Baron Cheetat roared in fury at news his army was crushed in Nidat Canyon. He gritted his teeth, thinking bitterly, even Zandiad, bearer of Auza, has abandoned me. A deep voice replied, now only one person remains for you to rely on. The scene shifted inside a room. A terrified girl was pinned against the wall. The man sneered as someone entered. Damn, mood's ruined. Baron Cheetat walked in, face cold as ice. The man smirked. Ah, you've arrived, Baron Cheetat. He jeered, your daughter's gorgeous, raised so well, untouched by the peasantry. Cheetat seethed, thinking he dares touch my daughter, then said coldly, the martial king is coming. The man laughed, to slay the one bearing the golden Auza. I'll need something even brighter. He narrowed his eyes, voice slick, you've prepared it all, haven't you? Outside the gates, war drums thundered and shouts shook the ground. Soldiers roared, load the catapults, infantry ready. Today we'll crush this arrogant at a fortress. The commander bellowed, second catapult, fire, as massive stones crashed into the walls, shaking the earth. The Gallan army surged forward, shouting attack, while Azazel led the Antracid knights, blazing with zeal to prove their loyalty. Cheetat's soldiers mocked from the walls, calling their foes martial king's slaves as they poured boiling oil down. But Siriat summoned the water spirit, my friend Pa surged forth, sending the oil splashing back, scalding Cheetat's men. From afar, a deep male voice echoed with a smirk, New Moon Swordswoman, is that you? Siriat spun around, sensing a surge of dark magic approaching. She leapt aside, casting a level 7 light spell. The strong wind slid her across the ground, leaving a glowing trail. Siriat froze in shock, a 7-tier spell. She wondered, since when did Cheetat's army have such power? As Zed above replied, I came to kill Gifan Heart by contract and you're a bonus. He raised his hand, opening a magic circle of light. Beams rained down as Siriat called, Earth Spirit Teratot, shield me! Stone walls rose thick as fortress. Zaid chuckled, oh, you blocked it. So you've got spirit eyes too? Siriat gritted her teeth, whispering, either you die or I will. She felt crushing pressure, realizing his tear was beyond her, as Zed gathered another spell. Gifan Heart sensed danger and shouted Siriat's name. He looked at the glowing sky, annoyed, thought things were calm. Where'd that bastard come from now? Suddenly, he noticed catapults aiming toward the battlefield. He yelled, can you launch me there with this thing? Soldiers blinked, catapults aren't for people, sir. He stripped off his armor, laughing, lighters better do it. Meanwhile, Zed unleashed air bomb magic, warping space in a blinding flare. He appeared behind Siriat, binding her with giant glowing chains. Siriat cried out, Inna, answer my call! Flames erupted instantly, shattering the binding spell. Fire Spirit Inacid emerged, shielding her, its red blaze lighting the battlefield. Zed arched a brow, blocked that too, then sneered as Siriat shouted, Salamander, Inacid, forward. Zed muttered, summoning northern winds into a spiral blade, cut them all down! He cast Windflow Prison, a beam of light pierced the firestorm, swirling in violent gales. Siriat faltered. Even with 2 great spirits, she couldn't break the wind barrier. She gritted her teeth, combining flame and blade still fails, ill need fusion but am spent. The 2 fire spirits turned toward her with resolute eyes. They nodded silently and floated before her. Zed frowned, what the hell? She's slashing her own spirits. Siriat whispered tearfully, forgive me, I need your power. The spirits transformed into twin flame swords. Siriat clashed with Zed, forcing him on guard by her unexpected might. Zed gawked, she really stabbed her spirits, then hissed and countered, but Siriat fused with the flame blades, pierced his magic and blasted the fortress wall in light and smoke. After the explosion, chaos reigned, the battlefield drowned in fire and screams. From afar, the ancient tower tilted, cracks spreading along the fortress wall. With a thunderous boom, an entire corner of the fortress blew apart. A figure was thrown from the blast, crashing hard into the ground. Zed rose, teeth clenched, eyes burning with hatred. He immediately formed another magic circle, striking back with blinding light. Siriat was slashed on the shoulder, blood gushing as her breath quickened. Zed strained, forcing himself up for another strike, still not spent. Suddenly, he staggered, losing balance, face turning pale. He realized there was only the massive fortress wall behind, no escape left. Siriat seized the chance, leaping high. Her twin blades spun, blazing through the air, but Zed vanished, and the old fortress flared before exploding into shards of stone. Siriat froze, bewildered by what just happened. She landed, staring at the smoking ruins, a dark premonition rising in her chest. Then she looked up, sensing powerful magic above. Zed hovered midair, sneering, didn't think I'd need blink just to fight an elf. Siriat frowned, he dodged that, a speed artifact. She realized it must be a rare ancient relic. Zed smirked, indeed, and I'll gladly waste it to kill you. His glove glowed bright, runes spiraling around it. Siriat tensed, stepping back, that's hybrid magic, isn't it? Zed grinned wickedly, raising his hand toward her. A searing beam burst forth, lighting up the entire sky. It shot toward Siriat faster than sight could follow. She rolled aside, barely dodging as the beam streaked past. It struck the tower behind, exploding like divine lightning. Half the wall collapsed, dust billowing everywhere. Syriac gasped, that spell's insane, then saw Zed appear beside her again. He swung and roared, Severing Mind Blade! Light split the air. Syriac froze too late to react. Blood sprayed, the cut slashed deep across her chest. The fire spirits tried to shield her but were torn apart, vanishing, their swords shattering to ash. Syriac fell to her knees, blood soaking her clothes, breath fading. Zed laughed cruelly, crawling like a dog fits you pitiful elves well! He sneered, and you thought you could stand proud before me. Syriac forced herself up, both blades broken, still bracing to face his magic. Zed flung his arm out, runes blazing, love fire to then burn. Syriac panted, strength nearly gone. Then both froze as the ground began to quake violently. A colossal object plummeted from the sky, striking with a cataclysmic blast. Fire and smoke erupted, throwing them both backward. The world blazed, dust swirling like a storm. Through the inferno, one name thundered tone. Gifan Heart emerged from the smoke, catching Syriac. You alright? Relax, this also will stop the bleeding. Syriac blushed, muttering, not dressed again seriously. He grinned, rest now, I'll handle the rest. Gifan Heart faced the foe, eyes sharp. Who are you? You're no mere mage. He thought his strong feels familiar as Zed laughed, catapult ride, huh? Typical muscle brain martial king. Gifan Heart squinted, thinking, he jokes but his eyes kill. Zed smirked, finally, Gifan Heart, the martial king himself. Gifan Heart lowered his stance, tension thick as steel. He stiffened, realizing Zed lit, what's he doing here? Zed smiled, still the same gentle face hiding schemes. At last we meet again, Martial King Gifan Heart. Gifan Heart grimaced, unable to mask his wariness. He muttered, Zdark lid that monster here. He was the second son of the Akelid family, birthplace of Babylon's legendary mages, and my sworn enemy from a past life. Zed reached 7th circle at 12, shocking the mage world blessed by mana. He became the continent's strongest light magus. But after my rise, his fame faded, forgotten for 30 years. Gifan Heart wondered, with wealth and glory, why come to this war? Zed coldly replied, not for gold, our pact says you must die. Gifan Heart frowned, money or pact, same result as trying to kill Syriac. He recalled in the last life, Zed killed her, and now sought to repeat it. Zed shouted, fire cannon! Gifan Heart activated Azza, blocking it and laughing, you think that can kill me? Zed only smiled and roared, Severing Mind Blade as Gifan Heart gathered power, Lu Quan barrier! Their forces clashed, flooding the field in blinding light. A metallic clang rang. Gifan Heart froze, staring at his shoulder. The Severing Mind Blade pierced the Lu Quan barrier, grazing through him. The beam continued, slicing a tower pillar clean, blasting it apart. Gifan Heart panted in disbelief. He broke the Lu Quan barrier. He realized it was an ancient Silver Age art, rivaling Elder Geo's light skill. Moreover, the relic he wielded acted without charge beyond even Elder Gensos range. Gifan Heart roared, activating Violet Velocity Burst, summoning a dense energy shield. Then his foot slammed toward Zed's face like thunder. Take this, traitor! He yelled, the kick landing like a mountain's fall. The ground exploded, dust storming skyward. Gifan Heart blinked, suspicion flashing in his eyes. Zed had vanished, escaping the strike in an instant. Gifan Heart scowled, acceleration, he really has it. He remembered in his past life, a hidden assassin with that relic defeated both him and Syriac. That device allowed instant short-range teleportation impossible to counter. Gifan Heart clenched his fist, so that's why Syriac lost warriors can't beat mages who control distance. Zed raised another circle, winds spiraling as he chanted, O northern storm, become 1,000 blades and shred my foe! Ice rain blades, he shouted, sending shards at Gifan Heart, who shattered them with bare fists. Zed smirked, that spell's useless on elves with spirits, but you've got none to save you. Then cast another Severing Mind Blade. Gifan Heart dripped sweat, frost clinging to his shoulders. He clicked his tongue, didn't want to use this, but this is my domain, and nothing defies me here. As he chanted, his body shimmered with a mystic violet hue. Magic rings spun around him, sanctified domain, he roared. A surge of energy spread, ice touching it melted instantly. Each shard turned to violet liquid and burst midair. The Severing Mind Blade hit his magic ring. In an instant, the light sword turned violet and shattered like glass. Zed gasped, he interfered with my spell! His eyes widened in disbelief. A martial king using magic? Zed stammered. Gifan Heart frowned, I usually avoid spells, but no one will mind if I don't overdo it. His eyes blazed violet, breath surging like a storm. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing beside Zed with a thunderous punch. Zed blinked away, but Gifan Heart shattered the magic ring completely. Purification, he roared, violet energy ripping through the restraining spells. Zed snorted, oath field, light magic flared like blades. From above, chains of light rained down, binding Gifan Heart tightly. He bellowed, unified fluid form, and the chains melted into smoke. Zed scowled, that brute's unraveling all my magic! Spell after spell dissolved effortlessly before Gifan Heart's power. Zed stepped back, hissing, impossible, his erasing my entire spell matrix. Gifan Heart clenched his fists, pressure rippling through the air. Zed countered, launching 4 Severing Mind Blades in rapid bursts. Gifan Heart sneered, light still too fragile. He raised 4 mirrored rings, arc reflection! Return all! The light blades rebounded, tearing through everything in their path. Zed reeled, reflection magic! He surpasses even 7th circle! Zed blinked across the air repeatedly, but Gifan Heart stayed on his heels like lightning. They flashed through sky and shadow, light and darkness entwined, terrifying soldiers below into screams. Light exploded, fortress walls quaked, towers collapsing one by one. Zed roared, hurling another Severing Mind Blade, forcing Gifan Heart to defend. He muttered, that attack's annoying, last time I needed a shockwave to counter it. Gifan Heart gathered power, fists glowing with violet brilliance. Magic circles flared from each finger. He swung full dominion, energy erupted, swallowing space itself. Zed froze, he punched through magic. What kind of cursed skill is that? Gifan Heart didn't stop, leaping high enough to blot out the sun. Zed looked up, activating acceleration to flee. Gifan Hart smirked, "Run anywhere you like." Zed appeared atop a tower, barely steady, eyes wide in horror. "No way he's gonna obliterate the whole area." Gifan Hart growled, "Fine, he'll erase your teleport radius." The Auza pillar blasted skyward, shattering stone and shaking miles around. Soldiers below screamed, "Run! The fortress is collapsing!" Even Syriot and Salamander raised barriers to block the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Z stood trembling atop, channeling both arms to hold back the onslaught. He screamed in agony, voice echoing through the ruins. Then something burst from his body. Black smoke engulfed the sky, revealing Gifan Hart, the man who made Blink users fall in terror. As the haze cleared, Jian groaned, his body trembling violently. But Han Tete slumped to the ground, stunned by tactics beyond normal sorcery. Suddenly, Gifan Hart realized that was the same move once used to defeat Syzit. He sighed, recalling how Zeiss had used Blink boots this time, had merely copied that strategy. At once, Ji lunged, appearing behind Gifan Hart for a sneak strike. He turned sharply, countering with a flash of light. The blow shattered Ji's legs and Blink boots, halting his magic completely. Gifan Hart cursed, trying that teleport trick again. "Damn nuisance!" Ji collapsed, gasping amid the shattered earth. He clenched his teeth, glaring up at Gifan Hart. He picked up the boots, suspicion rising. Could the assassin from his past life be tied to the Axlith family? Thinking that, he recalled strange gear once inspiring his creation of new Seventh Circle magic. Gifan Hart murmured, "I've found another clue, but unlike before, I won't kill you, I have questions." Ji hissed weakly, "Damn it, only 3 escapes left, and I wasted one here." He drew the dragon plume, activating its swirling light for instant teleportation. He smiled, then froze as Gifan Hart struck midcast. A small pouch flew out from the glowing warp. Gifan Hart licked his lips, irritation clear on his face. He glanced around, the foe had vanished without a trace. Gifan Hart roared, "You think you can escape me?" From above, only a fading ring of light drifted away. It soared upward, revealing the full expanse of the city barrier below. Then the glow dissolved, leaving silence in its wake. Gifan Hart muttered, "Fast one, sly as ever." He analyzed the teleportation, realizing it wasn't a full gate, just dangerous spatial compression. Moments later, he rubbed his head. "Why am I overthinking? Not the time for philosophy." Then he spotted a small object rolling on the ground. He bent down and picked up the red trinket. Gifan Hart frowned. It looked exactly like the item from the past life assassin. He turned it over. It seemed a crest linked to the Axless family he had to investigate. Gifan Hart examined closer, a strange familiarity washing over him. The object gleamed. It truly was an ancient family insignia. Soon after, cheers erupted as soldiers shouted in victory. Gifan Hart exhaled and declared firmly, "The battle is over." Then he noticed the small pouch by his foot, curiously opening it. To his shock, it was Zetus' infinite pouch, packed with treasures. He chuckled, counting fast, nearly 10,000 gold. Baron Cheetat must paid a fortune. Gifan Hart inhaled deeply, grinning. This'll refill the Free Nation's treasury nicely. He then announced, "We saved nearly 1,000 lives." Next, he gathered commanders to plan the takeover of Baron Cheetat's lands in the Jiajut Trade City, stabilizing finances. Afterward, Gifan Hart asked Jijiat, "You alright?" She replied, "Yeah, he escaped." He nodded. Jijiat muttered, "Without those boots, I'd have won." Gifan Hart picked them up, smiling. He joked, "Then they're yours." The soldiers gawked as she grinned at the bizarre gift. Jijiat tried them on, astonished they fit perfectly. Gifan Hart laughed. They autosized, though don't expect miracles. Outside, troops regrouped, tightening ranks to hunt down stragglers and maintain momentum. Soon after, the succession war erupted. Baron Cheetat's Aq perished in a duel. Baron Galen was cornered by Cheetat's mercenaries, facing near ruin. Then golden light flared. The Sword King, Last Hope, arrived. Galen clasped the extended hand from the free nation of Antacid. With that, he survived and turned the noose back on the traitor's neck. At that time, rumors spread that the Cheetat family was a branch of Viscount Ponton, owning lands greater than counts. But after the treaty division, the Free Nation's territory suddenly doubled in size. Even so, advisors urged restraint to avoid provoking nearby nobles. Gifan Hart smiled. Controlling the Jiajit Trade City is enough to build a solid foundation. Time passed, a year went by. Now spring returned, the world blooming with new life. Across the vast southeastern plains, the spring wind flowed freely. Even in the barren Talon region, green shoots sprouted after the brutal winter. The land there was rocky and dry, unfit for nations, swarming with monsters. Only nomads lived scattered. They survived on horses and sheep. Divided into tribes, some dreamed of uniting them all, but mountains and deserts kept them apart. With no desire for conquest, no great war had occurred for centuries until now. Baitalon faced its first grand war in hundreds of years. At Talon's center, under the wolf-shaped mountain, 10,000 nomad warriors gathered. A commander asked shakily, "Can we really defeat those monsters?" Before them stood tens of thousands of massive beasts in tight ranks. Each one was enormous, radiating terrifying ferocity. The nomad army froze in fear before such might. Hutatung grinned, "First time I've fought besides so many allies." Kagu replied, "Same here, the Jaken Hat brothers sure keep their word." Seikenji chuckled, "Feels like magic, no need to fear those troops beyond the mountains." Kaken shook his head, "Not magic, diplomacy. You know what that is? Finding common ground." Suddenly, Azazel shouted, "Surrender under the banner of Antarasid! The loyal will be spared!" The nomad leader laughed, "Dream on! We plainsfolk are born free, never kneel to anyone!" The nomad army roared, "For freedom, charge!" surging like a raging tide. Warriors yelled, "We've endured enough shame, time to reclaim our honor!" The Grey Axe tribe rode giant wolves straight into the fray, battle fire blazing. Their morale soared. They believed their ancestors watched every strike. Each warrior raised his weapon, ready to stake his life. But Kaken's forces easily overwhelmed them, shattering the nomad lines. The commander gaped. Damn, it's true. The free nation of Antageat even has elves using magic. He panicked as Hadatung Sekenji and Iru unleashed dazzling Auza beams. He screamed, mages! Cast sleep, put those Chen spirits down! Sleep magic spread, toppling the towering Chen spirits in waves. Then a cry rang out, outpost, please protect their minds! Instantly, all Chen spirits awoke, eyes blazing once more. The commander froze, baffled how could godless beings wield holy magic. He hissed, don't tell me dark gods shield them, as warriors prayed, summoning a shining barrier over the field. The Chen spirits roared, fear not their weak magic. Our ancestors watch fight in their name. At the same time, the Blue Bear tribe, now settled in Antageat, began expanding eastward beyond the Gotun range. They sent envoys to invite former Chen tribes from Det Trang to reunite. As a result, the Boar Grey Kite, White Wolf, and Black Wolf tribes all joined, alarming the Paidalon people. News spread fast, and nobles of nearby nations panicked. Former Chen slaves had united as free tribes once more. But unlike before, no noble listened. Everyone now accepted they were free folk, no rulers left. Thus, the clean fluttering flag alone proved this was the war of the free nation Antageat. The Chensing army charged, shouting ancestors' names and begging their blessing. The nomad ranks fell into chaos. A furious mage yelled, why didn't the sleep spell work as you said? Russ roared through smoke and fire, Antaresid knights, don't retreat forward. The nomad commander snarled, 3 using Auza weren't enough, now even CZ, the civil war wrecker of Giovan, shows up! The fiery battle ended fast. The green nomads broke ranks, Magus for air fled, leaving 10,000 corpses. From a distant peak, a lone figure stood still, hair whipping in the burning wind. A purple-haired girl whispered, is this wind from Sword King Jifan Heart? The quiet night sky covered the fading bloodstains with stars. In the camp, tents stood close, laughter and songs echoing. They raised cups, celebrating the first hard-won victory. You to none laugh, Jobert, drink up, you two, priest a lot, pour it full! Hadardam handed Russ a drink, you're strong, take this. Russ groaned, I'm drunk already, don't like wine. No. Hadardam drained his cup and laughed, what a dry, tough guy. Sekenji Iroh offered a giant leg of meat, ate. Russ shook his head full. Sekenji munched and laughed, then let Azazel drink for you. Azazel sip, this wine's fine. Sekenji punched Azazel's shoulder, weak fighter, but good drinker, I like that. Azazel flinched, blocking him, don't do that to humans. Sekenji Iroh blinked, why? Russ explained, humans see that as disrespect. Sekenji scratched his head, sorry Azazel. It's fine, Azazel smiled. Suddenly, everyone turned toward a strange surge of energy. The light grew stronger, as if summoning them closer. Sekenji Iroh frowned. Who's that? Hadatung gasped. Someone calling us? Russ muttered, any light god here besides me? The Chenxing chiefs donned helmets and advanced toward a nearby mountain, where a dark cave echoed a mysterious call. From the shadows, a voice spoke, are you the Chenxing of the free nation Antageat? The voice deepened, impressive a Chenxing who speaks human tongue. They gasped, an elf! Sekenji Iroh exclaimed, whoa, a real elf! They murmured, didn't think elves had warriors, thought they were all scholars and mages. Before them stood a purple-haired elf girl, silver eyes gleaming coldly. She drew her slender sword, the blade flashing in campfire light. The elf lunged first, lightning fast. Kaken parried instantly, sparks flying as steel met steel. A thunderous blast sent rocks scattering everywhere. Kaken narrowed his eyes. That's not enough, my sword's never broken, elven warrior! He moved to strike back, but the opponent vanished. The elf spoke sharply, this is a duel, stay out! Russ frowned. Why fight alone? Hadatung and Sekenji crossed their arms, let them, it's an honor duel. Russ muttered, will it be fine? Probably just a wandering warrior, Hadatung replied. They clashed again, every blow fierce, ringing steel echoing loud. The elf girl stayed calm, her steps light but steady. Her sword spun, light curling like silver butterfly wings. Kaken's strike was bounced back, wind hurling him backward. Lutz admired beautiful swordplay, defense and counter in one flawless. He smirked, looks like today's show just got good. Kaken laughed heartily, strong indeed, elf warrior, my turn, and hurled his blade forward. The spinning blade formed a violent whirlwind. The vortex rose high, sweeping pebbles and dust skyward. From it, dozens of energy waves blasted toward the elf. She spun her sword into a glowing circle, blocking every strike. Kaken poured Auza into his fists and charged. He punched down with thunderous force, shattering her shield. The elf tilted aside calmly, dodging effortlessly. Kaken's fist slammed into the mountain behind, exploding loudly. Rocks burst apart, raining down like a storm. Hadatung chuckled, that arm's gonna hurt. Sekenji grinned, looks fun, I wanna join. Lutz murmured, this fight's better than expected. Suddenly snowflakes drifted in midair midsummer. The elf chanted spirit magic channel elemental force into Auza. Ice wrapped around Kaken, freezing his legs. Haven't had a good match like this in ages. She sheathed her sword, stop here. Kaken frowned, why stop and not done? She smiled, enough to prove him a warrior, right? Kaken laughed, more than that you're a true fighter. She said softly, I heard Chenxing only trusts those who fight well. Seems true. Iminya of the Ratizi tribe, Russ blinked, you fight for honor. Thought elves were all reason. Inya turned back, many silhouettes shimmered in the dark. They're my kin. From the cave emerged a group of elves, saying they'd crossed the northern frost to find the one who could revive the world tree. Inya asked, warriors of Antageat, will you guide us? In far northern Baidalon, endless white snow buried all sight. That was the hidden sanctuary of the Ratizi elves, apart from humans for centuries. A young elf girl squealed, oh my gosh! Everyone smiled, for the newcomer was Jifan Heart. He was the youngest mage to master the 9 rings, magic reaching intermediate at 30, mastery at 35. For nearly a decade, only one other, Dijira, had matched that level but had died old, leaving Jifan Heart alone. Even Dzezes finished the 9 rings past 70, so Jifan Heart's feat awed everyone. Many nations sought him, yet he refused all, choosing dungeon peril, believing higher peaks awaited. After 3 years of seclusion, Jifan Hart lived with the Esratizia elves to study spirit magic. They welcomed him warmly. He smiled, "Magic keeps me warm, don't worry." The elves adored him, fed him, poured wine, knitted gloves. He blushed, thanked them, saying he didn't eat much but treasured the gifts. With arms full of presents, he blushed under admiring stares of elf girls whispering, "A human so strong yet so gentle." Jijiat leaned on the wall, huffing, "You're quite the star, Jifan Hart." He teased, jealous. She glared and turned away. He kissed her cheek lightly. "You know you're the only one for me." Jifan Hart grinned, "Where's Tahit now?" Jijiat replied, "Fighting, of course he challenges anyone with an aura." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Jifan Hart, Sajiat Min, Mage Jifan Hart." He blinked. "Inya, you done fighting Tahit already?" Inya nodded, "I've fulfilled my promise." Jifan Hart said, "You could skipped it." Inya smiled, "One must keep their words, simple truth." A group of elves whispered from afar, eyes full of admiration for Jifan Hart. Inya caught their gaze and glanced sideways. The girls blushed, startled, and quickly scattered. Inya smirked, "You're quite popular." Jifan Hart laughed awkwardly, "No, I didn't mean anything." He thought, "She's so cold yet oddly magnetic." Inya murmured, "Even as one of us, I admire her, a woman strong and burdened to the bone." Jifan Hart nodded, "You see clearly and deeply rare." Inya asked, "So, can you truly revive the world tree as promised?" He opened his palm, revealing a small phenazote seed, the blessed relic of the world tree spirit, symbol of origin and hope. Back in the present, Jifan Hart stood on a rooftop, watching people rebuild the village under the sunset. Amid the G-Lautern Mountains, where the world tree Shidentin had sprouted, a new elf village was taking shape. The warm wind carried rain, rain-fed rivers, rivers watered soil, soil birthed trees, and trees sustained life. The cycle of rebirth began anew. Jifan Hart and Jijiat strolled through the village, chatting and laughing. He mused, "Gender ratio's crazy here, but oh well." Elves passing by bowed, "Lord Jifan Hart," yet their eyes dodged his warmth, gone since the past life. Jijiat laughed, "Oh dear, Lord Jifan Hart hated already." He could only smile wryly. Then Jijiat noticed something in the distance. She shouted, "Shaylen, come here!" Shaylen led children over, beaming, "Kids, greet Lord Jifan Hart, our village's savior." But the kids trembled, eyes wide with fear. Jifan Hart forced a grin, "Hey little ones." The children burst into tears. Shaylen yelled, "What did you do to scare them?" He panicked, "I just said E." Sizit patted his shoulder. "No use, elves find you terrifying." He whimpered, "Boo-hoo, you're the only one who gets me." Sizit laughed, "You'll be fine." Just then, a knight galloped straight into the village. He knelt before Jifan Hart. "Hail, White Emperor," he said, "we bring news from Lord Kaken. The victory." "I know." The knight offered a scroll. "New report, sir. During support, Lord Kaken met a strange elf group. They call themselves the Esratizia tribe. Details inside." Jifan Hart murmured, "Inya, huh." The knight blinked, "You know her?" "Their leader's Inya." Jijiat looked over, "Inya? Someone you know?" Jifan Hart sighed, "An acquaintance from a past life. Prepare the horses. We ride for the White Emperor Palace." The sun set, shadows draping the mountains. Scene shifted to the Antigit Palace, torches blazing along grand halls. Jifan Hart stood in the training yard, commanding, "Breaks over! Run the 24 forms again!" He turned to Seelan, "Add one more weight, 3 times the last." Seelan wailed, "I haven't lifted the first yet." Jifan Hart chuckled, "TD, you raised the level 2, train 2 sets at once."
"Yes, White Emperor."
As he strained under the load, Cat thought, "To survive, I must grow stronger. Now I see why Yuban's legs are monsters." Observing closely, Jifan Hart guessed Cat's smooth swings came from night drills. Then suddenly, Jifan Hart doubled his weights but was warned not to overreact right as a voice summoned him to the guest room. Looking over, he saw Shed arrived early as expected of wild elves with 0 human manners. He turned, politely yet firmly ordering Cat and D-Lan to leave. After speaking, he dropped the weights and formally greeted the leader of the Esratizia tribe. He placed a hand on his shoulder, bowed slightly, introducing himself as the White Emperor and apologizing for his casual attire. Yunya blinked, then bowed too, saying she was Esratizia's chieftain and didn't mind the clothes. She was the only elf using Ada, a supreme combat power once hailed the strongest elf before Sidit learned magic. Jifan Hart kindly said he'd prepared a forest for her tribe. Yunya smiled and thanked him. Then her tone turned stern. She said they sensed the world tree's revival and came to confirm it, making Jifan Hart tense. She frowned, asking directly if he truly revived the world tree. Yunya added that such a feat needed massive mana, and he looked more like a warrior than a mage. In reply, Jifan Hart raised one hand. Aura flared instantly around him. His other hand glowed bright, pure mana manifesting midair. Both hands clenched the fusion of magic, and might blazed violently. He commanded both forces like a martial artist and a true sorcerer at once. Yunya stood stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She stepped closer, touched him lightly, feeling wisdom and power fused in one body. Jifan Hart grew flustered under her shining gaze, wondering why she looked at him that way. Suddenly, Yunya's hand traced his firm arm, eyes lost in its shape. Her face flushed as she stammered, asking if he'd ever thought about marriage. The question froze Jifan Hart. Had he heard that right? To Yunya, men of her tribe were frail, delicate to a fault. They never trained, yet elf women still called those thin figures cute. Yunya didn't hate men, she just lived for martial mastery and couldn't accept their weakness. So she even found Chenxing men more appealing, disliking elf males' bodies but oddly drawn to Chenxing faces. The more she thought, the more she despised stupidity. Men must be both strong and wise. Thus, Shed stayed alone for centuries. Then her ideal appeared, a man whose intellect revived the world tree and whose body could crush Chenxing warriors, impossibly perfect. At 1:45, Yunya's innocent heart fluttered. She shyly wondered if he was married. Jifan Heart instantly paled, stammering that he wasn't confused even by himself. While Yuna brightened, he then added softly he already liked someone. But Yunya just smiled, asking, still not married, right? Leaving Jifan Heart speechless. She quietly rejoiced, while Jifan Heart just stared, brain full of question marks. She solemnly thanked him, vowing the Esratizia tribe would share the White Nation's glory and failure, never betray them. Jifan Heart replied firmly, the White Nation will also stay loyal to your tribe. Yuna smiled, saying she'd visit often before leaving. Then Yunya cheerfully skipped out of the room, leaving a light, airy silence behind. Jifan Heart stood frozen, scratching his head, utterly lost about what just happened. On her way back, Yunja couldn't shake the image of his muscles, broad shoulders, and taut waist. Her heart raced wildly. She chuckled, telling herself to stay calm just as she ran into Sri Landi, the new elven leader. He smiled politely and greeted her. But Yuna shot him a scornful glance, thinking, why is this guy annoyingly handsome? Leaving Sri Landi stammering through his introduction. She brushed past, whispering coldly, I won't lose. As she walked away, she realized this was the one Jifan Heart liked, and her hand clenched tight. At the same time, beyond the Esratizia, many smaller races across the continent began turning toward the White Nation, Antizit. The Goblin Grandmaster Athika tirelessly journeyed, rescuing kin and urging them to leave, hiding together under the White Nation's banner. It wasn't easy. Humans' greed frightened the goblins, but Athika's prestige and the White Nation's growing fame slowly swayed them. Soon, caravans of goblins left their homelands, heading for the Jiladan Range to find a new refuge. At their first settlement, a goblin village was taking shape, lively and full of vigor. Si Jinping marveled at the place, amazed that every house used glass. Jifan Heart explained it was their signature magic technique, turning minerals into building material, each race with its own craft. By tradition, goblins were masters of earth, seeing natural flow as the source of strength, shaping homes and tools from clay. Their creations, even daily utensils, were treasured by others. Someone once even displayed a goblin toilet pot as art. Jifan Heart thought, humans call themselves civilized, yet they're frogs in a well, blind to the vast world, as goblins cheered seeing him and Yunya together. Yuna tugged his sleeve, curious. Hey, what's that? Jifan Heart smiled, that's opocementesium. He explained it was an ancient goblin material that solidified instantly, used for pillars or altars, channeling the earth's essence like true magic. Inwardly, Jifan Heart pondered matter transmutation was a supreme taboo, yet goblins had mastered it. That discovery birthed his nuclear burst spell. Yuna gazed at him admiringly, praising his deep understanding of other races. Jifan Heart just smiled, just call me Jifan Heart. She laughed lightly, names don't matter, while he thought this timeline's Inya was far too cheerful, making Jiffy uneasy. Before he could answer her next question, Saidit stood silently nearby, watching the two, her eyes calculating. She fiddled with her hair tie, pretending calm though her heart tangled. Then she let her hair fall, thinking, why should I care? I have nothing to do with Lord Jifan Heart. The memory of their first meeting flashed back. Inya had bowed politely, introducing herself as a Selvertizia warrior. At that moment, Saidit barely dodged a blinding flash of light, sensing the terrifying strength behind it. She replied, I am Saidit Valencia of the Dan Chem tribe, repeating her name firmly like a declaration. Yuna glanced down at the flat scissors screen, suspicion flickering in her eyes. She leaned slightly, curves showing as she said, ah, so you're the girl Lord Jifan Heart dotes on like a daughter, leaving Saidit speechless. That memory still irked Saidit. Her competitive nature made teasing unbearable. Suddenly, a goblin approached, bowing to announce that the birthright was about to begin, and invited the White King to attend. Soon the group moved toward a massive pyramid in the valley's heart. Below, hundreds of goblins had gathered under a solemn air. Jifan Heart warned sternly, show respect, being invited here means we're accepted as friends. A goblin cried out, summoning the women of the tribe to prepare for the sacred ritual. Athika stepped calmly onto the altar, declaring this the rite of birth and hope, surrounded by pregnant goblin women. Another goblin stood beside her, spear in hand, ready to perform the rite. The crowd shouted, receive the blessing, and the blade plunged into the altar. Athika's blood gushed bright red, spreading across the altar in dazzling light. Saidit and Yunya screamed together, horrified by the sight. Jifan Heart froze. Was this ritual actually a sacrifice? The blood spiraled upward, forming a magical vortex. Saidit screamed, they killed Athika! Light exploded, the whole space blazing crimson. Saidit and Yunya screamed again, shaken and furious. Jifan Heart just stood still, unable to believe such fanaticism from the goblins. Saidit shouted in panic, they killed Athika! But Jifan Heart motioned calmly, Wade is not dead yet. Athika's heart floated midair, blood and faith entwining, glowing with hope for the goblin future. The blood spiraled, weaving a net of light around the heart, beating anew. This was their sacred birth ritual for goblins, whose regenerative power made childbirth dangerously difficult. When they matured, regeneration peaked, but the fetus was too weak to endure it, thus the ritual shielded the unborn. By offering their heart, the mage infused magic into blood, dripping it onto the mother's womb to protect the child. In ancient times, goblin mothers devoured their mates to save offspring, but now magic sufficed though births dwindled to one or two, like humans. Saidit whispered, but isn't it deadly each time? Jifan Heart gestured, watch you'll see. The blood on the altar gathered, swirling into a new heart slowly beating again. Saidit gasped, impossible. Jifan Heart replied calmly, only a true Guzu can do that to kill one. You must drain their mana or break their regeneration. Athika slowly rose. The ritual complete, the tribe knelt, praying for their future. He hadn't reached full natural rebirth, but it was enough. Jifan Heart recalled seeing this before when Tetlong used mirror magic to split Athika into 100 forms. Yunya exhaled. You scared me half to death. Jifan Heart laughed. Yeah, looked like human sacrifice, no wonder you panicked. Athika approached with a smile. You came, Fist King. Jifan Heart answered. Of course I wouldn't miss such a sacred rite. Athika beamed. You truly understand our culture, most people scream at that scene. Jifan Heart chuckled awkwardly, remembering how he'd screamed in his past life. Sidit grumbled. You should've warned me. Athika blinked. Wait, you knew and said nothing. Jifan Heart scratched his head. I wanted you to see it without bias. Then Inya approached Athika, introducing herself as Ratiza's Grand Chieftain. Athika bowed respectfully as a superior Guzu. Inya gracefully offered a silk of snow fairy weave, calling it a gift from new neighbors. Athika was surprised while Inya smiled smugly. Soft approach works best. At that moment, Athika noticed Sidit's unhappy look, her gaze dimming slightly. Suddenly, Athika turned to Jifan Heart. Fist King, let me sing you an ancient goblin song. The melody spoke of the sun and moon that never meet, of ice and fire, as one warning that harmony and destruction are but a breath apart. Do you understand, Fist King? Athika asked. Jifan Heart replied, puzzled. Sorry, not really. Morning sunlight bathed Antigite in serene brilliance. In the pearl-white palace by the sea, reflections danced everywhere. At the breakfast table filled with fragrant dishes, Jifan Heart sighed, working nonstop will burn me out. At that moment, Inya appeared in a light nightgown, bringing more food. I was afraid you'd skip a meal, she said softly, making Jifan Heart praise the taste nonstop. Inya blushed and laughed. They say living with a beauty gives 3 years of joy, but with a good cook 30. Jifan Heart swallowed the last bite, asking her to thank Zia, thinking the name oddly familiar as if from another life, making Inya startle. Wait, how does he know? Just then, Sidit entered with a tray of food. Froze at the sight, Jifan Heart grinned. Leave it there, join us! Two gazes met, one angry, one defiant, chilling the air between Inya and Sidit. Jifan Heart kept eating happily, oblivious to the brewing storm. He looked up, not eating. Sidit clenched her lips, barely holding her temper. She slammed the tray down, turned, and shut the door hard, muttering coldly, I'm not hungry. Inya smirked victoriously, thinking score 1-0. Jifan Heart nodded. That door slam must have been the wind, drawing a very scientific conclusion. In the corridor, sea breeze mixed with fresh tea scent. Inya said asked softly, Milady, things don't seem smooth. Do you really like that man so much? Inya bit her nail in frustration. How do I make his heart tremble? The servant teased. Guess cooking won't be enough anymore. He added, has a warrior his senior strength already? Inya smiled faintly. You think so? The aide said, they call Jifan Heart a flawless fighter, but even perfection has weakness, hence his endless training. In the training room, sweat dripped as Jifan Heart breathed steadily, muscles taut. Russ lunged, wrapping his arms around Jifan Heart's waist, but was spun off instantly. He twisted, aiming a strike at Jifan Heart's thigh. Before contact, Jifan Heart grabbed his waistband and countered with lightning speed. He lifted Russ clean into the air, making him yelp. Russ knew he was about to be slammed and tried to twist free midair. He flips out of Jifan Heart's grip and lands safely on the ground. The two wrestle again, bodies tangled in poses that would make onlookers blush. Russ pants, praising, you're improving fast, and Jifan Heart grins, guess him getting used to it. Russ says, but it's hard to match you size difference, you know. Jifan Heart frowns, think this is enough to face the long festival. Russ hesitates, not sure, my skills are basic, real experts are another story. Jifan Heart muses, maybe we need a better teacher, when Inya's voice cuts in, how about me? She appears in tight training gear, smiling, I know a few wrestling tricks. Care to try me? Jifan Heart looks uneasy wearing that. Too much contact, men and women shouldn't touch. Inya retorts, a warrior's a warrior, male or female. Russ chimes in, go for it, she's strong barehanded, she's not weaker than Kaken. Inya bends down to remove her shoes, smiling challengingly, let's get serious. Jifan Heart takes stance, replying lightly, been waiting, recalling how Shed once been his ally when he was still a mage. He breathes deeply, thinking, but now I'm a warrior, let's see what she's got. He strikes first, testing her, but Yunya's cold eyes and smirk show she already owns the fight. And at that instant, Jifan Heart realizes he's just made a huge mistake.